The first video game to reach a mainstream audience was released in 1972. We started with pinball wizards and kings of the arcade, but now our players are elite, bourgeois, and even world champions. Games have become more advanced over the years, but our need for competition has remained. Gamers have become faster and smarter. They've become teammates and rivals. They've had incredible wins and suffered heartbreaking defeats. The IGN Pro League symbolizes this desire to compete at the highest level, rewarding dedication, creativity, and our ability to overcome the odds. We now gather to see the best of the East and West as the GSL and IPL meet in the ultimate esports venue, the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas. Now bear witness as the IPL sets a new standard for competitive gaming. Welcome to IPL4 at the Cosmopolitan.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 of the IGN Pro League League of Legends tournament here at the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas. Yesterday, we saw some amazing matches. Today, we're in for a whole bunch more. We'll have the losers bracket today, as well as the winners bracket finals. But let me introduce our first teams. We have MONOMANIAC Esports, and we have AAA. Gentlemen, if you please come up and shake hands. These guys are excited, they're ready to go. They've got their hip-hop playlist going on the YouTubes. So let's not make them wait any longer. I'm going to hand it over to your very capable casters, Rivington III and David Phreak Turley.
Oh, man. All right, we're in some amazing matches. Thank you for joining us on stream and here live at the Cosmopolitan here in Las Vegas. If you didn't get a chance to come down, just do it anyways. Find a way to get here. It's amazing. Already, first game of the day, we're to standing room already. These seats are full. We have a packed house, and we have an amazing game to come up here. MONOMANIAC doing very well yesterday, almost overthrowing DIGNITAS, which nobody expected, so we have a lot to see coming out of them this weekend. And Against All Authority, playing quite strong as well. However, in the losers bracket, looking to climb out of that, have also been playing strong. But both of these teams seem to be faltering at that late game state.
Yeah, they seem to have just a couple of troubles kind of closing out these games. We saw Against All Authority, really fighting a very close series against Counterlogic Gaming. They had given up one death in the first 20 minutes of the first game, but couldn't close it out. They mistook a Baron attempt and all that kind of stuff. And MONOMANIAC, coming out ahead in all 3 games against DIGNITAS and then throwing it at the end for the last 2. And so, that can kind of go both ways. You kind of saw an extremely, extremely strong presence from Mono coming out in those games against DIGNITAS, but then they would manage to throw it at the end there. And I don't know if Against All Authority wants to sort of rely on that and say, well, we know we can bring it to endgame, let's run some endgame strategies, or if they say, we know what they do, we know what kind of champions they can run, we've got so much more LAN experience than them, we'll just run that. We'll run our experience and run our just, innate player skill, and having a longer standing team, they've got to have more strategies back there. Maybe that's what they're going to use here.
Yeah, we've seen, we have a few stats for these teams. Actually, just in general, MONOMANIAC, in losing their games yesterday, they still have some of the highest amount of kills to deaths on the team. So with those games, I believe it was 14-5 at one point versus DIGNITAS, and then DIGNITAS was able to come back. And even at that, they still had more kills in the end of the game when it was over, and DIGNITAS actually won.
Yeah, everyone but their support is actually positive kill death right now in the tournament, and they went 1 and 2 so far. Against All Authority, actually, on a contrary side, their support hasn't gotten an assist yet because they've just never been able to pick up many kills outside of their solo lanes. So, that doesn't mean everything, right? It's only about 5 games played between these 2 teams, but anything can really happen here. These teams, Against All Authority got the higher seed in the IPL4 qualifiers, so they kind of played better leading up to this tournament. But here, it's just how well can these players play now? This is what matters. It's do or die. It's a best of 3. The loser is out and is getting 7th, 8th in this tournament.
Yeah, something we've seen is Paradox only usually playing Morgana in middle. We're kind of wondering what else he's going to bring out if they ban that Morgana pick. Nintendude and Zion playing very well for the team as well. Over to AAA, sOAZ and Yellow playing very well. Yellow's been carrying as AD quite well, positioning well. His mechanics have been really good throughout the games, and we've actually seen a lot more from the AD carries this tournament. in the fights. We've seen, I think, 13 and 2s and some 10 and 2s, and just the 80 carries were really the ones with the backpack on, and like, let's go team. Let's try to make it happen.
Yeah, there's been really a lot of Kog'Maw backpacks throughout this tournament, and actually he's one of the top 5 most picked and banned champion this tournament so far. Udyr actually holding the reins at 100% pick and ban rate in the tourney so far, but Kog'Maw, at least from what I saw, has a 100% win rate. Whenever he's actually played, that team ends up pulling it through late game. And you can attribute that to maybe Mono throwing their late game away, or whether it's just Kog'Maw can just hold on and turn these around. We'll see if these players kind of keep up these pick and ban stats. We saw that at Hanover, where Shen was 100% pick and ban throughout the first day, and then day 2 actually started losing some games out. So, we'll see if it's the champions or if it's the players, but these guys are going to prove that they know what they're doing and that they know what these champions are and how they're going to play them and how to win these games.
Right, yeah, and Shen is still one of those picks that is somewhat contested. Right now it's Janna, Mundo, Lee Sin, and Kog'Maw are the next percentage of highest pick ban to look at, and Janna is usually that safe pick as well if you want to support on your team. You can't really say, oh, we're going to counter this, because she can just, she's utility, she's engaged, she's disengaged, so it's really just an all-around champion, and the other team's going to be forced to pick what you can counter. So we're going to be in a champ select here and see it will be first pick, first ban by NintendudeX, and that will be a Karthus as we were expecting.
Yeah, it's actually a pretty standard ban against All Authority.
Yep.
And there we go, the instant Morgana ban coming out as well. Definitely against All Authority have been watching these games. Like, hey, MONOMANIAC, they've been running the same champion.
Yeah, I think MoMa was saying in chat select, he's like, Nintendude, I was standing behind you yesterday during your games.
Oh, yeah. So absolutely, the Kennen coming out as well. So it's going to be aimed at sOAZ there, who has been a very dominant Kennen player. Looking at the earlier picks though from Mono, I mean they've run Lee Sin, they've run Jungle Ribbon actually, which is the first time we've seen Jungle Ribbon for a while in a LAN tournament. So that's actually really interesting as well. And we'll kind of see how this depth goes. I think Mono has an edge here in that they're a lesser known team. I think the obvious picks and bans are not so well known. You're seeing, okay, yeah, we saw you ran Morgana all 3 games in a row. We'll ban Shen because he's Shen. I think everyone kind of understands that one. But and then you're seeing them ban champions that they know against All Authority runs, and that's actually a really, really powerful thing to bring out there is saying, maybe Mr. Paradox maybe you play that champion, but we're gonna kill off Karthus anyway because we know that MoMa loves that guy.
Yep, and that Shen ban is something that against All Authority was actually caught off guard very hard in Hanover. They were like, we didn't think that was gonna happen, and actually that is something that they expressed again here. They're like, he was kind of hit. We saw that Hotshot didn't play that well with him, but during that time Hotshot was in Korea, he had built that lead there, that Shen up. So, and then we see our first pick coming in, a very aggressive mid. Cassiopeia is picked up by Nintendude, and we'll see if Paradox can push that Cass in.
You know what's great is he had Cassiopeia typed into his chat box already and was just spamming left click, and then as soon as he's like, let's kill the bucket. It's fine, I got Cassiopeia. Which I think is actually really cool because it means that against Authority, I mean, they have a minute to respond and get their picks through, but they basically they're already on the button, and if they're discussing, okay, if they first pick this, we'll do this, if they first pick this, we'll do that, it's like, crap, okay, okay, so we're gonna do
switch it up.
Lane. So I like this. This is a very aggressive champion. Cassiopeia has a lot of really good strength. So she brings out area of effect crowd control with Miasma and with her ultimate Petrifying Gaze. She brings great ganking because she can push waves out and then run to a lane and then come back. And ooh, they're going for that Janna Corki right away. So YellowStar really loves playing Corki. He's one of his most played champions. And you kind of see inflated Corki stats throughout these tournaments because you see YellowStar pretty much picking every single game where oh yeah, Corki was like half the game. Yeah, I guess all that's how it works. But you see a lot of these picks come out here. Kog'Maw still available. Olaf and Tarek being picked up here, so they're going to set up for what seems to be an aggressive bottom lane. Tarek, he's really good at bullying out the lanes.
This Olaf is coming in a lot in this tournament, and really where he's being utilized is within those team fights. He's the guy that says, I will take all those cooldowns. Give them to me. If he wants to get in there in the front of the fight and get hit, and then his ultimate just clears all that away, and it's really going to give MONOMANIAC a great chance in the upper hand in the fight when all those cooldowns are down. So we'll watch for Zig to do that. We do have the Maokai pick, not locked in yet, but it is going to be MoMa on Anivia in middle, so he's going to be able to keep his distance from Cassiopeia on Paradox. That's actually quite a good pick, and they can both push the lane quite well. MoMa not as much until 6, but he may find himself at the tower before that.
Yeah, so you're kind of seeing, it's kind of cool because it's a revival of champions we didn't see very much at Hanover.
Yeah.
We saw at, I believe it was IPL3, a lot of these other champions coming out, but at Hanover we didn't really see much Nivea very much Maokai, and now here they're coming back into the fold as these very common champions coming out. Again, looks like they're actually going to go for that jungle ribbon once more. They liked that before, and they can combo with Olaf for some nice flows and true damage and stuns. Like, ooh, Eric Urgot, that would be quite the crazy bottom lane there. They could definitely pull these guys out, or they could run a Moscow 5, give Urgot that blue buff, let him solo bottom and have Terrace roam. Terrace Riven ganks are going to be brutal. There's nobody going to escape because they're going to get stunned.
Riven has so much distance you can clear out of the jungle just to get through a gank, and then multiple ways to stun you. And then the red buff is pretty much over. So that's going to be scary.
Yeah, that would be scary. That ends up being the case. I think they really can do it. I don't think John Corky can bully all that well because there's no heal there in that lane, and Corky's a mid-range guy. He's not like a Caitlyn where he can kind of shoot from super far away. So if you have the ability to beat Urgot and just zone that lane, I think it's absolutely possible. We're going to see YellowStar go for the last pick here. It's going to be their solo top champion, which is going to be given to sOAZ here. He knows he's going to be fighting against Urgot, or not Urgot, sorry, but fighting against Olaf, and I'm not quite sure what they're going to go for yet.
Oh, that's a good pick. Before that, I was thinking that Against All Authority was only going to have Maokai in the fight. He's like, that's all your health. But that Renekton pick gives them the ability to get in the fight after Twisted Advance and continue to stay in there, because there is a lot of Paradox with Cassiopeia. Throwing down Miasma is going to be right in the middle of the fight. And if it was only Linak that was going to be tanky and then in the jungle, not going to help.
Yeah, so they have a nice, two-person front line here. MM, though, has 3. They've got Olaf, Tarek, and Riven all up in the front there. They've got Urgot and Cassiopeia. This team actually is very, very tanky. You've got Urgot, who typically builds, Frozen Heart, a lot of Doran's Blades as well, kind of gets tanky there. Cassiopeia, kind of a similar build, usually gets Spell Vamp and a Riley's Crystal Scepter. I've even seen some guys just go for a Warmogs pretty early on in their build. But MoMa bringing out a Nivea, I actually haven't seen him play Nivea in a while. We saw Counterlogic Gaming run that champion, I think, 3 times so far in this tournament. 3 of their 5 games have had a Nivea there. Corky, pretty much, honestly, it's about 100% for YellowStar. If he ever wants it, he'll just grab it. And so you're going to see, if these guys are going to play champions that they know very well, and that's what it's going to take to win these games.
Yeah, both of these teams are kind of, none of them really stick to each other. None of them are really going to be the first hard to initiate. There's no real good initiation from either team. If Paradox can get a good ult from cast down, usually you want to hit that when they're turning on your team so you can get the face shot on everybody. If you hit them while their back is turned, it's only going to slow them. We do have, as I said, that Renekton to start off the fights with Linak. But like I said, Linak in the jungle isn't going to get too tanky right off the bat. And if he's countered at all, which MM likes to do, it's going to make it even harder because Maokai is very easy to counter in the jungle.
Yeah, he's definitely going to get, I would expect him to get invaded on. And,
that's a good level 1 team.
Yeah, and actually, I was wrong, actually. It looks like it's going to be a Riven at the top, by the way, and Olaf at the bottom. So, sorry, I forget if you actually mentioned that when I just repeated you. But,
nope.
Yeah, so we're actually switching that up, and I just would have assumed, right, because, Riven was juggling before, and we've always seen Olaf at the solo top, but they're switching it up a little bit, I think, that they believe this will give them the best chance to win. And so, Olaf, a very, very fast clear, less good at ganking than Riven, can still come out there with a slow, can still come out with a lot of burst damage, actually. So certainly not a bad pick by any means, but it actually gives them a little bit less dominance there. And I feel like he duels not quite as well as Riven either, so he's less of a bully against that Maokai. He can go in and invade, he can do pretty well, will have really good health sustain through his W and all that. But I'm still a little bit surprised by that pick. I kind of would have thought it would go the other way here, but maybe ZionSpartan says, look, Nintendude, I'm going to let you finish. You have a good Riven and all, but I'm the best Riven of all time. And, maybe that's the possibility here. I don't quite know, but I mean, look at these lanes, and I don't know, if Tarek goes for the roam, that's going to be really, really brutal.
I'm just realized, unless they switch these before this clock goes down, we'll see.
This is locked in.
Yeah, we're going to see MM versus AAA in just a few seconds, but there is 1 exhaust on nRated. That's it. So these fights are going to be all out in your face. Nobody's going to have any mitigation to the damage. It's flash and ignite on pretty much everybody. Urgot's got that heal, but these fights are just going to be in your face, and there's going to be a lot of kiting, but all the damage is going to be at top notch because there's 0 exhaust. Usually you'll see that coming out at least from the supports, but we don't have it on MM support.
That's true, yeah. So yeah, the 1 exhaust at all in the game is actually very, very surprising. And watching the Dignitas games before, they would run it on about 3 of their champions. Usually you'd have Locust run exhaust heal for the most part on his supports and just sort of be up there on the front line. If he got low, he just
Or even in the jungle.
Yeah. The junglers, you've seen Mundo bring exhaust almost
Yep.
every single time as well. Just runs in there, hits you with a cleaver, hits you with exhaust, and you get kind of chain slowed and knocked down. But instead, you're going to see, sOAZ run Ignite Flash up top against ZionSpartan on Riven, also running Ignite Flash up at the top of the map. Both mages as well running Ignite Flash here. And then, yeah, the AD carries are bringing out heals. They try to keep themselves alive, but the supports, they're bringing out their clairvoyances. They're bringing out, there is the one exhaust for nRated, but that's it.
And as we load in here, it's really battle cast Urgot. I like it. We're going to see what they do. We did say they had a pretty nice level 1 invade. They do, however, have a Nivea and Jano, which can put out that Flash Frost into Howling Gale, which is going to pop you up. And it could stun the whole team. Usually you like to stay in that bunch of 5. Everybody tries to gather into one bush. But we do have Tariq's Dazzle. You also have Riven that can continuously just hit and finally get that stun off. That movement is such an advantage in the chase, especially at level 1 when everybody's so slow. And we'll have to see, if nRated can really help his team here with that Janna passive, if they can get first blood and get out of there with a good kite. Purchases are going out, supports regular fairy charms and wards, nothing big there. Maokai actually going for the revival. And there we see the 2 teams, AAA versus MONOMANIAC. Guys, if you want to see Against All Authority come out with the first match of the day here, let's hear it for Against All Authority. MONOMANIAC trying to make their name in their first tournament live here at the Cosmopolitan. If you want to see MONOMANIAC take the first game of the day, let's hear it. All right, Phreak, these guys are in, and it doesn't look like they're doing too much but milling about on opposite sides of the map right now.
Yeah, so it's like actually looks like they want to go for the aggression. They're the only team with clairvoyance, which means they have a very big innate advantage in terms of the early invasions. However, if you look, Against All Authority have already put down a couple of wards here and Maokai saplings to try to look for these invasions. And the thing is, though, they're not watching their own blue buff, which you'd think is where Maokai would want to go at some point. And Mono's just getting themselves there for free. They're picking some of these brushes. They're going to go down. Got this fry brush. Of course, no one is there.
A lot of the things I've noticed lately is that people are understanding more where the shadow cuts are on vision. And they'll just hide out in the open, but it's only out in the open once that person turns the corner.
Yeah, absolutely. So you're just seeing them, and they're like, hey, we got all the way into blue buff. Let's send Zion back to recall. Let's have Riven go back to the top lane and see him kind of chill there. Has cloth armor and 5 health potions. Everyone else splitting up as well, which means Maokai is definitely going to lose his golem buff right at the start of the game. And now maybe he knows that, and they're going to invade over. But MM has their own ward at their own golem, so there's no way I think Maokai is going to be able to get his own blue buff. And Corky's about...
Oh, no.
Oh, surprise! Jumped off a YellowStar, but it was a great flash back, actually. They're not taking all that much damage. Oh, it's going to be close. 50 health left. He's actually going to survive that. Didn't even use his health potion. Had that much confidence. Sapling says, hi, guys. Oh, you're here.
He had his finger on flash as soon as he cast Phosphorus. Like, he was ready to flash.
All right, who's going to smite it? It's going to go to MM, though. Linak was in range.
Ooh.
Just better reaction there by NintendudeX. Good job stealing away that blue buff. That is going to hurt Maokai's jungle. You can see low on mana and not even close to leveling. This is really good for
very much so. Yeah,
already.
he might have to pull somebody else.
Top lane. Hold on. sOAZ taking a lot of damage from ZionSpartan. They trade back and forth. Ignite off on a ZionSpartan. He's got a health potion chugging. He actually chugged. He has 3 of them in queue right now. So he's going to wait. And over the next 45 seconds, he'll heal a whole lot.
Fantastic. Yeah, that's really going to hurt Linak as he goes around the jungle. However, it looks like he has some mana regen on him anyways, so he's already back up to half. Back down to bottom. We will have to see. He might have to call for some help from Renekton as he goes top towards red and golems. sOAZ and Spartan both at level 2 as they heal back up. That was a pretty close fight there. A lot of aggression right out of the gate, and we actually see NintendudeX heading top with his blue. Actually, that's going to be Linak's blue, and they may get him here. Remember, there is no exhaust. They're just going to have to work off the damage. Oh, just missing Undertow, and he's able to get out. There's a fight in middle. Paradox getting hit pretty hard, but MoMa could go down. He is egged by the poison. He's sitting in miasma. He may go down from the minions. Oh, he's going to go down. Wow.
And he's still chasing. ParadoXical can get this with Twin Fang. He's going up under the turret. One more Q. He might pick up the double, but the health potions are just doing a little bit too much for him. Linak, do not. Linak, you get. Okay. 20 point top lane looks like Riven fighting a little bit against this guy. That was real close.
I have 1,200 plus games. I've never seen a Nivea die like that.
Oh man, that was all kinds of cute. Oh, wow. Ooh, Olaf stealing away the red, knows that Maokai had to babysit mid lane.
That MM counter jungle is very strong.
Yeah, and seriously, junglers, guys out there, if you're listening, when the enemy jungler has to take over a lane for someone that got pushed out, steal some buffs. Steal some buffs. It's pretty much 100%, and that was the right play there by Nintendude. And the thing is, this is what MONOMANIAC has done pretty much the entire tournament. Is they know how to win lanes, they know how to win early game, but no amount of advantage is necessarily going to matter. You can have Baron, 7 turrets, and 12 kills, and you still might throw it. So it's definitely a big deal for them to to be able to close one out. Let's see if they learned anything from yesterday. Right now, they're opening up very, very strong, and we'll see if they can keep this going.
So Paradox chose to stay. And it looks like he has pretty good money right now. Well,
Yeah,
he
got
actually
the
did go and buy.
yeah.
He's back down to 500. He got that Dorans for himself, so he's going to be able to regen a little bit better. Top lane going at it pretty hard here. Riven getting that damage down. ZionSpartan uses those attacks very well. You'll see him do one of his Qs, and then he'll attack, get one off, Q again, and he'll just extend it for as long as he can, giving himself maximum range, and then using his stun. And you see how much it just puts Renekton back there, sOAZ with about 150 health. Again, Linak forced to take a lane, so Olaf's going to have some fun here. He is going to force towards mid, maybe creep up around the other side, or maybe go for Linak top and slow him down a little bit more.
Yep, they're getting a little bit of damage there on a YellowStar at bottom lane. Zig doing some harassment, but actually I'm surprised YellowStar is not taking nearly as much damage as I expected he would. I don't think he's even bead for potions. He just still has all 3. So, I mean, did he get... He doesn't even have like innate life, so he's just not taking damage from this Urgot very much. I'm very, very surprised at that, but you know, I guess it's working out for him. Nintendude actually camping top.
Yeah.
Oh, this is so smart, because Renekton will go down, will drop a ward, and then face check this brush, and there comes Nintendude, and Zion's coming down, his flash is down. Can they get the damage? Oh,
Ooh.
good. Slice and dice coming out there, and he actually whiffs the axe. That was a nice juke there by sOAZ. Another one comes out, but he's going to be fine.
I think Nintendude could have waited a few more seconds on that, allowed Riven to get a little bit closer.
Yeah, I agree.
Attacking that fast allowed sOAZ to go into emergency mode and get out of there as soon as possible. We do see Linak pushing that mid bush. He could get the Twisted Advance on well in range. Could they get the Flash Frost as well? Hits right next to her and stuns. That double damage on the magic, but the Twin Fang and the poison could be enough with Ignite. And again, no, MoMa lives with a sliver of health, turning around with Petrifying Gaze. No, MoMa goes down from the minions again. Linak living once again with 150, but here comes Nintendude. Oh, Twisted advancing away, and he did level a bit. That's going to give him some health. Reckless swing for the takedown. Linak falls, and once again, MoMa will go down to minions, unfortunately. Not having a good game in mid. And we see Corky going for a check on Baron, but he comes back down, and they are going to just go back to the laning phase. Right now, that mid and top focus by MM is spectacular.
Yeah, dude, and I gotta hand it, Mr. ParadoXical is playing ridiculously well. He's gotten under heavy pressure in 2-on-1 ganks, and
So much for
both
that Just
times
Morgana, right?
came out ahead. Yeah, seriously, so much for that Just Morgana. I think there's a second ban coming out in this this next game, because you don't want to deal with that Cassiopeia anymore. He's playing really, really well. All right, let's see. MoMa coming back into the lane, though, going for a Catalyst as soon as he can. Actually, here's something interesting. He did not go for a very heavy magic resist build. You can see his magic resist right now only, let's see, 36, so only really relying on, I think, just masteries for the MR here. So you normally see pretty much every mage in mid go flat MR glist. You can see that the 43 MR on Mr. ParadoXical is the reason he's living these fights is that rune difference. Honestly, it's a very big deal there. So MoMa, I think, losing out on the early game. But here comes a stab there at the blue buff. Linak, and they've been found. Let's see if they go for any damage here. Pixel 3 has full mana, can definitely go for it. They've got the ward down. Now, will they stay up for this? His smite is up. Linak
They have
is
really
as well.
good positioning.
They did get it again. Linak's been stunned now. There's ParadoXical. They're going to go in for Linak. Down to half health, and he will fall right now. 4 kills to 0. They've stolen every blue buff so far.
Riven taking sOAZ down near Baron. Actually, sOAZ getting pretty hurt, but Zion take
man.
ultimate. That ultimate doing more damage for the health you are missing, and we did see that sOAZ was quite low, so in a 1v1, Zion just too strong right now. sOAZ has to be careful about that, and no, the lane is for farming now, not for fighting a Riven.
Wow, so that is all kinds of great. They're 5-0 right now, up 3,000 gold. MONOMANIAC doing an excellent job, and Zig actually got the blue buff there, so he's going to be really having fun against YellowStar right now. He's got to back all the way off, cannot pressure against his Urgot. That's getting pretty scary for him. ZionSpartan just farming behind the turret, of course. A little bit of singed farming, if you will.
Right, yeah, that's always discouraging when the person's able to push past your turret. The minions are doing full damage to the turret, but that's also good for Zion because he can keep that lane. He's been winning it. All he wants to do is farm. His team is not in need of that 150 gold from the turret, so he'll push that lane, allow the minions to just tick down, so he is doing damage, and then later they can go up and pop it. So great strategy there by him. We see Nintendude also backing, has a little bit of money under his belt. Got about 700 gold to spend, and it looks like he's going for a little bit more health. Bottom lane really hasn't been getting much love, but they're not really giving us much action either. Pretty much a pretty good farming lane. We do have Urgot on 68, and as you said, pushing off Corki a little bit. YellowStar still has 60, so he is in range, not really losing that creep score count. And they're trying to freeze the lane as much as possible, you can see.
Oh, they actually didn't go for the steal on red this time, though. Mackay's going to get that one for free. They have spotted ParadoXical. I knew he was actually coming up. I'm going to laugh if he steals this out of nowhere. Oh, no. Okay, Mackay's going to have red. But he could get caught. The wall reveals him. MoMa could go for some pain here. ParadoXical's ultimate is up. There's sOAZ. Gets the slow, but not the stun. MoMa should have egg. And ParadoXical looks like he's going to go down here. Nice kill picked up there by sOAZ, but here comes the rest of MM. They're going to jump in onto sOAZ. Oh, they're going to back off now. It's a 2v3. So good comeback there by Against All Authority. They managed to pin there on that Cassiopeia, and that was the right play.
Yeah, that was a great job to pinch there. Maokai getting that red buff and then pushing out to the right. A great wall by MoMa, and you could see he was kind of, Paradox was like, I could flash out of this. Oh, wow, Renekton's top got stunned and got taken out. So it was a good pincer by Against All Authority. Definitely something that was necessary for them. They need something to really kick this up. They're on their heels right now with the attacks of MONOMANIAC just being so strong. Those early ganks, they were able to get 2 kills in the first 3-4 minutes. Now 5-1 here as we reach your 10-minute mark. We're going to get some wards on Dragon from Pixel. And a pretty nice warding actually going on from MONOMANIAC, all in the tri-bush, up by Wraiths as well. And then again, all across the other side of the map, you know, AAA doing what they can to keep their wards as well.
Yeah, AAA, Against All Authority does have 2 good aggressive wards, one by the Wraith camp, one at tri-brush at bottom lane. But you just see that the map vision here, they had 4, the 2 just timed out right there. But yeah, MONOMANIAC's map vision is everywhere. They can pretty much see every jungle camp. And they've been using that map vision to get a lot of ganks here. However, they don't know that Linak is right here in that brush. And he wants to go in there. They've actually now warded there to see them coming in. And they're just waiting for them to overextend a little bit. This lane will eventually push towards Against All Authority's side. And Linak should not... Oh, okay, they're going to go in. He's just been clairvoyance. They're going to stay back out there. Yep, he will just run away.
Zion still pushing sOAZ back to his tower. You can see how much tankier he is. 9-7 up top. ZionSpartan is level 9, so that means sOAZ can definitely not take that fight on. We do see Cassiopeia challenging Wraiths on MoMa in mid. I think MoMa was able to grab most of those.
Yeah, still up those 17 minions right now, though, as a result from all those stabs there. The bottom lane as well. Oh, actually a push in on YellowStar. He's down to 1/3 health, trying to flash away. Zig does not land that Q, but there's Nintendude. Can YellowStar get away from this? No, he cannot. True damage combos in, and that is another kill. 6-1 now, stretching their lead to almost 4,000 gold here. It looks like Mono wants to push all the way in. You can see them auto-attacking over and over, trying to push in towards that turret and try to get to the turret before anyone can react and defend and get those minion last hits well.
A very nice job there. NintendudeX on the right place at the right time play. It looks like Linak is now forced to go bottom once again. NintendudeX definitely sees that, and we are going to go ParadoXical going up. Yep, Wraiths just spawned. He has that just timed right now. Blue buff on. MoMa does not have his, though. So it looks like he's going to be able to grab this. And, no, wait. There he goes. He's going to leave the other ones. Actually got a few of them. Only about 5 gold, so that'll be nice for him to grab the big Wraith. Get another 30-40 gold. And back to MoMa in middle. Now they both have that pretty good pushing ability, so this lane is pretty much just reset every time it goes off. There we go. The minion's going to come back. They return to their jungles and try to get some resources. But right now, ParadoXical using this to move around and start to roam. See if you can get a gank here.
They know blue's coming up pretty soon. They've been on it over and over. 12:45, so the blue buff has been cumulatively alive for 55 seconds. It's been dying that fast every time, so that is actually pretty impressive there by these players. And up there comes ParadoXical in there. I think Linak doesn't know he's around. Oh my gosh. Oh wow, that was nice play. They had that time. He forced Anivia back and then stole it right under his nose. That was excellent. And the thing is, nRated did not run Clairvoyance, and you can kind of tell the difference in map vision has actually allowed a lot of these victories for MONOMANIAC. They've been spotting guys across the map. They say, oh, Maokai in this brush? Nope, Clairvoyance. And they've just been doing that so phenomenally well. CV, I think, might just still be mandatory for these teams.
Oh, that's different. sOAZ, is he keeping himself up in creep score? He is 88 to Riven's 102, so he's falling behind a little bit. Would have thought you'd see a GP10 on him, but you don't see one on Riven either. More or less that damage mitigation. Wriggles on sOAZ. Zion going for the quick Ninja Tabi. And it looks like they're going to face off again, and this is the point where sOAZ becomes scary, and he can actually fight that even though he's 2 levels down now. He does have his ultimate up, and he's getting pretty tanky in his ability to stun. Oh, wow. Paradox getting caught down by Wraiths. I just saw that happen. as MoMa and Linak working together to make it. Nintendude kind of roam in. He's going to steal some free XP here in mid. And it looks like Zion's actually finally pushed out of his lane for once.
Yeah, and that actually should give a chance for them to try to invade the jungle here of MONOMANIAC. You know, Olaf has to kind of sit there and babysit, but the problem is no major buffs are up. The only ones you can kind of get to are the wolves and the golems, which are both very, very safe and hard to get to. So they're just going to have to stagnate, kind of recall, buy some items. But they're going to be happy to finally get some extra gold on their side. What's up?
Oh, no. Okay, so nRated just went to place 2 wards. You go ahead and look at those down bottom, and neither of them went over the wall for him. So he went and he's tried, and he was like, ah, derp. And then he did again, and he's like, forget about it. There's 150 gold.
Yeah, well, I'm going to laugh when an invade comes in and they just catch Cassiopeia. Like, watch it be the best word of the game. I'm calling it now. I'll be wrong, but just saying, I'm going to really like if that's true. Oh, yeah, and he actually put a sapling down to reveal it, and Derek's like, nope. All right, let's see. They actually are kind of pacing themselves close to mid. Dragon is back up. I think they want Cassiopeia to shove and then turn around, but you see Anivia, Renekton, Maokai all coming down. Riven knows as well, so they are going to all meet up here. This ward is actually really, really well placed. They can see all of MONOMANIAC kind of sitting up and waiting for it. I don't think they can do the damage in time. They've got to be careful. They do have that ward. They do see that sOAZ is there. He's been poisoned as well. They're definitely going to go for a fight here. Nice sapling toss. Oh, Zig's going to go for the swap on a MoMa. Can they do enough damage, though? Oh, he's been walled off. That was amazing. Zig not going to be happy right now. ZionSpartan in the middle as well. Exhaust does go off, and there is Zig going down. nRated has been stunned. Can they pick up the kill? They will. But here comes YellowStar. He's out of mana, though. Pixel3 running away, has to flash. There's sOAZ still up in the front. Nice stuns there. Nintendude down very, very low on health, but he's still running away as that Olaf. ParadoXical gets his poison off, and sOAZ very low. And actually, they've managed to wrest control from this.
Yeah, that was a really tough fight for MM. Aragon got sucked in there. He went for the change, but Paradox could not get any of that DPS down from Twin Fang. It was only the tanky people that could get into that fight. It was a little choked off. So MM did lose one in that. They recovered quite well, though, and they're going to go ahead and grab Dragon, so they just negated that entire fight anyway. Yeah,
it was 1-1, and they managed to pull up the Dragon, so excellent by them still to pull that one through. Really thought after that amazing Anivia wall, you know, they could have turned something out with that, but it just seemed to not be the case there. And I'm surprised Anivia didn't even die in that one. Like, she got swapped in the enemy team, and then they managed to pull it into a free kill. So that was excellent, excellent play there by Against All Authority, but ultimately, MONOMANIAC still pulling out advantages every fight.
Yeah, they are. Great dragons, great control of the map right now. You can see how many wards just kind of line middle river all the way down. It's like connect the dots all the way down to the 2 wards that nRated plays down there. So Against All Authority continuing to keep map control. They got to get these fights back into their favor. Right now, I'd say that we do have a little bit of a plus or advantage here towards MONOMANIAC, as they are up by about 4,000 gold right now.
All right, so that 4,000 gold lead, they're just going to hold on to it as long as they can. Now, the thing is, 4,000 gold doesn't mean as much when both teams have 40,000 gold. So they've got to make this lead either grow or they've got to do something with that lead. They've not picked up turret kills, or they have gotten dragons, and they are still up in kills, and that is really good. But, you know, we saw against Dignitas, they turned that early lead into a bunch of turrets and an even bigger lead, and I think that was the right play, that you know, they continue to play really well throughout this mid-game. And I think they need to start taking some larger risks and making some bigger stabs. They still don't have an Oracles, which I'm surprised at, because, I mean, there's such amazing map vision here. And, you know, if they get a chance to somehow, you know, learn what was happening throughout this game, you know, it would be great for them to learn just how much nRated wards, because they would get an early Oracles if they knew.
MoMa trying to clear out this mid. Looks like they're going to steal his race from the side. Popped up by Howling Gale. The Flash Frost connect. Beautiful wall. The Petrifying Gaze misses. She is stuck on the wrong side. It looks like Paradox, caught out of position there, going for Wraiths, is taken down. See, the great warding by Against All Authority is really proving useful for them right now.
I mean, that was absolutely excellent, and you've really got to learn. It is very hard to steal enemy Wraiths and get away with it. When you're against a really, really top caliber team, and Maokai's actually alive, you really can't go for these stabs so aggressively into their jungle. You will get caught out by CC teams. That is just what happened. And beautiful play, of course, by Against All Authority to capitalize on that. And, oh, they're giving blue to YellowStar because MoMa had just picked that one up from Cassiopeia. So they're going to be really happy to wear 2 blue buffs against 0. And honestly, even with the gold advantage still being about 4K, Against All Authority can make this and use this as a push. They really can to use this extra mana and cooldown advantage just to spam and get some turrets.
Yeah, it's great for Corky to have that as well. For Valkyrie, he can get in and out of the fights a lot quicker. Not so much, still high cooldown, but for him to have that mobility and the damage that he does within a fight with Gatling is going to be really useful for him to be in and out. We got Zig just farming up against. His support is roaming around right now. There he is. Pixel coming back down to the lane after putting some wards out because they are going to be pushed. It's a good rule of thumb. If you're ever past the river, start warding, especially if you're blue team because you have Tribush behind you and gives the other team a little bit of an advantage.
Ooh, but here comes actually Maokai coming in on ZionSpartan in the top lane. All the cooldowns go off. Zion's going to have to be a little bit careful here. Does not land many of his CCs, and he's going to go down. Nice job against the Authority. He did not have a ward to spot him coming in. That was excellent job. He just snuck in from the top, came down, and a great, excellent gank there. So against Authority, turning this one around 5-7 right now, and they're getting these turret kills. So they are going to start accruing these advantages. They brought this lead down to 2,000 gold, but they've now traded turrets back. But still, only 2 kills down. They've traded turrets. They're down 2 jockeys. They will turn around this next one pretty. I think there's a good chance of that.
I see Paradox going down as well. They may have the blue again on timer, but they just gave it to Corky, so this might be a gank. And there they are going to back. They don't have any wards past the one in mid that they saw. And it looks like they're not going to give Paradox a chance to get off Petrifying Gaze again here, but he's still going for it. They're getting pretty deep into the jungle here.
Yeah, ParadoXical still waiting around. He wants to wait for these minions to come back together. He did not really get well revealed. But now, I guess those 2 wards timed out before he could show up. So unfortunately, he put him down a little bit too early. They would have spotted Cassiopeia coming in, but they knew she was coming anyway. So excellent job there, having that sort of foresight to know that they were getting ganked.
See if we have any really completed items. There is that Rod of Ages on Anivia. That's going to be helping quite a bit. Cassiopeia going for the Will of Ancients, keeping her alive in the fight. Not too much assist to the rest of the team. Not too much magic damage around. Olaf will get a little bit of spell vamp from that.
We're going to see that MoMa just still crushing through these minions, has the Rod of Ages and the Sork Shoes. See if she goes for any more items. Yeah, it looks like everyone's actually going to recall against Authority. I think they know Dragon is coming up pretty soon, and they want to make sure they have full items, mana, and health coming into that fight.
Good word by Zion. He sees Rivington going back to the top lane as it is pushed, so he'll have a little free time up there to get some golden experience to himself. Looks like we're going to have a good first push here by MONOMANIAC. They're going to be able to grab this turret as our first gather together, and they'll finally start to push these lanes.
That's really smart.
Down the second turret here. Rivington is top, so they can easily take any fight that comes at them as long as they're not too far into the turret. They're going to choose the back, though. Clear the resources in their jungle. Still wards all around, so they don't really have to worry about that. But like you said earlier, still no oracles, so we're going to have to see one of those soon. Oh, nope. nRated has picked one up.
Yep, so there we go. The oracles on there is going to be really, really useful. Going to get that ward sweep going. They still have that pink ward over by Dragon. They put it earlier. Let's see. Urgot soloing bottom just as Rivington is soloing top. They're not picking up any kills just yet. You see Riven coming back over to the top lane, going to farm these minions up. A lot of gold being gained there. You can see they're starting to stabilize. 2-1, 173. 1-1, 171. So Rivington pretty much has caught up here with against Authority. And now they're actually, with that Oracle sweep, they're waiting around for this Dragon respawn. And MONOMANIAC are not going to be able to stop this if it spawns in the next 5 seconds. So, and I think it is going to spawn just after the 22-minute mark. And it's going to be against Authority pretty much for free. You're going to see Linak taking it up, more sightings coming down, and no one from Mono is stopping them. They're going to grab their blue from ParadoXical, but they've stopped dominating this mid game. So against Authority, have completely stabilized. And they're going to turn this one into possibly a very good end game. Or we can see if Mono have learned how to play the end game between yesterday and today.
This is going to be pretty scary. Now, against all Authority is going to, unless these fights happen completely out in the open or like right over a ridge where Paradox is right now, it's not going to be MONOMANIAC's in favor because they're not going to have the direction they need to get this damage down. A great Janna ulti will stop the fight as they walled off as well to escape from that situation. But as I was saying, Paradox needs to be able to see everybody. We saw the one fight happen just below mid-turret where he wasn't able to get any DPS out because it was so choked, and that's where MoMa just throws down his ulti. YellowStar can sit on the outside with Gatling and hit everybody that's trying to funnel in. So they just have a really good team that can fight in a tight area. We're going to have to see if MONOMANIAC can start these fights out in the open.
And ParadoXical, again, going for a very heavy offense build. So I talked about earlier about Cassiopeia. Normally they go for like Ryleys. I've seen Vormogs. He's going full offense. He's going Sork Shoes. He's already got the Voda, but he's going for a Death Cap again, which was much like his Morgana from the prior series against Dignitas. So we're going to see if this ends up panning out for him. This pure offense, high damage build. He's got a lot of gold. The thing is, now he's 2 and 3. He's actually negative in kills. So we'll see that ends up being a very big issue. Also against Authority, re-upping their blue buff. So Navy's going to be nice and happy again. Also, by the way, going for looks like a Death Cap there. With that needlessly large rod picked up. They finally do have an Oracles as well on Mono. They're going to really really like that because there are a lot of wards to earn gold from. Oh my gosh, they're actually going for Baron right away. And Nivea's super far off on the map, and Cassiopeia has amazing DPS. She actually walk in closer to get a lower cooldown on that Twin Fang, but they could blitz this down in time. I think it's down to 1/3. sOAZ nearby, Linak is nearby. I think they should keep going for this one. Can they get this? Yes, they do get it, and sOAZ now flashing over the wall. Can they get him down in time? YellowStar and Linak are both there. Yes, sOAZ goes down, and there's a swap on YellowStar. He's not going to live through this. Oh my gosh, MONOMANIAC bringing that one around. 5,000 gold up, a great wall for MoMa. By the way, maxes that second after Frostbite, puts 2 in Flash Frost, then goes for that max wall, using that for the utility there, and definitely needed that wall right there. So can MM push through? They have 20 seconds of 5v3, and with Baron buff. They should get at least 1 turret.
Looks like they are going to be able to grab this turret. They're just going to go past it, actually, and look for the kills so they can go longer on these turrets. But Great Wall is going to section them off. They're going to be forced to take a few turret shots to the face, but this turret is going to be theirs as they move into the first inhibitor turret of the game. It looks like Spartan is just going all out on this one. Straight aggression. He is going to walk past, so he loses that turret aggro, and they're going to go ahead and grab this.
Oh my gosh, they're going to get 1 turret. They should be. They will. Okay, yeah.
Great.
So the inhib was up. The problem is everyone had respawned from against all authority. They were all alive. Do not dedicate yourself to an inhibitor when they've all respawned. You've probably blown a lot of cooldowns. You're not all full health. You can see Zig at about 2/3. The same for Tarek. They don't want to fight kind of undermanned in that way. So you're going to send ZionSpartan to B. He's going to buy up some items. Has some armor already, so we'll see what else that turns into. Nintendu, though, going to be 1v4ing mid lane. Tarek.
Against all authority came out of the base on that one looking for blood. All 5 down lane. They didn't even have a minion wave yet, and now they're going to disperse into the jungle. Possibly clear some of these resources. Linak leaves Wraith. It looked like blue was gone, though. He may not have had vision on it, but they may have grabbed that away. YellowStar looking for a red, but he is not going to find it. May get a bottom push here. Since Baron is gone, they can kind of focus any lane they want. They don't really have to be in any certain position for an objective.
I'm actually surprised they didn't counter push mid for this turret. It's at half. They said everyone to go farm minions. They will get bottom. That's a decent trade there. But mid was pretty much free there, and they didn't really pressure it that hard. I'm a little bit surprised they would do that. But wow, MM immediately shoving back up top because there's Corki Redactin, and they're recalling in front of a turret. If a minion hits them, I would cry a little bit inside, but they will just go for this inhibitor right now. They have time, but problem is 2 are far away. And Maokai in from behind. They can get pinched now into a 4v5. He's going to go for the haste. They've caught up with ZionSpartan. He has a GA, though, so he might survive this. A lot of pain coming out here. A good wall as well. And there's sOAZ with the stun. ZionSpartan will be forced. No, he's still getting back, and there's a swap on a Linak. And they're going for the damage here. He's at half. And there's a giant stun on a MoMa. There goes 1. There goes 2. YellowStar might die to poison. Can they get a range? Yes! They picked up 3 kills here. This will be an inhibitor.
Wow.
And it could even be the game. They've actually picked up 4. Sorry, Jana. The only one left here. Zig's going to face tank a turret with about 260 armor. And this could be it. The turret's down to half health right now.
Yeah, that was a very great job, and it's exactly Paradox to use the ult at the perfect time. Everybody on AAA wanted into the fight, and he was like, I think not. Great job there. And we are going to have your first game of the day going to MONOMANIAC in this best of 3.
Oh, man, and they've just gained so many fans right now from yesterday and today. Amazing performance against Dignitas. Unfortunately, of course, they did lose that series, but only barely. And this game, against all authority, I mean, one of the top teams in the world, right? One of the only 8 teams to qualify for this event, the only team to make it out of the Europeans, and you know, Moscow 5 and CLG EU. A lot of really amazing teams came out of the qualifier against all authority. One of the only 4 to make it through that quali, and MONOMANIAC just looked ridiculous in that game.
They did so well. As I said before, I said they have that early game M5-esque. We're in your jungle, we're in your face. We'll even pull our support from bottom lane to gank mid at 3 minutes. Like, what's going on? They're just playing a game that not a lot of people have seen before. They're staying on the aggression. And after they go through that, we did see a little bit of a late game falter. They got a lot of early kills mid, but didn't use that to take any turrets. So it was actually the first turret going, actually a good turret trade in 10 seconds. But the first turret went to against all authority, even though there were so many kills in lane, they had a lot of chance to push. But they did a great job, as you said, focusing the jungle when the jungler is forced into a lane. Yeah,
their ability to control the early jungle was amazing. They took the first 2 golems and they took the first red.
Right.
And that set up their lanes for great things. Cassiopeia was far ahead of Anivia, and Olaf was far ahead of Maokai. And they took those team advantages, those early ganks, those early kills, and made them dragons. And they took dragon.
Yep.
They fought a team fight, they took dragon instead of these turrets. And so I was like, well, 20 minutes in, they're not going for any turrets yet. Like, they traded, but you know, this could get a little bit difficult for them. But as soon as they saw Anivia at the bottom there, they said, you know, Cassiopeia has blue. She can spam her spells on Baron and still have mana for the team fight.
Yep.
Let's get Baron. We can just blitz down Baron. And they did that, and they did that phenomenally, and that just snowballed the rest of the game. They picked up 2 kills. You know, the Renekton flashed in and tried to team fight, died. Corki was like, oh, crud, got swapped, flashed, still died. And they're like, well, 5v3, let's get 3 turrets. And I mean, they learned how to close out a game, right? I mean, MONOMANIAC was a team that almost beat Dignitas. Dignitas guaranteed top 3 against Solo Mid in the winners bracket finals, right? Phenomenal team, 2nd place at Hanover. Almost took them out, learned how to close out a game, beat against All Authority in game 1. They're looking as a favorite for this tournament Sunday.
There was definitely something different that went on last night. They knew that their late game was lacking a little bit, and they changed it out here. As you said, it wasn't a lot of pushing, but when they did get that Baron, they took down the 3 turrets. They said, hey, they're pushing bottom. Let's just go straight for it. You know, the mechanics and the mentality was all there. A very good game by MONOMANIAC. And we're going to have another one coming up for you just in a few minutes. If you're watching at home, thanks for tuning in. You're amazingly awesome. Everybody here, give yourselves a round of applause because you are amazingly awesome as well. And we'll be right back here from the Cosmopolitan with IPL4 after this.
Second time's a charm. I love this. You guys did your own wave this morning. I was so impressed, so grateful I didn't have to come out here and go, let's make some noise! So anyway, since you're being so good, I'm gonna turn it right over to the next game between Against All Authority and MONOMANIAC Esports. Guys, take it away.
All right, thank you very much, Rachel. We are going to be going into game 2 in just a few minutes here. Let's discuss a little bit what happened last game. That Cassiopeia pick, first thing, the MONOMANIAC was blue team, first pick, first ban. That's going to be switched over to Against All Authority this game. But that was a hellacious pick for them. They were just aggressive as hell with her, and she just continued to go into the jungle, taking those wraiths. One time was caught off guard, and you know that'll happen. You get out of position, your team gets caught. But a really great job with that top and bottom or top and middle focus, I should say, after continuously in and out of the jungle.
And I think MoMa also would really like to ban the blue minions. They actually caused the first 2 kills on him as well.
Blue minion deaths.
You know, I know
the
the internet normally is like purple caster minion is the OP one, but I mean this game is kind of telling you it might be the blue one.
Blue siege minion, 2 kills this tournament.
They're 2-0 against MoMa right now. They've gotten revenge for getting farmed by the ultimate. So yeah, so Against All Authority, Urgot and Cassiopeia, not shocking bans at all. Karthus and Cannon, repeat bans here from MONOMANIAC. So you know we'll see what comes through here. Shedding that last ban. So Against All Authority apparently not going to rely on sOAZ. MONOMANIAC says, yeah, we liked our bans last time. Grab Anivia, grab Corki. We don't care.
I think within these last 2 games, we also broke our Udyr statistic.
Oh, and yeah, you're right. Yeah, and this is the first time we didn't really see an Udyr come out. But now they're actually grabbing their own Morgana. So now we're going to see if now they know a third champ. Of course, they left Lee Sin unbanned. So ZionSpartan's going to grab that. Now, of course, Lee Sin can top or jungle, as can Riven, as can Olaf, etc. So there's really, you know, they haven't given away any cards yet. However, Against All Authority says, we're going mid with Morgana. 3 of the mages have been banned out. What do you want to run against this? Ooh. And MONOMANIAC says, you don't have a very assassin-y mage. We're going to grab Kog'Maw. We think, okay, yeah, Morgana's good at supporting a Kog'Maw, keeping him alive. But Morgana also can't easily kill a Kog'Maw unless you're cutie pie and face check brush all the time. You're not going to die to a Morgana very often. And so MONOMANIAC says, we know he's safe. We'll grab Lee Sin and kind of disrupt, kick people back. And let's see if they grab a more supporty lineup to say, we'll play carry Kog'Maw, we'll win that game, we'll win that way.
And we'll see what they decide to do here. Linak and nRated to pick their champions. We do see Udyr back into the mix here if Linak locks in on that one. We do have NintendudeX picking Kog'Maw for Zig. We'll have to see what
it could
Zig
be EPIK, to be fair.
It could, yes, it could be EPIK as well. And nRated going with the safe Janna pick as well. Very good for the team. Lots of shields on that team. Actually, right now, each player or each champion so far has their own shield.
Yeah, it's true. So you never know. Oh, Ryze coming out. I like that pick. Ryze definitely a very, very strong champion. Now, he has a little bit of trouble against Morgana, just in that she can push waves really fast, and Ryze does not have great AoE clearing. However, he does have the mana to spam and last hit waves. It's not hard to last hit a turret. It more just locks you up at your turret. It's not a Cassiopeia or a card this where you can kind of spam the wave and leave as well. He's actually going to be captive to Morgana's pushing. So again, he won't die. He'll keep up in CS, but MoMa will have a chance to roam, and he needs to use that to make this work. He's going to have bonus movement speed thanks to Janna's passives. Going to have really good ganking thanks to having Udyr on the team. Highly mobile, highly disruptive, a lot of damage as well. And so I think Against All Authority can ride that wave and play very aggressively, try to shut down this Kog'Maw and try to maybe hit on Lee Sin a little bit and get that kind of stuff going on.
They're really liking this Taric pick as well, giving that extra ability power and damage to the team with his ultimate.
Yep. Yeah, so Taric's going to be the babysitter there for Kog'Maw. We did not see him roam very much last time, but and actually I think now that you have a Kog'Maw there instead of an Urgot, you really don't want to start roaming there. I would expect to see Corki coming out again and be played there by YellowStar. That would make the most sense to me, but you never quite know. And of course, they still can pick their jungler or their solo top. Of course, Udyr can play both roles just as Lee Sin can. So this will give MONOMANIAC actually a chance to counterpick here to say, look, we have the last pick. You know, we can put Lee Sin anywhere, honestly. Let's see what you got, and maybe they can shut something down. Now, Olaf has been undefeated this tournament. We might see Olaf come out. I don't know if sOAZ or Linak know the champion very well.
Right.
Well, there's, of course, a chance there. Ooh, and Nocturne. So Nocturne going to be the jungler. Udyr going to be solo top. Yes,
Yep.
they will repeat on Corki. So these guys are going to be very, very good at ganking. They've got a lot of ability to wave clear and then switch around and get kills. So Against All Authority going to be very mobile in this lineup and have a good amount of damage.
Yeah, again, those shields as well. The only one without it is Corki. It's maybe we should. I'll put a ticket in for that when we get back.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Corki needs a shield to fit
But
this
there's
lineup.
still a great amount of just disable, and you're not going anywhere from MONOMANIAC right now. 2 on-point stuns of okay. Just do it. Just do it. But yeah, we do have the Kog'Maw Void Ooze, and then you're going to get Room Prisoned into Dazzle. That's a really painful team. So fantastic.
It is the Olaf.
It did Olaf, yeah. He called the Olaf,
And
and
again,
the
they can
Olaf is in the
switch.
game.
Yeah. So again, they can switch that back and forth. Right now it's on Nintendude. He did play a good jungle Olaf before. Zig, of course, going to be on AD carry as Kog'Maw. And there is a very beefy front line here for this Kog'Maw. It's going to be hard for them to get to him. Now, they can Black Shield the Nocturne or the Udyr and have them just say go. And that will work pretty well. They'll be immune to most of these CCs here. And I don't know, like, I mean, they could bait Rise to burst the Black Shields. They could actually stun someone, but I don't know if that's the right choice. So Zig could be under fire here. That is absolutely a possibility. They do have the ability to gank pretty successfully here. Corki, Janna, they can really kind of go in there, CC, and jump at that enemy champion and do some good damage. So I can see this work here from Against All Authority. Now, I believe that they were running also Leona a whole lot at Hanover. They ran Corki, Leona almost every game of that semifinals against Counterlogic, or the third place match against Counterlogic Gaming. And I'm surprised to not see it here because we actually did see that for Curse against Solomid, where they just said, Leona ult, Nocturne ult, Karthus ult, kill the Kog'Maw. And they made Kog'Maw 0-4. But KX still turned that one around. And they're not going for this here. They have a little bit less dive potential, but I think, and actually nRated has learned to bring Clairvoyance out here. You're going to see he's actually running the Exhaust TV, so no flashes. Now, flash is actually a very big deal for him in the last game. He would flash behind a Nivea wall, get jumped on, blow everyone back, keep everyone safe. Not going for that this time, says, you know, I'm Janna. Janna's naturally very safe. I don't need to flash ult. I do really want Exhaust to shut down that Lee Sin or shut down that Olaf, and Olaf will be jungling again. Lee Sin will be top. Says,
Still
you know,
no Exhaust for MM.
Yeah, he says, I need that CV. I need that Clairvoyance. So, okay, and yeah. MONOMANIAC not running Exhaust at all for themselves. They said they don't need it. They just have their own crack controls. They've got, you know, Rise with a root, Taric with a stun, Lee Sin can kick and slow, Olaf can slow, Kog'Maw's got slow. They all do have some nice CC there on that team.
Yeah. And if this is a little pressure on Nintendude to go 6-6 because every time that Olaf has been in a game, he has won. So let's see if he can keep that going. Olaf is 5 for 5 in any match he has been played in. Dyrus was playing him yesterday, wrecking some face top, and we have seen him in a few other games as well. Definitely a champion to be reckoned with, in this tournament. But oh man, and we'll see these two teams facing off in just a few minutes against All Authority and MONOMANIAC. MONOMANIAC really making a name for themselves. You know, on the tournament list, I was like, oh, we have a new name. Sweet. You know, it's not something we see a lot. V8 was able to do it last year and come in with IPL and whatnot, or Comic-Con. But to see these teams come out and then to wow everybody and take out these high caliber teams, like you said, Dignitas taking second at Hanover, coming from that with a lot more knowledge of M5 play, but MONOMANIAC, their first time on the camera, in a live event atmosphere. You know, your 100% comes down to here, but you're still playing at your top level, but they're still able to come out with these wins and just amazing games. We'll have to see if they can continue to bump up their late game, as their early game is very strong and the late game is lacking. But, you know, against All Authority, very well-rounded in all their compositions. We did see that they were never fully behind in that game until the Baron hit, but they were keeping up with fights even though they were low level. sOAZ was 2 levels down up top, but was still fighting against Rivington.
Kept up in minions and actually coordinated a couple of ganks. That Maokai gank sneaking through the brush was really, really smart. He had pushed the minions all the way down to the turret, said, "Okay, sneak into the brush down there." Oh, Rivington's going to fight me because he's been doing it all game. Kill. Let's take that one down. And they actually went for the turret right afterwards. That was a nice little move. Got a free kill on a champion higher level and got a free turret for it, as they're already pushing bottom lane. They're already going to lose that one. They managed to make that one happen. So both these teams know how to play. It seems that MONOMANIAC has learned how to close out a game. However, a lot of their key champions from last time have been banned out, so we'll see how this goes. But we're going to see them up on screen, the players' faces, as they get ready to go into battle.
And we are going to have blue team against All Authority. Your purple team will be MONOMANIAC. And these guys setting up there is MoMa, YellowStar. We'll leave Linak with nRated in the middle. So we are going to have sOAZ on the backside there. And these MONOMANIAC guys not very familiar with, but there is the team. They are poised and ready. These guys they're really cool too. They have great camaraderie with all the other teams as well, and they're always having fun in these games. Yeah,
absolutely. I actually know a couple of these players from way back in the day as well. Used to compete against YellowStar in our prior pro games. So it used to be called Psycho then. It was on Millennium, but Nintendude leading the charge is Broloff. Got to be a good choice there. Already learning Undertow, Boots and Potions. So actually interesting. He's juggling with Boots and Pots and not going for Cloth or Vamp or anything like that. Opening build. Looks like pretty heavy offense there for Olaf. Armor pen and everything else. Let's move down through this row. ZionSpartan on Lee Sin. Looks like pretty heavy on the offense as well. Looks like 21 offense for him. A lot of early AD. ParadoXical there on Rise, opening up with, looks like some Magic Pen there. 10 CDR, so 9021 is the build for him. Go down to Pixel. He's got a lot of early MRs. Looks like pretty heavy defense and MR blues as well. No CDR to speak of. So looks like 021-9 is the build for him. Finally down onto Zig as they just camp towards the top. Looks like, he does have the Magic Pen Master. No, wait, he has a cooldown reaction, but not the Magic Pen Mastery. I think that's a little bit strange to get the points there, but then not follow through with the Magic Pen, but has some early armor and MR as well. And as both teams are very far across from each other, let's continue through the builds. YellowStar opening up, 21 and 9 going to be the likely build on him. We've gone over, they might meet up soon. Sorry, I have to stop calling out builds because they're going to fight each other possibly. Let's see, Nocturne, 21-9 as well. So a lot of these guys going very heavy into offense.
The CV going down, and they finally see that they are there. Looks like they're going to try to cut them off, though. If they hook to the right, this is going to be amazing. And no, you can see them all saying, I think that's a bad idea. Let's actually stay. They were going to head up towards Tri-Boy. Wow, now they're actually going to counter.
Ships in the night, man.
Looks like Linak is law. Linak's going to walk right into this after his wolves. Nobody's gone to blue yet for him. He's going to get hit up right there. Linak is going down for first blood. A very nice rune prism to start that off.
Hey, and Jonna pulled for him. Look at that. Jonna already pulled the golem. However, here comes the rest of them. They actually want to fight this. They do know that one had actually recalled out. Cogmal's gone right here. And ZionSpartan's been caught out and might trap down. Will they get the damage output? Yes! MoMa trades back at ParadoXical, now at half health, getting chased out by sOAZ. And they've actually managed to stabilize the jungle right here. YellowStar, 5 gold on Corky. Nice,
not something you see every time. Usually it's very hard to take your jungle back. The vision is not there, but wards are all over the place. And they've actually left blue, and it has not been taken yet. So Linak going to come back finally, grab his blue, re-leashed again by nRated, and everybody back to normal positions as wraiths are being taken by Nintendude. Very nice job there. If you can get Undertow in the right position, you pull those raids in, you can get all 4 of them to hit at the same time, walk around, grab it. You take wraiths out pretty darn quick.
And
he's going to move to blue.
Against All Authority running a reverse Moscow 5. Normally your jungler at 2 minutes 40 is in the enemy red with Jonna helping you. This time it's my own blue with Jonna helping him. So Linak, surviving the early game pressure, does have his blue buff. Nintendude going through the wolves as well, both players in the same spot. But looks like there's a blue buff to be grabbed. Has been clairvoyance, they do know that he's there. But they're not going to do too much to stop. Actually, Pixel running around going to ward, Tri-Brush. Jonna actually putting some very early wards down as well, watching for pressure, but looks like she will not be stopping that Olaf anytime soon.
No, he's actually taking quite a bit of damage.
Yes, he is.
Oh.
He's warded him. No, not there in time, unfortunately. He could have run in there and stabbed at him a little bit earlier. Maybe would have done something for him. But YellowStar stuck in a 1v2, down to half health. Does not like that. Only has 5 minions to Kog'Maw's 15.
So nRated went straight for those wards. Those are going to be down by 5-6 minutes now. And you'll see the jungler around 4 minutes most likely come out from the jungle, try to gank into a lane, either mid or top. Since bottom warded a lot, it's not really a place you should expect ganks anymore unless the team is really, really pushed. You got somebody that can teleport in, but these guys are just going to do what they can to farm bottom now, push to their turret. And we may actually see Linak coming down here, but that early ward, as I said, is really going to help.
Yeah, that is the right place to ward when you are bottom lane there. It's the pretty much standard opening entrance there for that team. And you're going to see Linak. I just put a ward down, so they know it's warded if they were watching. It's going to expire 7.25 minutes. And you're going to see Rise. Last hitting at turret, not too difficult for him. You're going to see him just go with autos and with overloads and pick up every one of those minions. Oh, he missed one. What a
ZionSpartan either pushing sOAZ out or sOAZ just deciding to go back and get a Doran's right now for a little bit of sustain. Give him some health. He does still have the boots pots and word for top to keep himself alive. Zion doing very well, keeping that lane at 15. It's still Udyr has 19 creeps, so sOAZ was playing the fact that he was already up, and we'll see if he can continue this lane.
Yep, they're going to sort of stabilize here in mid. No one's actually taking any damage anymore. YellowStar, oh my gosh, Zig getting jumped on. Already at half health. This is very, very dangerous. The stun comes out from YellowStar. Zig, very, very low. Has a lot of potions that went boots and 5 pots for the opening build, thanks to that assist early on. Turn that into some health again. Let's see if he can stabilize here. ZionSpartan fighting sOAZ. A little bit of aggression coming in. Not doing too much damage on either side, actually. There's the stun. There's the tiger damage. And Linak coming around the side as well. ZionSpartan needs to be careful. Oh, nice. Jumps to a ward. Try to get out of the way. There's a stun in from sOAZ. Oh my gosh, there's a lot of pain. He's down very, very low. Will get picked up. Now can Nintendo chase down sOAZ? He tries. Yes, he does. Now going to dual Linak. Can he get the damage output? It's going to be close. Axe comes out. Oh, and yes, he does. Nintendo picking up a double kill. Excellent job. Chromasia yelled out by the crowd.
A very, very deceptive champion. Olaf only gets stronger as he gets lower. His attack speed increasing incredibly right now at 1.3 swings per second. And with that reckless swing coming down as true damage, it is going to take a little bit of his health off. But if he has W'd, that spell vamp is also going to heal him a little bit. So he negates that effect of him losing any health. And really working out well. Was able to take down 2 there. And you do not want Olaf to be that buff early game. He's probably going to be able to go ahead and finish the Wriggles.
Yeah, dude, his dad owns a dealership. You gotta not mess with him, man. Can't ban me. All right, anyway, ParadoXical still getting pushed around by MoMa. Now, of course, MoMa not opening with Doran's Ring is a little bit low on mana now, but you can just see him chain pushing. And you see how that manifests 39 minions on Rise and 47 on Morgana. So she is denying every once in a while a minion, but mostly keeping ParadoXical at his side of the map. And MoMa can recall, hitting level 6, buy up 2 Doran's Rings, 3 Doran's Rings, and a couple of wards. So MoMa pretty happy with his gold right now.
Psych, we do see MoMa coming back to his lane. Olaf just going for wraiths. No real counter, not as much counter jungling from MONOMANIAC this game.
Oh, early pressure at the bottom lane. Sorry, Pixel 3 taking a whole lot of pain right there. And then Zig fires back on nRated. That gank from Linak not able to do quite enough there. The stuns from Tarek helping them get away quite a bit.
Very nice job there. Zig also leveling his W up. He does have 1 in E, or Q and 1 in E. That Q gives him passive attack speed, and that E is going to be his slow. So you can see him maxing W for good objectives early game. He's going to be able to use that W to shred some health, as well as give himself some range, and you can really take an AD carry off guard with that.
Now let's see. So Zig, yeah, still spamming up. See the mid lane. Olaf came around for a little while. Is level 6 actually. Did beat Nocturne to that mark, but as soon as Nocturne hits 6, you're going to see some pretty crazy ganks come out here. Zig needs to be a little bit afraid of YellowStar. YellowStar got some good damage output, 3 points of phosphorus bomb. He's definitely a scary dude.
Oh, there we go, Nintendo creeping in.
Ooh. This is going to be for blue, right? Yeah, blue's coming up soon. MoMa, I don't know if he... he doesn't see him! He still doesn't see him! Now he sees him! Oh man, that would have been hilarious. I warded and everything. Yeah, he was already there. Oh, and they're gonna actually, no, Rise is moving over, but he's been warded off, so. Oh, they're waiting for Morgana to come over, and they're gonna try to gank Morg. But they have to know. I'm surprised they didn't camp around for it. I guess because nRated moved off.
Yeah, they have pretty much vision of everybody on the map besides Janna, so that's maybe why they're like, hey, let's not do this. Still, not too much going up top. They're just playing footsies. No real life trade there. They're just going for creeps. Looks like ZionSpartan is going to back. He does have 785 gold on him right now. Back to mid. And Morgana does have that blue rise with nothing yet, but he did just get the ping from Nintendude saying, whenever you want, come over, we'll distribute this blue, and you can push your lane just as much as Morgana.
Yep, and he has his Tear of the Goddess now. It's only 56 mana right now, so only 14 spells been cast. But, oh wow, Invasion from Against All Authority. This could be really good. Kog'Maw and Tarek are back, though. They actually recalled in time to support Golem buff.
Were they waiting for the steal? It's like they waited to challenge this fight.
Yeah, but they are here, though, and it's a 3 versus 4. Lee Sin coming down as well. They actually sent 5 down for the Golem. That's a bit of a new one, actually. And, oh my gosh, nRated. nRated. That was nice.
Oh, YellowStar getting hit by Undertow, but he does have Valkyrie to get himself safely out. Looks like MONOMANIAC is a little disgruntled about that, so they're going to take Dragon here.
All right, Linak is 6.
Oh,
that was actually pretty close. He smote early, but they did get that kill right there. ZionSpartan leading the charge. So they lost Golem. They did pick up the Dragon. Now, the gold and experience advantage is better.
Spartan! Dark Binding gets caught off guard. Corky, Valkyrie over blue. A very nice catch there.
All right, wow. And so the thing is, technically, MM are still ahead in gold right now because of that Dragon kill. Now, what I was trying to say is, technically, yeah, the golden experience, the advantage there is for getting the Dragon there. It's a lot more gold than Golem, etc. However, it doesn't give you any innate map control. Whereas this Janna now wearing a Golem buff, Ryze not wearing a Golem buff, it actually allows Against All Authority to pressure despite being down in gold. They're actually stronger on the map right now. This Janna able to spam out her abilities and actually maxing Zephyr first, using that for the heavy slow and wanting to play very aggressively. So using a 1 point in that shield and saying, no, we'll block some damage, but we really want to slow you. So I'm a little bit surprised with that. I've seen a lot of different builds, but I've not seen Zephyr first. And the red being stolen as well. Nintendude actually could have queued that if he had known. Has to be a little bit afraid of MoMa. And actually some good pressure there at bottom lane. Pixel 3 did put up a nice number of buffs there. And they're getting that turret down to about 2/3 right now. But Linak is here to kind of support that.
AAA or Against All Authority has a really great team of champions that can kind of just be by themselves. It's giving them a lot of access to the enemy jungle. You can't really throw Kog'Maw and let him run off by himself. Corky can Valkyrie away, so he's got his own escape abilities. Linak can pretty much do whatever he wants. So when they find these guys in the jungle, it's pretty much either, if it's Morgana, you're like, hey, Dark Binding, I'm fine, but I stole your Wraiths. So Against All Authority has a great team for just in and out of the jungle, being safe with one person. They don't have to move too much out of their lanes or do what they don't want to do at that point.
You're going to see Ryze continue to have the last hit at his turret. Gets every one of them. But again, Morgana, you can see, pushed him to his turret, took Raze. Oh, look, and she's back again for this lane. So, Ryze is getting punished on his own end, but it's allowing Morgana a lot of freedom. And that lane is going to be really useful there. And the thing is, MoMa's doing really well on gold. 94 minions, 1 kill and assist. So she's doing really well. And will continue to support this Corky, who's also very positive. 1-0-1, 75 minions. And, we'll see if Kog'Maw gets scary enough. It's going to be really up to Kog'Maw right now. Because I feel like Against All Authority are outplaying MONOMANIAC right now.
Wow, very nice. MoMa picking up an 11-minute needlessly large rod there with his 3 Dorans. He is definitely going to be throwing out some damage. Looks like sOAZ is just kind of camping it out here. They do see Nintendude entering the jungle. They're going to pincer on him here. Linak coming down, but here comes the stun. He may be forced to use his ultimate on this one. The ult goes off, and so does Ghost, and he is going to truck it out of there. It looks like Ryze will be on his backside, and they're just going to go ahead and set up to defend mid-turret after that.
Yep, and Corky actually making his way over. I think he wanted to participate in that fight. Didn't turn it into too much, though. And again, there's some free push coming out at this bottom lane. And I don't know if he's going to go up, get there in time to recover these minion kills.
Bottom lane, still not a lot of action down here. They're really trying to get the farm off. They're looking a lot at the AD carries this tournament. As I said, right now, their creep score is 84 to 100, so great job by Kog'Maw getting offensive here. We do see Linak coming out on the right side. Will he have the angle to cut off ZionSpartan? He did use Safeguard, so he cannot ward jump. He will be forced to flash there. Coming down, Olaf had a double kill on this exact matchup last time, but it looks like they are going to be forced to back it out. Great kick onto Linak. Oh! Dark Binding. Wow, very nice job.
Wow.
MoMa coming up at the correct time to grab that kill. Nintendude doing what he could to help, but he's like, sorry, bro, I'm out of here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to 1v3 that one. And there comes this Ryze. Oh, whoa, the damage out on the YellowStar. Will dodge the Dark Binding. Didn't need to flash there, actually. Was safe from that But you can see that now they're kind of playing a little bit scared. Rise running out of mana there. That blue steal really did hurt his ability to lane here. He's going to have to recall pretty soon for mana. He's only down to 290 right now. Bottom lane, though, a lot of damage coming out here. nRated looks like not going to be able to defend this turret either.
Yeah. Zig says, okay, we're done with this lane. I don't need to farm it that much. Let's start roaming a little bit. They are going to have a quick mid reset here, and the creeps are just going to be there. They might freeze it. Actually, he should stay for that creep wave. That's good money.
Yeah,
and he is going to.
Let's
They
see
may need to
Zig's
get a ward
money.
off here soon, though. They don't have anything on Dragon. Top getting hit up. sOAZ not taking too much damage. He is getting out. Nintendude, however, was being thwarted on taking those golems, and he's just going to stand off and watch Zion take him.
All right. See, he lived anyway, guys. It's okay. You can. Yeah, thank you, by the way, to this crowd. I want to say this crowd has been awesome and phenomenal. You guys
Yeah.
are amazing. You guys cheer for your favorite players. You help me not miss first blood. It's awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. And again, blue, MoMa wearing that proud, or they're zoning for it. Hold on. Yeah, blue's still up. Okay. They zone for blue. MoMa's going to go for this. Actually has a lot of timer left on blue buff.
Oh, good vision. Kog'Maw ulti going down. That's only going to give Bush, though, but now as you can see everybody, that's a Dark Binding on Rise? No.
Yep.
It's like, oh, it's a little too far.
Yeah, and Linak's going to just grab that blue smite. So they actually have sort of replaced the roles there and actually have been stealing away the buffs very successfully here. And they might actually stab for bottom lane. This Cog could get dived really, really hard. They're going around. He doesn't know the Morgana's here. Oh, this is going to be scary. Can he dodge the Dark Binding? No, can't dodge the ultimate, that's for sure. There's going to be way too much damage to deal with. He will go down. Nice job there by MoMa. YellowStar actually getting hurt kind of hard. I mean, he could pull a MoMa and die to minions here.
That's a really great job for MoMa to not just throw out the Dark Binding and understand that his ult was going to slow Kog'Maw. And then in mid here, sOAZ getting triple teamed for, there's a fourth. And he could get out of this one. That shield is back on. Oh no, Rise with the Q from around the corner before he broke the fog of war. Great Dark Binding though coming in.
That's a good trade there. They're only down 1,000 gold now, but losing 2 blue buffs, just having an inherent advantage on just sort of what sort of experience Rise is able to gain and what kind of things he's able to do. But with that kill, they're going for another dragon. They've already brought the pink ward. They did have that planned already. Excellent foresight by MM, and this could be pretty good for them. They're still 5v4. Udyr is dead. Nocturne is around. His smite is up. Looks like he will not go for it. Nice job there, Olaf, picking up that. Using a nice little combo there, using his E. And MoMa's here. MoMa does not have ult though. He's scaring him away, but doesn't have ult, so they're gonna jump in there. Black Shield's down. Linak is around. ZionSpartan getting hurt pretty bad though. Has not a lot of health left. Will drop down there. Linak will fall though. Nintendude very, very low as well. And nRated now getting chunked there. Oh, can he get the kill? One more. Oh, yes! Zig picks it up. Now scaring YellowStar. Does not get readed by Morgana, and they pick up a 2-for-1 there. Excellent by MONOMANIAC. Brought it back to 6-6. 2 dragons to the advantage. Actually, they've built themselves a 2.6 thousand gold lead despite losing the golem so many times. But they've got more turret kills. They've got 2 dragons. This is really good.
Yeah, they're doing a great job at focusing when the lane needs to be pushed and when the best time to do that is. Sometimes you'll come to a lane and the wave will be all the way back and you have to wait for it to push. It's kind of a waste of time, but we've seen them getting to the lane as soon as it's pushed. They've pushed out their opponent and they have free attacks on the turret. Great job taking down mid there. A little bit more gold that'll help out AAA here. 6-6 at 17 minutes into the game. We did just have Dragon, so we'll see the team setting back up for that in 16 minutes. It happened about 15:30, so we'll see that about 21:30. Morgana just Dark Binding as they can get away safely. It looks like there is some jungle to be taken, but they don't want to push all the way to that red as MM is starting to enter into their jungle as well.
Yeah, Linak only level 10 though. I feel like I guess everyone else is around this level. I just feel like the game has been going on. There's been so much going on. Like I'm surprised there are still single-digit champion levels here. But I guess Linak is keeping up in experience. ZionSpartan going to be wearing a red buff proudly. Going very, very offense heavy. Doran's Blades, Phage, just damage everywhere. Aside from those Ninja Tabby boots. So we'll see AA kind of grouping up towards the middle. ParadoXical nearby. But again, their buffs are down aside from that red, which they just grabbed. So I don't know if they're going to be afraid to open up into these team fights because, you know, just the buff advantages or what. But they are grouping up towards mid. This could be a fight pretty soon.
MoMa having a great game, already finishing that Zhonya's as well. We have the Glacial Shroud and Tear the Goddess as well as the Catalyst on Rise. So he hasn't been able to finish an item, but he does have really nice items that can complement his build.
Yeah, Nintendude though, so far 3-0. He's doing a good job for his team. Again, that Olaf has been undefeated so far this tournament. Thing is, he's way behind Nocturne and minions. Now, maybe that means he wasn't taking over lanes as much, but either way, his gold is only ahead because of dragons and kills. But 5K to 4K basically. He's actually Yeah, he's richer than a solo top. This Olaf, gonna be a very, very scary dude. Poor Lee Sin, 0-5. Pretty much all the deaths for his team. Poor ZionSpartan.
Linak waiting for top lane to push so we can get some creeps there and free experience. And everybody milling about right now. It's really going to be a next objective fight. I don't think anybody's just going to initiate out of nowhere unless it's somebody catches one other in a bush. The vision is really good on both teams. There it is. Finally, Pixel picking up the first oracles of the game there. And that'll be some nice ward clearing. You'll see how much of that vision in the jungle is going to start winning them their fights. Right now, they both have it pretty good on just each side of the river. More towards Baron. You can see all of the wards there. Both one from each team, and a few on Wraiths and mid. But this fight could actually happen middle to go for this push on mid tower. I have to remember that MM has nothing to back up to, so if it is a loss, or they have a disadvantage in the fight, they're going to be forced to just break off into the jungle and start splitting, and that's not what you want in a team fight.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary. If Against All Authority does catch MONOMANIAC, they don't have anywhere to run to, and that is definitely a disadvantage. Golden buff has just been grabbed, though, to get that one back to MoMa, which means about 1 minute until MONOMANIAC's blue spawns. And we'll see if they can actually manage to take this one away, or they can get their own blue for the first time since the very first one. There it is. The blue is up. It's been clairvoyance. I think Zig has been spotted here. He's going to pull it, but Jana's really good at stealing blues, by the way. And Raid has been playing awesome this tournament, aside from that one ward mishap. And Against All Authority, oh, they're baiting their blue and going for Baron. No, they're not. Never mind. I'm kidding. I'm wrong. I'm just kidding. They didn't have a Kog'Maw. All right, so MoMa once again doubling up that golem buff. Cog's got to be a little bit afraid, I think. Will they find sOAZ? A little bit? No, not doing too much just yet. ZionSpartan waiting in the wings.
Looks like they have good damage on that bottom turret. They're going to go ahead and come around the backside, take that down for a little more gold. Lee Sin needs to be stopped up top. ZionSpartan been able to just free farm there. He has quite a bit of gold on him right now. He has 1,200 gold. He's going to go ahead and buy himself something nice and tanky to sustain.
Pixel gonna get, oh my gosh, that miss. Pixel flashes beautifully away. MoMa, you've been hitting so many good bindings. I'm sad for you that you missed, because that was a free kill. YellowStar gets caught out though. Look at that damage. The stun is there as well, and goodbye to Corki. Now they will try to chase down. Can they get MoMa? Can they get sOAZ? They're running through. Nintendude is there. The axe toss hits sOAZ, and there's ZionSpartan. Kicks sOAZ up into MoMa, and they catch that Morgana for the kill. Moving on now, the red buff is up. sOAZ might want to take that. And they've pinged Baron. MONOMANIAC has pinged Baron. They're just running across. It's very obvious. They see them running. They're like, hey, look, the entire team running through mid lane. I wonder where they're going. Linak already waiting for
position.
it.
We do also have sOAZ and nRated coming up here. So sOAZ can get in there a little bit more. And nRated can really give him a Howling Gale if he needs to get out. Right now, he's just trying to go back and forth. Actually, stealing that Rune Prison off Rise would be great right now, but he's going to be the Dazzle first. There's a Rune Prison, so now I have full ability to go into this fight without being stunned, but it's only at half health, so those cooldowns are going to come back up. They're going to have to try to do that again and just waste the cooldowns for this fight to be easier. Linak is just waiting on the side here to come in and try and take this one. The ult goes down, so he can't see the team. He dashes in. Was it early? And no, they did not steal it. MONOMANIAC coming up with the Baron, and they're going to be forced to go back to base on this one. AAA is going all through the ward and vision, just missing that Q from Zion. Oh, wow, that was good vision by MONOMANIAC. They could have continued that fight as they did not lose any sight of Against All Authority as they were trying to exit the Baron.
Yeah, ZionSpartan, his flash was up, but he tried a really cute move where he put a ward down, safeguarded to it. Oh, nice little binding. They should be okay. He put down a ward and safeguarded to it to try to land his Sonic Wave afterwards. It just barely missed, though. Thing is, he also had flash up, which means he could have safeguarded to the ward, then flashed, then gone for it. ZionSpartan gonna find MoMa. The slow not useful against Black Shield. Still going for the damage. Oh, he jukes. He just barely has passed. And he's gonna kick her back into the team. Nice move. Oh, Sonya's dropped. Now let's see if MoMa can make it out here. A nice ult by Jana, but it will not be enough. Mono picking up a nice couple of kills there. And they're looking to be in really good shape right now. They have the Baron buff. Now can they close out this game? They have a 6,000 gold lead. And they have a kill. They could get 2 turrets from this, and they might be able to get more. We'll see what they're doing. They're just pushing through mid right now.
Yep, looks like they're going to push mid. They did have a ping on top as well. They said there's some gold there. We want to get top lane push. That'll be really nice, as they have the ability to split push with this team very easy with that range and with the movement they have on the team.
There's a ping towards bottom lane as well. They will clear a ward out. Tarek sees it. They will stay and kill that ward. Okay, there we go. Now, will they go for another push, or will they recall for items? Nocturne running through at the bottom. Looks like Against All Authority is going to reset right now. MONOMANIAC saying, we're only pushing because we had the kills. Right, they got the Baron, and normally when you get Baron, you want to kind of reset, buy, and go, but because they picked up a kill, they had time to push, then when the respawns happened, they went back and bought. That is a really good flow right there. They do know, they seem to be learning how to play this late game as the tournament goes on, because they're making a lot of right calls there with their advantages. They said, okay, we could press this, now we'll back off. They seem to be really good at not throwing away these advantages right now, and they need to keep that going to keep into this game.
Udyr, sOAZ getting himself farmed up, trying to push that lane out. He's got a good amount of creep waves coming in, and this is the time you want to use to push that mid as hard as possible. You make Udyr back, and you make sOAZ have to come down, and that's what they're doing. They're gathering in mid, pushing it strong. He still has a bit of a minion wave to get, so he's like, I want to grab these before I come back down. But that team is pinging for some assistance right now, and it looks like they are going to get down to this turret with a few creeps. It looks like it's going to be cleared quite easily. That Duskbringer from Nocturne just wiping through him with YellowStar's ultis. Good dodge on the Dark Binding. I don't think MONOMANIAC can do an under the turret fight yet, but they are very strong 5-on-5.
Pushing through, doing some nice damage to this turret. The rockets from YellowStar doing a whole lot. Has a Trinity Force as well, so he's going to be a big threat there. Zig, though, Infinity Edge and Azeel is a very scary man as well. A nice little spam coming out there as well. The Bear buff does give you a little bit of mana regen as well as health regen, ability power of attack damage, so he's going to kind of like being able to spam. It should be working pretty well for him.
They have 1 more minute left on that Baron buff to use. What will they decide to push? That top lane got pushed out again. Bottom lane can also be pushed right now. That's easy to focus.
Yep. 2840 going to be the Baron respawn if they do have to wait for it. Linak, spell shield goes down, does not land it in time though. And they're again going to poke for this turret. Pixel just going to tank. Ooh, Zig going to get knocked up. He's got to be a little bit careful. Terex heal still on cooldown right now. Actually maxing Dazzle second. I've not seen that very often, but that's what the build is right now. Let's see
here we go, pushing into the turret. A pretty good wave. They will get a lot of damage on this turret. Kog'Maw has his W on from the back. That's going to about 700 range. They are going to be able to take it here. Corki is in, but Nocturne going into a 5-on-1 here. His team was deciding to back the MoMa ulti going off from Morgana. Not much damage from that, but they are able to pick up 2 kills as Lee Sin finally taking down Nocturne. The focus now into YellowStar as he's getting out of the fight. So that Baron fight was actually pretty well done by Against All Authority. They were able to come out quite strong. A good Dark Binding. Lee Sin with the safeguard. It's not going to be enough. And that leaves Udyr versus Spartan. The Howling Gale with the pop-up. Can he get another bear stance? And he will. Grabbing himself a refreshed red buff and a kill on Lee Sin. They will now be chasing the Undertow to slow. And you really can't catch an Undertow Olaf, but he's not going to get that axe back. He didn't pick it up. Janna with the Zephyr, the bear stance, Howling Gale into Tiger. And they could turn around and make that enough. He can't get the hits off for any lifesteal. So unfortunate. And he goes down just too much slow.
Against All Authority, taking 5 for 1 against a Baron buff team. That was excellent. Their inhibitor is still alive as well, so they managed to stabilize. 5-3 on turrets. MONOMANIAC did pick up a nice number of turret kills. And I gotta wonder, should they have pushed this top turret and this bottom turret instead of going for the inhib? Because they got themselves in a very scary location. And you know, honestly, I feel like I just like how well they were doing at you know, closing out these late games and making sure they didn't throw anything. But I think they kind of bit off a little bit more than they could chew there. Specifically, Zig got a little bit overset and got picked up by that Nocturne really, really heavily. And they didn't even collapse on Nocturne that well. They kind of split their focus. They dealt with Morgana a little bit. They dealt with Udyr a little bit. But Nocturne was scaring away Kog'Maw. And Kog'Maw is always the most important champion on your team. It's hard for him to survive. He has no innate escapes. But he has the most damage of pretty much any champion in this lineup right now. You need to protect the Kog'Maw when you have the chance to do so. And I think they all should have switched to that Nocturne.
Here we go. Looks like AAA gathering together in mid. They did just see the power of a team fight right there, especially against MONOMANIAC's Baron, and they even initiated that fight after the turret went down, which is kind of opposite of what you would think. But they went in there, and as you said, the focus was all over the place, but they were still able to kite that fight into their favor and then come out with the ace against the Baron team. So Against All Authority, definitely high on emotions right now. We're going to see if they can carry that momentum into this next team fight and take it. Obviously, MONOMANIAC trying to do the same thing here. But Baron's going to be up in probably another 2 minutes. And there's going to be a stun, a Dark Binding. Pixel gets out before he gets stunned again, and it looks like they're going to be forced to flash out of this one. Zion saying, hey guys, I'm not taking much damage. Let's keep going for this fight. So they are going to continue. sOAZ goes for the bear stance though. The Tormented Soil landing on, will he be stuck in it? His ultimate not doing too much damage now, so they're not really worried about Morgana too much. The focus is left and right as they finally take down Linak. Great job by ZionSpartan, and the focus goes all awry as that's the only one they're going to get. And everybody's just so tanky right now. The cooldowns are used. You'll see them back out of the fight and reset to come back in, but nobody's really taking damage unless it's all on one. And that's what MONOMANIAC was able to do in that fight. Great job. Now they have the inhibitor. They're going to be looking for these lanes to push. Luckily for Against All Authority, their top and bottom lanes are past river right now.
Okay, so we got 15 seconds on Baron. Dragon and Lizard Buffer up. This is very, very close. So what could happen here is Against All Authority can do a comeback Baron because MM are all very low. They didn't go for the steal on red. They could have done so. I don't know if they knew it was up, but look at that. They're all recalling. Dragon's up, Red's up, don't care. They need to be able to get ready for this Baron. There's the recalls. Rise saying, I have enough health. I think I'm okay. I need to disrupt. Look at the vision. They do not see anything on Baron. They don't see Rise either, but they have to know that something could happen here. The team is all coming down. Rise will clear this wave, but they know Against All Authority is going to go for this comeback Baron here. Now, they don't have Nocturne there yet, so they're not killing it as fast as they could. And they are going to collapse there just in time, and they are going to find it. ParadoXical will dodge everything and not lose his Banshees, and they've forced Against All Authority to retreat right now. They put their ward down. Now they can go for red. Now they can go for dragon. They've scared them enough. Pixel has oracles. He can sweep these wards, and he can let his team hide away. All right, let's see it. Against All Authority waiting around.
nRated not with that oracles, so let's see if they can pressure this here. They're going to completely pressure it with vision. We do have nRated. He is waiting for half of a cooldown on Clairvoyance, so they have pretty much a run of the river right now. And it looks like they're going to start forcing this. They're just going in one by one, and they split off Pixel from the match. And it is going to be ZionSpartan and Nintendude coming back into that one with Paradox, so they have thwarted the fight once more, but that was a really good initiation. Pixel was like, dude, I can't do anything. I'm getting cut off. They actually almost took out Nintendude. Now for a challenge on the blue, whatever happens here, it's going to be the fight for Baron next. So these guys are getting ready to fight.
Yeah, so MM actually likes this positioning right now. They have their red elixirs on. They have Kog'Maw with red buff in the back, has an eye edge, and that Zeal still actually hasn't upgraded from that in a while. 900 gold right now. Could sell a Dorans for some crit. CV's going off both ways. The vision, though, not actually decent enough on both sides. They kind of get glimpses of the teams, know where people are kind of, but don't have full vision. It's about equivalent here. And Against All Authority looking to recall. I mean, minions are kind of bashing at the front door. They're losing out on a lot of minion kills here. Minions, oh, they might actually get this bottom turret for them. I like this delay tactic by MONOMANIAC. They're forcing them to wait, and that turret will fall. Excellent job there, baiting them around. And rated off on the sides. Exhaust is up. A lot of pings. They're pinging out where these wards are. They can all get spotted. They have no idea if they're going to get jumped on by Against All Authority. They're so afraid of Morgana right here.
CVs are down. Looks like they're going to thwart them off. A little bit of a pressure there. See what happens. Nintendude still wants to be the first one in that fight. Looking at the ultimates, they are all up for each team. CVs are down, however, so there's no vision for anybody if they start getting into the bushes on this one. The ward's still going down. Looks like they all go to mid, and at some point you're like, all right, we're not getting anywhere here. Let's start pushing. Top lane is now pushed all the way up, so that's going to help them. They're going to focus on that. Oh, wait a minute. They see him backing, and they see Corky going top, so they may start this. They're going to get a good amount of damage. Now, the idea is if they seriously want to fight you, you turn and fight them. You don't want Baron to assist them in the fight and do damage to you. But if they can get it to half health, they may just stick in there and try to do it. They're going to try to get out. They don't have Pixel in the fight, though. He's very low. It's pretty much Baron killing Pixel with the help of Nocturne. Linak taking advantage of that, but he goes down himself. He may have put himself out of position. His MoMa not able to do anything without anyone to peel him off him. Nintendude trying to stay alive, doing a great job of kiting the damage away, allowing Paradox and Zion and Zig to get another kill, and now the focus on to YellowStar. A great job by MM in the focus of that fight.
There's some really good damage here. Zig will not be able to follow through. Lee Sin trying to catch up to Janna, but she's a little bit too fast for him. And they did pick up a 3-2 right there. Yeah, that turret got caught out by Dark Binding inside of Baron Pit. He got Australia's off, which they desperately needed to get positioning. And they managed to allow, because Nocturne, I mean, Taric was almost like really good bait. He has a lot of armor, and Nocturne focused a 160 armor Taric. Of course, Baron did help, but then Cog was allowed to survive in that fight and stay there in the back and just throw out damage. They blew up Nocturne, and they blew up Morgana. ParadoXical about to die to a turret. So blue team's AI doing a whole lot of damage in this series. I'm going to go with MVP. I think I carried Las Vegas. Might go to blue team's computer. And actually, they left red up. They were so afraid that they left red up because they were like, no, we don't want to throw this game. They're all recalling, not in the brush.
Strong. Red's going to get a triple kill.
Yeah, I mean, it's been happening, let's be fair. So,
like
Pixel, dude, come on.
He is real far out, and he's going to get bared too, but not enough. He did have enough distance between that. Running around with the oracles. pretty tanky at this point. 142 armor with that shatter and a little bit of magic resistance.
So Dragon's still up. The ward coverage, though, for Against All Authority very low because they know they are afraid of this map. They could have swept that, unfortunately, for MONOMANIAC. But this Dragon has been up for a while. You can see he's chilling there at the bottom. And let's see what this turns up into. There we go. Ryze going to grab blue. Doesn't need it that badly. Already has max CDR, but I guess you could use the mana regen. Although I would have given it to Kog'Maw, honestly. Like, Kog'Maw with blue has a lower cooldown. So let's look at Bioarcade Barrage, right? 17-second cooldown and a 8-second duration. So it's only up for about half the time. When you drop that 17-second cooldown by 20%, which is what blue buff does, you drop 3.5 seconds off. You go from the 16.5 to 13, and now you're up for 8 of 13 seconds, not 8 of 17 seconds. That is a very, very big DPS increase. It's actually a very big deal to give that blue to Kog'Maw sometimes. And honestly, ParadoXical should not be running out of mana in team fights. He's actually not going to get a whole lot out of it. They would really have to give up Kog'Maw. It's actually a very big deal there.
They're going to hit this really hard. You'll see Kog'Maw just chunking away at it way faster than Against All Authority as they were going. They do have a Wriggles, however, and they're going to come in to challenge this. This is the point where you keep going for Baron, and they do have it. The fight will initiate with Nocturne going in. Linak gets dropped quite quickly. The focus is just not enough. They're all trying to get away from the Morgana ulti, and it's really Pixel taking the amount of damage from that. sOAZ going down as we just see MoMa follow quickly after, and it's going to be left up. We do see Janifal. nRated goes down. And we'll have to see this. Here comes the push. They do not have turrets to guard 2 inhibitors. They also have a choice of where they want to go. And actually, it's going to be a surrender off by Against All Authority. The GGs did go down. MONOMANIAC making a name for themselves here. Day 2, able to pull that one out. And it looks like we're going to have a game coming up after this. But let's get down to the nitty-gritty of what happened here. We kind of poked a little bit at Paradox for saying, hey, we've seen you only play Morgana. Nobody's really banned your Morgana. What else can you do? Okay, you showed us Cass and went
Ryze.
Full aggression, and then just had a great Ryze game, was able to come out strong in there. Everybody else, however, playing fantastic, and it looks like we will see Olaf going 6 for 6 in the tournament. Every time he's been picked, he has won. Yep,
Nintendo playing an awesome Olaf, unfortunately, Against All Authority. Exceptional players, great guys. Can you please give Against All Authority a round of applause for showing up today? You guys are awesome. Best of luck to you in the future, but unfortunately, they have been knocked out of this tournament. Unfortunately, actually going 0-4, but MONOMANIAC now in the second round of the losers bracket, and they're 3-2 on map so far. They take a map off Dignitas, they 2-0 Against All Authority. They're looking really good. I mean, they actually made a comeback in this game. You know, they started out the first game really, really strong, then lost a couple kills and closed it out. This game, they started getting pushed on and then turned it around, and they've been doing really, really well.
They really played the kill game. Again, highest in kills in the game. Just coming out. We did see a little bit of a lackadaisical part in the laning phase until they grabbed Baron, and then they kind of, as you said, may have talked about their late game, but they switched it up. We didn't see a lot of this yesterday. We still saw a lot of laning after big objectives where you should take that advantage and start pushing the turrets. So they really changed a lot just from last night to today. Maybe even playing against Dignitas is what gave them that.
Yeah, so do you think that MONOMANIAC's now favorite for the tournament?
I would like to see MONOMANIAC do very well. Nobody but TSM has really showed us anything completely different. Their jungle has also gotten a lot better in early games, so I would love to see a TSM MONOMANIAC matchup.
That would be pretty crazy. And we're going to see if that ends up being the case. Of course, we've got Dignitas Team Silamid in the winner bracket finals. Those teams are both guaranteed top 3 at this event. One of them's going to get at least second, one of them could get first. And we actually have some minor updates. Looks like V8 actually was doing very, very well. I think 25-10 in kills in their match against EPIK. So it looks like they're doing pretty well. Actually, interestingly, so Udyr, right, only hasn't played 1 game.
Right.
It's actually 1 of 3. 1 win, 2 losses, 33% win rate. Every other game has been banned. Everyone's afraid of him. But you know, Kog'Maw actually does have a loss, by the way, 89% win rate. So Kog'Maw still showing up that. John actually going half and half, only winning half her games so far. But Soraka might be undefeated. Thanks to Skara. Lulu almost definitely undefeated as well.
Middle, yep.
Yeah, so
we saw a little AP top as well yesterday from Lulu.
Yep. So, you know, it's interesting to see, you know, what these guys can do with their champions. But we're going to see MM go through, and I believe they're going to be fighting either. I want to say it's either Curse or CLG. I think that's how the round's going to pan out. And then
I'll go with you on that.
Sure, I could be wrong, of course. I called that CLG was going to fight Dignitas as well, and I was wrong there. But so we'll see how that pans out. But with this series done, I believe the goal is to switch over to the other series. and that we'll after we break to a commercial break, we will have the EPIK versus V8 series coming on next, and it will continue on with the rest of the tournament as well. So don't go anywhere. We do have much more League of Legends action coming to you today and tomorrow as well. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Something revolutionary has arrived. The new standard in graphics from AMD is here, redefining virtually everything that came before. Higher frequencies, more memory, better frame rates, superior resolution than our previous generation. And the world's first 28nm GPU.
The new AMD A-Series APUs give you discrete level graphics and multi-core CPU power, all on one chip.
Hey, League of Legends fans. I hope you enjoyed those games from MONOMANIAC Esports and Against All Authority. I just want to let you know that this company, Riot, that makes this game that we all love so much, has really come out in full support of this tournament. So for the people who have purchased VIP passes, they have a little something special for you over in the corner at the Riot booth. And for everyone else, they didn't leave you out. They brought a ton of limited edition Riot Nasus codes to hand out to you. Not only does that unlock the skin, that unlocks the character. So you're getting a little 1-2 punch there. But I really want to say thank you to Riot for coming out, for doing what they do, for making such an incredible game, for continuing to support this game with amazing updates. Thank you so much to Iron Stylist and Ginsu who are over there. They're signing all the posters for the VIP players, or sorry, for the VIP viewers. And big thank you to our Riot casters here. We have Rivington III and David Phreak Turley. Let's give them a big round of applause, sitting there looking so handsome. Now, the Riot employees want me to let you know that if you see them in the hallway, you see them walking around, you see their iconic t-shirts, feel free to walk up to them to say hello, to complain about balance, or to get an autograph. I'm sure they're going to love me telling you that. So thank you so much, guys. We're going to go to a short commercial. We'll be back shortly with more games for you.
See if we can go higher. So this would be 8,420 if we can make it. 8,429.
Congratulations, everyone. That is awesome.
I'm Jeff In Control Robinson from Team EG, and this is Kingston's HyperX Genesis. It provides an ideal speed boost to increase the performance of your PC without the added price tag of hundreds of dollars in component upgrades. Genesis offers outstanding thermal dissipation, high frequency speeds, and low latency, so it's a perfect match for PC enthusiasts, system integrators, and gamers running Intel's i5 dual-channel motherboards.
Get brilliant HD with AMD A-Series APUs at www.amd.com/vision.
Hello everyone, Travis here with ParadoXical from MONOMANIAC Esports, of course the AP mid from that team. Congratulations on your win, man.
Thanks. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Hey, you know, I just want to ask you, because the thing that really stood out from that first game for me was the very beginning when you were going up against MoMa, and you know, you got ganked or almost ganked, and you instead of dying, you actually took MoMa out.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I like to play really aggressive on Cassiopeia. The ganks, they were actually pretty well executed. It's just I think MoMa kind of made a mistake going back in, but like he took a lot of creep aggro. So I don't know. I kind of actually got a little bit lucky, but yeah. And then I don't know. I didn't really think I played that well first game, to be honest. Those race steals, they didn't exactly go over well.
Yeah, I know you kind of got caught in their jungle
Yeah.
one or two or maybe three times, but
Cassiopeia is a really strong champion, though. She can make a comeback like really easily. Her scaling's just amazing. So I don't know. It still kind of worked out in the end. So.
do you think she's a little too strong, or do you think she's at a good place?
I think any more early game nerfs might hurt her a little bit. Like the scaling nerfs last time, it felt like she was in the right place for her kill potential in lane. But she could use maybe like a little bit more nerfs on maybe the ultimate for the team fights. But in general, she's definitely very strong. But if they're gonna nerf Cassie, they gotta nerf her eyes.
Right. So hey,
Game too,
I guess like two weeks ago, how long ago was it that you actually subbed out? You switched 40% of your team to
yeah,
two players.
Yeah, it was a week and a half ago. Yeah, it was just complications with dedication. Not necessarily dedication, but like the availability of them.
Right.
There was just some issues, and Zig and Zion, we knew them kind of well, and they kind of fit. So yeah, we picked them up. We practiced the last week and a half, and came to Vegas.
Yeah, so I mean, I think that a lot of people looked at those two changes and really were questioning how well you would be doing at this tournament since it was so last minute, and you know, concerns about how much practice and scrimming you'd be able to have with them. Are you surprised at all by the results that you guys are having here?
Not entirely surprised. I mean, we're doing a lot better than we thought we would. Like those Dignitas games, we really felt like we played well.
Right.
Like the early game, we controlled it. But I think the lack of practice and we haven't been together as a team for a very long time, as us five anyway. So sort of the ending the game, we kind of just didn't do it. And
Yeah. Yeah, actually, that was something I was going to ask you about, because we've heard casters and, you know, some of the other people started talking about how, as a new team, and a lot of new teams have this issue where, you know, you guys play great in lane, you know, you can grab a Baron or whatever, but you have a hard time closing out the game.
Yeah.
Do you agree with that?
Well, a lot of teams, they in scrims too, they just forfeit when it gets down to that point. So you never really think like how to end the game and playing it. It's like, because any mistake and the other team just slowly pulls back. And I mean, I don't think those Dignitas games, or the final one anyway, could be pinned down to like one mistake. I mean, we watched over it, and there was a series of like 10 mistakes in a row that we made that just gave them the advantage back and gave them a chance to pull back into the game and win.
So did you do research on Against All Authority before?
Yeah, last night we basically hooked our laptop up to the TV and we watched a bunch of replays, a bunch of games they played at Hanover and here yesterday. So we kind of had an idea. I mean, we actually basically copied CLG's bans the first game. I mean, they just those we didn't want to deal with that, so we banned it. And I think that the fact that we played Morgana every game versus Dignitas, they kind of and that they didn't really know about Zig Zergot either. So I feel like game one, we kind of got like exactly what we wanted to, simply because they didn't know who we were, you know, where we were coming from, because this is our first LAN event. This is our first big tournament, so.
Yeah, actually, speaking about that, what is this like for you, being at your first big tournament?
It's pretty surreal. We never really dreamed of this. We just kind of played solo queue.
Yeah, I know that a big cheers from the audience. I know that you guys are, you're here in Vegas. Anything? You guys just hanging out in the room at night, or you?
We went out a little bit. We got dinner, Panda Express last
Panda
night.
Express, yeah, living up big in Vegas.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pretty awesome. Being underage doesn't it
Right.
kind of takes a lot of the fun out of it, but it was a great trip, great event. Thanks to IPL for this. I mean, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So
Dignitas actually pushed you guys down into the losers bracket.
Yeah.
Are you going to be able to get back out of it? Are you going to win
We'll
IPL?
find out.
First event, you'll get first place?
I mean, first place it'll take a lot of work.
Yeah.
I think we have a chance at top 4 for sure.
Oh, fantastic.
I hope.
Yeah, good luck. And hey, you have any shout-outs or anybody you want to thank?
Shout out to my team, sponsor. Our sponsor basically just fronted this whole trip out of his own pocket, which was just pretty amazing because we couldn't have gone otherwise, basically. So that was pretty amazing. And a shout out to Amy.
There you go. What about I know your family's in the audience. You want to give them a shout-out?
Sure. Thanks for coming and supporting us, and yeah, thanks.
Big cheers from the audience. Hey, thank you for the interview, and best of luck in the rest of the match. And I think we're going to head out to a break now.
This special presentation of IPL is
Dude,
brought to
great
you
job.
by
No
Astro
problem,
Gaming.
dude.
Check out the
You
latest
came across
award-winning
super-
gaming gear at astrogaming.com and follow @astrogaming on Twitter.
I love them. Sorry, guys. I love K-pop, and I know we have some new K-pop fans in the audience, so welcome. Welcome to K-pop. My time up here is coming to a close this afternoon, but I'm very excited to welcome the voice of Riven, the lovely Cristina V. Guys, give her a round of applause.
Hello! So, me and Rachel actually have a plan. We're thinking about learning these K-pop dances and...
Did you guys dance?
Yeah. Since you guys are so amazing, maybe tomorrow or something. We'll be up
let's
here
not
and
write
we'll
any
dance.
checks that my body can't cash. I can't. Well, we'll try, absolutely. But in the meantime, you guys can follow me at Seltzer, please, on Twitter. Definitely give these guys a follow. That's Rivington III and Riot Phreak. Cristina V without the H, Cristina. And that's, you know what? I'm just gonna let you do your thing. I'm gonna get out of here.
Let's give her a round of applause. She'll be back with us later. And I'm sure she'll be on the StarCraft stage as well. So, during this weekend, I've met many great people, including these two very talented fellows, Phreak and Rivington. I'm going to give it over to them for now.
Thank you very much. Actually, I'm going to request from you real quick that we get a ribbon before you leave the stage. All right.
Okay, here's the thing. I don't play Riven, I play Lux. So, so I need to be fed a line. What does she say? That's Lux, though. That's not Riven. Huh? What is broken can be reforged. Thank you. I'll be here all weekend.
All right, guys, one more round of applause for Cristina as we get this match underway. We will have this between V8 and EPIK. V8, Phreak, this first game. Give us a little rundown of what went down.
All right, so it started out, so EPIK ran for double AP setup, Ari Vladimir, pretty standard comp otherwise. EPIK ran for double AD. They ran Ezreal Soraka bottom, Corki solo top. Those AD carries combined went 20-2. 9-0 Ezreal, 11-2 on Corki. They won that game, so yeah, they're up 1-0 right now. Yeah, right. Weird, right? Like a Fed Corki's doing well. So V8 are up 1-0 in its best of 3. EPIK, do or die, or they get knocked out right now. They need to win this game to push themselves through. Of course, they can do this. They'll do the best they can. But these players, I believe, are actually ready to go. So you know, these guys, we see these sort of new lineups for both of them. EPIK actually switched out their jungler and ranged AD in the very recent past, and V8 haven't seen them since New York last year, and of course they have a new solo mid now, Takashi X.
And we have jumped into the champion select here. We'll have to see what these new players give to these teams. They have been playing quite well, although in the losers bracket, looking to build themselves out and back into the winners. We do have Morgana, Shen, and Udyr being those bans. Udyr, the high-focused and pick of this tournament so far. The Lee Sin is going out as well. Haven't seen too much from either of these teams in the tournaments yet. I believe their games were off stream yesterday, rather than a few of them. And we do see Kog'Maw finally being banned out, and Dejana. So a lot of picks that we've seen throughout these games. Westrice picking up Corki. They do not like what happened with that last time from Tree Eskimo's hands. And we'll have to see what Muffin Cutie and Takashi pick for here. Will they pick for themselves or decide to pick for someone else?
There's two things I like about what happened right here. So they banned out the Udyr away from mostly from Tree Eskimo. Also, Westrice also knows how to play solo top Corki. He's actually been playing that quite a bit throughout EPIK's history. And so, normally we see these picks that like Lee Sin or Olaf, and you're like, well, are they mid or are they top or what? Corki's the same thing. He can kind of go anywhere. You could theoretically play him solo mid. It's not very likely, but you can see that coming out here. Dr. Mundo actually, again, I've seen Tree Eskimo play solo top Mundo. That is actually a possibility here. And so, that could be the jungler or the top. Ken in the same way, Ken mid or top. Or if your Moscow 5 plays ranged AD. So a lot of sort of ambiguous picks coming out right here. There's a lot of possibilities. The other option here, no, never mind. The strat that V8 was trying to run earlier was double Woda plus Maokai plus Soraka, and just like nothing dies was the plan. Unfortunately, they didn't manage to make that one happen in that game 1 against Team Solo Mid. But instead, you see EPIK actually grabbing the exact same lineup so far as V8. They've got the Corki in there and the Soraka. And of course, Corki Soraka can be a big bully lane. Ooh, they are grabbing a Maokai. I like that. A lot of durability coming in there. That Maokai ultimate's going to absorb damage from his entire team to sort of keep them all alive. And Soraka can use that ultimate of hers to heal everyone else on her team so they can kind of keep themselves up for a very long and drawn-out fight.
That's a really good pick for not seeing what's coming out next, because you're already seeing Kennen. You're like AoE. They may focus more AoE, but we have a way to negate that right now. And there is a little bit more AoE coming down. We do have Unstoppable choosing out Leona.
Yeah, Leona's a good choice. Yeah, and so if they bring Ignite, they can try to overpower the Soraka heals, or Salsi could be playing AP mid Soraka. Of course, Dignitas did bring that out. Skara played her twice. And actually more than twice. I think they played her every game against CLG and the last game against MONOMANIAC. So there's a lot of chances here, and they are going to grab in. Tristana going to be a nice one there as well. A lot of aggression, brings her own healing reduction, which means that Soraka not going to have a very fun time fighting against Explosive Shot here. Could be some awesome stuff. Riven is going to be grabbed, and it might be Ashe as well, so that could be that double AD setup that we saw earlier. Soraka Ashe, very safe lane, can also spam, has a lot of CC there. Riven now I'm just confused at what the champions are. Okay, they're going to grab up that Vladimir in there, and so it looks like it's going to be, Corki Soraka bottom, Vlad Riven for the solos, and then Jungle Maokai.
Now look what Tree Eskimo has to grab up here. They do have a jungler already. It looks like they're looking for a top lane or mid AP if Takashi decides to switch out where he's going with that.
Yeah.
And they're deliberating quite a bit on this pick after that switch. They're saying, hey, should we, run something unorthodox again, or are we going to go straight for this and do a team 5 support your tanks and your DPS?
And the thing is, these two solo lanes are very hard to gank. Both Vlad and Riven are very good at saying, we don't care if you're Mundo and you're like Sion, which they brought out before against solo mid. We'll just pool or dash or whatever and get away. So all of EPIK's lanes are very, very, very safe. They're a little bit susceptible to getting counter jungled because there's not a whole lot of damage from Vladimir early on, and so that top side can get kind of pushed around. But Malphite actually makes a lot of sense. They're against a fair bit of auto attacking. Maokai's more of a tank than a damage dealer, so their only mage damage is from Vladimir. So having that Malphite come in and just land that AoE attack speed slow can work very well. He can stack armor. He can survive Mash Meat, survive Westrice. And for Salsi, known for his Vladimir play, and he's been playing for a very long time as well, kind of known for that champion. It's kind of his marquee guy. Could be a lot of cool stuff going on here. So let's see. I like this Tristana and Leona lane. I think that's all going to be pretty good.
Wow, so they switched it up again. Maybe we'll do a little bit more switching as they're just fiddling around here. We did see, I believe V8 played Jungle Malphite as well within one of the games.
Yeah, they played Jungle Malphite that first game, yeah.
Right, okay, so they have brought that out. And Malphite would be a pretty good lane versus a Riven if that is what they choose to do here, is they're just throwing everything around and having some fun. But that armor, he has the armor just being Malphite because he's Malphite, he's a rock, but it looks like they are going to jungle him again. And we may have a Mundo top, so he's going to keep his distance from Riven. He won't really be able to do too much until that 6, and he can get back into the fight. But you never know, if he plays his lane correctly, he does have Exhaust to her Flash and Ignite, so he could easily come out on top if Burning Agony is doing the amount of damage he needs it to do. And it looks like we will have that Kennen middle, so Kennen versus Salsi. We'll see how that plays out. Usually, Kennen player would have the upper hand in the first few levels until Vladimir can get that pool on. But after he pools, Takashi should be extremely aggressive because he's not going to be able to do enough damage. Salsi isn't to Takashi to really make him get out of lane. So we'll have to see how he plays that. Usually Kennen can be pretty aggressive against the Vladimir.
Yeah, this is a very, very good AoE team. So they kind of come in there, open up with a Malphite ult, open up with Leona ult, and follow up with Kennen. They have a lot of area effect, hardcore lockdown. They have a lot of hard stuns on this team. The only one who doesn't have really significant CC is that Dr. Mundo, who is going to be that solo top for Triesmo. So we're going to see, really the first time solo lane Dr. Mundo coming out in the tournaments, and so far the only team to pick out Malphite as well. And just for some little, cuteness, Unstoppable X, Malphite's ultimate Unstoppable Force.
Yes.
You got to figure he's got some favoritism there. I think that's on purpose.
You know what we haven't seen a lot of is YellowStar in this. And it just kind of reminds me of the Malphite ult because that's what he's doing all day long. And YellowStar is the headbutt pulverized. But Malphite just a little bit tanky all the time, doesn't have to pop an ult to be tanky. So he definitely initiate with slows, his ultimate, the ground slam, slowing attack speed, which is going to be huge if he can get himself around any of the DPSers. So there's definitely a lot of utility that comes out of him to assist the team in a fight. But like you said, if they can focus those ultis correctly on V8, they could be really thwarted by ClakeyD's ultimate on Maokai. That's going to be huge for them, as well as Hemoplague going down to get that damage returned and trade back in that fight. So both of these teams about to go head-to-head. We do see it is going to be EPIK versus V8 here as we go into the splash screen. Phreak, what else are you thinking about this game that maybe we haven't seen from V8 or EPIK?
So, I don't know. I haven't seen a lot of their games, unfortunately. I haven't actually seen a streamed game of EPIK until now, so I don't actually know how the game's been going, except for like leaning over Element's shoulder and being like, okay, they're up 2-1 in this game so far, and he's Leona. Okay, now back to the streamed game. So, I don't know quite what to expect from EPIK. They have a new lineup this tournament. They've got Westrice now on full solo top duty. Normally he was kind of switching around. And they've got, Mashme now as their hardcore AD, and they've picked up ClakeyD as their jungler here, and we'll see if that works for them. V8, I know a little bit better. I know a lot of the players from way back when. I talked to them all before. And so I kind of know more of what they're up to. And I like this sort of long-range, initiate from 1,000 range, stun team. I think it's just a more powerful setup.
This would actually be a pretty cool level 1 fight, as nobody really has too much of a stun. Westrice can get in there, and ClakeyD can get in there, but they have an upper hand if they try to invade on V8. It's really just a lot of slow cooldowns on the Shuriken. It's actually 6 seconds when you start, so he'll only be able to throw a few. But those cleavers, they'll be able to get some of those shards out from Malphite to slow somebody down. So they definitely have a kill team, but they don't have any stuns. We'll have to see if they choose to level 1 invade.
Okay, yeah, and we'll see. They are actually now into the game. So guys, if you want to cheer up for EPIK to take this game to a game 3, let me hear you guys in the audience. And if you want V8 to bring this one out 2-0 and make it into the next round, let me hear you for V8.
All right, Phreak, it looks like everybody's just getting themselves to their lanes here. Everybody going straight down mid. They get a ping for Wraiths. It looks like we may have them set up on that side. They're waiting to see everybody gathering, and they're going to start heading in here.
Yeah, we'll see what they're up to. So it looks like early aggression from V8. They've been spotted by a Maokai sapling. They're going to ward as well. I think they should have warded the brush instead of right there on the ground, but now they can't tell if they run this way and down to the left, but looks like they'll be fine regardless. Of course, they put their own ward down, and they should have seen the particle there, so I believe EPIK does know that brush has been warded. And it's always a good idea to try to counter the Maokai saplings. You're going to see he's actually going to wait down over here and use the saplings and go for wolves first instead. Oh my gosh, they can catch Westrice. He needs nerves of steel right now. Oh my gosh. Oh, he's running away!
No.
Oh, he's been caught by Darshan. There's the cleaver. Aphromoo. Nice job there. And I like the patience of V8. They did not burn more than that one summoner spell. You can see Ghost was used by Mundo. Okay, that's a little bit of something. But they said, okay, she flashed away, but she has like 30 health. Only Tristana needs to go. You guys don't all need to chase her. They kept their flashes up. That was really, really smart. And now they've tanked the Maokai saplings. They're going to actually take more of Mao's jungle. Of course, he gets the race, so he's going to be fine. But still, like I like these moves that V8 are making, and they're, of course, going to take his blue away. And nice. They left one of those wolves. It's actually going to chase Takashi around. But they're going to be okay. He's going to pull that up, and it's going to be a nice little blue buff there for Unstoppable X.
Yeah, they're doing a really great job of using this advantage. They're going to go ahead and safely take the jungle out. And everybody returning to lane. You got to be careful. If something doesn't happen on your invade, you might actually fall behind in the early game. If you don't get a kill, it's usually a better bet just to go ahead and back. And oh wow, Leona Muffin Cutie going top quite early. Riven still level 1. Tree Eskimo could be close to leveling to 2. Actually, both of them might. And they come in with 3v1. Westrice could be just babysat all game here. It looks like he will be shut down again. Quite unfortunate. He used his flash to get away earlier, and it will be another kill coming out. A nice job on Tree Eskimo. And those kills actually going to Tristana and Tree Eskimo on the 1-1. So 2-0 now, 2 minutes and 40 seconds into the game. An aggressive tournament from all teams, as most of the kills are coming out in the first 5 minutes.
Yep, so you're going to see that ClakeyD finally has cleared out that wolf and that golem. That's what happens when you get counter jungled. As soon as you pick up your first buff, go ahead and check the other camps that were counter jungled, because you will want to clear those, get those to respawn for you. Good teams will often leave a wolf behind. It's hit and miss whether they'll leave the golem behind. I think it's better to actually finish off the entire golem camp so you have the timer, but it's kind of up to the teams and what they kind of want to do, if they just want to delay or if they want to counter jungle again later. So they chose to delay, and he cleared out that camp, made it respawn. And then you see Westrice. ClakeyD just kind of held that lane for a little while, and now West going to be able to last hit at this turret and try to catch up.
Good push down bottom. As I said, Takashi still pushing Salsi in mid, getting those shurikens down. Every 4th shuriken, he's able to add a mark, and he just keeps doing it to harass Salsi down. Both of those kind of on a no mana cost basis of using their skills. A little bit different for Takashi, as his energy will be not usable for his cooldowns, and really Salsi just waiting for his cooldowns. So Takashi can use those out of order and kind of be out of the fight for a second. You see Malphite roaming through the jungle, does have his blue buff. That's about just taken by him. No lanes really going at it aggressive right now. Westrice playing as safe as he can. Still hasn't been able to get a ward. Actually did grab a ward that early. I only used 1 potion, but he's watching for that babysat top. And here we go. ClakeyD coming in, the twisted advance, and the Q on from Maokai. Salsi was not close enough, though. Was not going to expend the flash to grab that. And it looks like he will be able to get out with just about 400 HP.
Yeah, Takashi on his last potion now. We'll see if he's able to survive this lane any longer. I don't think he went for any sort of spell vamp runes. It's pretty uncommon, actually, to see that on Kennen. So he's kind of surviving it out here. Last hitting at the turret pretty well, actually. You can see the minions there, 22 versus 23 in this mid lane. So pretty equivalent. Tristana 18, Corki at 29, though. So Mashmi, okay, yeah, after we got first blood, but Mashmi with a nice amount of gold from minions. You can see it's 1,500 to 1,380. So Aphromoo, first blood definitely worth more than those 10 minions.
So Salsi has appeared to catch up here in levels at least. Still a good harass from Tree Eskimo's infected cleavers. You do see CS in mid is 26 to 23. Everybody's pretty much even right now. Nobody's really taking control of a lane. And even though Westrice has been attacked quite a few times, he's still playing quite aggressive. Has that ward out, so he knows when somebody's coming up. And really, it's Tree Eskimo that has to worry about Tribush if anybody comes behind him. So Westrice in a good spot right now. They're actually kind of going head-to-head. Burning Agony is on, and Westrice is forced to back. Tree Eskimo wins in that damage trade.
Yeah, and he's got a big minion wave sort of that's starting to lose health pretty quickly. If he can zone out Westrice, he's going to miss out on a whole heck of a lot of gold. And he's actually going to check the brush to look for him, and that is going to be the case here. Westrice still expending his cooldowns. Look at that, 1, 2, 3 minions all falling away, and Eski's still just pushing around Westrice, and he's denying a lot of gold by doing this. I really like these moves that Eski's pulling out, and it's working quite well for him. This bot lane, Mafikudi actually getting jumped on. Of course, they have that ward on top of him. Gets harassed a little bit. Unstoppable going to go for his golems, and he might try to get top if this lane can reset back towards the middle. But right now, Westrice is going to be pretty safe underneath his own turret.
Mundo still pushing, or Tree Eskimo I should say, still pushing Westrice back to his turret. However, Riven really has no problem last hitting at a turret. We do have Malphite backing Unstoppable, looking to get a purchase under his belt. He does have 304 gold, so it's not going to be anything too big. Won't be able to go for his GP10s yet. Maokai also making his way through the jungle. 346 gold for him right now. Both of these junglers trying to get into a position where they can start helping their teams.
Top lane.
Westrice, yep, getting a little bit of damage down. He put out the Ignite, and Mundo is not 6 yet, but he's actually 1 minion away from it, so he could definitely plan out this fight. There is 6. He puts out the Ignite, but he starts to run away with it, and they both hit 6. No, Westrice has not hit 6 yet. He's not going to be able to trade the damage back, and I don't know if he realized that Trieskimo hit 6 and instantly used his ultimate.
He had to know. He had to know. I think he wanted. That's why he flashed in. He was like, okay, he hit 6. He dropped 20% of his current health to activate the ult. Go. Crap,
no, Westrice is still at least 3 or 4 minions away from leveling.
Oh yeah, he was very far. I mean, I accept going in with Wind Slash and hoping that it works for you, but that was really silly. He was 5.
He just powered through level 6. He's already 7.
Oh yeah, when you hit a kill, that helps a lot.
Yep. So there he goes. That turret's going to be his up top. Looks like Malphite may go down here. Timing the blue, it's going to be about 7 minutes. I think Riven got that late, though.
It's like another minute away, yeah.
Yeah.
He got cleared late. He could actually camp for Riven.
So good job there. He actually knows that, kept that mentality in mind that Riven didn't get to her jungle because of the invade, and he puts a ward down so they can go to it. So good thinking, way to keep everything in mind as this game goes on. There's so many things to keep in mind, but they're doing a great job of it and keeping the top of it all.
And yeah, Eski just spamming out his ultimate, can use that over and over. Actually has some CDR. I'm gonna guess it's 21 defense. Yeah, 21 defense there. And actually not, oh, he has 9 offense. He has that 10% magic pen, so it's a 921 build. 921-0 for Trieskimo. Salsi kind of moving back and forth, and Unstoppable X actually teaming up with Takashi. The thing is that pool can keep him from getting any initiates here, so I don't think they're going to get much damage. They're going to move towards that blue knowing that it's spawned. They sent that time to put that ward down earlier. And they're like, yeah, I'm scared. You know, you can just have it. You can just have it. It's cool. His spite was down. It's a lot of it.
Thanks for the little guys.
Yeah. I'm surprised that V8's not going for this now, though. They know that they scared everyone away. That surprised me.
Doing a great job bottom. 1,900 gold to 1,600 gold on the carries right now, but if you just put that Doran's Blade back into the bank for Afromu, they're about at the same right now. So even with that kill, we do see that Mashmi is doing a very good job. Afromu coming to the lane with that 1 kill. Mashmi is doing a great job of keeping the lane as well.
Yeah, they're still up 5 minions. That advantage is shrinking slightly, which means that Afromu's going to continue to go up in gold, but you know, we'll see. Salsi's doing a good job farming. He's got 60 minions. He's actually now ahead of this this cannon by a decent margin. So yeah, aside from that top lane really getting kind of dominated early on, it's still a very, very close game as far as the lane matchups are concerned. Let's see what we got going on. Takashi running around the middle. You can actually hear the players yelling to each other in the background. So we'll see what's going on in those games. But Mashmi getting caught up there by Leona. The ult goes off as well. Still taking damage. Jumped on again by Tristana. Will get away thanks to some heals, but that was hurting him a little bit.
It's going to be amazing. Every time somebody goes for the AD carry, it's either a Valkyrie or a rocket jump.
Yep.
Both of these have that innate escape. And there we see Malphite coming in. Maybe just going to be a ward. Looks like they don't have any. Looking at Leona, and they have no wards here, so nobody has vision of this. And they have just left lane from creep, so bottom knew that they went up, but it looks like nobody's even going to challenge this. They get a free dragon. They're not doing too much damage, actually, so there may be time to challenge this. It's resetting.
Oh my gosh, it is reset. And now it's been revealed by a sapling, and here comes mid, and here comes bot. And V8 has to run away from this.
Dragon
that
too
is
strong.
That is unfortunate. That is rather unfortunate. And actually, I don't think they're going to go for it. I don't think they're going to stab, but yeah, that was a free dragon kind of thrown away there.
All right, so dragon not going down. It looks like Trieskimo just kind of milling about. Oh, get the exhaust onto Westrice. He will turn on Burning Agony, which is going to hurt him, but also do damage. And I don't think Westrice has the jump to get away. He just got it back, and he is going to use that cooldown right away, keep himself alive. But Trieskimo doing a very good job. 56 creeps on Riven to Trieskimo's 73. So although Westrice keeping himself in this one, the fact that he's leaving lane so much is really costing him a lot of experience.
Yeah, and Eskimo maxing out Cleaver first, going for Masochism second, and relying on that rank 1 of Burning Agony. Hurts him for 10 damage second, but deals 40 around him. It's a pretty good 1.1 for there. You see Tristana now 1v1ing against this Corki as both supports went back to buy. And Triss with a Vamp Scepter and a BF Sword that will be an Infinity Edge, not a Bloodthirster most likely. However, he wants that Vamp Scepter to keep him sustained in lane as his support there does not have a heal.
Looks like Clake could be coming up with something big here. They don't have any wards there. Twisted advances down, and then the Riven stun is very nicely timed, so they did not coincide with each other. It was one after the other, and the Riven ult still has to go off. Mundo missing a lot of health, and it was not enough to take him out. Is his ulti coming up? His ulti is coming up. Will he be able to go through the Twisted advance, carrying him just the distance of Mel? Oh no, he gets to the other side. Tree Eskimo is going to escape from this one. I do not believe they're going to be able to catch him. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is Juking 101.
Oh, wow. That was excellent right there. That little bit of cooldown reduction was all he needed, and it worked out. That was awesome.
That was a 2v1 with 3 stuns against you.
Oh,
That's kind of crazy.
And they repeated him a couple of times, too. They got a couple of rotations.
Went around the horn.
Wow, so poor. I mean, they did force Eski out of lane, though. Riven got a little bit of golden experience from that solo lane there. 66 minions, level 8. But Tree Eskimo level 9. 79 minions, so still the advantage, but it's not that massive. Riven can turn this one around. He's not getting bullied out that hard.
Looks like bottom pushing again. Let's see what they got in there.
Oh, sorry about that. Takashi X getting owned up by Salsi in the mid lane right there. Hemoplay getting that last hit there. Nice job by Salsi.
Wow, pushing right through his turret.
Yep.
So the AD's now building up. We do have a BF sword on the hands of Corky, but he did go ahead and buy some Dorans before grabbing that BF sword to give himself some sustain. If he just went for the BF, he would not be able to fight against Tristana whatsoever.
Yeah, so he's going for as much damage as possible, trying to survive this lane. Oh, having against Soraka, of course, just means almost none of the aggression will matter too terribly much. You can usually burst enough heal. Actually, they're going to go for the fight. After they're losing this battle pretty hard right now. Mashby going to jump in. That's going to be a kill. Nice job there. Now Muffin alone has been exhausted, and there's ClakeyD.
Oh.
And Epic's going to pull this one out for a 2-kill swing.
Well
Excellent job there by Mashby to jump in on that.
Very nice job. Huge burst coming out of Corky there. Mashmi just knew what he could do at that point, and he did it to Afromu. Afromu very much so caught off guard. He was only 100 health when he decided to jump out of there, realizing Leona wasn't going to throw him a heal, obviously. But yeah. So that's like they may be able to get some good damage down. They probably won't take this bottom turret, though. They're going to Valkyrie away and get the buy down. Very nice. Don't exactly have to take the turret, as I've said before. Leave your lane there if you're farming well. Just continue to win it. Make yourself that much stronger. Great damage coming out of Westrice. However, Tree Eskimo on that about 40-second cooldown for Mundo's ulti. Just go ahead, give himself some movement speed and a whole lot of health regen.
Yeah, and he's using that to sustain himself up in lane quite a lot, earning gold with those cleavers as well. Actually rushing for looks like a Randuin's Omen has the Heart of Gold and a Warden's Mail. Now he's actually turning it in maybe to an Aegis or a Phage or something. He's actually stopped that progression a little bit, but he's really building anti-Riven right now, and I don't think he needs to worry about Vladimir too terribly much. Vladimir's kind of AoE focused, but he's not going to really go for Mundo of all champions, so I think Eski's fine stacking health and armor for a while.
Yeah, if he just keeps going, he's got that Randuin build up. He already has the Heart of Gold. Also has a little bit more HP. Where are they going here? Could this be catch the Mundo chase 2? We'll have to see here. Mundo Tree Eskimo coming in. Did that 2v1 situation again. It looks like he's just kind of milling about, trying to make them stop blue so his team can get over there in time. It's all he's doing. He can take the damage. He's not really worried about that. But now that his team is in position, he wants more of this. The cleaver going around for this Fog of War. Again, another cleaver all over Westrice right now. But Westrice has the mobility to get out. It's just the fact that he's being annoyed so much right now by Tree Eskimo in these fights that he wouldn't be able to help his team. They did a great job there of completely splitting them. Oh, bottom lane diving in, getting a kill there. Muffin Cutie almost going down. But Tree Eskimo doing a great job of just keeping everybody segregated in the jungle and keeping himself really on top of the game right now.
Yeah, so excellent job there. Good dive. Leona popped her ultimate. Tristana the same, but actually had burned exhaust in that exchange as well. But still, the Leona had her heal still up in case things got a little bit hairier. So worked out for him. Eski still 2 levels up on Westrice. Really more like 1.5, but West still not 10. Eski halfway to 12. Getting a lot of gold as well right now. 1,300 in the bank, so can grab a Phage anytime he wants. Or what else he might go for.
Attacks there, so Tristana definitely ahead in build, just finishing the Infinity Edge 15 minutes into the game.
Is good.
That's huge because Corky actually finished his Xerxes and then went for Vampiric Scepter, so he's very far off even grabbing that pickaxe if he wants it. He might just go for the Bloodthirster at this point.
No. There's no point. You just want to keep going for that Infinity Edge. It doesn't matter that you're behind. You need to get
Yeah, that damage has to be equal.
You need to catch up. You can't let yourself farther behind. Oh, I'm behind. Let's get a worse damage item. You can't do that at all.
Right.
And there we go. Esky getting jumped on by ClakeyD at the top lane. Westrice will ult. She's going to go in with the Ignite as well. Eskimo, ult is down for 30 seconds. It's going to be longer than he has time for. However, his Ghost is up. Riven ult will not catch him. He will make it out here. And in 20 seconds, his health's all going to come back as well. This actually could be.
Think Mundo needs a poison trail?
I think we should. When his ult is on, it should be like Shyvana, where your W actually leaves behind the trail. I think that'd be okay.
Leave behind dead ground. There we go. Looks like they're doing great ward clearing.
Spirit Visage, yeah.
If ward clearing were ever to be great, there it is.
Sorry.
Afro-Moo moving back in. He does have that red buff that they just stole. Or didn't just steal. He should have that for a while. It's almost about to wear off.
Who has it?
Afro.
Yeah, he had that a little while ago. That might have been actually the Corki earlier. The earlier Corki kill. That might have been what it came from.
So Mundo returning back to lane, using that ultimate to get back to lane as fast as possible, actually.
Wow.
And clear up the XP. It's going to be on a nice cooldown. Only 40 more seconds left, so that'll work nicely for him. The dragon is up, as Mundo is coming up, actually. As Mundo heads back to top lane. He's going to push that out, as they're going to lead us to a 5v4 if it spawns anytime soon. They are prepping for it, it seems.
Yeah, right now they need to rely on Salsi, I feel, of all players. He has the highest minion kills on his team, actually highest in the game as well. Problem is, Afro-Moo, very, very safe. Oh man, he's about to get 4-man jump. Can they get in range? Looks like he will get away in time. That ward coverage, pretty good for him. Let's see, Unstoppable X kind of still milling through the jungle. Still has the oracles, has not died. Stacking armor as well, that chain vest right there. Double gold per 10, just building more durability. And there's the dragon, they're going for it right now. See if they can kill it in time. VA are nearby. They see it. They're not going to make that stab. That dragon's going to EPIK. Nice job there making that move.
Oh, wow. Malphite on, yes.
Going out, Nhat Nguyen taking a lot of damage there. Burst healing himself.
Oh, no.
Malphite ult on as well. Westrice getting pushed away by Afro-Moo. Zoplex running away. No, ClakeyD catches him. That's a kill for EPIK. And then they keep moving on. Can they pick up Muffin? They might be able to. That will be 2 kills. Now Afro-Moo needs to run away. 5-4 plus that dragon. They've brought that gold a lot closer together.
So, note to self, do not focus triple heal Soraka, because that is exactly what happened. They got into that fight. Everything went down on Soraka, her heals down, her ultimate down, and her summoner heal. So,
yeah,
with that 100 armor she's placing on herself, she is not someone that is quickly killable, and you saw that fight turn around very quick. If anything were to happen, I would have said Malphite Leona ulti while they were doing Dragon. So Dragon gives you somebody else in the fight that's doing damage, also slowing the attack speed of whoever it's hitting.
I agree completely with that. It was weird that they, first of all, initiated a 3v5 in the first place.
Right.
And they got a lot of burst damage, and I think Soraka's the right choice of all bursts, because it's like, well, if we don't stun her, she'll obviously heal whoever we kill. If we do stun her, maybe we can get her first. They were not able to get her in time, but that was the game plan, is to bring out some hard lockdown and just actually blow up that support. And they didn't do enough damage quite in time. She survived it, and they came out with 2 kills there. Now, but you're right, if they went in during the dragon fight, maybe a cooldown would be down, maybe their positioning would be worse. They could jump on in a little bit of a more scary situation. They were not able to do that, though. So EPIK kind of forming a comeback here. They're actually up in kills for the first time in the game, but they're still down a couple hundred gold.
Yes, this is EPIK to win this one, to bring it into a 3rd game. If you're just joining us here, we are in the 2nd game of V8 versus EPIK. The head-to-head right now, V8 with a bit of a lead. They do have more towers. They have not lost one yet. A little bit of Dragon Falter we just saw down towards bottom. Corki trying to initiate a little bit there. And it looks like they're going to say, hey, let's go for this mid tower. We just got a ping from EPIK. They are going to put 5 on this.
I actually like this build from Ashby. He's going for a cleaver build instead of eye edge. I think that is actually just a fine build. That is some good damage output there. The problem is everyone's stacking armor against him, so that each individual minus armor point is a little bit less useful when they already have a lot. It's much better against squishies, but they do have a physical heavy team with that riff in there, so it can work as well.
Good damage on the turret. Looks like they will be able to take this down, being uncontested. Just a few pokes from Tristana. Her range increasing every level she gets, so she's going to be quite scary soon, especially with that front line of Leona and Malphite. That's going to hurt pretty bad. And Amunda.
Yeah, so EPIK really making some really good strides here. They're behind in the game. They're still down 3,000 gold or so, but they're making really good moves. They're posturing for Dragon. They're pushing in for turrets. Now, unfortunately, the reason they're so far down in gold is that they've lost 4 turrets, but they're starting to make their way around the map now. The minions are kind of on their side, so they get a little bit of free farm, and they can turn that around into a push if they want to.
Westrice just on a little bit out of position here, going up for the creeps. Looks like, yeah, they pinged her. They know she's not going for Baron, but they're like, hey, that's a pretty easy kill if we want to go for it. Tristana can definitely put on a good chase with that rocket jump, so her team may be able to help, but as I'm speaking about that, none of it is happening. Maybe I'll just write a story. Eskimo heading down. Good ward coverage by both teams. You can see all these wards just kind of sitting next to another one. Everybody knows those high points, and we do see Mashmi like, hey, how about a Gatling? Erase some of that magic resistant or armor.
Yep.
Good damage there.
Yeah, drop his 156 armor to 111, so that is a very big drop there. It's definitely something you can get through. Mashmi Salsi kind of moving around, and you know, we'll see if they posture for anything again. Still, you know, 4,000 gold the difference. Unstoppable going to go for blue. And the thing is, none of those solo lanes use mana at all. And Tristana, really not very spell-based, so no one needs blue except for Unstoppable X. So he's going to continue to have that here. You can see 19.5% cooldown. He's going to drop that one, or increase that one basically to max CDR as soon as he kills Golem. That'll be really, really nice for him. He's going to be able to spam abilities on very, very low cooldowns, 4.8 on Q, 4.2 on his E. So actually, he can perma ground slam people. He's got a 50% attack speed slow for 4 seconds on a 4-second cooldown. Riven and Corki are not going to like that at all. And he's going for a Frozen Heart, which means he's going to really destroy the attack damage here. When you've got Corki who's relying on attack speed to get those Black Cleaver procs, that's just going to be painful.
And he bought more cooldown, went for the Kindle Gem and a GP5.
Oh wow, so he's going for, looks like he's going to actually stay on that Glacial and go Shirelias.
Yeah, looks like a little bit of a challenge here towards Baron. Looks like they're going to try to get some ward clears maybe. I don't think they have an Oracles yet. I did just see that Muffin bought one. Muffin is now going to wave, or Oracle. Clear towards Baron. Westrice milling about in that area. Vision of Corki and Mundo bottom, so they could choose to force a fight here if they just see Riven, but they do have vision just from the creeps on Vlad, Soraka, and Maokai in mid, so they don't want to go too far into any initiations, but everybody's really just trying to feel out what the other team is doing, and it's all about who's going to use the cooldown in the wrong position on this next fight, because both of these teams have very nice AoE or very good damage coming from either side.
Oh yeah, that's true. Positioning will make or break these team fights here. You've got the AoE stun lock coming from V8, but you've got great AoE damage coming out from EPIK. You've got the Maokai ult absorbing it, and then you combo that with Soraka to make them last even longer. I really do like that Soraka Maokai sort of combo here. At the same time, then you've got to worry about, well, okay, can we do enough damage with the Vladimir ult? You know, what else is going on here? And, you know, we'll see if that pans out well for him.
Wow, they can synergize this Randu and Omen and Ground Slam now. That's going to be great for Unstoppable and Trieskimo to get into the middle of the fight and hit both of those. Really shut down to Corki if he tries to get himself in. Corki will have that point in a fight where he's like, all right, I'm too far out. I need to Gatling in and Valkyrie in as well, and that would be perfect for that. We do see the fight going down. Salsi pulling away. The Ignite is on. The Cleaver goes out, hits him. The Ignite still ticking, but he stays alive for another second, and then they drop Soraka. Very nice job there. Takashi X coming up with a double kill, almost grabbing him on the rockets, and there the Valkyrie in. Will he be able to keep himself alive? There's way too much CC for that to just happen. For one kill, that was definitely not worth it, even if you type in an all chat. And it looks like they may go for a team ace here. They turn around. Afromu living. The caster minions taking down Afromu. And the blue minions picking up their 3rd kill of the tournament.
Yeah,
they start to move up here towards Baron.
Yeah. Oh man, and now V8 with 4 kills. Now they're without their AD carries, their DPS is a little bit lower here. But I think they should have enough here. Takashi actually afraid of Baron. And if habits repeat themselves, Takashi could always die to Baron here. Westrice is actually going to wait in the wings to try to stop this. He could burst Takashi. He's going to get away from those cleavers. Baron's still at half. Trisko actually very low, will ult now. Takashi taking more and more damage. He's down to 190 health. If Westrice knows this, he can get this kill. No, they will get that kill, and they're going to be okay, but that was a little bit close for him. It's actually the first time I've not seen Kennen go for Spell Vamp. He's going, oh my gosh, Westrice! Westrice! Oh no! Oh man, that would have been hilarious. EPIK going to reset here. 6-8 the kills, 6,000 gold. We've seen bigger comebacks though. You cannot count EPIK out just yet.
Indeed we have. Westrice going top. If he might have dashed and stunned, he might have gotten that one for shield. But nonetheless, still farming top. Has a lot of health on that turret, so Mundo's going to give him a little bit of trouble here. Probably still go for a cleaver in the bush. Yeah, there goes Trieskimo. He has Baron, ulti on, and red buff, so this is going to be perma-slow. And a Randuin's Omen. Westrice trying to do what he can to get away. The damage just ticking down on him, burning agony, doing constant damage. And it looks like Westrice is going to need a helicopter lift to get out of this one, and it does not come in time. Westrice going down as Eskimo just mauls him apart. And we are going to see him have full control of that top lane. This is going to be a split push now for V8, and they are in a very good position. Westrice, one of the tankiest and stun champions down for EPIK rather. I was going to say MONOMANIAC, not the game. But with all that stun down and 2 lanes to be pushed with such tanky champions with Baron, this is going to be a pretty big turtle here for EPIK.
Yeah, they need to AoE these down as best they can. Vladimir and Corky are going to be good at that, though, so they could try to hold it in hib. Problem is they have 10 seconds of 4v5, and the way this fight's been going, they do not want to fight a 4v5. But there comes the Shirley's, the opening up comes Zip. See if they can get any damage here. Salsi up in the front, takes a lot of damage, gets ulted, but still alive right now. No, will drop down, but oh, that Vlad ult. Wow. Gonna pick up 1, gonna pick up 2, 3, 4. Mash Me now alone against Eskimo. And oh, Eski, you're getting hurt right now. Can he get away from this? His ult down for 20 seconds. Turns on a Mash Me. Cannot get it. Blue team. EPIK scores an ace. Drops 1, picks up 5. Salsi melted some faces there.
That's exactly what EPIK needed to do. Very nice job cutting that Baron extremely short for V8.
And that's what happens when the enemy team all stacks armor. Let's look at the builds. Muffin, no MR. Kennen, no MR. Tristana, no MR. Oh, no MR. Oh, a little bit of MR, and he's the one who lived at the end. Right? And that's why Salsi, and I like what Salsi did here. He went pure, okay, he's dead, but he went pure damage, right? Sword Shoes, Will of the Ancients, Death Cap. He's not going for Rileys, he's not going Merc Treads, he's not getting Spirit Visage, he's going damage. He knows, he sees these builds, they're stacking armor, and he is crushing people with his damage output. So he, you know, he is the carry for his team. He's doing work right now. 3, 2, and 3 doesn't look glamorous. 6 and 2 looks really glamorous, but it's Salsi who is really kind of putting his team in his backpack and is making things happen.
Dude, and Vlad only is going to scale harder into this late game. All that gold. Wow, Tides of Blood just cleared an entire wave. Very nice. We do have Kennen coming in. Takashi does have that blue elixir under his belt. Going to give him some cooldown. Hopefully you can get some good ability power out of that at this level. It does go up as you level. And we're going to see a little back from ClakeyD, so they're not going to be ready for any fight positioning here. Baron has quite a bit of time to come back up, at least another 4 or 5 minutes. We'll have to see Eskimo doing what he does this game. He has a huge minion wave to push top. That's going to be great gold for him. Looks like he's building more HP. Could finish that into a Warmogs or a Sunfire right now. He does have enough. I don't even know if he needs to go Warmogs, but it's never going to hurt.
Let's see if they're going to get the blue on. They're going to give it to Kakashi here. And he might be going for Spell Vamp now. He's got the that 1 Amp Tome. We'll see what it turns into. They're taking with the jungle. Westrice about to be in for a surprise. Oh my gosh, that damage. That is a lot of damage.
Oh, very nice. Kennen got one of the Maelstroms to tick on ClakeyD. They already got that stun off though. That Shirelia, or not Shirelia's, but the Merc Treads helping him to break quite easily on of that. And we're going to see these 5 rushing down into the base. Once again, the inhibitor has respawned.
Yeah, they're gonna go for this one here. They're gonna do a little bit of damage. But Corky's getting some really good rockets out here.
That Tristana range from behind the turret, able to take out the inhibitor. She is almost the full range, I believe. Not level 18 just yet.
Not quite. Matchma getting slowed out by a cleaver.
676.
SK has really good CDR right now. He's actually maxed it out thanks to that Zeke's. So whatever that kill jump would turn into, but he is very, very tanky and is a really good CC bot and is just, he's just giving auras out to his team as well. His team loves that he's in this roster right now. He might go for a Warmogs or I mean, it's Warmogs Sunfire.
Right.
Or a, I mean, I guess you could Rileys. I mean, it works with your W.
Your Rileys and Frozen Mallet out of it?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's not the worst idea in the world, I guess, but Esco, though, with that Giant's Belt, is going to use that for a lot of durability. Muna does like having bonus health. We'll see what he turns that into. But he's still low on MR, and, you know, if guys don't start building some magic resist, you're going to still see...
everywhere.
Yeah, Westrice really is everywhere. But, yeah, if they don't get some magic resist, Salsi's going to be really, really scary. He's going to be hard to shut down, and he's getting just beefier and beefier. He's getting Zhonya's next. Good luck killing him at that point.
Yeah, and he actually has, what is it? 73 gold, so he's still going to make it. He actually has 10,000, but the lead right now goes to Tristana Aframu with 10.5k by himself in this game right now. 217 CS. Everybody farming very well in this game, actually.
Eskimo trying to get down there. Does land the cleaver on a Mash Me, and he's now dancing. Dancing Earthrider Corky. Aw, yeah. Woo! All right. Lovey Cutie clearing out these wards. Nice plays. Got that Oracles. Eskimo still in mid. They're just kind of splitting around the sides right here. This game is pretty much equalized, 11-11. He has 5,000 gold the difference, but it seems to not matter anymore because the gold is in all the right places. sOAZ and MashMe, very, very fed, wearing some elixirs as well. Triasmo, very, very tanky, is in that front line, doing some good disruption, but I don't know if he's that same level of carry as sOAZ.
Baron coming up in exactly 2 minutes. We'll see the formulation from both teams on that. Looks like we have a backing V8 team here. We'll see any new items pop up in those lists. Malphite kind of with a full recipe of everything. Hasn't really finished too much yet, but the Shurelya's and the Frozen Heart, which is really helping with Corki and with that Riven as well. Looks like no ward clearing yet, but they are going through. So no oracles there. Any oracles on the other team? Looks like Muffin, I believe, still has his, or I think he would have had to buy a second one. They have been aced once, so he's had at least 2 this game. But they are keeping that oracles on their support so they can continue to clear. And these far wards being placed, we've seen this a few times that the oracles are not seeing them. A really awesome job by placing the wards just outside Baron, but enough to see the team doing it.
Yeah, actually, I think there's a mistake here by V8, though. As we look at the items, there's no Aegis on the team. And you look at that and you're like, hey, well, they got Spirit Visitors, they got Zeeks. Right. You know, they have Will of the Ancients, they have Frozen Heart, they have Randuins. They didn't get like the most standard of all auras, which is Aegis. And that area effect 15 MR would be massive against Vladimir. He does not have a lot of percent magic penetration. He has the Sork Shoes dropping everyone by 20. He has the 9 flat pen from runes, and then he has the 10% from the mastery. But without a source of extra MR, these guys are going to die a little bit too quickly to him. Everyone's kind of at like 80 MR, which is not all that high.
Leona just needs to take that step to the left. She has to see that ward now. They know it's there. And now they know that there is still vision on them. See, they've kind of backed off from that position. They were trying to hide in the fog of war right around the corner. Now they see it, and they're going to go ahead and take that ward out. Maokai says, no way, we are going to go for Takashi X. He is the focus, but Corki gets too close, and it looks like the Malphite ulti doing a ton of damage there. ClakeyD still taking a lot of damage, and it looks like the EPIK is going to, or V8 rather, is going to come out on top of this one quite big, as Tristana just left to sit on the outside. She did take damage in the beginning as they were focusing Takashi, but she got herself out and just turned around and continued to batter down with that Q on, and it's going to be 2 shots to drop down onto Nhat. Nhat Nguyen goes down.
Yeah, that is the full ace, and there's Tristana leading the charge. And who needs Battle Bunny Ribbon when you've got hoppy Tristana jumping around rocket jumps? This is going to be the second turret, and looks like V8 going to take this 2-0 and move on to the second round of the lower bracket. EPIK, unfortunately, going home a little bit early. Second seed in this tournament, not doing, unfortunately, as well as they would hope. But congratulations to V8 taking this one over. Excellent play by them. And they are moving on to some later games today. We will have more of them and more of almost everyone coming through still on this day. Oh, the double surrender.
Double explosion.
Nice.
Great game by them, and another fantastic game by Triascamo top lane, just continuing. It really helped them out was they were like, you know what, Tree had a really great game last time. Let's focus top for the first few kills, give Westrice a really hard time, and let Tree run with it.
Yeah, and they ran with it. I mean, Tree did really, really well. 3-1-9, 11.2 thousand gold. Did outfarm Takashi X at that mid lane. And yeah, I mean, they kept Westrice to be not very effective. Only 9,000 gold on him. His full build was Bloodthirster and a Brutalizer, like a pickaxe there, kind of. Just, he did not get to dominate anyone. He did not get tanky enough. And, sOAZ was doing as much as possible. And normally you're supposed to combo, do some burst damage, do some damage, get the Vital on, and then use Wind Slash from Riven. But they didn't do, they couldn't get Riven, up there enough. She got camped on. That early gank was so phenomenal from V8. They stole blue, and then they 3v1 top. And of course, they'd already gotten the first blood earlier, which had burned her flash, so she got dropped again. It was just very, very unfortunate. She was kind of holding her own at that bottom brush, and it was like, oh, I'm surrounded, oh, crud, oh, crud, oh, crud. Oh, okay.
Pretty much. Yeah. And it was a great job as they focused that top lane. They kept getting Riven out of there. They knew they just had to build armor, but as you said, they weren't really doing too much to focus what Vlad was building. There was no magic resist until the end of the game. We do see there was a null magic mantle not really built into anything on Unstoppable. There's only magic resist on Triascamo, and that was really winning them fights. But the fact that they had Malphite to ult and then Ground Slam, which was doing so much damage, Leona's ult to burst out, and then you were coming out with Kennen as well. There's a lot of focus around there and just burst damage, that front end damage. You're not going to take again, but it's going to put you in a spot in the fight where you can't do anything else. Yeah, and Takashi, he was actually forced to zone really early there on that very last Baron fight. Maokai initiated on him,
put the ult down on top of Kennen, knowing
Yeah.
that he would have to ult then Zhonya's. So it was a really smart play there. Problem is just they didn't have enough follow through there. They either initiate in on Kennen and they all sit in Slicing Maelstrom and take a bunch of damage, because of course Kennen, level 17, right, has max rank ultimate, will hit every champion 3 times, will be a big AoE stun. Of course, Malphite, they all funneled in from one small choke. Malphite got to hit everyone and ground slam everyone. Leona can follow up right after and just lock up that team, and you just saw Epic's roster just melt. Their health bars just all went down. They all got dropped very, very fast. And you know, even with the Maokai ult and the Aegis, it just was not quite enough. They could not keep themselves alive. You know, Mashmi had a lot of damage. Phantom Dancer, Bloodthirster, and Black Cleaver just could not withstand everything else. It just couldn't make it happen for the team. But you saw Tristana blow everything up. He was able to ult, you know, big high priority targets back. I wouldn't be surprised if he actually ulted Corki away just to keep the DPS down, and just hopped around, got a kill, refresh rocket jump, jumped around, got a kill, refresh rocket jump, and they cleaned up everyone there. And with that, Phantom Dancer was actually able to chase all the way down and pick up that last kill on the Soraka as well.
It was a great initiation. The twisted advance, however, as Kennen E'd, it pulled him so much farther in that when can't find the name. Yeah, Mashmi, I was right. When Mashmi Valkyrie'd in, it just became too far for that fight.
Yeah. And so, you know, ultimately, you know, I like V8's team comp. Their strategies early on, I think, really set them apart because the game was close. You know, they're only up 4 kills even now.
Right.
But what they kind of did is they built a really early advantage and said, you know, bam, here's some kills. We own the map. They didn't do an amazing job of dragon control, which is what Mono did against AAA. It said, we're winning dragon, we're winning dragon. Instead, V8 went for turret. Trieskimo pushed all the way down to the inhibitor turret. You know, mid and bot both lost one as well. They had 4-0 on turrets at the mid game.
Yeah.
And they used that for the gold advantage, because when it came back to, you know, Epic took a dragon, Epic got the kills equal, they're still down a couple thousand gold because of those turrets, those permanent advantages that give them map control and a lot of space, because of those minions are still pushed down and crushed into the base. If you win a team fight, you've got to go through 2 to 3 minion waves and take a lot of time before you can actually counteract and go back for a turret and get that one equal. And so the map control advantage really helped them, you know, stop the snowballing that Epic could have brought out in that game.
Yeah, and we have a lot more League of Legends matches to come this weekend here from IPL4, the Cosmopolitan in Las Vegas. Again, big round of applause to V8 for making it back out of the losers bracket. They are going to be moving on. A big round of applause for everybody here. Thank you guys so much for showing up and getting to see all these riders. Make sure you see some. Grab your NASs, grab some other stuff we're handing out, and be sure to continue to stick it in the League of Legends room. All of you on stream, at home, get your popcorn, get whatever you need, stick to it, put it on the big screen, get your friends over. We got a lot more League of Legends to come here. The Cosmopolitan at IPL4 in Las Vegas. We'll be right back.
What do you think separates you guys from the average League of Legends players that are able to just jump in the game and have some success at it?
Although the game is a little bit easier to jump into instead of like Dota, because Dota is really hard if you're new. There are like, I forgot how many champions there are. There's like 70 plus champions, and there's like, the game is changing every week. So every week, like for us veteran players who played from the start, the game feels like almost a completely new game every week, because Riot has a lot of like Play-Doh room with the game client, and they can really do a lot with it. And what else that separates us is our experiences with each hero, what makes us unique as individual players, all the strategies there are, all the combinations you have, how long we've played, just having our setup, and nothing else I can think of.
Well, it's really great that League of Legends, especially the competitive scene, is so supported by Riot. And like you said, it's a little bit frustrating that the game changes every week. It's like a new game every week. But what are the things that they do that really help the competitive scene?
They throw money out and throw events out, and you know, the competitive scene, people want to watch League because it's fun, and like just seeing that new game for the first time is like, oh wow, I can kind of understand what's going on. They kind of make it obvious to like the new viewer, and the more people that jump into it, it helps me as a player because I stream League of Legends. People want to watch, people want to learn, people want to be entertained. It helps basically everyone, and it helps esports too.
Hello, attendees. How are you guys doing today? Thank you guys so much for being here, and as a perk to being here in person. We love you guys who are watching from home too, of course, but if you're here in person today, like all of you, you have the chance, hello, you have the chance to pick up this exclusive poster commissioned by Alvin Lee. You can get it autographed by the artist for $15 only at the registration table. And if you see, we have a really awesome drawing. There's Cassiopeia and Kale flying in the back, and Morgana and Timo and Cho'Gath, so you don't want to miss it. It's only available here at IPL4. If you're watching from home, take a good look. All right, so as always, we love our sponsors. They're what makes the event possible. So we're going to cut to a quick commercial break, and we will be back with more exciting matches for you all. Thank you.
Something revolutionary has arrived. The new standard in graphics from AMD is here, redefining virtually everything that came before. Higher frequencies, more memory, better frame rates, superior resolution than our previous generation. And the world's first 28nm GPU.
Hey everyone, I'm TheRedBaron, and I'm really excited to bring you this week's IGN Pro League Top 5 Plays. We've got a good mix of community and competitive replay matches, so let's cut right to the action. Our first clip has Band of Ponies as AP Master Yi, so the next time someone tells you it's not viable, feel free to show them this clip as he runs into the enemy Baron 1v5 and picks up 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 kills for the enemy Penta. Number 4 comes to us from our Killing Spree series between Curse and Reflex, with Crumbs playing as Lee Sin. After he picks up the kill on Soraka, he's going to be chasing down Corki, who's going to try and Valkyrie away, but Crumbs says, I decide when you leave, kicking Corki into the wall to net himself a kill. This clip comes from Patoy playing Taric in a high elo game. He'll surely go down to this 3v1 tower dive, but Maokai leaves tower range and abandons Corki, allowing Patoy to grab the double buff. This is about the point in time when Alistar and Maokai are beginning to question their entire life's decisions, as Taric's going to grab the Alistar and chase off Maokai. Our number 2 slot has Efox playing a game of Don't Feed the Tryndamere, and guess who's already losing as he 2v1s this Misfortune and Gangplank, using Ignite to pick up the kill on Misfortune, and then flashing after the retreating Gangplank. The rest of the team is barreling down on him. We've got Lux's Laser, we've got Nocturne with Fear, and Swain following it up with a Snare. But he's going to barely time his spin and heal just to get out of there in time and shrug off their damage perfectly with his ultimate. As they continue the chase, Tryndamere holds onto his spin to narrowly avoid Lux's final bit of damage as he escapes with the double kill. This replay comes from Too Easy playing Vayne. She's going to tear through Irelia, and in this fight has become a complete rout as Jarvan cataclysms onto the enemy team. Now Vayne's going to chase down Sona, picking up that kill, turning her attention to Cassiopeia under the tower, beautifully dodging the ult. She must be hacking on that one. Now she's going to chase down Graves, pick up her 3rd kill, there it goes, and then flashing after Cassiopeia, picking up the 4th kill, and then turning her attention to Lee Sin, picking up the 5th and final kill for the pentakill. Once again, this is TheRedBaron. I hope you enjoyed this week's IGN Pro League Top 5 Plays. Make sure to send us your replays to iplolreplays@gmail.com, and you could be featured in a future episode. Also, make sure to check us out at youtube.com/IPLLol for more League of Legends action.
Hello everyone, Travis here with Tree Eskimo from V8. Just won a 2-0 matchup against Epic Gamer. How are you feeling right now, Tree Eskimo?
I'm definitely feeling pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So hey, that first game of that match was not actually streamed. Can you sort of take us through it and let us know how it went down?
Well, it was actually a really interesting game. If there's a VOD or if there's replays, people probably want to watch it because we kind of did something really unconventional where we picked 2 ADs, which I guess some other teams have done it recently. I think we've seen it in a tournament over in Korea. But we early picked a Corki, and then later on, we're deciding whether to run 2 ADs or not. And Corki is actually really powerful top lane right now. And I really like the matchup against a lot of, especially AP type champions. And so we saw a double AP and we were like, hey, let's give me Corki top lane and see how it goes. Because I actually haven't played it much with my team.
Right.
So they were kind of like, I'm not totally sure about this, but I trust you.
Yeah.
And it worked out like splendidly, I think.
How did the rest of the game go out from there after that pick? Like any big moments or, did you guys sort of have it in the bag from the start or? How did it all go down?
I mean, pretty much across the board, we gave a better showing than yesterday, I think. And we took a pretty early lead. I think we got an early first blood when they tried to invade us. And that kind of set the tone for the match because we got the early first blood. And actually, it forced their top lane's flash, I think. So right away, we ganked it. Oh, no, this is the second game. I'm just kidding. But we did get an early first blood in the first game, too. But it didn't force a flash, and we didn't gank it right away. But basically, from the early first blood, we had early lane pressure. We took some early turrets, we took the dragons, and we kind of just snowballed ahead. So.
All right, and of course, going into game 2, I know I saw you up against Westrice's Riven. You seem to do pretty well early on. Do you think that's just sort of the matchup, or?
I think a lot of it has to do with matchup. I really, really like the Mundo versus Riven matchup top. I think Riven probably provides more to the team. So he was going to be more useful. I kind of had to beat him top to make the Mundo pick worthwhile. But it's just really useful because if we pick Mundo early, they're going to think it's in the jungle. They won't think it's top lane. And then we can switch things up, take whatever jungle we want, even though Mundo jungle is really strong as well. But I played the matchup a bunch of times in solo queue, so I was really comfortable with it, and it didn't feel like he had played the matchup much. So
it's just like a nice little mind game that you do in picks. Whenever you pick something, sort of mislead them into thinking you're going one way with it and pop in another way, right?
Yeah.
All right. So now you're still in the tournament, of course. What do you think of your chances throughout the rest of this?
I think our chances are pretty good to go decently far. Like our games yesterday against TSM, I played a lot worse than today, and I kind of felt really bad about that. And we kind of like convened in our room and talked a lot and strategized. And we, like, as a team, everyone was like, hey, we're going to show up tomorrow, and we're going to play our hearts out.
I'm more interested, I'm kind of interested, I'm sorry, in hearing about your, did we lose audio?
Yeah. Sound? Test.
People can hear you. What?
People can hear me? Okay, I'll pass it.
Yeah, that's what we do, on the fly. No, you have a relationship with Takashi as a roommate, not anything more than that. But lots of people might not know that you're roommates with Takashi. He actually joined V8 a couple of months ago. So how's that been, just having him on the team?
It's been pretty awesome because we've been like lifelong friends since like 3rd grade. We've been in the same school, so that's been sweet. And being able to go to events with him is really fun. Obviously, we can take the same plane and stuff. But I mean, yeah, I think overall we've just grown a lot as a team since we picked up Takashi. We have like a lot of champions we can run. We run like all these new strats, and we try lots of crazy stuff, I guess, in our scrims. But I don't know how much of it we're actually going to get a show at the tournament.
Well, we can go ahead and wrap up the interview now, but I do want to give you a chance to give any shout-outs, plugs, where can people find you, who's supporting you, etc.
Yeah, okay, I'd like to give shout-outs to, everyone on my team. They all played awesome. Shout-outs to our old managers on V8. They were pretty cool. They managed us for a while, so Hexo and Simon. And then shout-outs to Riot for making an awesome game and letting me work there for a little bit. That was really enjoyable, so. And yeah, shout-outs to everyone here, like all the fans. Thank you for showing up. Thank you for watching the games and making esports what it is and continuing to grow it.
Hey, thanks a ton for the interview, Trieskimo. Best of luck to you and V8 through the rest of the tournament. We're going to head out to a break now, and we'll see you right after that. Hello, everyone. I am here with Salsi from Epic Gamer. How's it going, Salsi?
It's going good. I feel a little bit disappointed, but
Yeah.
it's going great, actually.
So a lot of people might not know, but Salsi and I are actually from the same hometown of Temecula, California. So Temecula representing. Somewhere there's like 20 people in Temecula cheering right now.
Yeah, it's actually a bit weird being in Temecula and still going to high school as senior, because I was like walking the fifth period and some kid's like, "Hey, Salsi!" I'm like, "Yeah, what's up? Do I know you?" Because they call me Salsi at school more or less because it's my last name. So just walking the next period and being called out, I'm like, "What's up? Like, do I know you guys?" Like, I pretty much figured that like my town doesn't really play video games.
Right.
So I'm like a hardcore closet nerd. So I don't even, my best friends don't play any video games. So it's a bit awkward, to be honest, but.
Yeah. That's okay. It's okay. You'll get off to college and there'll be like a ton of video game nerds there. Hey, so let's actually just hop into those games that just happened. I know it may be a little rough for you to talk about, but you want to sort of take me through it, sort of a rundown of what happened and what led to you guys losing?
What really happened is like just the early snowballing from the start. Him getting caught I was getting caught at level 1 and then getting our top ganked. It applied so much pressure top where we had to sacrifice objectives because we couldn't defend properly. Or we couldn't, we had to sacrifice objectives because we would have lost towers. And we had to go back and defend and we lost, I don't even know, dude, I'm messing this up, but.
No, I gotcha.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
We just snowballed really hard. Our top lane had a very difficult time against his matchups because we're pretty limited in our picks. We didn't properly prepare, I'd say, in our jungle and top lane. So.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, hey, do you think that it's just sort of the new lineup that is, you're just getting back into the flow of having 2 new people on the team, or do you think that it's sort of something else that went on there, just comp-wise, or?
I think it's just probably our early game that snowballs. Like honestly, having Mashpee and Nhat, where Mashpee needs sub, he does really good every time bot lane. He's doing a great job. I think we could have prepared a bit better in our jungle with our picks. We just didn't get him to practice the champs we really wanted him to play, and I feel like we just didn't prepare properly. So really, like our biggest problem was our team fights were really bad. Like our first game, we fought at Dragon and we lost the fight when we should have won, like no doubt about it.
Here, just bring, yeah, there we go. Because I'm having a hard time picking it up. I want to make sure that the stream can hear your beautiful voice, Salsi. That's going to become a thing on Reddit. No, anyway, let me know what you're going to be doing in Vegas for the rest of the trip. Do you think you're going to go out there and try and join the city, or are you going to sit around and watch the game, see who wins?
Probably going to go take a nap. To be honest, and just hang around. Being 18 is not the coolest in Vegas. It's disappointing. So
yeah, big
hang out.
Yells of agreement from people under 21 in the audience.
Yeah.
So going into just the rest of the tournament, who do you think is going to come out ahead? Like any predictions for first through third?
It's really tough to say, honestly. I could see it being anybody's game, but I think the top 3 would probably have to be Curse, TSM, and Dignitas, obviously.
Yeah.
But I think Dignitas may come ahead because they're just too hard to ban out, and the Lulu Soraka is just ridiculous to deal with.
Oh, you think that 3 support thing that they're doing is OP?
Yeah, it's ridiculously hard to deal with. I don't think we know how to handle it in the current meta.
Yeah. And you think the other teams might have a hard time with it too?
I do, actually. I think we'll have a very hard time with it.
Well, hey, I want to give you a chance to do any shout-outs, any plugs. Where can people find you?
Actually, you can't really find me.
You're just hidden?
My excuse is I'm still finishing my senior year, so I haven't really made a fan page and whatnot. But right when I graduate, I'll probably start it up and be more serious and dedicate a lot more time to my fans and whatnot. But right now, I'm a bit lazy and I can't really be found.
Well, you got to concentrate on your studies, right?
Yeah.
Well, how about any shout-outs? Anybody you want to give a shout-out to?
I'm going to have to give a shout-out to my older brother, Julian. He's actually here at the event. He has gotten me into video games ever since I was young, from computer games, from StarCraft to Diablo, all the way up into even League of Legends. He's always been like my inspiration and whatnot, and he's brought me to here, so.
Nice. Yeah, big cheers from the audience, of course. Hey, Salsi, have a good weekend, and hope to see you at future events.
I'd also like to give a shout out to our fans again when my team, because the new lineup's really difficult, but we tried our best, and I'm glad they came and we tried. I'd also like to give a shout out to my friend Kurtoki, Kurt. He's the homie back in Canada, and it's too bad he couldn't come, but he asked for a shout out, so I'll get it to him. And I'd also like to give a shout out to my friend Faith.
There you go. I know that Kurtoki's sitting in an IRC right now. So happy for saying that. Well, again, thanks for the interview, and we're actually going to head out to a break, but we'll see you guys soon with another match.
The new AMD A-Series APUs give you discrete level graphics and multi-core CPU power, all on one chip.
Hey everyone, this is TheRedBaron with your IGN Pro League Top 5 Plays. We've been starting to see a lot of new champions like Ziggs and Sejuani coming into these highlights as they force their way into the competitive scene, so I hope you enjoy the plays. Coming in at number 5, we have Pocahontas as Ziggs, and he's going to start by throwing a bouncing bomb into the blue brush to try and scout the enemy team. Knowing they're not there, he uses his Sixth Sense timing and tosses the Mega Inferno Bomb, picking up a kill and the Baron steal. It's about time to go back to base now, isn't it? At number 4, we have Valthier playing as Riven, trying his best to escape, but he's going to get caught with the electrical surge from Kennen. Knowing there's no hope for running, he turns back into them using Ignite and his ultimate to quickly burst down Kennen. Without Kennen, they don't have enough damage to take him down, and he's going to use his AoE and lifesteal to deal with Talon and then drop Soraka in 2 attacks. He had dropped down to about 200 HP, but now he just has too much sustain for Warwick 1v1, and he's going to be able to pick up the Quadra kill. Number 3 has Fascist Flakes playing a late-game Sivir, and they were close to losing their second inhibitor, but Ziggs and Amumu are going to combo their ultimates while the enemy is clumped together. Irelia and Janna get focused down, but the lack of attention to Sivir allows her to clean up the fight with a pentakill. With the previous fight, they were able to grab Baron buff, and soon after push the enemy base. Once again, we have the enemy grouped for massive AoE damage, but this time they're going to take Sivir out early. Janna's Monsoon is going to throw Kog out of position, and Amumu tanking buys Sivir time to revive with the GA, and in the confusion, they're fighting her one at a time, allowing her to lifesteal any damage. She steps forward to grab the Mord kill and remove the Ghost, then turns onto Nocturne and finally finishing Kog'Maw for the Quadra kill. Play number 2 was sent in by Valkyrin of Reflex from a Go for LOL match against TGF. With the Oracles, they know the enemy team doesn't have vision of Baron, so they're waiting just past the blue brush, knowing Orianna will check with her ball. Once TGF is in position, Kennen flash ultimates to set up the rest of the team's AoE damage and a quick 4 kills. And the number 1 play has Dex Vitality as Irelia. The enemy is pressuring a dragon fight, and Irelia runs straight into the enemy team, getting pulled by Skarner and knocked into the wall by Vayne. Irelia is hit by Sona's ultimate, followed by Lux's laser, but is going to use her Transcendent Blades to stay alive and flash out of the fight. Next, she's going to jump back onto Vayne and uses her Randuin's for the slow. Vayne nearly gets the kill, but an Equilibrium Strike for the stun allows Irelia to get away. A Blade Surge onto Lux gives her some distance from Skarner and picks up the blue buff with the kill. Once Skarner's attention is turned to Urgot, Irelia comes back in with another stun with Equilibrium Strike, and using her true damage, she's able to take down Skarner with Urgot. Another stun on Renekton gets her to a safe distance, but she's going to come back in with a Blade Surge and another stun. Her ultimate's now off cooldown, and with its regen, she's going to be able to kill Renekton. Once again, this is TheRedBaron with your IGN Pro League Top 5 Plays. I hope you enjoyed this week, and make sure to check us out at youtube.com and twitch.tv/IPLLOL. Also, make sure to send us in your best highlights to IPLLOLreplays@gmail.com, and you could be featured on a future episode.
Hey, go for it.
All right, well, thank you. We're here together, myself, TheRedBaron, and Phreak here. It's been a pleasure meeting you. Not really a full interview. I'm just imagining we both came back here and we were told to, just enjoy ourselves. I'm imagining we're passing the mic back and forth. So, Phreak, how's it going? Oh, well, Baron, it's going swell. How about you? But
your voice is a lot deeper than mine. When you impersonate me, it's like an octave lower. I feel manlier just hearing myself through you.
Hey, Baron, I couldn't even do that. But
welcome to the IPL
awesome.
Interviews featuring TheRedBaron.
I actually, when you first came in, you sat down at the computers. We were all kind of goofing off and playing games, and I had never really realized. I think I had heard it at some point in time that you were left-handed, and just seeing you actually play on the left side, it was just the most surreal experience.
It freaks people out. It does. And then if I play shooters, I also invert mouse, so forward is down, and no one can play on my computer anymore. It's great. No one can mess with me because I can't figure out how to use the computer anymore.
So Mono earlier, I mean, that was absolutely intense watching them. I mean, they almost 2-0'd Dignitas earlier.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was very surprised to see him come off to such a strong start. Nintendude is Olaf, Cassiopeia, those early ganks in that one game where the 2v1 was just spectacular. Yeah,
he's been playing ridiculously well. ParadoXical has been kind of the dude to watch for this tournament for them. I mean, the Olaf's undefeated, Nintendude's doing really well, and but that entire team, honestly, is looking really solid, and they came out of sort of nowhere. I mean, they made waves when they beat Moscow 5 online, but beating a Russian team on North American servers online is not hard. Like, they have ping, and you can chalk it up to that, right? And most of their bracket was European, so, okay, well, maybe they were lucky, sure. And then, they play the rest of the qualifier, and they have that third-place match against Curse, and Curse beats them pretty hard, and it's like, well, I mean, okay, I guess, they'll just lose out. But no, they almost take Dig out. They take out against All Authority 2-0, which is, I mean, that's a really good showing, and so they're a pretty good favorite now. Like, they're looking really good.
Yeah, it'll be definitely interesting to see how they carry forward. One of the big things with Mono was they didn't seem to have a lot of versatility with the kind of teams they were running. Throughout the qualifiers, all the games they had beaten, when they beat TSM, when they beat Moscow 5, Absolute Legends in the qualifiers, they were running that Cassiopeia mid, which is always a favorite of ParadoXical, and then Rumble top, Graves Janna bottom, and then when they didn't get those picks, they kind of collapsed to a degree. They really struggled in a lot of those matches. So now to see them, running much more versatile stuff. Nintendude always runs aggressive junglers. We don't really see a whole lot of Olaf. He's one of the only people that play Jarvan. Jarvan's, definitely an all-around strong jungler, but a lot of people kind of shy away from him, whereas Nintendude, he's like, it's his favorite. So to see that is awesome. And the fact that, bringing in ZionSpartan and Zig, Just Your Average Joe's was definitely another up-and-coming team, a really strong team. They've beaten really everyone in scrims and stuff, but to have those two come in and not have very much practice coming into the tournament is just really cool to be doing that.
Yeah, and they've been standing up to some of the best players as well. Their bot lane has been one of the best bot lanes of this tournament for sure. They've definitely been doing really well. You mentioned ParadoXical, and again, he was just crushing mid over and over. And that's true, but yeah, that whole team is solid, and absolutely, when they sub those two players, I heard talk that, but it's a downgrade, and those two players couldn't make it, by the way. Nothing Real, and I forget the other one. I feel bad that I've forgotten the one who's not Nothing Real who didn't make it. It was actually
Wild Turtle.
Wild Turtle and Nothing Real. Thank you. So their story was actually they know each other in real life. They're both really young. The entire team really young, actually, for MONOMANIAC, but. They're both going to go, and then I guess one of them's parents was like, "You're not going to Las Vegas with a bunch of strangers." No. And then the other set was like, "Your friend's not going? Sorry, dude, you're not making it either." And they're like, "You're cut. I mean, if you can't play tournaments for us, I'm sorry, we like you, we're friends, but if you can't play tourneys for us, we need to find other players." And so people were like, "Yeah, they downgraded with ZionSpartan and Zig." Apparently not the case. They took out one of the best teams in the world, two of the best teams in the world. They took some games off Dignitas, barely, nearly won that series. A bunch of stuff online to get there. So, the whole thing is working for them.
Yeah, I think the thing that I'm really curious about with this tournament is who we're going to see taking down Dignitas, because they have just this fantastic team comp that they've been running. They become super tanky as the game progresses. It's really difficult for them to get any kind of momentum. They really just, they become too tanky to deal with. They have that strong AD carry in the bot. I think a lot of it has to do with the AD carry. If you take off the Ziggs the Kog'Maw and Corki, then maybe that kind of comp falls apart. But at the same time, Voyboy has said that he thinks that Lulu's one of the strongest champions in the game right now. Just really strong top lane, and then also has the ability of going support.
Well, yeah, certainly I think one of the stories of this tournament is about Kog'Maw. It's kind of like a repeat from Kiev with Sona, where everyone was like grabbing Sona as soon as possible, and Sona had like an 80% win rate. And Kog'Maw's lost, I think, 1 game so far out of like 9 or 10 or so. So he's been winning a lot of games, and Corki the same way. We saw PewDiePie do that, and you referenced this triple support strat. And actually, I was talking about it with some people, and they were like, yeah, they're thinking about what's in Dignitas' minds, and it's like, man, PewDiePie keeps like face checking and throwing games. How can we keep him from throwing games? I know, 3 supports. We'll pick 3 supports, and PewDiePie cannot possibly throw it. PewDiePie's been crushing, so the strat's been working. So either you ban out the 3 supports, and actually I was talking with Special last night, and I'm like, dude, Special, how you gonna be Dignitas? 5 supports. We're going 5 supports, we're gonna take him out. So the man has a sense of humor, or he told me his strats, and Dig now knows to watch out for that 5 support strat. But yeah, I think you can go one of 2 ways with it, right? Because Chaox has a very good Kog'Maw. I mean, Chaox has an exceptional roster of champions ultimately, and I think they can just say, ban, pick Corki or pick Cog, and then they can take their own supports, or they can ban out the Lulu, whatever. But honestly, the only reason I think CLG didn't beat Dignitas was they refused to ban the strategies out. That their game plan was, well, we'll just pick what we like and hope it works. And it was really close, and then they didn't have a cohesive sort of strategy unit there. And I think Solo Mid, I think they're very well disciplined. I think they're all exceptionally good players as well. And so when you actually have the discipline to ban champions that are beating you, which apparently is foreign to CLG, I think you'll have a much better chance there. So I think TSM actually have a really good shot at it.
Yeah, the one issue though is Soraka and Lulu. No one's really playing Soraka or Lulu, so we could see Lulu coming bot. We've seen Soraka bot, obviously. Soraka is one of the stronger supports, but if you're not taking both of those off the board from the bans, then you don't have Dignitas doesn't have to worry about teams first picking them to prevent Dignitas from taking them. So if they're not off in the bans and you're not taking them as support, they're kind of free picks for Dignitas. But,
yeah, absolutely.
I don't know, we'll have to see. I mean, I would definitely think that a really aggressive early game team would, do well, but then the concern is you don't end soon enough, you don't get that aggressive push that you want. Usually a lot of aggressive teams don't have that tower pushing capability. They lack having a really strong DPS in the back that's got that range, unless you go someone like, Caitlyn has that early game advantage, but then also, strong tower pushing. So that'll definitely be interesting. I'm just really excited. The crowds here have been fantastic.
Oh, yeah,
We've had, just such great support. So, thanks everyone for tuning in. It's been such an awesome experience. I look forward to, chatting with you in Rivington more. It's been a lot of fun.
Yep.
So thank you guys for joining us. We're going to cut back to commercial, and we'll be back shortly.
See if we can go higher. So this would be 8,420 if we can make it. 8,429.
Congratulations, everyone. That's awesome.
I'm Jeff In Control Robinson from Team EG, and this is Kingston's HyperX Genesis. It provides an ideal speed boost to increase the performance of your PC without the added price tag of hundreds of dollars in component upgrades. Genesis offers outstanding thermal dissipation, high frequency speeds, and low latency, so it's a perfect match for PC enthusiasts, system integrators, and gamers running Intel's i5 dual-channel motherboards.
Get brilliant HD with AMD A-Series APUs at www.amd.com/vision.
Hello, everybody. Hi. My name is Cristina V. For those of you just tuning in, are you guys ready for another match? Do we have any CLG fans in the house? How about V8? All right, coming up next, they're going to go head-to-head. I want to introduce the players on stage, so we're going to have the guys all come up and shake hands. Coming up, CLG and V8. Excited. So, I'm going to hand it over to our wonderful casters. We have Dinh and HatPerson. Are you guys ready? All right, thank you.
Everyone, please join me in welcoming to the stage frequent IPL Killing Spree guest commentator Dinh. Good to have you here.
It's definitely good to be here. I'm definitely enjoying my place here.
How are you enjoying IPL4 so far? We saw you yesterday in the EA Sports Bar as well.
I'm digging it. Like, it's in Vegas, it's very, very swag, and really, it's in the Cosmo, which is one of the best places to be. And I love the crowd. They're very, very energetic and enthusiastic. And
So we're also here. You know, we also give a little bit of shout out to solomid.net while we're here.
Yeah, I want to give out a shout out to solomid.net. You know, a lot of the pro players here, they actually write guides and post blogs and videos on solo mid. Not limited to Team Solo Mid, so if you guys are trying to improve your game, look for something cool to do. Just check out the guide section, check out the forums, communities, and blogs.
Wonderful site, wonderful resource. Glad to have you here. And we also got to talk a little bit about our next match, CLG and V8. We just saw V8 playing. Pretty good so far today, but CLG, I mean, you can't count out going over to Korea. You cannot count out the hotshot GG factors either.
Definitely. CLG has been a powerhouse for, I think, nearly like 2 years now. And them going to Korea definitely is probably going to improve their game. They get a little bit more practice and more like a global experience. So they can potentially have a lot of nice tricks hidden up their sleeves. But you also can't rule out V8. V8's been around for quite a while. These guys are beta players, and they're actually very, very skilled. So they did, I think they beat EPIK, and who else did they beat?
Well, let's see, V8, EPIK, and they just beat.
Oh no!
They just beat EPIK, and earlier on. I can bring up the brackets right now. Let's take a quick review here. So V8 TSM first round in the winners. And they just beat EPIK, and also going on at the same time, we also have Curse and Mono going on as well. So, and then whoever wins between Curse and Mono, whoever wins between CLG and V8, we're going to be seeing them battle later on.
That's interesting. I'm excited to see this match because I think the last time V8 did beat out CLG.
All right, so very soon we should be hitting Champ Select. Here we are. We're already in CLG with the first few bans already. And Morgana and Leona being banned out for CLG. Nidalee banned out by V8. They do not want to see Hotshot Nidalee GG.
Definitely, these are really, really target bans. If you know anything about Takashi X, he's been performing really, really well with Morgana. And I don't think, like the thing with banning is you either don't want to play against a certain champion or you try and ban out a certain champion that a certain player is really good at. And Takashi's definitely a really, really great Morgana player. And the Leona ban actually is targeted at Muffin Cutie. If you guys know anything about Muffin Cutie, he's got a really, really mean Leona as well.
We also saw a lot of Morgana during our South by Southwest show matches as well.
Definitely. I saw Takashi pull out, or I experienced his Morgana both matches, and he definitely dominated really, really hard.
And Mundo being the last ban for V8, and Shen, quick pick up for CLG. It worked pretty well for them against All Authority yesterday, so we'll see if they can't do it again. And Jana Udir coming in for V8.
Is this actually the first Mundo ban?
I believe. This is the second Mundo ban.
Second Mundo ban. I feel like he's been chosen almost every single game, and he has performed every single game. Yep. So definitely he's a very, very high threat this tournament. He's one of those champions where you get to about 30, 40 minutes, and he becomes just the ultimate tank, and you really just can't take him down, right? With all that CC reduction from his Burning Agony, he walks in, he drops to about like 10, 20%, and then he just walks back out with his ultimate on, and he walks back in at 50, 60%. So he's really, really hard to deal with.
I'm also really enjoying the Lee Sin ban from V8. So far this tournament, Lee Sin is CLG's real big go-to champion so far.
Yeah.
And we see, I think we might be trolled a little bit. I don't know. Are we going to see Malzahar? A little bit. Sona, Shyvana, it seems to be. Shyvana, fantastic. Well, here's the thing. We have Shen, we have Shyvana. We don't quite have an idea who's going top, who's going to be in the jungle.
I feel like most likely it would be Shen in the jungle. No, Shyvana in the jungle, Shen top. Just because Hotshot has so much experience with Shen top, and I really haven't seen him play Shyvana at all. And Saint's been pulling out Shyvana pretty frequently too. So, just based off the team comp, you have Shen. So I feel like Hotshot's going to do his own thing, split push top.
Yep.
And really, with a really tanky, highly escapable champion like Shen, it's going to allow Shyvana to not have to babysit him all the time. So he's going to be able to spend a lot more time in the enemy jungler and counter jungling and taking objectives.
Actually, even the opposite may actually be true. If Shyvana does happen to be in jungle, Shen, he'll have his ult, shield, come right in, taunts whatever he needs to be, and help clean up team fights. And Cog and Ahri being picked by V8. We've already talked a little bit about Cog earlier today. Pretty high win rate so far.
I felt like he's probably one of the highest win rate AD this tournament. Just for my team specifically, we pick him up every time, and it feels like every time we get him, we seem to win, and every time we're against him, we seem to lose. And he's definitely shining this tournament.
And then Rise being considered for CLG. Against Ahri, who performs well specifically against Ahri? Ooh, we got Vayne. Also going to be going bot lane with Sona, a little bit extra damage from her aura.
Against Ahri, it's kind of cheating, but GG did pick Rise, and I was going to say Rise is a champion that does pretty well against Ahri. Another one would be maybe assassin type like Kassadin or LeBlanc, but those are generally higher risk champions. Rise is a very safe early, mid, and late game pick. So you look at CLG's comp, they're generally very tanky champions. Rise is a tanky mage, Shyvana is a very tanky jungler, and Shen is a very tanky top lane. So what they're basically trying to do is they're trying to get really tanky champions that's going to be up front and provide cover for Vayne. And hopefully Vayne can stop everything.
Vayne will be in the back with Sona with a little bit of extra help. The Sona ult, fantastic as well. And V8 possibly trolling us a little bit more. I'm not quite sure who their last pick is going to be.
I feel like it's going to be Malphite.
We got Malphite for the last pick for V8.
Even though he switched to MoMa, probably thinking about it once or twice, one thing you got to keep in mind is if they're trying to Zerg at Vayne, she's going to pick Cleanse anyways. But she will have Cleanse, and Amumu's ultimate is not going to do much. And even if he follows up with a Bandage Toss, he's going to have the residual CC reduction from Cleanse, so he's not going to be able to be held in place. The thing with Malphite is his ultimate is a knockup. You can't cleanse out of it. So you can get to where you need to get with Malphite. So it's not a terrible pickup. Malphite generally is pretty good against Vayne. In terms of Shen and Shyvana, I mean, he's going to be able to do fine, but definitely he's not running against a double AP, so he doesn't have a whole lot to worry about as Malphite.
So Malphite going to be in the jungle, and we've seen you play Malphite jungle quite a bit in the past.
I've played a lot of Malphite jungle. He's generally really strong against a bruiser 80 top and 80 jungler. This is more of a hybrid for COG, so this isn't the optimal situation to have Malphite. But since they do have a Vayne, and if she becomes a problem, Malphite would be able to deal with her single-handedly. So as long as Rise doesn't stick on Malphite and pull him off of Vayne.
So now we also see Cleanse being picked up by both Vayne and Kog'Maw. So a little bit worried about all of the CC. If they get stunned or otherwise they want to make sure they can get away. Vayne, actually both of them are pretty squishy early on as well. Vayne does have some escapes. Kog'Maw's got the slow. Who's a little bit more slippery?
Who's a little bit more? Vayne is definitely more slippery just because she's got a lot of chasing potential, and she's got the tumble to tumble away. And if she's activating Final Hour, she actually goes invis and drops aggro at the same time. So, with the tumble, with the invisibility, she can reposition. Kog'Maw in general, he feels a little bit slower. He doesn't run away as fast. His strong point is he does have an AoE slow to zone everybody else that's coming at him. So a really well-placed slow can help him create distance. But I feel like if it's a straight-up fight Vayne Cog, if Vayne gets to jump on Cog, she can take him. But in a team fight, if both of them have really good cover, I feel like Kog'Maw will still come out ahead.
Now I'm also noticing here Muffin Cutie on Janna going Exhaust, Clairvoyance. I mean, personally, I like to use Flash on Janna. You know, if you're in a strange situation, you can go ahead, flash into the enemy team, actually ult, start pushing people away. But why would we taking Exhaust over that?
Basically, she's gonna want to protect whoever Zerg's Cog, and really having that Exhaust is gonna eliminate all types of melee damage that's gonna Zerg Cog late game. It's not gonna really benefit her early mid game in terms of laning against Vayne and Sona, just because if she's gonna exhaust Vayne, Vayne's gonna be able to cleanse it. But she's probably thinking more in terms of late game when I ultimate to knock back Shyvana, knock back Shen, and they're gonna dash back in with their ultimate or run right back in, and she's gonna be able to exhaust him and just help protect the Cog basically.
All right, game is loading up. Are you guys ready for game number 1? CLG versus V8, let's go. We got both of our teams showing up here. Look at Hotshot right there.
Oh man, look at that intense concentration.
The intense concentration right out in front. Got Muffin Cutie there. V8 loading on up into the game now. So for early on, I see Vayne. She has quite a bit of damage output very early on.
Yeah.
Where do you see bot lane going?
I feel like early game, Vayne and Cog are both not that strong. At level 4, I definitely see. It depends on the aggression early. If Vayne can chunk Cog really early on, she's definitely going to have the advantage in lane. She's going to be able to farm pretty freely. Vayne and Sona does not have offensive summoners, so they're already expecting to farm passively until, say, the post-level 6, where Vayne's going to be able to chase down Cog or Cog poke down Vayne. So I feel like in this case, Vayne's already playing defensive. I don't know if she's going to go aggressive early to chunk Cog because they're not really summonered for that. So the exchange can turn out very, very badly for CLG. So I feel like even though Cog should lose a little bit earlier in the game, he's going to be perfectly fine with the Janna combo, because Janna with Cog is actually pretty strong.
So we got both teams now in the game, and actually pings were initially going down right here in the top river around by Baron area, but it looks like V8 will just go ahead, take the top tri-bush. They may go in towards CLG's blue. And CLG looking, they're ready to defend. They're ready to defend the invade, but they're not quite sure where it's coming from. V8 all just gathered right here.
So the thing with this
top.
is, the expectation is they have a jungler Malphite. Malphite's very, very dependent on blue. Oh, there's gonna be a fight here. This is gonna be bad. V8
we're stepping on
V8
needles
left
here.
Before they engaged.
But Triesco going back into the bush. Oh, they see him.
Oh.
They see him right there. No, Triesco, don't do it. Oh no. How unfortunate. How unfortunate.
So basically what happened was V8 was trying to play some mind game. There's an expectation that Malphite will start at blue, so they're expecting CLG to invade. And so they camped that tri-brush up top, and they camped it, but they left about 2 seconds too early. Had they stayed in that area a little bit longer, they would have seen CLG move up, and that would have given away the position. Udyr moved back to the right, so when he walked into the tri-brush again, he has no vision of him sneaking into that brush. So it was just very, very unfortunate. I'd say very just bad luck and bad timing on Tree's part.
And even then, considering that kill, everyone got a piece of that action. Everyone from CLG. We got Shyvana got the kill. Everyone got an assist on that. So everyone helped. Everyone got a little bit of credit. Truly, truly unfortunate.
Lane, I feel like even though Tree died, he's not really behind. He didn't miss out on CS. The only thing he's behind on is probably about 40 or 50 XP that Hotshot got, and the maybe 40 or 50 gold that he got. So in terms of top, I feel like Tree is still gonna win top. However, since Shyvana did get first blood, he's gonna have a lot of pressure from the jungle.
Coming around, Triesco being chased into the bush. Saint Visions is here to do a little bit extra damage to taunt. Going down to Triesco will be enough. Yes, it will. And Afremu actually in the bot being chunked out a little bit by Chaucer, being incredibly aggressive in this bot lane very early on.
So like one thing I was talking about is even though he's not behind Shin up top, because...
Oh, unstoppable. Don't. Hot shot. St. Vicious very close. We got the taunt coming in once again. Unstoppable trying to get away. He's already at half health. St. Vicious doing what he can. Unstoppable X will be chased out of his own jungle.
So I think at this point, it's just going to be a very, very hard game for V8. Basically, anytime you feed a jungler, I feel like when I play, specifically as a jungler, when I get an early kill, my presence in the game is just so much more powerful. I'm able to counter jungle, I'm able to invade and just kill them every time I bump into them. So at this point in the game, Malphite should be able to do fine against Shyvana in the jungle. However, since Shyvana is 2-0, there's no way. Every time she finds Malphite, Malphite's going to have to run at this point.
St. Vicious at it again. Takashi X, big fat LP splashing in to get the root. Takashi X, it's St. Vicious very close. Ignite gonna bring her down to about 120. And their Gafford also being chunked out huge in bot lane. So Tree, Eskimo, Hot Shot, still duking it out top lane. And CLG, the bot lane, they're kind of really looking for blood here on Aphromoo. Every time they get an opportunity, auto attacks going straight down on the Kog'Maw.
Like naturally, when your team is winning the game, you just lose so much pressure in every single lane because what happens is your jungler, now that you're down 0-2, he's gonna fall behind, so there's no real pressure of ganking. So now Vayne can go as aggressively as he wants, and he probably has no pressure from Malphite because even when Malphite ganks, he's gonna be under level, he's gonna be under farm, and it's gonna take him quite a bit longer, maybe about 2 minutes longer to get to level 6. So there's really no threat in any lane for CLG. So this is really gonna be a really tough uphill battle for V8 to come back from.
They've already had Tree Eskimo die twice. Aphromoo being pushed to tower. Takashi X a little bit paranoid now after that gank, and Tree Eskimo doing what he can, pushing up against Hotshot GG, but we've seen Hotshot farm at tower before. It's nothing really new, and he's just going to be staying top lane. He doesn't really have a reason to go anywhere else unless he needs to ult.
It's generally pretty easy for Shen to farm at lane. You combine his key strike with his passive. I mean his key strike with his Q, I forgot what it's called, but you have those two skills together, and he's going to be able to farm just really, really well under tower.
Ward for Takashi X going into the little Wraith area there, and Aphromoo has no choice now but to back. He is out of potions. But Tree Eskimo, Seals, and Hot Shot still doing what they can to each other top lane. Well, let's take a look at Takashi X here real quick. I'm noticing, look at the farm already on Ahri as opposed to Ryze. 10 up.
I'm actually surprised. I feel like the matchup, with the advantage from Ryze, he should be winning lane, but it also, if Ahri can land a good E and chunk him, he can put Ryze on the defensive really, really easily as well.
But V8, learning from their mistakes, they've got proper ward coverage. They know if they're going to be approached. St. Vicious actually doing what Shyvana does best, counter jungling, taking those raids real quick. But Takashi X being pinged out by CLG, know that Ahri's wandering down bot lane, and Chowster retreating to tower. What is Ahri going to be doing? Not a whole lot, but top right here, Tree Eskimo up top lane. Taunt again from Hotshot. St. Vicious coming in once again. Deja vu. The exhaust coming in, and Tree Eskimo falls once more. Even with the ward coverage, even with the ward, they can't prevent those ganks.
The thing with Tree is, since he did give up that first blood and the second, he's just incredibly behind. Under normal circumstances, if he's even in farm and he's able to do what he needs to do, the ganks wouldn't have nearly been as effective. But since he is behind, anytime you gank a champion that is behind, it just becomes increasingly easy. So one thing we can continue to look for is just all that aggression up top to keep Tree Eskimo down, because the matchup naturally.
Takashi getting quite chunked out in mid, but will fall back, but in bot, Muffin Cutie does fall. Chester and Doublelift being able to get the last bit of damage, and Aphromoo still being chunked as he's trying to get away.
So one thing is the Udyr versus Shen matchup. Naturally, Udyr beats Shen in lane. He's able to burst Shen through his shield and actually do a little bit extra, but since he is being kept down, now Shen should be able to farm pretty freely against him.
Blue buff being passed over to Big Fat. He'll be taking that with him in the mid. Ryze, yeah, he does pretty good with mana. Mana's his thing, kind of, almost. A little bit. He could definitely use that to his advantage in the mid. He's still down. Well, actually, no, he caught up pretty quick in the creep score. But Ari will also be looking to get blue buff as well, so she'll be taking that with her as well. But ping going down around Dragon area. We got wards from both teams down there, and pink ward actually going down from Unstoppable X will be reducing the vision of CLG in that area. But they know their ward's missing now, so just a little bit more wary.
One thing you can definitely see is just a lot of aggression near Dragon for CLG. Because they do have Shen ulti, he can come in at any point. Udyr does not have ult, and Shyvana has Wriggles. With her Q, she's going to be able to proc Wriggles a lot more frequently, so Dragon's going to come down really, really easy. This is pretty much a free Dragon for CLG. I can't see V8 contesting this, just because bottom loss and just jungle is just so incredibly bad.
V8, they did CV, so they know what's going on, but there's not a whole lot they can do about it, and CLG will go ahead and grab that first Dragon of the game. And Hotshot Trieskimo still around. Unstoppable X and Takashi, they're looking around a little bit in the jungle, but bot lane, we've got Shyvana in wait. St. Vicious being ulted by Shen, going through the tower. Muffin Cutie going down immediately, and Aftermoon does not have anywhere to go, but he's chasing after Chowster. Will Chowster live? I'm not sure. 49 health. Gotta run away from that little bug. Just got away. 50 health, being able to eke it
my
out.
heart's starting to worry
Just a little
more.
bit.
I feel like at this point in the game, V8's gonna pull out some really, really big plays of the comeback, and really, I feel like that big play is gonna have to center around Ari. Just because Ari, I feel like she's one of those champions that when you're behind, she's capable of making big plays. She's able to roam and really just output a lot of damage. So if things are gonna go as they are, this is really just gonna snowball way out of control.
Wonderful moves by CLG. Taking out bot tower 10 minutes into the game. Just if we get more ganks like that, just my heart palpitating so wildly. It's going to be crazy. Chester now defending top lane. A real quick Trieskimo doing what he can. And Takashi X actually making a little bit of a move here on the Big Fat, but pings it going down around blue buff for V8 from both teams. St. Vicious in the neighborhood looking to do something, and Takashi X pushing it Big Fat past tower, but right here, Malphite, he realizes his wolves not quite there, knows St. Vicious is in the area, but Hotshot is down here with Aframo trying to chunk him out. Ignite's going down, Cleanse going down. Aframo, will he be able to get away? I'm not so sure. It's one more attack or two, and Hotshot is able to get, but Hotshot, once again, the true damage, will he be able to finish him off? Shield going down, the shield! That shield, but Ari is here. Big Fat has found Takashi X trying to help, has to get away, and the Dragon coming in. St. Vicious trying to close the gap with Takashi X. You have the ultimate. You're a little bit more mobile. CLG has to back off. Trieskimo now defending against a two-man push bot lane. We got a little lane switch action going here.
I think at this point, V8, what they need to do is they just really need to group up and find a pick and take towers, find a pick and take towers. If they're not able to do that, this game is going to end very, very quickly. Just because what CLG is trying to do is they're just rotating lanes right now. Basically, after they took bottom tower, they sent Shen there because, you know, Shen isn't a great pusher. He's great at holding lanes, and he's great at being in wherever he wants, whenever he ults up. And so,
the ult going down on Trieskimo from Sona. Double lift, pushing him back to try and get a little bit extra damage, and then Turtle stance. Shield works for Shen, not so much for Udyr. Takashi X now for doing a little bit of free farm, but Big Fat going it back. So now we have two members of V8 having to reassign themselves to top lane to defend against this push. Double may also take out top tower as well. There's a little bit of damage going on the tower from a distance. Chester taking a tower hit or two. Meanwhile, Takashi X, while they're being pushed, is going to go ahead and shove mid.
So
and,
one thing.
And once again, Hotshot and Aframo duking out down bot lane. Can Aframo get away this time? I think he might just do it, but Ari beating St. Vicious in the jungle. Takashi X is being exhausted. The dash will be able to close a little bit of gap, but now flash in from Big Fat. Takashi X will be able to get away, but St. Vicious taking a rather large deal of damage.
So one thing you can see from COG is they are like rotating their lanes. They sent Shen bottom so Vayne and Sona can take top. So what you're going to see continually from this point on is what CLG wants to do is they want to extend their lead. They want to get the extra gold, and they want to take down towers as fast as much as possible. So I wouldn't be surprised if Vayne takes top and then rotate mids afterwards. Then take Dragon, because Dragon would be in about that time when it's going to spawn and take that. And just you're going to see continued rotation from lane to lane. Just as the outer tower drops, they're going to be in position to take Baron as well.
Top tower, got about 300 health left on that thing. Double lift can just go in, tumble in, 2-3 shots, and it should be going down pretty quickly. Vayne's actually doing pretty good. Double lift's doing all right. Not too bad for himself so far early on. Tree Eskimo now once again meeting up with Shen, this time in bot lane. And Muffin Cutie Aftermood now defending top lane. Tree Eskimo now wandering over to blue. Pretty sure that DashX is going to go ahead and grab that, take that wherever he may go. Blue buff not up yet for CLG. Did someone already grab it? I believe. Let me check everyone. Yes, Big Fat actually does have it already. So once again, both AP carries with the blue. And St. Vicious wandering through with an Oracles already. Want to try and take out some of those wards. CLG continuing to push.
Tree. I'm scared for Tree.
I'm
right
scared
now.
for Tree right now as well. St. Vicious hot shot. Once again, the taunt. The bear stance is not going to be able to save him. Gets dragoned into the wall by Unstoppable X. Can he save the day? We got the ultimate, but it's not going to be enough. Unstoppable X tried to help, just could not do enough. But what Big Fat LP is here? Is he going to be going around? He's, oh, is this flash up? No, it is not, but he's got his ignite. We got the taunt once again. They're not going to go ahead and move on. They're just going to wait for this minion wave and push, but in the meantime, top tower does fall. But TekaShiX will also take the mid. St. Vicious trying to get away. But V8's in a very precarious situation right here. Malphite has to defend this two-man push. TekaShiX is trying to chase down St. Vicious, but it's not quite working out. And they're just taking out this tower straight away. They got enough of a minion wave to do it.
I feel like at this point, each of their lanes is just so strong.
Oh, Ari's here. Are we going to make a
split
move? Charm doesn't hit anyone, but only one hit on the orb onto Rise, and the taunt going down from TekaShiX. He is ignited, will not be able to get away in time. Shen does go down in the process. Unstoppable X will get away, but Tree Eskimo, we got the shield, we got the bear stance. Can we get the damage we need onto Rise? He is rooted. He's in chase, but St. Vicious is here laying in wait. Big Fat, will he be able to get away? We got the Tiger stance. He is rooted once again. Can he close the gap? Big Fat, are you getting away from this? Yes, you are. Tree Eskimo falls once again. 0-6 Tree Eskimo right now. That's gotta hurt. CLG tearing apart V8 right now at every single opportunity. 11-1. They are up quite a bit in gold. It's getting a little bit ridiculous.
It's getting very ridiculous. Right now, I feel like Shyvana is just such a huge threat.
Yes.
She's got so much pressure on the entire map. She's tanky enough, and she honestly can take on anybody one-on-one on V8 right now too. So as a jungler, when you get to that point, you exert so much pressure on the entire map. There is just free global objectives right now.
TekaShiX getting a little bit too far out. Chowster now coming from behind. Ult is up. It will go down. Can we get further damage here? The ult does go through the root. Shield from Janna helping out a little bit. TekaShiX has really not much of an option. You're gonna get these raids here, possibly gonna back, but we got some pings going on by the raids for CLG. They know she's still around. Ward coverage. That ward in that bush should be taken out by St. Vicious. Still has the Oracle. And once again, Tree Eskimo hotshot bot lane, trying to stop the bush, trying to stop the push as much as he can. But geez, lots of damage coming in from hotshot as well. That bot tower very close to going down. But here, top lane, Aftermoon being spotted out by CLG. Not a whole lot you can do there. And now CLG is pinging Baron. I think they might be going for it right here.
It's actually a pretty safe Baron. They do have two wards at the choke between Tower and Red, and right above Red. So they're going to have an early warning if V8 decides to come. It is a little early. In terms of damage, I feel like if they do it, it would put them at risk, but they definitely can still do it. So it's really their call. I honestly wouldn't want to go for Baron for at least another 3 minutes.
Tree Eskimo still trying to duel with Hotshot, but the Ignite goes down. Don't think he's going to be getting away from this one. The shield, just in time. 20 health getting away, but still, TheKashiX trying to get some damage here on Hotshot while he's still around. And Muffin Cutie left alone to defend the mid. Double lift, top, Aftermoo, and Unstoppable X go around. Unstoppable is here. Can we get the slow that we need? Can we get the damage we need? No. TheKashiX once again in mid, getting rooted, taking quite a bit of damage here, already at half health after one Rise combo with fries and drink with purchase. CLG once again, it doesn't matter. They can just push any lane. They got Shen, they got Hotshot, pushing down bot without a care in the world. If he really needs to join the fight, he can just ult in. CLG, they just have just free roam right now.
The thing is CLG does not have a wave clear. So anytime they push and there's a significant amount of players behind that tower, they cannot really dive that tower because they're going to be tanking. And this early in the game, the tower is quite strong. So they're playing a lot safer and they're not taking any big risks.
And right here, they've made sure that the Baron Pit has no wards, and they're going right for it. V8, none the wiser, and Ping's still going down around CLG. Just want to make sure they can secure this Baron. It should be pretty easy. And you see Trieskimo, he's still fighting with Hotshot. They seize the buff pop and realize, oh, so that's what they've been doing this entire time.
This is going to be a 4v1 Hotshot.
But yeah, if Hotshot
but there is a ward, so he's not too concerned.
Right. And he also still has the ult. He can still get away. He's got Ghost as well. CLG going to take that buff to the mid tower. Should be taking that down shortly with this minion wave. Top lane also, we got a little bit to bot lane. Trieskimo has no choice. He has to retreat, and CLG taking down that mid tower. Yeah, look at that minion wave though, pushing top lane though.
It is.
It'll get there. It'll get there.
At this point, getting CS is not CLG's concern. Just considering the gold difference, 300 gold isn't going to make a big dent in
right.
whatever long-term goals they have. What they want to do right now is they want to take full advantage of the Baron buff and take as many towers as they can, because with their team comp, they don't have a good tower sieging comp. So with the extra buff from Baron, is going to put them over the edge where they can actually take down towers with people behind it.
And once again, after taking both tier 2 bot and mid, they will adjust their attention up the top lane. But Hotshot, we got 3 members of VA here in chase, and they're just going to let him go. I just realized, what are we doing? Why are we chasing Shen? Top lane being pushed by CLG. They're just going to straight out tank the tower. They are. Let's go
They're
ahead.
only going to be able to tank it for a good 5 seconds and then want to back out, because it's not worth it for Saint to risk losing so much HP.
Yeah.
It was one of those things where I can tank it for a while and then can top off, but I don't really want to drop that low.
It's CLG. They're being spotted here in V8's jungle. They've taken the red. We got 3 members from V8 trying to defend top. We got Ahri in the mid pushing as much as she can, but this tier 2 top is going to fall as well.
I can't see them defending this without Ahri.
Ahri,
so if she does not go back, she's gonna lose inhibitor very, very soon.
She's realizing that now is backing immediately. All V8 will be here soon to defend this push top, but that tower is actually already down. Inhibitor is open. They should be moving towards that right now, but Ahri is here to join the party. Shen is here as well, full 5-on-5 here by the inhibitor. It does go down. Malphite being rooted. And Steel's just going to go ahead and back out. We got a ward down here, making sure we see their movement. CV going down. CLG wants to confirm how many members of V8 are present for the defend. Going to push this minion wave here, but look, all the work that Ahri has done, CLG, their minion wave is already way back here, and Ahri going in on Big Fat, but it's going to be a little bit mistimed. The Ignite going to be going down. Ahri will fall.
I felt like if BF, LP, or if he wasn't that fed, Ahri would have been able to take him, but just all that global gold that he's getting, and with Baron buff too, and it was still a very, very close fight.
Flash ult from Sona getting pretty much everyone from V8. They're just being cleaned up here at their own tower. Unstoppable X falling right down there, and Trieskimo, ooh dear, not being able to do much, and I don't think Kog'Maw is going to be able to do much to defend this either. CLG should be taking this tower, and there's a surrender. GG! CLG coming out in dominant fashion here.
They definitely played very, very well that game.
Wow.
They definitely controlled Udyr top. I felt like that game, if V8 was going to win it, it would be from top lane, and they completely shut down top lane.
So, right, I mean, even though you look at this game, in this game we had 4 of the top 5 used champions so far in this tournament. We had Udyr, Janna, Kog, and Shen. Lee Sin being the other in the top 5. He was banned here.
Yeah.
But you cannot underestimate the power of the Dragon, the power of Shyvana. All that counter jungling, the wonderful ganks, and this took advantage of the early kill on Trieskimo over and over again, coming in for those early ganks top lane.
Yeah, definitely. The thing with COG is I'm pretty sure what they're thinking is Trieskimo is one scary Udyr. We need to do something to keep him down.
So what should we see? Is there anything V8 should be doing going into game 2?
I felt like in terms of picks and bans, that was a legitimate team. They had a really good team. CLG doesn't have the type of comp where they can group up and fight under tower. So even if COG has a decent lead, well, they had a monstrous lead, but if they only had a decent lead, they wouldn't be able to take down towers and dive as successfully. So, and when that happens, Cog is going to be able to get to late game. But unfortunately, the lead was just too big that Cog just, it didn't matter. The game was going to end so soon.
Yeah. So we will be heading into game 2 in just a little bit. We're going to take a short break, so do please stick with us. This is IPL4.
This special presentation of IPL is brought to you by Astro Gaming. Check out the latest award-winning gaming gear at astrogaming.com and follow @AstroGaming on Twitter.
Something revolutionary has arrived. The new standard in graphics from AMD is here, redefining virtually everything that came before. Higher frequencies, more memory, better frame rates, superior resolution than our previous generation. And the world's first 28nm GPU.
play support for Team Dignitas. I started playing video games late, like probably whenever I was 14. I started with Warcraft 3 and World of Warcraft. And I got into pretty high-end guild for World of Warcraft, but then I switched to League of Legends and really haven't played a whole lot since. Some advice I'd give for other support players is really focus on positioning and team fights, because you really won't have items to survive. You're mostly there to ward and to support your team, so staying out of AoE is really important. And some other advice is basically just keep wards up and keep timers on wards. I just shout out to all the Dignitas fans and all the fans of Locust, of course.
My name is dshao. My game handle is Seltzer. I play support on Team Counterlogic Gaming. The thing that I like about League of Legends is that there's a counter to everything. It's just that people aren't bright enough to see it. They always tunnel and they're like, okay, this one thing will beat them. And like, there's always these flavors of the month that come and go, and people will forget the old champions. And that's why I love it. When time and time comes again, they stray away from these champions, and these champions don't see play for months. And one person will bring it back, and everyone will just like bandwagon it, even though that champion was viable at all points of at all times. I always have this mentality where I think every single champion is viable in League of Legends, and I think there's a place for basically everyone. And I've always had that mentality because I know, like, I can picture what you can do with these champions, but everyone else is, I don't want to sound cocky or arrogant, but everyone else is very close-minded. And they always just like discount it simply because they don't see it, and they just use it based on like confirmation bias. Like, we're not seeing this because they just make all these shit excuses to say this champion's not bad, like not as good or can't be used because they don't see it. But the thing is, like, what made people stray away from those champions are such minor changes. They never should have changed in the first place. That's why like the game keeps changing, but at the end of the day, those champions still accomplish the same things. The meta game has actually been really stagnant, I feel. It's been the same since DreamHack, which is June, and before that, which is AD carry support bottom lane, which I find really funny because all along, the entire time, dual bruisers will counter that lane. At any time, you take two bruisers bottom lane, they can't live. There's nothing they can do. If you have the right team comp, the right bottom lane combo against the right bottom carry, like enemy has another AD support combo, they can't live. They can't even farm. And I've wondered why people haven't taken advantage of that. It's just because they're so caught up in the meta game, they can't think outside the box. I feel that maybe one day support will change because they'll find out that the support utility isn't as good as it's made out to be. It's not the end all. It's not something that must be in the game. But from what I've seen, I don't think anyone's going astray from that because they'll make up a lot of excuses. They'll maybe test it out one game, obviously not knowing how to play the matchup, fail, and just use confirmation bias to like explain like it's not good. Like this is the way like the meta game, people always find some way to justify it. But I just don't see how that's the case. Like fundamentally at the base level, there's nothing you can do. Like there's counter to everything.
Wow, how are you guys doing this afternoon? Oh, excuse me. So, on stage, coming up right now is Lonnie with Live U. Let's give her a welcome.
Hi everyone, my name is Lonnie and I'm here with the Live U unit. So right here we're going to be streaming live. Yeah, say hi. Let's give people at home something to be jealous about. So we're walking around, we have lots of free stuff, so if you guys see me walking around, please don't be shy and come say hi. But right now, I'm gonna need to hear the loudest section for a free t-shirt. Okay, one more. you. Share it on social media. Tell your friends. Tell your mom and your dad. We'd love to talk to you guys, so thank you so much.
Thank you. They're going to be running around all over the place, so if you find them, make sure to say hi. So, right now, we are going to see match 2 between CLG and V8. If you weren't tuned in, the first match ended fairly quickly. I think it was just a little over 20 minutes and ended with a surrender. And CLG is currently 1-0, so I'm very excited to see what's going to happen next. And in other news, RedBaron has some awesome glasses on.
Complete the ensemble.
Yeah, I think it does too. Now ripping quotes. I'm gonna hand it over to Dinh and RedBaron. Let's get the second match underway. Bye.
Awesome, thank you very much. We're very happy to have Chrissy V here with us, the voice of Riven. She's been entertaining us all weekend. It's been a blast. Dan, thank you for joining us. It's always fun to cast with you.
Oh, it's always a pleasure to be here. I love these guys. I go into work every weekend, and we always hang out, play some Liar Dice, and just go have dinner. It's a great time at the office. So I think before we start, we want to give a little plug out to lolpro.com. It's a cursed website as one guide for one champion by some of the best players in the world. So basically, a person is known for a champion. What they would look for is they're going to look for that person to make a guide specifically for that champion. So it's definitely another really good resource if you're looking to get better at League of Legends.
Yeah, so I mean, definitely you have players like Nijaki, who's known for his Vigar play. You want to see how Nijaki plays Vigar? Feel free to check it out.
EPIK too.
EPIK, yeah, that's
Pretty
another
beastly.
one. So I don't know. I'm definitely excited for this matchup. We have actually we're right into champ select. So there you go, CLG versus V8. I'm curious to see what V8's going to do in this game number 2. Do you think that we might see a Shen ban in this game?
I felt like Shen wasn't the problem. It came down to organization and mechanicals. And so what they just got to do is get their mind back in the game. It was probably a very, very crushing top. You get camp top that hard, and really it's going to demoralize you. So what V8 needs to do coming in game 2, really, I felt like their bans and picks were very, very legitimate. It was perfectly fine. They just need to get their head back in the game and just come up with a better plan, a better strategy on execution.
But at the same time, Shen is just such a versatile kind of champion in that top lane. He can, even when you're down, contribute to your team. He has the split pushing capabilities. And if you're ahead, the fact that you can just sit there and tower dive extremely aggressively is, devastating. So they will ban that out. It is interesting to see, but you're right. V8, they knew their game plan coming in, and the real issue is that they just fell behind early, and that's one of the things with top lane. You fall behind because you're so isolated. It can be really difficult to get back into the game.
Yeah, the thing with Shen is Udyr does absolutely dominate Shen, early, mid, and late game. So I felt like V8 was very confident in that pick. It's just one thing they didn't expect was that early first blood for Shyvana, which gave her so much control in the jungle and just ganking just around the map entirely. So that's just one thing you gotta look out for. You don't want to give up an early advantage and just give up a second early advantage within 2 minutes.
So right off the bat, we see V8 switching to a more controlled jungler. Mundo, definitely one of the strongest junglers in the game. Do you think that's, definitely a favorable matchup rather than having Malphite, who once Shyvana got ahead, Malphite had no means of kind of catching up against Shyvana?
I feel like most junglers, when they get ahead, 2 kills within 3.5 minutes, really, whenever they bump into another jungler, the other ones just gotta hightail it. It's like, oh man, this guy's gonna kill me, I just gotta leave it. You take my farm, I don't really care, I'd rather not die. So that was a predicament Unstoppable X was in. And really, this game, I feel like Mundo General is stronger than Shyvana. Shyvana's got a little bit more mobility, but Mundo is just so much stronger late game. And I felt like if Unstoppable X did not pick up Mundo, that would have been a go-to pick for St. Vicious.
Yeah, it'll definitely be interesting to see. Mundo, we've seen him played so often. He is, that kind of dominant force. CLG, they did pick up Janna as well as Shyvana, so Janna in that bot lane gives them that fight control. And then Kog'Maw going to V8, and Kog'Maw has just been dominating this tournament so far. You get to a certain point in the game, Kog'Maw, regardless, is going to have damage. And so you have teams like, Dignitas, they're not even getting damage on Kog'Maw. They're rushing that Phantom Dancer because they recognize Kog already has such a high damage output.
Definitely, the Phantom Dancer, in my opinion, I feel like they rushed the Phantom Dancer because of the synergy with his W, which does a % of damage to champions. And so when you're having a % of damage, the thing that scales the best with that would be attack speed, and Phantom Dancer's got plenty of that. And with the movement speed and his slow, he's going to be able to kite and stay alive. And so for Kog'Maw, his damage innately is very, very high. So what you need to do is, you need to survive. Phantom Dancer provides that for him. And really, the attack speed actually helps his damage output as well.
I'm kind of curious. I mean, we do have, Kog'Maw and Soraka. That is a very strong bottom lane. But I just think it would be hysterical if we started to see teams experimenting with Dignitas, experimenting with that Soraka mid. I know the odds of that are so low. You need to practice and work on the lane matchups. You need to understand how a champion like Soraka in particular trades with other champions in that mid lane. But even so, it would be fun. And Doublelift, once again, going with Vayne, one of his strongest champions, obviously, but I thought it was interesting when you have Vayne, such a short-range champion, against the long range of a champion like Kog'Maw, and then if you have strong upfront anti-carries like Mundo, whether they can get into Vayne's face, kind of try and shut her down a little bit.
I feel like Vayne is just one of Doublelift's strongest champion and his comfortable champion. That's probably the biggest reason why he picks him. You've been seeing him play a lot of Vayne just, I think, ever since DreamHack. And so, actually, a little bit after DreamHack. So, it's just one of those champions he's very comfortable with. So, I feel like when you're that comfortable with a champion, it doesn't matter what the matchup is, you can play appropriately.
But now we have Tree Eskimo playing Sion, his favorite champion. Really, I mean, out of all of them, I would have to say. And then Takashi X going with Karthus. That AoE from Karthus, how is that going to do against Vayne? Because Vayne, because she is short range, Karthus can maybe step up and do her.
I feel like Karthus is a pretty decent pick in this situation. If you look at 3 of 4 of CLG's champions, just relatively short range. It's one of those type of deal where if you want to deal damage, you have to get close enough to take damage. So, now with Aurelia too, that's 4. Shyvana's short range, she's basically melee. Vayne is really, really short range too. And Ryze, he's got decent range, but he's one of the shorter AP casters. So, even with Aurelia, I feel like Karthus is a decent pick.
Now here's my question. You would have the insight here. Sion versus Aurelia. That matchup, it used to be fairly even. Aurelia had some difficulty popping Sion's shield, but if she uses her abilities, she of course can. But Sion could always just push Aurelia into the tower, deny some farm there. Sion has the pushing capabilities, so he can roam, get off some ganks. But now, when Aurelia doesn't have that innate regen, she needs to activate her W. How does she fare in that lane matchup? Can Sion push her around a little bit more now?
Sion, I feel like, can push Aurelia around. However, if he starts pushing the lane, you combine Aurelia's dash and slow with St. Vincent's exhaust, Sion is going to be put in a sticky situation. So depending on how the lane matchup goes, Sion should be able to farm really well, should be able to control it. But if he gets a little too aggressive, he's going to get ganked. And that's one thing he's not going to want to be looking forward to. I feel like Sion Mundo gank is just equally as scary. However, Aurelia does have anti-CCs built into her passive, so the gank from Mundo and Sion may not be as risky for her.
Yeah, I mean, Sion, he definitely doesn't have that same kill potential as Aurelia in that lane. He's got nice burst, but without that ignite, opting for the teleport, he will have a lot more map control. Couple that with his pushing capabilities. So we'll see whether or not V8 can take that advantage. But as you could hear, CLG, the crowd favorite currently, we start getting some cheering going. It's just, an awesome experience. But I don't know, I'm very curious. I haven't seen Aurelia in a while since she's been, nerfed. I've seen her here and there, but she's never really been the same champion. She's kind of struggled some. I know, Wicked kind of stopped playing her because he just doesn't feel that she wins the same lane matchups that she used to. But regardless, I don't know, it should be interesting to watch. And Karthus versus Ryze, that's always a interesting lane. I mean, Karthus has the long range for farming, but Rise definitely has that upfront killing potential.
What Karthus wants to do is he does not want to fight early. I feel like what V8 Takashi is going to do is he's just going to want to just passively farm and hits his R whenever there's an opportunity. You're going to see a lot of roaming from Sion just because he doesn't have Ignite, so he's not going to be able to kill Aurelia. Especially once Aurelia hits level 6, she's going to heal significantly from using her ultimate. So I feel like the lane match up top is more about surviving and roaming and ganking. The lane matchup mid for V8 is also about surviving and just having that global presence. And bot lane, same deal. I feel like Vayne, Janna has more kill potential than Soraka, Cog. So V8's playing I'm going to play really safe and not give up any advantage. And hopefully they can pull to late game, because that's basically where they want to be with that team comp.
Yeah, now, as they get to the late game, Vayne is one of those uber carries, but Kog'Maw, like you said, when they have Kog'Maw, Karthus, those are both extremely late game carries. I mean, they just completely can control the game.
The way they want to deal with Vayne is they're going to have Sion blow everything on Vayne, and hopefully with the Karthus ult, and maybe with 1 or 2 auto attacks from Kog'Maw, or his ultimate, his Bio-Arcane Barrage, it's going to be able to kill Vayne, because Vayne's going to have about 1900 hit point about maybe 30-40 minutes into the game. And that's not too much considering with Sion's Birth, with Karthus' ult, and just 1 or 2 attack from Afromu, he's going to be able to get killed.
Okay, so in this bottom lane, we do have the very aggressive lane double lift on Vayne, and then Chouster going to be playing Janna. Kog'Maw doesn't really have the burst damage to just instantly pop that Janna shield, which is the big weakness to Janna's shield now.
Yeah.
Do you think that we might see, with the jungler, some early aggression there to kind of try and shut them down? Or is Soraka just have too much sustain for them? It'll turn into a farm lane.
It's going to be a farm lane for double lift, and it's going to be V8 that's just going to try and survive. I feel like V8 just has really, really passive lane in general, and they're not going to have control of any of the 3 lanes. So I actually foreseeably, it's probably going to be COG taking every dragon and V8 banking for the late game.
So with the dragons, if CLG, they have that early advantage, they're going to try and press. Karthus, with that Sion teleport, Karthus is very strong at taking dragon as well. Does provide some nice control with the teleport coming in from Sion. Is that going to be a concern for CLG, where they're trying to pressure that early advantage, and then all of a sudden Tree Eskimo just completely changing the game?
Definitely bottom is going to be pushing really, really heavily, and if there's, even if the exchange is slightly in COG's favor, if Sion goes in there, it can change it 180 degrees. So that's one thing they have to look out for. What you don't want to have is, you don't want to have Soraka to ward deep behind lane and have Vayne and Janna pressure Cog to tower, because that's exactly what's going to happen. Cog is going to be farming at tower for the majority of the game. And so if Sion is strong enough and teleports behind, bottom lane can be potentially in trouble.
Well, here we go. We have the crowd cheering. Go cheer for your favorite team, CLG. What about some V8? Can we get a V8 cheer going? I know you're all going crazy for Hotshot over there. We got a little bit of cheering going for the other side, but everyone definitely really excited. We will be in this game shortly. And I'm definitely just kind of curious to see how Hotshot is going to be playing Aurelia again. Aurelia, even with the changes, that only affects the laning phase for the most part. In team fights, she's still going to have that same fight control. She's still going to be a monster if she can, get those that early kind of advantage, get those early items, be really aggressive in those fights. So
I feel like in this case, Aurelia's early game changes isn't going to affect that much, because just right off the bat, V8's already expecting to play defensive, so she's going to get the farm that she's going to need in. And so in terms of mid-late game, she's going to be at the same pace that she normally would be.
So considering, let's see, purple team, we have CLG. We probably won't see any lane swaps. That's definitely something that CLG kind of pressures a little bit, but the lane matchups are probably, they're favorable, as are. I'm kind of curious whether or not we'll see any blue aggression, because both of these teams, their mids need to get blue, but at the same time, because the lanes are going to be so even, do you think that they're going to risk that kind of invasion, or? I
feel like, V8 should be able to defend off any invasion early game, just because Karthus is really, really good at zoning level 1. You factor in that and Mundo's Cleaver, they're not going to be able to they're not going to want to walk in there. unless CLG pulls out something very, very sneaky, they won't be invading. And if V8 chooses to, they actually can invade. But after the last game, I don't know if they have the morale for that. So I'm a little concerned.
Well, we are coming into the game, so it should be booted up shortly, but we do have CLG versus V8. CLG, dominant fashion in game number 1, just abusing V8 all over the map. They've been playing fantastically this tournament. I thought they were going to be able to take down Dignitas, just barely not able to accomplish it. That game number 2 slipping away from them. So that they want their second chance back at Dignitas in the finals, as everyone does.
I had already written off Dignitas. I thought that they had already lost. Actually, I thought they had lost to Mono too. So I was just thoroughly surprised.
Okay, well, if you want to take a look at their players here, we do have this fantastic versus screen. We've got Hot Shot sitting up there at the front of the table for CLG, and then V8 on the other side. Everyone's definitely excited, and I think it's interesting, both supports taking Clairvoyance. They know that they've got these aggressive junglers. They don't want to allow that early invasion or even just counter jungling as the game progresses or ganking influence. So they will be prepared for that, but we are in the game. We should be getting underway shortly and see how CLG versus V8 handle this game.
Yeah, definitely. We've been seeing a lot of resurgence in Clairvoyance. I think for a while you stopped seeing it, but it's coming back just because, especially this game, they have heavily positioning dependent champions. So it's very important for both teams to have Clairvoyance this game.
Is that going to be a weakness bottom, though? Janna doesn't have her heal. Kog'Maw, if they can get any early harass in, they definitely have the out-sustaining comp down in the bottom lane with Soraka. Is the fact that neither Doublelift nor Janna have a heal going to hurt them, or is that really only for when you're kind of dueling and want to have that advantage?
I feel like it shouldn't be a problem just because Kog doesn't have enough damage early. Even with the heal, and if they're going to exchange, Vayne's going to come out. So. And if she chooses not to exchange, the Janna Shield's going to be able to block all the damage.
Well, we do have V8 coming in here extremely aggressively, recognizing both junglers are, manaless junglers going to go for that early red. So V8 going to try and steal this red. And then at the same time, we see CLG on the opposite side. They've already kind of set up themselves, just like last time, seeing if maybe they can catch Trieskimo out of position again. Maybe coming up from that blue, though I don't know that they expect it, but we'll see whether or not CLG comes in. Do you think that they know V8 is in their jungle right now in the red and are trying to kind of flank them on their way back?
I feel like they're trying to counter blue, so that's why they're hiding up there. What they want to do is they want to have V8 start the wolves, then go to blue, but that's not happening. So it's just going to be them farming each other's jungle and then splitting off the lanes.
Okay, well, Mundo is going to be able to get that red, and that is going to hurt some of St. Vicious's ganking potential. They are set up here. We'll see whether or not there's a little bit of an engage, but everyone will probably be able to clear back, and let's see who's going to be getting this blue. I'm curious whether or not it'll be passed off to Hotshot or just give the experience to Saint, most likely. Oh my gosh, so we actually have Trieskimo almost engaging with Big Fat there for a second. But he's actually, sitting over here. He doesn't see Unstoppable, kind of waiting around. They're not positive on where everyone is. He's actually going to walk right into Unstoppable, not going to see him there as he's getting away. But Saint coming up top, going to get off some nice early damage against Trieskimo. He will be able to get out of there with the flash, not taking any damage in that lane.
I felt like that flash was a little preemptive. What he wanted to do was have her burn at least exhaust before flashing. Because next time when Shyvana comes around, probably within the next minute, he's not going to have it up, and she's going to have exhaust, and that would be a 70% chance of getting a kill. And so I'm a little worried because he could have baited a summer spell along with his flash.
And particularly considering that Trieskimo is probably going to be pushing up this lane, so it will put him in that vulnerable position as we discussed earlier. So Mundo able to get his red. He is slightly ahead of Shyvana currently.
Yeah.
What is Shyvana's main goal going to be in this early jungling phase? Just to kind of clear along, get some levels.
In terms of jungling right now, she really can't invade without red just because her kill potential is going to be so weak. And she can't chase down Mundo. So one thing you're not going to see is you're not going to see Shyvana counter jungling on Mundo unless she knows his position on the map. Her concern right now is just basically farming. She's probably going to donate this blue to Rise if Rise wants it, but I honestly would like the EXP.
Well, we do have Mundo coming up here for this top lane for Hotshot. Hotshot still has his flash, so he should be able to get out of there pretty easily. He's actually just going to Blade Surge, but there it is, some damage going off. Hotshot getting kind of low in this lane. He did start off with the boots, but he is actually going to recall. No, he's just going to sit in lane, and St. Vicious clearing his own blues there, so doing pretty well with the farm there in the jungle. I'm kind of curious. I mean, the boots, you know, definitely going to allow him to avoid that early aggression with the ganking, but do you think he's going to be able to just regen safely against Sion? Sion doesn't have an ignite, so not a whole lot of kill potential.
There's definitely not a lot of kill potential. I feel like once it gets to the tower, she's going to be pretty safe. And she can also pressure Sion, maybe feigning a gank even, and get some pressure off herself. And really, once she gets a couple of points into her heal, she's going to be able to sustain.
Well, we do have Hotshot coming in on Tree Eskimo, and his flash is down. They did see St. Vicious, but he doesn't have the vision, and actually he's going to teleport out of there, so is going to get out. But there it is, the stun from Hotshot, and St. Vicious with the exhaust, so he's going to be able to chase him down. There is the first blood. St. Vicious picking it up, and the crowd is just absolutely insane right now. We all know who they're supporting in this match. And that early kill for St. Vicious is going to be huge. Just like last game, he's going to be able to get that jungle control, even though he was set back a little bit, losing that red buff.
I think Sion would have lived that if he had about another half second, because Hotshot did jump into him and use his Resonating Strike, using his Equilibrium Strike right away. And so it wouldn't have been up for like another about second, but he did like waste his time running to the brush before teleporting. One thing he should have known is if Shyvana was gonna gank, she doesn't have a stun either. So if he was gonna run that way, he should have just teleported in place.
And so far, we've actually seen Aphromoo doing a fantastic job controlling this lane bottom. The sustain from Soraka allows him to just trade damage very easily. But Tree Eskimo going to get off a nice little shot against Hotshot, but at the same time, Hotshot's doing fine. You know, there's no ignite, and then once Hotshot hits level 6, he will have that regen with his ultimate. So Mundo, you know, now because Shyvana has that early advantage, actually he's going to be coming in mid. There was the wall from Karthus, so he's going to try and get the cleave, but Big Fat going to flash out of there. What do you expect that Mundo is going to be trying to accomplish as a jungler at this point, knowing that Shyvana has a little bit of a lead?
She definitely does have a little bit of lead. In terms of her chasing down Mundo, I don't see it happening until she gets red buff or frozen mallet, or at least a phage. So he's relatively safe against her. They're just going to be basically doing their own thing and looking for gank potential.
Wow, but we have V8 going for an extremely aggressive dragon. 6 minutes in. Aurelia doesn't have that teleport, so Sion already coming down here. Karthus does have a lot of damage for dragon, and Big Fat's a little bit low on mana. There he goes, throwing off the snare on Takashi there, but he's just going to back off. In the meantime, we have Janna and Doublelift coming down here, trying to take him down, and Unstoppable. Actually, we have the flash in from Tree Eskimo. There's the cleanse from Doublelift. Karthus ult will go off, but they're not going to be able to pick up any kills, and Mundo's a little bit low right now, so...
They should be able to pick this up, but I think they're a little afraid. Because if you look at everybody on COG, they're actually relatively low, and I guess it's more prudent and safe to do it that way.
And I guess without, you know, the jungler protection there, knowing that Mundo was so low, they didn't want to risk him dying and then, you know, St. Vicious having the easy steal with his smite. But you're right, CLG was low, but at the same time, this is giving free farm to Hotshot, allowing him to push the tower with actually no consequence at all.
That's definitely not good for V8 at all. The expectation is when you 5-man group for Dragon, you can kill it enough before they can respawn, and if they do, you can turn on them and kill them. However, neither happened, so Sion definitely lost about 2.5 waves up top, and that's going to further extend the lead Hotshot has over him. So for a lane that he should be able to win or break even in, he's definitely not going to be able to do that anymore.
So Vayne, definitely one of the strongest duelists in the game. She has so much burst potential. You know, Kog'Maw definitely has the range advantage, but once Doublelift comes into range, do you think they need to be concerned at all, or is the fact that they have the Soraka, have the Karthus backup, is that just too much for Doublelift to, you know, pursue any aggression?
I feel like in a normal 5v5 fight, she's gonna have to come in late, because if she comes in too early, she's gonna be able to get bursted down too early. If she's gonna engage, she has to time Sion's stun until she goes in. Not until Sion has blown her stun and or shield is she gonna be able to get in. So it's all gonna come down to timing in a 5v5 fight, given that the team fight's even. If it's really face roll, then she can just go in and do whatever she wants.
And so we do actually see St. Vicious coming in there, pinking that dragon, so we'll see whether or not CLG pursues it. They do have a lot of damage with Shyvana and with Vayne. Actually, St. Vicious just going to start it on his own. They are not aware of this currently, but I think Takashi kind of thinking it a little bit. Mundo stealing those rates. In the meantime, we have the teleport in from Sion. Trieskimo going to chase him down. Going to come right in behind St. Vicious. Afro taking him down very quickly. There's the kill. And then the stun on the Chowster. Able to pick up that kill as well. And then Mundo chasing off Rise mid a little bit. But here we go. V8 able to take this dragon. And with that dragon, considering they are pushing into that late game comp, at what point do you think CLG really needs to kind of make a strong move and take advantage of this game?
They actually had good control of it until that move. I felt like Sion played that really, really well. If you look at the ward position, right, the common place that you would drop a pink ward to de-ward before you dragon is just slightly at that pit, either a little bit out or actually where you actually walk in, so you can get wards inside the pit and outside the pit. And so the ward that they placed, V8 placed, was actually outside of the range of the counter ward, behind. So if someone starts dragon, you can see an early warning and actually teleport it in. They actually don't have a place to back it into because Sion's going to have a stun people can close into Shyvana.
As the game progresses, assuming CLG gets a good engage that they want, they don't really have the best initiation on really either team. We do have the stun from Sion, but Mundo actually unstoppable, getting pretty low there for the red, but he will have that for those ganks. But I don't know, do you think that Karthus' wall against this heavy melee team, this really short range team, is that just going to be too much for CLG to handle, or how do they negotiate around the wall of pain?
I feel like if the game is even at the 25-30 minute mark, CLG is going to have a very, very hard time, and if they're going to make something happen, it's going to be from a pick. Rise is going to have to land a really, really good snare and pick someone off. Otherwise, if it's going to be a standoff, V8's definitely going to have the advantage.
And looking at the farm, we do see that Hotshot has a slight advantage, 40 CS ahead of Trieskimo because he has been kind of roaming. I'll call that a slight one, but I don't know, that definitely getting to that point where he's going to be extremely tanky. We'll see how CLG kind of pressures that. And the other lane's pretty even, actually. We have Cog with a slight advantage over Double Lift, and then Karthus as well, farming extremely well against Big Fat Mid. So I don't know, we'll have to see how CLG kind of pursues this advantage. We do see Muffin Cutie warding up in this Tri-Brush here, kind of concerned about the St. Vicious jump over the wall there, but I guess we'll have to see. So coming into this kind of mid-game area, V8 definitely doing well right now. What are going to be their goals to kind of continue the pressure in their advantage, or do they primarily just kind of want to sit back, farm, allow the late game to progress for them?
What I feel V8 wants to do at this point is just farm. They don't want to give up any advantage and just extend that gold lead. And even if they don't extend it, as long as they maintain it and it gets into late game, they're going to be able to team fight more properly than CLG.
There is actually the slow from Hotshot. They are tower diving, and there's the exhaust and the ignite. He's going to go down very quickly. Karthus does have the ult, but it just doesn't have enough damage at this point. So another kill for actually Hotshot top. So definitely in a strong advantage over Sion, despite Sion's early game presence. So definitely a good thing there. Do you think that CLG is going to continue pressuring that top lane, knowing that Aurelia has that advantage over Sion currently?
Definitely they're going to pressure top because Sion already being down a kill. Same deal last game. When you fall behind and when you roam, you're going to fall further behind. So the kill potential on Sion just increases every time it falls further behind in farm. And you couple that with Aurelia getting extra kills and assists, not only is Sion weaker because he doesn't have as many levels or as much farm, Aurelia is also getting a lot more levels and a lot more farm. So, one thing is Sion is weak because he's not farming, he's under level. And another thing is Aurelia is just really, really strong because he's getting a lot of farm and a lot of kills. So he's just going to have a lot of threat and a lot of pressure up top.
So one of the things with Kog'Maw as a champion, there's some fantastic range, great late game scaling. CLG doesn't really have the best means of getting in. They have Shyvana, but I would think with the stun from Sion, with the cleaves and whatnot, they could pull Shyvana off a little bit since there's no hard CC there. What is CLG going to do to kind of disrupt the flow from Afromu and Kog'Maw?
I feel like if they're gonna win, they're not gonna be able to just straight up walk into each other 5v5 team fight. And so it's gonna have to be a pick if it gets to late game in an even setting. Because I feel like with the type of team comp CLG has, Mundo, if he is going to be prudent, he's not.
Oh, wow. We actually have double lift coming on an aftermove. Some great burst damage, but once again, Soraka just too much heal, so they're going to back off, and Cog's going to be perfectly fine in that lane once again.
Mm-hmm. So one thing I was talking about is, you know, normally when you see Mundo, he's going to hit R and he's going to rush into everybody and try and be just a huge damage soak. And I feel like,
well, once again, some more aggression top. Mundo is here this time, though. We do have the exhaust on Shyvana. Unstoppable X taking a lot of damage here, and Big Fat LP coming in. They are going to push this tower now. Do you think that we'll see them, you know, pressuring a tower dive here, or even just killing the tower and going for those kills?
Ideally, I feel like they want this tower, but they are splitting back off, so.
Well, it's definitely a pretty defensive game so far. V8 doing an effective job of kind of controlling CLG, not allowing them to pick off any early advantages. We did see some kills top lane. Hotshot will be able to get this tower. Do you expect that at this point, he'll just take it down, knowing they've got a short-range team, need to get those early towers? Or does he maybe want to keep it up so that, you know, the wave keeps pushing back into him and they can pressure Sion?
I feel like the way Hotshot plays, he's going to want to continue to push and just keep V8 split, so they can't farm as effectively, they can't group up for objectives, so ideally he's going to want to pressure Sion as much as possible, and if it comes down to it, he can also freeze the lane in front of his tower if he just want to get that farm in later on as well.
So as the game progresses, V8, they don't have the best wave clearing capability other than Sion. Well, there's the absolutely opposite of what I was just saying, but Sion, great wave clearing capability, but at the same time, can V8 kind of stall this game if CLG is trying to be aggressive? If CLG ever gets an advantage, will we be able to see them pushing, or do they just not have a very strong pushing team?
Actually, CLG does not have a strong pushing team as well, so the way they're going to push is they're going to have to force global objectives, do a pick, kill a couple of people before they push, because with Karthus, with Kog'Maw, they're going to be able to clear all the waves relatively quickly compared to CLG. So in terms of pushing, CLG is just going to be very, very behind on that. So I really honestly think this game is going to come down to picking people off.
Okay, well, we do see them kind of stalling mid, and Kog'Maw is going to come bottom, just face off against double lift, get that farm in that bottom lane. Neither of them really going for Dragon right now. We'll see whether, you know, they kind of pressure that fight. Shyvana is going back. So, you know, we'll have to see. I guess we're seeing V8 now coming in for the Dragon. There's a ward from Tree Eskimo. With Shyvana, she should have plenty of time to get in here. I don't know, who do you think has the Dragon control advantage at this point?
I feel like it's pretty even. If they fight, I feel like it can be anyone's victory. I give the advantage slightly to V8 just based on team comp. I feel like Shyvana's not at the point where she can tank enough if she jumps in the middle of everybody, whereas Mundo can tank just significantly more at this point.
So St. Vicious picking up the early oracles, I guess not really early at this point in the game, but definitely recognizes that they need to pick people off, need to get that map control.
They definitely have position control at this point because Cog is bottom. Mundo's still back, so if they do group, it's going to take a long time for Cog to make that turn down bottom. And so if the creep is pushing too, there's going to be a lot of pressure on that. So it's going to come down to Aftermoon where he places himself.
Well, CLG does know that Cog's bottom currently, seeing if maybe they can engage on anyone. V8 being extremely defensive, recognizes where they're going, and we do see them pinging Baron now. It's, you know, pretty early. We don't have really that strong Baron team. Karthus definitely has a lot of Baron potential with Kog'Maw, so you know, if V8 is able to get any kills, that's definitely a threat, the fact that they can just clear it so quickly.
So the reason why I feel CLG backed off is they looked at V8's team comp. Karthus does a lot of single target damage, and really the reason he doesn't do a lot in teamfight is if he misses. So on a standing target, Baron's not going to move anywhere, so he's going to be able to kill Baron really quickly. Mundo's cleaver does % damage, so it's always going to be very, very high. Same with Cog, so they have a really, really strong Dragon and Baron comp. As you can see, that's how fast Dragon drops, so Baron wouldn't take too much longer than that to drop as well.
But we do have, after that Dragon, they are coming down for Double Lift. Double Lift does have the roll, but there's the flash in the wall, and Double Lift actually just going to flash right over the wall, so he's going to be perfectly fine there, doing an effective job. But still, at the same time, you know, V8 able to take that advantage with that Dragon. Now they're going to be able to take down this tower. Actually, probably just going to back off. But even so, it's pushing it further and further into the game where, as a team, they can kind of all sit together, you know, have Karthus with the AoE up front, have Cog in the back as that hyper carry. What does CLG need to do as far as like pushing or pressuring objectives in order to force V8 out of position, see if they can get any kills?
I think that they're going to need to bait. They're going to need to bait really hard. Right here is a very, very good chance for them to pick off Sion. So the way you bait is you're going to group up at places where you think the enemy is going to want to be, and you got to get there before them, and they do not know. And the way you do that is you have oracles, you clear wards, and you got to know the timer on buffs and global objectives, and just be a step ahead of them continually. And that's how you would make a pick happen.
Well, we do have Unstoppable here. He's actually going to walk in the same vicious, throwing the cleave, recognizing he's there, and so now we do have a 3v2, but the rest of CLG is coming up behind. Vane's still bottom, so they're not actually going to engage there. I thought maybe Aurelia and Shyvana would try and slow them down, but actually they're engaging on the Takashi here. We did have the snare from Big Fat. There's the whirlwind from Chowster, and so we have a ton of damage coming off. There's the teleport in from Sion, and so Takashi is going to be fine in this situation. Sion with the flash over and the beautiful monsoon from Chowster. They are still chasing. We do have Big Fat coming through the jungle here, but probably going to get caught in the middle, but taking down Takashi, and now we have the rest of CLG coming in. We do have Kog'Maw being able to take him down, Hotshot going to jump on him, and in the meantime, we see up here Chowster going to flash over that wall, and so CLG able to disengage. It seemed like Big Fat was definitely out of position there, but they were able to trade kills, get out of there safely.
I thought those were really, really good, great plays by both teams. You know, for a moment, I was almost sure Karthus was going to die mid. However, the teleport stopped Rise from killing Karthus. And then the flash by Sion was going to surely land on Rise and stun him, but then the Jano knocked him out. So it was just really, really good plays by both teams continually. And really, Rise I felt like was dead the moment he was in the jungle, and he salvaged it by killing Karthus.
Yeah, and so we will see once again this game is pushing further and further into that late game. CLG not really able to get, you know, that strong engage that they're hoping for. They are starting to group around this blue buff though, denying that blue from Rise. Definitely not as significant as it used to be, but he hasn't finished that Frozen Heart yet, so he still will get the full 10% CDR from that. And so actually they're probably just going to back off, see if Unstoppable can just seal this, but he's going to be walking right into the team. There's the snare from Big Fat, and now we're chasing him down with St. Vicious. He did steal that blue though, so actually really effective play by Unstoppable, so able to get the blue and then get out of there. But in the meantime, Doublelift going to push down this top, actually just going to back off. I thought maybe with the fact that they knew V8 was all bottom, he would maybe continue pressuring that tower. But in the meantime, Afromoo should be able to take down this bottom tower and continue, you know, the slight advantage for V8 currently. So, what is CLG in V8 like? What right now they're really kind of both being very hesitant to, you know, have a strong engage. They both recognize that anything could really, you know, catapult either team into an advantage. What is their really goal right now? What are they trying to accomplish, or just find people out of position?
I feel like they're waiting for Aurelia to just be a freaking monster, and hopefully she can shut down Cog. So it's going to be a matter of how hard can Aurelia Zerg Cog and kill him, and how well can his team protect Cog.
Oh, but we do have Hotshot. Unstoppable actually missing the cleaver. He did throw off his ultimate, and now Hotshot jumping onto Unstoppable, going to take him down very quickly. There is the kill, and he's going to be turning onto Afromoo. We do have the Karthus ultimate. Soraka still does not have the ultimate, but Hotshot going to barely be able to get this. We have Muffin Cutie with the heal. Hotshot juking over to the creep, and the rest of his team is coming down here. We do have Big Fat coming. There's the ward from Muffin trying to pick him up, not able to get it. And in the meantime, we have Doublelift in this top lane, taking down Tree Eskimo, chasing him down with that movement speed. Able to pick up the kills. CLG picking up 2 kills there really quickly, and I cannot believe that Hotshot did not go down in that engage.
I felt like Afromoo was almost certain his next hit was going to kill Hotshot, so he wasn't moving forward anymore. It's just the expectation that, oh, he's dead anyways, time to run back, Rise is coming. And by the time they recognize that he's not dead, they just didn't have the time to chase him down anymore.
Well, looking at the game currently, Sion, you know, doing an okay job farming, but Aurelia definitely has the upper hand there. Do you think that the fact that Sion is such a cooldown dependent champion, you know, when his abilities are off, he's kind of not that effective. Do you think that's an issue for V8, or we actually see Afromoo going to be chasing down Big Fat here, getting a lot of damage off, going to get him with the ultimate. One more crit will be able to do it. Big Fat just flashing out of the way there at the last second. But do you think, Aurelia's tankiness and her sustained damage versus the burst that Sion has, how is that a favorable matchup for CLG as the game progresses?
I think the whole idea behind having Sion is more of him stunning and blowing his shield onto Dinh. So in terms of him trying to shut down Aurelia, that's not a concern for Eskimo. So really, I feel like at this point, if he lands a good stun and burst on Dinh, he's done his job. However, he is very, very, very far behind. So that burst, I don't know if it's going to be enough to keep Double Lift down or give him at this point.
Yeah, that's definitely kind of what I was thinking. I mean, just the fact that his role is against Vayne. Vayne does have that cleanse, and with how strong Aurelia is at this point, whether or not he's going to be as effective in fights, they are coming in to steal this blue, so they are able to take it. Karthus definitely needs that mana. Did start off with the rod, so we'll be okay for the most part. Does have a large mana pool, but CLG trying to see if they can bait him into this Baron. We don't have any ward coverage from V8 because of that Oracles. And here's Muffin Cutie getting caught out of position. Saint Vicious jumping in. Muffin Cutie going down almost immediately, and Hotshot in the middle of their team, going to back off for a second there. But Afromu chasing them down has great damage, and there's the Karthus ult. How many people is it going to take down? There's 2. Can we get Afromu chasing? The flash in from Trieskimo is going to pick up another kill. Unstoppable coming in here. Big Fat goes down. Chowster with the ultimate, going to get them out of there, but this is a huge Baron potential for V8. They have a great Baron team. Hotshot trying to come in, see if he can kind of stall them for a little bit, maybe get in on Afromu, but actually just going to turn onto him. There's the Karthus Wall of Pain. Afromu getting some great damage. Hotshot turning into him, but with the Ignite, very close to going down, is actually just barely able to get out of there. But even so, a Baron for V8, that's going to be extremely difficult for CLG to deal with. So we actually, Hotshot, or Chowster there, trying to see if he can steal it with the Whirlwind. Isn't going to happen. What does CLG have to do at this point? I mean, they want to stall through this Baron, obviously, but if stalling is going to lead more and more towards V8's late game comp, how is CLG going to deal with that?
I feel like even though V8 has a stronger late game comp, and that's exactly what they've been aiming for from the very beginning, when it gets to a certain point where both teams just have all the items in the world, one slip up can cost either team the game. So, when you're behind and you're stalling, you want to get to that point where, we're broke even on levels, we're broke even on farm. Given that they are even right now, and, a slip up can cost either team a game. It's just that at late game, if they do want to drag it out, that's going to be what they're looking for. But at this immediate moment, I feel like CLG is still looking for that pick where they can pick off 1 or 2 people, take tower, pick off another 1 or 2 people, take tower. They're going to have to do that a couple of rotations this early in the game if they're going to want to make something big happen.
Here's the concern, though. Kog'Maw, great at pushing towers, has that excellent range to slowly poke it down. And if they want to engage on Kog, they have to go through the rest of the team. Right now, Trieskimo is holding Shyvana top lane. He does have that teleport up currently, so do you expect V8 is just going to be able to push through this mid lane and get some quick towers, maybe even get an inhibitor at this point?
Right now, I definitely think that they're just going to want to keep on pushing as much as they want. I mean, as much as they can, because it's going to allow them to get farm in this map position. So, especially with Shyvana top and Sion having teleport, they're in a very, very great shape to take towers until Shyvana decides to go back. And Sion really has no worries because Shyvana can't kill him. So, what he's looking for is just trying to keep Shyvana there as long as possible, just so CLG can engage so they can take towers continually.
Now, I thought that V8, we would see them just continue pushing mid, but they are coming up here top. Maybe going to get an engage on Shyvana. The teleport, the recall should be off shortly, so is going to be able to get out of there, but they will take another tower. Want to just continue taking as many advantages as possible. And in the meantime, CLG is just going to push down mid, so an even exchange for them. Mid tower probably even a little bit more important than top tower as far as map control. But now there's only Saint and Hot in this top tower, so I'm kind of surprised that we're not seeing V8 continue this pressure, but they definitely don't want to lose their second tower mid. Oh, but we actually have Saint Vicious coming onto Trieskimo. He doesn't have his exhaust up yet, so Hotshot coming in. We do have the exhaust coming shortly. He's going to be dealing some damage, trying to get the teleport off. Can we get the stun from Hotshot? Oh. It doesn't matter. Able to take him down before it goes off, so trying to get out of there, but able to pick him off. And now Afromu actually chasing down Double Lift, is able to get a couple of barrages there. Double Lift going to flash out. So that flash is down, and with Vane's short range, not having that flash up in fights is going to be extremely difficult for him.
That was actually very, very bad for V8, because what they're relying on is they're relying on Sion keeping somebody top and just pressuring, so they can continue rotating and taking towers. So him, not just dying, but him losing teleport, he loses that global pressure that he would have normally. Had it been just one-on-one, him keeping Shyvana off the team, it would have been just well worth it for V8 to do that. But since he died and burned teleport, he's not going to be able to continue to do that, and they have to group up as 5 because he's not going to be able to get there if the other team chooses to engage 5v4.
And one thing that CLG is definitely taking advantage right now, they were able to pick off Sion, but then keeping all of the lanes pushed. We see bot lane pushing down to the second tower. Just being able to keep up that pressure, it doesn't give V8 an opportunity to come up and take towers like they would like to. So it just stalls for that Baron to kind of disappear.
Definitely right now V8 does have an advantage. The advantage isn't so huge that CLG can't come back from. So I feel like a couple more picks like they did earlier on Sion, without their Baron buff, they're going to be able to make plays happen.
And so we do see V8 just pushing down mid once again. Sion getting that wave in his advantage down bot. Mundo just going to hold top for a little bit here, get that blue buff on Takashi. That'll definitely be strong. At what point in the game
they might even give it
will
to
they give it to
Afro,
Kog? Okay, that was actually what I was going to ask. So Kog definitely, mana hungry as the game progresses, has that long range poke. Do you think it's worthwhile at this point to give it to him, or maybe the next couple blues?
Definitely when he's level 16. I feel like that would be a good break-even point where it's actually more worth it to give it to Cog over Karthus. Because Karthus does have the Rod of Ages, his mana pool isn't going to be too stressed in a team fight, especially if he dies early. He's going to get free spell cast off anyway. So I feel like right about now would be a good time to give Cog blue buff.
Well, V8 knows that Baron is about to spawn. They're all grouping up, kind of getting ready for it. Double Lift in the meantime heading down bottom. Baron hasn't spawned yet, so I guess they're going to come and just get this momentum mid, but they do have an extremely fast Baron team. CLG is definitely going to want to watch out for that. Not great ward control so far from CLG, though, primarily because Unstoppable X has that Oracles, has been able to get them that map control. But actually, we see Hotshot getting caught off by Trieskimo here. He does have the red buff, so he's going to be able to get out of there just barely, so he is going to back off there. But anyone going down at this point would definitely be, devastating for both teams. So we'll have to see. Baron should be up shortly. V8 probably going to pressure it.
So one thing that CLG is doing is they were prompted that, hey, we cannot win a 5v5 fight. So what they're looking for now is they're looking to split push. So really, they're not going to be able to Sion has his teleport up, and he does have it up right now. So.
But even so, like you said, because Sion has that teleport, Shyvana out of position, going to be coming up behind V8 shortly. And actually, we see CLG chasing into him now. There's the snare from Big Fat, and Hotshot's going to come into the middle of the team. Takashi very close to going down, but Aframu is perfectly fine. Takashi will go down, but now we have Trieskimo coming in, going to protect Takashi, going to protect Aframu, and Unstoppable going very close to going down. Double Lift going to be able to pick up that kill, and now Big Fat jumping into Aframu, going to grab that kill, and now CLG, it looked like they were going to lose this fight, but we do have Trieskimo flashing over there. Is it going to be able to get out of there? So CLG able to turn that around. I thought with how protected Cog was early on that they would be able to pick up that late fight, but CLG really effective play.
I think it was just really, really good fight by CLG in general. Shyvana was able to get there and completely zone out Cog's DPS with the force flash, so he's flashing away from the fight, not able to do damage, one, and number two, he was able to exhaust Cog as well, so he basically eliminated Cog's damage.
And we do have CLG just jumping right onto Baron. 3 people are down for V8, so they won't be able to defend against this. Sion coming in, maybe could burst down Chowster, but really won't be able to do that much to stall. And then if Big Fat gets on the snare, we will have Trieskimo going down. So a CLG Baron, that's huge.
That was huge.
And just the fact that they can deny it from V8, knowing that V8 has that range, has Soraka already, having that extra regen from Baron would have been devastating if they had it.
Yeah. Basically that last fight that COG did, given that they do have a weaker team fight comp, but their positioning was superior, and so, that goes to show, even if someone has a stronger team comp, it doesn't mean that they're gonna win every fight. You just gotta outplay, and, you just gotta outplay.
And so we do have CLG. They have that advantage now. Hotshot trying to see if they're going after Dragon, wants to take that kind of gold advantage. We'll see whether or not they try and push. The concern is, of course, that because they're all short range, they don't have that great pushing capability. We do have great clearing capability from V8, and this is where there's a concern for CLG, whether or not V8 can stall the game, even though CLG is able to take this advantage with the Baron, or whether or not CLG can pick people off. And that's the thing. They don't have the best initiation in order to pick people off. They're very reliant on, Hotshot getting in, on Big Fat getting in, and they don't have a Shirelias currently, considering that they don't have that, strong teamfight initiation.
I think for V8 right now, I think they are feeling a little nervous after the last fight that they had lost, so they're not as confident one end. The second thing is CLG does have Baron buff, so what they want to do right now is they just want to stall out as long as possible without losing without losing towers. And once that Baron buff wears out, then they can start fighting.
And so CLG actually pushing down this bottom lane, but V8 completely skipping over it. They're coming down mid, going to be able to pressure this mid, and CLG is not going to be able to get back in time. So we're actually very close to having a base race situation, and everyone's getting excited. We do have Call going to drop this tower extremely quickly. They will be able to get an inhibitor there, so we'll see whether or not after they get that inhibitor, if they're going to recall in time to prevent CLG from getting this inhibitor. Shyvana, in the meantime, going to be pressuring that top tower. There it is. We actually do have a base race. V8 is going after the Nexus. CLG is way behind in this situation. We do have CLG trying to recall double it, is going to be able to pick up the kill on Trieskimo, but the rest of the team is behind, and we have, it's a 5v2 situation. There's the Janna ultimate, and Chowster very close to going down. St. Vicious able to take down a tower, but they're going to back off, and here we have Hotshot jumping into the middle of the team. Aftermove getting some good damage, but they're going to be able to take down V8, and everyone's going down. Double Lift clearing them out, and CLG is going to take this game after they're able to take down there. St. Vicious pursuing down this Nexus, and this is going to be GG, CLG, the base race opportunity, and they're able to defend against it. Just fantastic play. I can't believe that we just saw V8 going for the base race, and CLG able to defend against it in such a
very,
great
very
manner.
wonderful by Janna. Had she not ult them back, they would have been able to take that tower and had enough time to take down the base as well. So it was just really good play by that Janna.
Oh, I'm just sitting here. It's insane. The crowd just going wild. CLG able to bring it out. They did have that tower pushing capability, but able to just masterfully win that fight. Hotshot jumping onto Trieskimo, but they are able to take the series 2-0. CLG advancing in that losers bracket. Just fantastic play all around, waiting for their opportunities. What was the key in that game? I mean, was it just, they recognized that they had pretty good fight control if they could get Aurelia the farm, if they stalled for that one opportunity where they had that strong fight?
Basically, it was just, you have a weaker team comp, so you have to choose your battles more wisely. And really, they had a good initiation on Karthus as they're backing out. Rice nared her, and that started the fight, and then Shyvana came behind and completely zoned out Kog'Maw. And without Kog'Maw, which is a huge, huge portion of their damage, their players died in the front line. What Mundo needed to do was, instead of chasing down and protecting Karthus that was gonna die inevitably, he needed to go on to Aurelia and protect Kog'Maw. And so his expectation is, I don't see Shyvana, she's probably on the other side of me. Had Mundo protected Kog'Maw from Aurelia and continued to protect him from Shyvana, he would have actually been able to kill both of them and not be worried. And when the fight turned around, Mundo's going to still be healthy, and they're going to be able to fight Rise and Janna.
Well, there you have it. CLG able to take that game. I still can't believe that fantastic finish. One of the best endings to a game I've ever seen. And CLG will advance in the losers bracket. We will go to a commercial break, and then we will be back shortly with IPL4 continuing. I'm not sure who's up next, but I think it's the winners finals with Dignitas and TSM. So definitely an exciting matchup.
It's definitely going to be fun. I'm excited to look forward to the match.
So we'll be back shortly.
Oh, we're not that. Oh.
see if we can go higher. So this would be 8-4-20 if we can make it. 8-4-29.
Congratulations, everyone. That's awesome.
I'm Jeff In Control Robinson from Team EG, and this is Kingston's HyperX Genesis. It provides an ideal speed boost to increase the performance of your PC without the added price tag of hundreds of dollars in component upgrades. Genesis offers outstanding thermal dissipation, high frequency speeds, and low latency, so it's a perfect match for PC enthusiasts, system integrators, and gamers running Intel's i5 dual-channel motherboards.
Get brilliant HD with AMD A-Series APUs at www.amd.com/vision.
Hey everyone, this is TheRedBaron with the IGN Pro League Top 5 Plays. And this week we have tons of daring escapes and awesome team fights with all of the competitive action that's going around. So I hope you enjoy this week's Top 5 Plays. At number 5, we have Kukamata as Gragas, and after picking up a few kills, he's going to push the inhibitor. Caitlyn's going to target TRNDBERRY, and he's going to body slam, just barely picking up the bullet as he slides by. With the inhibitor down, they're going to retreat with Caitlyn in pursuit. A body slam followed by a double barrel combo will just barely pick up the kill before Caitlyn gets the last shot. The number 4 play comes from Lazaro88, playing Katarina as the other team's doing Baron. A ward from Sona is going to allow Kat to Shumpo onto Vayne, activating Death Lotus for the quick kill, and then the double on Mord. She's going to Shumpo to Mundo, and just as Baron's about to drop, an auto attack picks up the steal. And fortunately for Kat, Ezreal will Arcane Shift just in time to secure the triple kill. Play number 3 was submitted by Mandatory Cloud of MTW as his best game ever. His team's down 24-10 with the enemy taking Baron, but he has 260 CS 27 minutes in, and a quick dash followed by his ultimate is going to blind steal Baron. The Baron steal allows them to stall for the next Baron, which they're going to be able to take before the enemy can engage. Nocturne ults, but with no vision, only finds Lee as a target, and Graves will force the flash retreat, quickly turning with Maokai onto Sivir, forcing another flash. Ahri's charm is going to land on Graves, but with no damage to back it up, he's going to be fine. Ward kills Lee Sin, but with a dash and red buff, Graves is going to chase down Sivir through her team, slowing her down so he can flash in for the kill. Turning back to the fight, Kennen ults, and Graves drops Nocturne before the fear can go off. With no one on him, he has free reign to hunt down Soraka and then finish off the low Ahri. Ward's no match for him now, so he's going to finish the pentakill, bringing his team back from the near loss. Our number 2 pick has a Tokamai as Udyr, coming down from top lane as his team is quickly losing a fight bot. Ryze is down and Ahri's chasing Caitlyn, but Udyr is going to power into the middle of the team. A stun into a Tiger Stance with an Ignite on Soraka forces her to flash, and he gives chase through MF's ult and into a dangerous Ahri charm. But the perfect ultimate from Malphite will be comboed with a Headbutt Pulverize from Ali for kills on Soraka and MF. YellowStar goes down, and Udyr is going to stun Ahri, dropping below 100 HP as he kills her with Tiger Stance. Udyr retreats with a flash just before he goes down, and now Maokai and Gangplank are chasing Malphite. A flash almost gets him out, but they're still chasing, and a parlay from GP allows them to close the distance. GP's tanking the turret, and Maokai twisted advances in for the kill as GP leaves tower range, so Maokai's going to get low and allow Udyr to come back in with a stun on GP so he can kill Maokai. GP retreats into the brush, and Udyr waits for a turtle stance to be up so he doesn't die to a parlay as he goes back into the brush, barely killing GP and surviving the cannon barrage. And the number 1 play for the week has Sebs playing AP Janna. Her team is losing the fight badly, and Lee Sin's going to try to retreat to a ward, but lands right on one of Caitlyn's traps and then walks into a second one. Janna turns back to Monsoon to get him away and give them some distance, but the team is in hot pursuit. Whirlwind almost gets Lee Sin out, but Annie barely gets the stun. Nasus' Wither is going to allow them to chase Lee, and there's no way that Lee will possibly survive. After cutting into the brush, Janna turns back, bursting down Annie with her W as Lee Sin is headbutted backwards. Lee is going to shield the Pantheon to just barely survive as Janna picks up her second kill on Caitlyn. She begins to retreat once again as Nasus slows her down, and she turns back into YellowStar, bursting him for her 3rd kill. A Whirlwind gives her some distance, and she shields before she dies, allowing her to kite into the brush. One more parlay will surely kill her, but she's going to run into the other brush and then juke backwards into the previous brush, using a Whirlwind to get out of there. She has backup now with Pantheon, is going to barely be able to get away, and finally, with Gangplank in pursuit, she's going to turn around with a Whirlwind and a W to pick up her 4th kill. Once again, this is TheRedBaron. Thanks, guys, for watching, and make sure to send us in your best replays to iplllreplays@gmail.com. Also, IPL4 is just around the corner, so make sure to go to tickets.ign.com so you can come check out all the beautiful League of Legends action live from Las Vegas.
Hello, IPL4. How are you guys doing? My name is Cristina V. I've been hosting today. I have a pin that I found. It's this little swirly thing. I believe it's from StarCraft. Okay? I was gonna throw it to you guys, but do you guys not want it? A couple people do. Actually, I'm looking at this side over here because when we were throwing the shirts, we didn't throw it to this side. But I need to hear a little more enthusiasm. Free pin! All right. All right, go on here. I threw it, the aisle gets it. Yay, congratulations, aisle. All right. So we had an amazing match. My heart was pounding. It was a base race. But now it's time to go into our next match, which is between Curse and Mono. So we're gonna bring them up and they're gonna shake hands. Coming up, Curse. Coming up, Mono. All right, again, this is Curse versus Mono. Round 1. Are you guys excited? Great. And now we have Dinh and HatPerson, who are the wonderful casters for this round.
Thank you, Cristina. We're going right in Mono and Curse. Game number 1. We're gonna wrap up as much as we can of the losers bracket today. And you know what? Fantastic teams. Both teams right here. Mono doing a wonderful job throughout the brackets, and Curse, they're not a team to mess with. They're doing pretty good.
They're definitely not a team to mess with. I feel like Mono is having a really, really good showing just these last couple of days.
Absolutely.
Very, very close games all around, and you know they're proving themselves to be a very competitive team at this point. And Curse, and you know they have always known as a top 5 and 8 team, so this would be a very good match.
And we're going straight into picks and bans right away. But speaking of Curse, we also got to give a nice little shout out to lolpro.com. Lots of nice guides on there as well. If there's any champs on there you want to learn how to play, wonderful single guides from the pros helping you out whenever you need it. And so right now, Alistar, Morgana, and Shen are the bans from Mono. Curse, Cassiopeia, Olaf, still thinking about that last ban, but Rise will be the last one. Very targeted bans. And Lee Sin going to be the first pick from Mono. Very versatile jungler, or we may see him top lane. We don't know quite yet.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's Lee Sin top lane. I'm actually expecting Lee Sin top lane because Zion's a very strong Lee Sin, and he's proven that continually throughout the tournament. And so, you know, and I actually haven't seen Nintendo play too many Lee Sin, so it's still open in the air.
I mean, Lee Sin is actually on. He's 3rd right now in the most banned in this tournament. The fact that they got him first pick, it's a very, very opportune pick for them right there.
But the thing is, you gotta look at it this way too. Both Janna and Kog'Maw's open, so
yep.
You know, the other top picks are still open.
We're getting shouts for oh, we almost had we did actually
Janna
have
Cog.
Janna Cog. I saw the fiddle hovering over there for a second, but was not too far out of the question because in the 3rd place match, remember this is actually a rematch from our qualifiers. Our 3rd place match was Curse Mono, and they actually ran Jungle Fiddle against them first match. And it worked out pretty well for them. And they may very well do it again. We'll have to see. So Kog'Maw, Janna, the first 2 picks for Curse. Hovering over Evelyn. I don't think that's quite going to happen.
It's called the counter troll.
It's called the counter troll.
I'm pretty sure it's Urgot.
And Urgot's been doing pretty good too. I mean, you have the swap, you have the ultimate, you get people in position.
I feel like Urgot's a strong pick, especially because a standard item on Urgot is a Frozen Heart.
Yes.
And a non-standard item on Lee Sin is a Frozen Heart. So, you know, you're always going to have that. When you have that Frozen Heart in a team fight against attack speed comp, which we don't really know if Curse is going to run, but Kog'Maw, a way to limit his damage is to limit his attack speed. And so, you know, having Urgot getting that Frozen Heart is definitely going to help out no matter what.
And also, if you have a Lee Sin top lane, leave him to his own devices. Gets super tanky, Warmogs, Atma's, Frozen Mallet. He just becomes near unkillable. But right, we still have 2 more picks to go for mono. They could still swap Lee Sin in a jungler. It's very very open right now.
I'm definitely feeling Lee Sin top at this point, just because, you know, I've seen ZionSpartan play enough Lee Sin that I'm pretty confident that he wants Lee Sin top.
We have the Galio pick. Waiting for it. Just want to confirm we have Galio Vladimir for Curse right now. So that's our mid and top.
That's
decided
actually a very,
right
very
there.
strong pick. Vlad, I feel like, is just an overall well-rounded champion. And really, Vlad Galio, a double AP, you know, Galio is going to be able to protect Cockball with his Bulwark. And if he lands a well-placed ultimate, that would almost guarantee that Vlad's going to land a well-placed ultimate as well. So,
and Vladimir, he's a little bit more safe to pick now because they have banned out Olaf. They do know that Olaf, Vlad, I mean, it's a little bit more in Olaf's favor. Gragas, a possibility for mono. Gragas, Galio mid. We got Rumble as well. We could still be seeing Lee Sin in the jungle, but we still got a few seconds. We gotta wait for the confirmation here. We have also been seeing Riven a little bit in jungle as well.
I feel like Riven Lee Sin would be a good combo. Riven jungle, Lee Sin top.
We got Gragas. We got the Fat Man in mid lane, and we've multiple supports. We've been seeing that a little bit from Dignitas.
Yeah.
I'm wondering where Janet would go if they pick Sona.
I honestly don't think they're going to pick Sona.
Well, even if they do, I mean, we'll have to see what other positions they still have yet. They still have yet to fulfill a jungler. Could see Jax. We got Jax.
So it's gonna be. It's gonna be Jax jungle.
Oh, I am such a massive Jax fan. I really am. He was like my first champion that I actually like really started picking up.
He is a pretty big badass. He's got that lamppost, and really, if you give him a sword, imagine what he can do, right?
Jax, he's got a lamppost, he's got a counterattack, and he doesn't afraid of anything in the jungle, especially.
This is actually the first time I've seen Jax used in any type of competitive environment. So I'm very interested to see how well he's going to perform. You know, Jax naturally is going to do well against Riven Lee Sin because even though they're spellcasters, they do quite a lot of right clicks. So he can get in there, he does a lot of disruption, and really, as a jungler, if Jax can get to late game and just gets a lot of damage, he's going to do a lot. He's going to be able to do a lot. He's definitely not going to be as tanky as other junglers, but in terms of damage, he's probably the highest damage jungler late game.
Jax is definitely not the tank that he used to be. They did rework him pretty recently, so he doesn't get that bonus health off the AD and AP. But once he gets his items going, you get a Gunblade on him. You get a whole other slew of items on him. He becomes pretty dangerous really quick.
I feel like for some reason Mundo would be a better pick than Jax. However, I'm going to keep an open mind. Like the reason that I think Mundo would be a better pick is because a lot of his damage would be magic damage and is not hindered by attack speed, right? If he's trying to do damage, he's going to be doing it with Burning Agony and with Infected Cleavers. However, Jax is going to be really reliant on a lot of right-clicking, getting his Relentless Assault off. However, one core item of Urgot is a Frozen Heart. So right there, you know, you're already going to be hindered. So let's see how he plays out.
All right, so I'm looking here at the lanes. I think Lee Sin would be a pretty good target. Top and bottom should be pretty good targets for Jax. You know, he does well against physical carries. Not sure if he's going to be ganking mid that much.
Yeah. So I think Lee Sin's going to be able to beat Vlad just from personal matchup, but really it's going to come down to a skill matchup as well. So if either team gets a lot of jungle pressure, I feel like Lee Sin can definitely still win because Riven is going to be a really good ganker. She's got a really good gap closer and she's got a stun. And one thing Lee Sin can do is if he can land a resonating strike before Vlad uses his pull, immediately when he comes out, he's going to be able to close that distance and kill him too. So I think it's going to be partially a skill matchup and 2 jungle pressure. However, I feel that Mono has better jungle pressure.
So I think we have a little bit of difficulty here in launching the game. It's kind of, yeah. So So client, we do a little bit of the issue with client. We're gonna get everyone back in here real quick. Just gonna remake the game as quick as we can. But you know what? We also have to talk a little bit about Gragas.
Gragas.
Because I believe Reggie plays a little bit of Gragas.
Uh-huh.
Where does Gragas excel in mid?
I feel like Gragas, with their comp, I feel like he's going to be able to poke pretty well. If they want to hard engage, he's going to be able to knock them out. I feel like it's a little bipolar with the Riven Lee Sin engage. So if he's going to use his Gragas appropriately, he's going to have to use it to blow up Galio's ultimate. And he's got to save his ult for that. That way, Vlad and Gragas cannot combo both their ultimates. And really, once they start and engage with that and he's not caught, he can probably knock Galio or Vlad or maybe one or two other people back and one or two people forward. And then Riven and Lee Sin should be able to rip them apart. Yeah. That's the ideal situation. But so I don't really see him using his ultimate right off the bat.
I mean, he is capable of bursting down quite a bit.
Yes.
And that ult, ridiculously low cooldown later on in the game. It's just, you just throw it, it comes back like 40 seconds. You don't even really use it for the pushback, it's just pure
it's about
damage.
36 seconds once you're at max CDR.
Right, so
I think my client's frozen. I gotta quit out of the client completely and get back in.
I think I may have to do the same real quick as well. So while we resolve a few issues here on our end, I think we're just gonna go to a quick commercial break, get the game back up, and we shall be back in a moment with Game 1, Mono versus Curse. This is IPL4.
This special presentation of IPL is brought to you by Astro Gaming. Check out the latest award-winning gaming gear at astrogaming.com and follow @AstroGaming on Twitter.
So you get that. Just
I'm gonna.
Something revolutionary has arrived. The new standard in graphics from AMD is here, redefining virtually everything that came before. Higher frequencies, more memory, better frame rates, superior resolution than our previous generation. And the world's first 28nm GPU.
The new AMD A-Series APUs give you discrete level graphics and multi-core CPU power, all.
We are back, Mono versus Curse, round 1. Game is loading up shortly, and just to review real quick, the picks and the bans. Mono has decided to ban out Alistar, Morgana, and Shen. They've taken for themselves Lee Sin, Tarek, Urgot, Riven, and Gragas. Curse has decided to ban out Cassiopeia, Olaf, Rise, and picked Kog'Maw, Janna, Galio, Vladimir, and my favorite, Jax. Jax. I'm so excited for Jax. Ah.
I feel like depending on how well he does is going to set the tone for how people feel about Jax. So
yeah,
let's see.
Like, we haven't seen too much of Jax since the remake. I mean, there's still a little bit of a tweaking period after the remake.
I feel like overall, the remake is a slight nerf to Jax. In terms of like dueling one-on-one, having the stun to proc whenever is very, very convenient. But in a group environment, just having that dodge just continually come up and just protect him is way better than just having that 1 second of dodge where he's completely invincible. So, you know, the amount of dodge you get is probably about 30-something%. And so, you know, you extrapolate that through the entire duration of his counter-strike. I feel like, you know, it's a slight nerf. That's why he's just fallen out of popularity completely.
When Dodge was removed from the game not too long ago, and it was Jax's thing. It was his big thing. And Ninja Tabby, the rework with that was also with the removal of Dodge. Like I know Ninja Tabby was really popular pre-change on champions like Udyr. Was there? Don't get me wrong, I do miss Dodge a little bit. I miss Jax being a little OP just because, you know, just go into like normal games and have a whole bunch of fun. But yeah, I think overall changes are a little bit for the better. I mean, he's still like the anti-tanky DPS a little bit. You know, we have Lee Sin, we have Riven. He's going to be there dodging everything they have to offer and then retaliating as appropriate.
I feel like even against Lee Sin Riven, he's going to be able to dodge some. They're going to auto attack in between.
Yeah.
However, I feel like Lee Sin and Riven and Urgot are actually heavy caster AD. Urgot is pretty much a caster AD. He's casting spells most of the time. Of course, he's going to be right-clicking in between. Riven, every time he hits his Q, you know, that's casting a spell too. Of course, he's going to right-click in between, but in terms of mitigating damage with his counter-strike, he's not going to be mitigating a whole lot because really the time between each auto-attack is you got to cast, auto-attack, cast, auto-attack, and the duration of the counter-attack is not going to help him too much against Mono's team comp. So that's my biggest concern. The second concern for Jax is he was a very, very later pick, and knowing you're going to be picking into a very, very tanky anti-attack speed comp, primarily naming Urgot that's going to get the Frozen Heart, I felt like he could have picked Mundo, which would be a better pick as well.
Now we've seen Mundo a lot during this tournament.
For good reason.
Yeah, for really good reason. He's actually second most picked overall so far this weekend. What makes Mundo so great?
The thing with Mundo is he's got very, very high effective health. He's just got, you couple him with a team, say like a Tarek or a Soraka that can provide him some sort of armor, and he scales off of health. Every time he uses his ultimate, you know, he heals a percentage of his health. So stacking a lot of health is just very, very beneficial to him. And so he gets to the point where when he gets enough resist and health, it's just very, very hard to kill.
So we are now in the game. Mono on blue side, Curse on purple side. And right now, big man of the show so far is going to be Jax.
Oh, that's a sexy skin.
Look at that.
That is a sexy skin.
I do like PAX Jax myself. It's one of my favorite skins. Shout outs also to anyone over at PAX right now watching us.
So, like, you're looking at both teams, and they're both kind of heading towards the bottom side. So I'm a little curious if there's going to be a clash. You see Mono pinging into their tribe rush at bottom, and so it looks like they would want to make a swing over to their blue. And Tarek really just warded their own blue, so you know they're covering both sides. So no matter what, I feel like Mono wants to control blue buff this game.
Curse not aware right now of where Mono is.
This could be another COG, I feel. This could be.
I think they saw it. They saw their pinging. They know to retreat. But pings are going down for Mono. He's going to go ahead and back off. They were spotted a little bit earlier than they wanted to be. Just going to go ahead and play it safe.
I think had they waited a little bit longer and waited for them to back out, they could have had a really good jump because, you know, if you look at to the left of blue,
there's a ward, and really there's no real warning that Mono's going to be invading.
Oh, no, Mono, they're going to retry their approach, but this is warded. They see ZionSpartan, they know to back off. CV also going down from Pixel just to see where everyone from Curse is. And they've seen these, they've known they've scattered just a little bit.
So this is basically a free blue for Mono. It feels like Curse does not want to contest. They don't have an incredibly strong level 1 team fight. You know, you have Riven, you have Tarek. Whoever they catch is basically gonna die, and that's one thing Curse doesn't want to do. You know, they measure themselves up against other comp, and they know that they cannot win the level 1 team fight. So it's better safe than sorry. They're just gonna give up the blue buff, and they're just gonna head and get red and probably apply pressure top immediately.
I'm going to be following Jax quite a bit because I actually kind of want to use that build a little bit for myself when I hit some normal games later on in the week. But Night Jackie taking his spot in mid, going to be facing up against Gragas. Run by ParadoXical. We have a little bit extra magic resist. I mean, that's Galio's thing. He stacks magic resist. He gets a little bonus from that. So Gragas is going to be slightly less effective, but still he's got the. We have two like very big on range.
I feel like Gragas should do fine in this matchup, just because he's got a lot of heal from his passive. Every time he casts a spell, he heals a percentage of his health, and Galio's not going to be pressuring him too much. And if he really needs to wave clear, he's going to be able to just throw those barrels out and kill it rather quickly.
And they seem to be pretty content. They seem to be passive farming to start with at the very least. And Lee Sin top lane getting a little bit of attempting to harass Pobelter on Vladimir. Not a whole lot of success there, but eventually Crumbs will meander down to his blue area and find that they have indeed taken it for themselves.
Oh, if you look at Crumbs, he's really, really low health. As a jungler, you really don't want to be that low.
Right.
If he bumps into Riven right now, he's going to be in big trouble. So I think that's the biggest problem about Jack's jungle. You're jungling at a very, very low hit point all the time until you get some decent amount of lifesteal. So that's definitely a worry or a concern that I'd have for Jax, or playing him at least in the jungle.
And you know what, this is also a problem for him before the rework as well, because I mean, dodge was a semi-random mechanic. If you just had a bad run, you could be ridiculously low on health when you go for your first few initial ganks. You may just decide to go back, but Nintendude sneaking into the top bush.
I don't see this kill converting just because the lane is pressed so hard. The next wave is going to collide at tower before they all die. So I feel like Vlad isn't going to be far out enough for Riven to gank effectively. So he's going to either waste a lot of time, or he's just going to give it up very, very soon.
I feel Zion's actually pushing a little bit too hard at the moment. He's forcing him back to tower, not really opening up the possibility for Nintendo to come on in for the attempt.
I feel like Riven should have known that the lane pressure is going to be that strong, that he's not going to be able to gank unless he's going to wait around. So I feel like he's overcommitted. He's waited so long that he feels that he needs to wait it out until he has an opportunity.
Well, we have an opportunity. Here we go. Comes out of the bush, gets a stun in on Pobelter. Lots of damage going down there. He tries to get the last hand to pull it. Yes, we get the first one under tower. Okay, you know what? Waiting was worth it.
That was worth it. That was definitely worth it. One thing that you guys didn't notice was the Riven land the stun on Vlad, so that this allowed him from pulling out of Resonating Strike. So Lee Sin had already landed the Resonating Strike, so the moment Vlad gets out of pull, he's able to just follow up that kick and kill him immediately. So it was just one thing I talked about. You know, if you're gonna proc your Resonating Strike on Vlad before he pulls, it's gonna hurt him, because when he gets out of pull, he's automatically 20% less health. Because when you use your pull, you lose a significant amount of health.
Mono was actually waiting for Pobelter to come back into lane, but Nintendo taking a little bit too much damage from the tower. But look who's here to save the day. Crumbs is coming around. They still have one tower to get past. Nintendo, he's waiting for the minion wave to come in so he doesn't take those tower hits. But here comes Jax. We're going to see how effective this can be. ZionSpartan in the way. We got the counter spell. We got the stun on ZionSpartan near tower. And Riven comes in with the stun. Crumbs getting queued and kicked. Not a whole lot there, but you know, he's able to help push him away a little bit further. And ParadoXical, knowing that Jax is not around, going to go ahead and steal those wraiths. So it's like a mono bot lane is being a little bit pushed by Curse, but we've seen Curse recently be very aggressive in how they push lanes, how they play the laning phase. So would it, where should they be at right about now? Would it be in their best interest to start pushing lanes? Should they play more defensive?
I feel like Curse shouldn't be pressing as hard just because Riven is such a better ganker than Jax. When you have a weak ganker, you lose a lot of lane control everywhere. And that kind of almost makes it so every lane has to play more safe because, you know, if you have a face-off, say a jungler ganks, right, and your jungler ganks at the same time, both teams gank at once, the team with the weaker jungler is almost always going to lose.
So and Jax, we've talked about this before. He really does. He's a little bit more mid-late game. He needs his items to be a little bit more effective as a jungler. Not to say he isn't fantastic as is. He's got solid stun now post rework. He can close gaps with the leap strike. But it seems that right now Nintendude does have a little bit of an edge with that assist. And right now ParadoXical is actually walking down, but he is spotted very briefly. Very briefly in the river.
I think he came down as the pink ward expired. So,
yes.
When the ward expires, it actually leaves a shadow. So he saw that they saw him. So it actually told him, all right, they know I'm coming, I should just go back.
So the blue being given to Nhat, but the red potential steal from Nintendo, bringing the wizard into the bush. So when Jax comes around, he's not going to know quite as much, but he's actually going to go for the rates instead.
They're just going to camp there because Jax doesn't know that he's red time. So naturally, where are you going to go next? You're going to go to your red camp. So this could be a very dangerous position for Jax right here. He's going to be none the wiser.
Nhat being a little bit defensive, so first down bot
Oh,
lane,
this is really bad bot.
Nhat has teleported. He's got the ult. We got Pixel stuck in the taunt. He's not going to be able to get away very easy. He doesn't have the heal on himself.
There's no way.
There's no way he's going to be able to get away from this. And you know what? He's just going to go ahead and sacrifice himself so Zig can get away.
That was actually very, very good that he teleported. One thing that you guys probably didn't recognize is Spartan and Riven was camping to kill Jax. However, since Galio left to go kill bottom, there's a huge wave coming mid. So naturally, Jax would go to mid to hold the lane and farm that. Had Galio didn't gank, or not gank, Jax would have just been on his way to farming and maybe just like walk into his jungle and get ganked that way.
It's just, it's just a nice turn of events, fortunate events to prevent a nice little Jax death. But we got a kill. We got a kill for Curse, so it's 1-1 even gold. 9 minutes in.
So this is actually the turning point where Jax can start jungling. He's a very, very weak jungler at 3-6. Just because of the huge steroid and attack steroid and damage that he gets from the lightning strike. So right now he's going to be able to catch up to the jungle.
Zig being chunked out. Pixel isn't here. We have a quick heal to help top him off, and he will be at tower, chugging the health pot just so he can go back to town. 200 health left on him. We're not going to see any aggression.
So Jax actually just checked his red right now. He teleported in his brush, so it's very fortunate that he didn't go in there early.
ZionSpartan actually taking a little bit of a hint from Dyrus, just going straight for the tower, not caring about anything else. The next wave coming around in, and Pixel, Nintendude down a bot, try and fend off this wave. But you know what? This tower is going to fall here for mono. Top tower gone.
Oh, this is really dangerous for him. He's not going to have the truth to jump back because he's going to die.
So that's where he's going to be able to get away, but no, the Vlad ult will finish him off.
I felt like it was just a waste of Summers right there. Yeah. I was almost certain he was going to die. I think if I was in his situation, I probably would just, I'm dead. I'm going to save my Summers.
So now Curse is up 1 kill. Gold's still pretty even at the moment. Pobelter's going to be able to farm a little freely, push the tower. And we got some counter warning going on from Curse. Pink ward into the tri-bush. And we haven't seen too much action going on in mid. I mean, Galio 101, Gragas 91, so he's got a 10 creep lead on him right now. So that does translate into a fair amount of gold, but it's still a little bit early on. We have the Chalice here on Galio, so he's got that mana regen, he's got that extra magic resist. Which
definitely Galio should be able to win against Gragas in the early bit, at least break even. And so I'm not surprised that he's a little bit ahead. Just because when there comes to a poke exchange, I feel like Galio is going to come out ahead every time.
ParadoXical now coming back to mid with the blue. He's got the extra mana regen he needs to get his farm on. And his bot lane once again. Still, we got a nice little wave pushing from Mono to that tower. How's Curse's tower doing? It's still full health right at the moment. Jax, Crumbs covering in the mid while Galio went to town. What did he pick up for himself? He got himself a Negatron cloak to help reduce some of the damage Gragas is going to be putting on him. Hillbuilter's Spartan back up top lane farming, and Jax.
I'm curious as to whether he's building a Banshee or an Abyssal, or that could be a Kindle Gem. Just, the thing with Galio, there's so many different ways to build him, and really he benefits from so many different items that it comes down to what you feel is the better build order based on team comp.
So right now Curse is attempting Dragon. We do have the CZ. Mono knows that Nintendo's moves here, trying to do something about it. So Mono, the Dragon does fall. Curse gets it. Mono just decides to back off. They have secured
I'm
that
kind of
for
curious
themselves.
why they have 2 pink wards and the same location.
Well, it's insurance. Just
It's
insurance.
You saw what happened with Sion in the back last time.
We did. So Pobelter, while Lee Sin was away, got the free farm of it, and we got the ward, knowing when he's going to be back up top in the lane. And now it's there's a little bit of passivity now as we're reaching a little bit into mid game. Oh, actually, first Pobelter from first getting kicked into tower range by ZionSpartan.
Zion. If he sticks around, he's going to die.
We got the ult from Vladimir coming down. How much we'll be able to do with that once that finishes is going to be a fair deal, but NintendudeX is here. Pobelter will just walk away, but actually ParadoXical may have something different to say about that. Is his ult up? Yes, it is. Going to be meeting in the bush. Can we bring him back? Pool's going down.
I'm
Not
a
going to
little
engage
worried
yet.
about Lee Sin. Under normal circumstances, or had they been even in farm, if Curse didn't get Dragon, Vlad wouldn't be as big of a problem. But since he did get all that farm advantage, Lee Sin's going to have an increasingly tougher time up top. He's gonna need that Hex Drinker if he's going to do anything soon. So, you know, that's an item they're going to have to look forward to him getting very soon.
When Hex Drinker, fantastic. I've always enjoyed Hex Drinker, but actually no Crumbs jumping out of ZionSpartan, getting a little bit of damage while he can. Quick stun, all those procs. That's a little bit of extra damage every few attacks he gets there with the ultimate. It gets a little bit tankier too if he decides to use the active as well, so once we start hitting those team fight stages.
I'm actually very worried for Mono at this point. You know, they have comps, they have lanes where they're supposed to win by a decently large margin, and they're not winning. And so when you're not winning in a comp that you're built for early game with, when it drags to late game and you have a weaker comp, you know, it's gonna double snowball against you. So give it another 10-15 minutes. I feel like Curse is just gonna pull way ahead. So I'm a little nervous for Mono at this point.
And we've seen Curse play the slow game, play the snowball game before. So about 30 minutes in, how much of an advantage will Curse be having over Mono?
I feel like in about you give it another 3 to 5 minutes, the gold's gonna increase to about, they're about 300 right now. It's not that big, but they're gonna be able to secure another dragon very soon. They should be able to drop a tower within the next 3 or 4 minutes. So, you extrapolate that like 10 more minutes, they should be about like 2 or 3K, and then from then on, it's just gonna come down to team fighting. Really, if Curse breaks even, they're winning.
Nintendude being spotted in the bot river. There is a ward in that bush. Going to be going in here on Galio. Cannot get the stun. Just decides to not use it. Will decide to back off. Nijaki has to stay by tower just for the time being. And once again, still bot lane. A little bit passive. Everyone's at full health. No one's trying to...
They're scared.
They are scared.
Because the Galio gank, which can happen again right now. Galio, I'm almost certain he's going to come behind.
Tornado canceling the Urgot ult being blown back into tower. Ziggs taking quite a bit of turret damage. And we got Nijaki in here with the taunt. Elements does go down, but so will Zig. Nijaki in the thick of it. And actually Curse gets the ties turned a little bit. It was a successful
it was very
attempt
successful game
from Mono.
It was a 4v3.
It was a 4v3. Even though the swap got canceled from the tornado, Mono was still able to get an extra kill out of that. And top lane, ZionSpartan once again.
It would have been very dire for Mono if Jax was there from the beginning, because he'd be able to output a lot of damage during that time. Because it's almost expected that Galio is going to teleport behind, but since Gragas was able to get there before Gallo even got there, even with teleport. You know, Mono was able to lay out enough damage that when it became a 3v4 fight, you know, it wasn't worth it for Cums to come back in, because he probably would have died too.
Yeah, ZionSpartan is definitely a little bit of a predicament here, top lane. And we saw Pobelter just deal massive damage to him under his own tower. He had the Hextrigger proc, and he just stops. He's like, you know what? Oh, you have a shield. I'm just going to stop for a minute. And he's going to be in real big trouble very soon. And we already have the Woda. He's going to be building up more AP while he's just racking up that gold. Pixel doing a little bit of offensive warding, but he was spotted by Curse, so they know that area is warded. We do not have an Oracles on Curse just yet, though. No pink wards either. But Mono, we actually got 3 members of Mono in mid pushing up the tower. But immediately the wave cleared by Galio, so they're going to have to back off. And ZionSpartan back up in top lane. He is back at full, but I think we're starting to see Mono group up here.
I feel like they want to group up because just because of the pressure up top, I feel like Lee Sin just doesn't have a way of dealing with Vlad at this point, just because he's so underleveled, so underfarmed, that he can't have a fair matchup against Vlad. So when that happens, you need to force it in a way where your team can help you out. So that's why they're grouping up and they're trying to take objectives and pull the advantage back into each Mono's players. So that would help out ZionSpartan if they can stop Vlad from farming, allow him to farm a little bit more.
Like if you're losing a lane, one of the best things you can do is join up with the rest of your team, start taking objectives, things like towers and dragon and buffs and things of that nature. But now we see dragon spawning it now. Mono and Curse, everybody's here for the party. Galio ult is up, but Flash is not.
Like a big thing about Galio is he needs his Flash to land a very good ultimate. Since that is down, you know, it's going to be very, very hard for him to land a well-placed ultimate. So if he's not able to land a well-placed ultimate, it's going to be very, very bad for Curse.
Lots of ultimates are up. We're going to see. We got the engage. Curse, Nightjack can get the taunt off. Every member of Mono Elements is in back. We got a lot of characters here. Very low health. Pobelter goes down. Vladimir's down. Galio's down. Tarek is down. Elements being brought out here. Rum's up in front trying to make a bunch of damage. He is an absolute wonder right now, taking down ZionSpartan as well. NintendudeX is the last man alive that they will not decide to engage. That is a 4-4-2 favor Curse.
That was a very, very big fight for Curse. I felt like they could have saved CDs to blow up Galio's ult, but he was able to just basically walk in the middle of 4 of them and just hit R and allowed Pobelter to also hit R and just lay out massive, massive amounts of damage on everybody. Even though they died, they were able to do enough damage where both Jax and Kog'Maw was able to clean up. And I felt like Janna should have been a little bit further behind to Tarek should have been further enough behind where he can just stun him and cancel out the ultimate instantly.
And you saw all of Mono go right in towards the Dragon Pit. They're just all bundled up. It was like a nice present for Curse. It's like signaling them as like we're all in one big clump at Galio. Please,
they basically just funneled into Galio. Didn't even bother CCing him, and he was able to.
I am not a big fan of this right now, but Curse is a little bit scattered right now. And we've seen Mono do plays like this before, where they just try and take Baron whenever they can. We got 2 members of Curse here. We got Galio on the way. His ult is down.
This is dangerous for both teams.
Well, we got the barrel coming in from Gragas. Nightjacket comes, flashes in, and Pixel actually being focused immediately, getting chunked out huge. Tornado will pop him up. Zig falls. We got 3 members of Mono down at Baron. Clean up from Curse. That's right there. But Mono did take the Baron, so we got ZionSpartan with the buff. We got a little bit of gold for him, but still, Curse has a 1K advantage in gold. I don't know.
That's actually not too much for how many kills I have over Mono. So, you know, in terms of gold, 4 kills equals Baron. So they're not too far behind. The only thing you really lose is you're going to lose global objectives afterwards. So if there's Dragon up, if there's Towers up, having 4 members down means they're free to take Towers, they're free to take Dragons. Given they only took 1, but losing that fight actually only, the loss of that fight for Mono is 1 experience and 2, that 1 tower. So in terms of how much it hurt them taking that Baron, it wasn't as bad as one might think.
So I mean, it still felt really early for me. It felt like almost sort of a desperation move.
It was a desperation move. They had just gotten a 4v4 fight, and they'd lost that, and if that happened again, they felt like they need to make something happen. The thing with this game is, if you know you're not going to do well into late game, you need to make plays. And so that's what Mono did. It just happened to not work out as favorably as they thought it would be. I felt like ParadoXical could have saved his ultimate a little bit longer and used it on Curse when there's more players, because he single ulted Jax. And really, I felt like, you know, Jax wasn't a priority to ult away. Had he gotten a little closer, it's more prudent to just have Tarek stun him and kill him instead of knocking him out.
Traveling as a group to the top lane, and the barrel not going to be doing anything for Builder because he did pull, and Nightjackie is back here in the neighborhood. Ult is up. Will he do it again? Waiting for the positioning. Can he get what he needs? Ult is down. He actually was canceled. Builder's now in the fray. Elements blows everyone back with the ult. Now ZionSpartan is out in front, but Crumbs is here. Here comes Jax. Ready to clean up. Can he get that kill? ZionSpartan is out in the back, trying to take all damage. Restrike going to ParadoXical. Belly's over the wall. Will he be able to get away? He gets a little bit of health from the pass, and Curse backs off.
I am very surprised not a single person died. I felt like if Crumbs had a better counter-strike, if he had procced it before he even leaped, that would have been a free stun on 2 or 3 people, and that would have been an extra 1 or 2 kill. So, you know, counter-strike is definitely easier to hit now, but you know, you gotta be prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a waste on the barrel, but they did a good job canceling the ult from Galio. I was waiting for it, like, where is it? Where is it? It's like, oh, the cooldown's done.
I think it was Riven that actually jumped in to stun Galio, because Tarek was caught in Galio's ult, but Riven was doing a QQQ stun or knockup, a mini knockup from his Q.
And it's just a little bit. It's just a little bit, but you know, it's enough to cancel ults like Galio's.
Yeah.
So Mono now taking what they can, all 5 members together pushing up mid, doing what they can.
It's not a bad time for them to push. They know that Curse had recently just blew all their ultimate. So at least 1 or 2 is down. So Curse does not want to fight without their ultimates. They're an AoE-centric team, and without that, they're just greatly, in terms of killing power, behind. So,
and not to mention ZionSpartan, he still has the Baron buff, albeit just for a little while longer. Just a few more seconds, Baron buff will go away. So you might as well take advantage of it while they still can. They managed to take a tower, they've backed out, and you know, it's still fairly even. And
so right now, Cog is actually getting pretty strong. He's got a 1 CS and he's got 165. He's got some global objectives. He's got some kills. So with that range that, you know, Mono doesn't have, he's going to be able to just poke at tower freely. So this is that point in the game where Curse wants to start sieging, wants to start taking down towers and looking for favorable team fights.
So we do have actually Nintendude away from Mono. He's doing a little bit of business up top, a little bit of housekeeping up there, and Curse sticking together full 5, and Dragon is up once again. CG going down from Mono. They know they're there. Wards first covering their tracks just to see if they decide to engage, and they will not.
That was pretty much a free Dragon.
It's pretty much, yeah.
I think at this point, depending on how much gold they might want to just go back by or finish off their items and just start looking for towers. They still need to take top towers, still need to take bottom towers, so they might send like 2 or 3 top, 1 or 2 bottom, and start looking for tower kills, because that's going to extend their gold lead and map position. And when you're stronger, you need to start warding up and start taking objectives.
And if you go ahead, just swoop in. Top tower is ridiculously low. Bot tower is about halfway through. Just go in, sweep those 2 towers. You're just going to extend your lead that much more. And buy yourself, go ahead, something. You're going to buy yourself something nice. We actually almost have the Frozen Heart on Galio, who just bought it right there. So he's going to be reducing attack speed. You got a little bit extra cooldown reduction on him. So he's going to have his ult a lot quicker. He's going to have everything a little bit quicker. I do want to take a look at Jax's build so far. It looks like we're going to be going to Trinity Force pretty soon. We got the Phage, we got the Zeal, so we should be having that. We also have a Wriggles on him as well, so if once Baron comes back up again,
he's going to be able to do Baron very, very fast with Jax. He's one of those champions where you let him get to where he needs to be, he's going to be a very, very big problem. And it's getting to that point. You give him another 10 minutes, he's going to be able to jump into 5 people and just be massive.
Nhat getting a flash in, but he only gets Pixel in the middle of that, but he is far behind. But here comes Jax, here comes Trump trying to do what he can. Tarek does fall. ParadoXical has to flash over the wall. Vladimir ult finish on everyone, and Elements flashes out in front, gets the ultimate to throw away a few members of Mono, but I don't think they're going to be able to catch Zig. He's got the shield, he's going to be taking a few shots of Cobalt while he's running away, but Curse is actually still chasing this.
They can actually dive it.
They could.
It's a very, very low risk fight. They know that Mono's players are all sub 30%, so they have to go back to base. So, there's really no risk of diving the outer tower or to take it at this point.
Yeah, why we were talking before, you gotta get those outer towers, gotta get those objectives, and he's got that and a little bit extra gold for themselves. 6K gold lead right now for Curse. ZionSpartan doing what farming he can do in the mid while everyone is away. Have to clear the minion wave at bottom just to make sure it doesn't push anymore. And I think it's about that time we might want to be prepping for Baron once again.
Yeah, Baron should be up within the next minute and a half. So
but we already have the ward coverage.
Oh, it's up right now.
It is up right now. Oh, just in time. Just in time. So we have ward coverage. Pretty good ward coverage here from Curse.
Curse is getting really, really good coverage.
And we got this leap strike over into the pit, and Curse will actually start on Baron right now. ZionSpartan is here. He knows, but he might be singled out just a little bit. Nintendude's here. Mono, they need to hurry up. This Baron halfway through. Nhat is out in front. Ultimate is down on Galio, so he doesn't have that taunt.
Ultimate is down, so it is a little bit dangerous, but they are
he
far
kicks
enough.
Jax out of the pit, but he leap strikes back in onto the ward, and Mono has stolen Baron, but will they be able to get away? They just might. Pixel putting the heels down on himself, Nintendude covering for ZionSpartan, but he will die as well.
That wasn't too bad. I'd give up 2 kills for Baron, but they're probably going to lose mid-tower. And it was just really, really bad timing to jump out because Ribbon basically just jumped in and was like, oh, there's nobody here to smite Baron. Let's finish it off.
I mean, I do enjoy the kick from Lee Sin Jackson. Get out of my pit. No, I'll just jump right back to this ward. I'm not leaving. It was just a quick.
It was actually a very, very good kick. It allowed Ribbon to get an uncontested Baron. You can't smite outside of the pit, so it allowed Ribbon to just not worry about Jax being able to steal it over him.
So Mono, they got 3 members of their team right now with Baron. A little bit better than the last time they got it. They only had ZionSpartan. They only had 1 member. What can they do with this? Can they pressure any towers in the state that they're in right now, knowing how far ahead Curse is?
I feel like they can't, just because Vlad's going to be able to clear waves instantly, and then Cog's going to be able to poke from the back. So. I'm still very, very worried for Mono. It's one of those games, how I was talking about COG where you need to make a pick to make something happen. I feel the same way about Mono and their current comp. They have the tools to make it happen. They have Gragas to knock somebody back. They have Urgot to swap somebody back. Now they just need Curse to make a mistake and split up and fight them and find them like 5v3, 5v2, or Gib 1 and take objectives.
We did see Mono ping 3rd tier tower in mid. I think they were considering. They're considering pressuring it down, but I think they're just going to go ahead, play defensive a little bit more. They have their jungle creeps they can still farm off of, and we got a nice. Top is actually still ripe for the taking from Curse if they want to sweep in.
I'm pretty sure it's going to drop within the next 30 seconds, just because you see Cog heading there, Vlad's heading there as well. Yep. So I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to die right after this wave.
Belter's just going to go ahead and take that wave. Tower should fall soon after that. We got 4 members of Mono in the mid with Nintendude a little bit behind, but yeah, we got the mini wave top tower. Tier 1 will fall, so Curse has gotten that one for themselves. And Mono, we got a nice little Congo line here going through their own jungle to top lane. It seems they're just a little bit late to the party every time. We got all these objectives are showing up like just in time as the door closes. So it seems like Curse is just 1 step ahead of them this entire game.
Curse is also playing a little bit cautious too. They even though they know they have a strong team comp, they know they're ahead. They don't want to risk fighting the other team with all their Baron buffs up, so they're also playing a little cautious. Because I feel like at this point, it's Curse's game to lose.
I got scared for a second there because I thought ParadoXical was going to go ahead, dash in, and throw barrel on the Jax, but it seems that is not the case. How much time we got left on the Baron buff? We got about 25% left, a little bit less than that. We do have Pixel. He's got an Oracle. He's going to do some counter warding, and then the Curse is in the neighborhood. Target being put down on Gregus. I want to make sure that they can kill him next team fight, so he can't do that damage, can't do that ult, can't do that barrel. But Nightjack is here. Nintendo being singled out from the rest of the team. Crumb's kind of 1v1ing here for a second, and it's actually Nintendo running from all of Curse, trying to get away. Will he be able to do it? That tower's down. It's not looking good. Nintendo caught out. That's rough, and just being separated from your teams like that little feeling of helplessness.
Curse has really good map coverage. If you look at their ward positions, they've gotten all the major areas covered. So with Mono,
the whole ParadoXical actually being singled out a little bit by Crumbs. We got the stun going down. We got the barrel to shove
go into the pit and flash over. He can still go into the pit.
Can he get it? Will he do it? Yes, he will. We got the taunt. ParadoXical will come in. ZionSpartan walks right into it, and ParadoXical will melt immediately. And ZionSpartan will not be too far behind. 2 quick kills from Curse, courtesy of the Galio Flash ult. So now the Curse is in a pretty good spot right now. We got a sizable wave here in mid. We can just go ahead and clear this out. They can take out this tier 3 tower pretty easy.
They do have 32 seconds from 2 of their biggest players, so it's pretty much a free tower and in-hit. This tower should drop in under 10 seconds from in-hit. It's going to drop within like 5 to 10 seconds. So
actually, we got the swap coming in from Urgot, but it's not going to be doing all too much. Not the best defense in the world, but the ult from Vlad just as a nice little bit of insurance.
I feel like
inhibitor this may be game. This if they decide to push it, they're just going to go ahead and play it safe.
They're definitely playing it safe. If you look at Jax's mana, he doesn't have any mana. He's not going to be able to leap strike and counter strike, so they are taking it a little bit slow. So, like I said, this is Curse's game to lose. If they, they're so far ahead, all they need to do is play safe and take towers one at a time. Wait for Baron, take that too, and push slowly, have super creeps come down mid, and just apply pressure. And if they want to fight, I feel like Curse can just all hit their R and face roll their face across the keyboard and just kill everybody at this point.
So we have this slow push now coming in from Curse. Their sizable lead allows them to just go in, take objectives, get out, and remain in the lead. They've already got an inhibitor down here, and you know what? Mono really has no choice but to defend here. So Curse can just go ahead, take their time, take their own objectives, their own neutral creeps. The waves are just going to continue to push. We still have a tier 2 tower in top and bot. Top one's actually really low.
If I was Curse, I would actually go to top because there is, not only is there blue up right now, but they can also take top tower and wait for Baron to spawn. As soon as Baron spawns, they can transition and force a fight outside Baron, or take Baron if Mono doesn't come. So it's a very, very easy game for Curse to play at this point.
We got a few members of Curse in the mid pushing the wave. We only had ParadoXical there to defend just for a minute, but they're going to go ahead and steal the blue buff, and they should be transitioning to take out the top tower pretty soon. And that's the thing, if you're so far ahead in the lead, you can go ahead and just steal so many enemy objectives. Mono can't really go in their own jungle safely.
What Curse wants to do is they want to fight Mono in the open. And Mono wants to catch Curse when they're split. So that's what they're looking for.
Look at all that ward coverage. Tons of ward coverage there.
This is a free Baron. I feel like Mono can't stop it.
And Curse, they may have started on Baron, but they know Mono's on the way. Nintendude being caught out a little bit, trying to get in. ParadoXical's out front. He's a little bit too far away from the rest of his team, and Baron has been defeated. Curse now in pursuit. We got Slow on Pixel. We got the Shirelia's pop. He has to flash away. Will he be able to get it? He just barely misses the tornado. In the meantime, we also have Crumbs, Nightjack chasing down Nintendude. He's just accepting his fate and going the other way. Sacrifice play to let ParadoXical live. And you know what? I think this may actually be the last push. I mean, there's not a whole lot Mono can do.
They should be able to hold it off a little bit, but I feel like it's inevitable. This is going to drop very, very soon. Once there's enough creep pressure mid, they're going to have to split. They are down Riven, so they can't engage either. So I feel like this is going to be a 3-tower free inhib, and they can just rotate bottom if they want to play safe once again, and take that bottom tower, and then just, just 3 inhib down and push slowly for the win.
Kick from Lee Sin just to sway Chris a little bit, but it's nothing doing. The tower will fall, the inhibitor will fall as well. Really quickly, courtesy of Jax getting that auto attack on. Jackie's out in front, he's got the flash, you get the ult. 2 members of Mono caught in that Pixel and Zig go down immediately. Just gonna go straight for the Nexus Towers. This should be game, we're still chasing ZionSpartan, goes back to spawn, but you know what, we have the minions here pushing 1 tower down, we got a 2nd tower down as well. The Nexus should be next, and this is GG. Curse, whoa, winning game 1 here. GG. So now this is currently working towards the late game. It was a little bit of passivity there. Throw some of the mid game, but you know what? They took their objectives. Smart team fights. Granted, Mono did get a few Barons there. They continued their push, they continued the plan, and managed to get the win.
Yeah. So before we go, I just want to give a shout out to SoloMid really quick. You guys should visit solomid.net. They have a lot of guides for basically every single champion. We do a lot of filtering, so if you look at the featured guides, it's really, really high quality guides in general. There's a lot of stuff that has to do with communities. We from time to time host tournaments and whatnot. And also, you guys should also visit LOL Pro. That's the alternative if you guys choose to.
Yeah. Both fantastic, wonderful sites. If you've been playing for years or just starting out, wonderful resources for anyone who's a fan of League of Legends. We're going to be coming up to Game 2 pretty soon, so do please stay tuned. We'll be right back after this break. This is IPL4.
My name is Steve Chow. My game handle is Chowster. I play support on Team Counterlogic Gaming. So I started really young. I played Nintendo, Tecmo Wrestling, Double Dragon, Contra. I moved on to Super Nintendo. PlayStation comes out, and then at that point, I started playing computer games. And basically, I'm just like a big Blizzard fan. I play StarCraft, Warcraft, Diablo 2 is like the hugest part of my gaming life. That's why I'm so stoked for Diablo 3. Because I'm such a big Blizzard fan, I play Dota, which obviously like Dota is like the same thing as League of Legends. I started playing League of Legends when one of my friends introduced me, because at the time I had no games to play, so I just ended up spending a lot of time playing it. I play games to win, because I guess I'm competitive at heart. I've always strived to be like the best, because I hate losing, I hate being inferior to someone, so I always want to be the best. So when I play League of Legends, I just play the game and I play to win. There was a time where they used to release these ladder rankings in beta, where they'd have like all the top names, all the top rankings, and I'd start to see these people in game, and they had these, obviously, you know, they have these giant, like, not egos, but reputation, you know, this reputation attached to their name, like, wow, he's so good, this guy's so good, and then like you go against them, and you outplay them, and you kill them consistently, and you beat them consistently, and then you realize, like, who else is left? There's no one. And then the biggest change is when I started playing pre-mains, because back in beta, there was no separation between solo queue and ranked 5s. So you would have 5-man teams fighting individual players. And at that point, when I started winning like 10, 20 games in a row, I realized like there's no one really better out there.
Can I make a request? Can we play Bubble Pop again sometime today? I'm addicted to that song. It's so good. Hi, I'm Cristina V. And we're going to start the next match pretty soon here. But I have a phone, and it's connected to the internet, and it has Twitter. So if you want to follow me at Cristina V, you can send me some questions, and I will answer them for you next time. Sound good? Oh, Matt on Twitter, hello. He told me to say hi. I'm fulfilling a request. Riven might come later. I can't do it every time because then, yeah. Okay, I'll do a Riven line. Let's see. Well, I need a line read to me. Somebody give me a line in the audience. Demacia! That's not Riven, that's Lux. Anyways, it's time for round 2. Are you guys ready? All right. Curse versus Mono. Handing it over to you guys. HatPerson and RedBaron, you guys are amazing.
Thank you, Cristina. And we got a little back in effect. I'm HatPerson. With me is TheRedBaron going into game number 2, Mono versus Curse, and we're already in picks and bans straight away. And you know what we do? Like I said, we have Curse here. We got to give a shout out to lolpro.com. Wonderful resource, wonderful site. If you want some good guides, fantastic place to go.
Yeah, it's definitely a really strong showing from Curse, and you know that's what their website's all about. It's from the Curse team, having lolpro.com for those guides. But right off the bat, we see Galio, Karthus, and Alistar banned from Mono. Galio definitely a dominant kind of force in that last game. You have the Cog pairing. Mono actually with the first pick this game, so that OP Cog, it's won like 90% of the matches this tournament so far. They can take that off the board if they so choose, and there it is, Kog'Maw first pick. In the meantime, Curse banning out Cassiopeia, Olaf, and Ryze. Olaf a favorite of Nintendude, and Cassiopeia one of ParadoXical's strongest champions, so getting that out of the way.
Now we see the bans coming in from Mono. You have to know, last game they banned Alistar, Morgana, and Shen. Shen's open, Morgana's open. We may see Curse pick up either one of those. We got the Morgana, immediate, and Shen. I was going to take both of them. Dang.
Yeah, so Morgana's definitely going to give them some great fight control. Nijaki, one of the strongest mid carries in the game. Shen could go for either, Pobelter or Crumbs. It'll be interesting to see whether or not they send him top or in the jungle. I'm assuming it's going to be a top lane Shen, but there's definitely a lot of champions that do very well against Shen now with the nerfs to his Q. And we actually see ParadoXical picking up Ahri. That's one of his strongest champions. We've seen a lot of Ahri from ParadoXical in the past, and he's a very aggressive player, so he can pick up some early kills, has that killing potential very early on.
Now Morgana does have the spell shield. Gonna be a little bit step up above the charm, but you know what? We have the orb. That does true damage. That shield, not too good against true damage. Actually doesn't do anything for true damage.
There's actually the thing, they can kind of hold off on that Ahri, save for a later pick if they don't know what if Curse is doing, whether or not they're going a squishy team, if they have a squishy bot lane, if they have a lane that's very vulnerable to ganks, or if they have a vulnerable jungler, then maybe we go back to that Ahri pick. But right now, Vlad, a little bit of a safer pick, is going to be very strong in that top lane against Shen, can just sit there, turn that into a farm lane, and just be generally pretty safe. So that's definitely a good pickup.
So we also have the same bans. I just want to note, same bans from Curse this game as we had last game. So Cassiopeia, not going to be available. Olaf, we're not going to see that in top lane either. But we have a few more options from Curse. I'm kind of crossing my fingers for something a little bit different from them.
There you go.
We have Nocturne.
Crumb is actually a favorite of his, is Nocturne, so they get that Nocturne pick. We actually saw Curse playing Kayle and Nunu previously in this tournament, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not they pull that back out again. It actually will be kind of an effective strategy against Kog'Maw because Kayle definitely has the strong harass early. It's not something you normally see. It's kind of a niche pick. But we'll have to see whether that's the case. It will protect against Ahri's burst damage as well as Vlad's, though, if that's something they're looking to do. But Crumb's definitely extremely aggressive with those ganks. We do see ParadoXical is going to be grabbing that Ahri again, and it's all down to who they want as their jungler. Right now, Mundo is available, Shyvana's available. I would definitely understand a Mundo pick, and there it is. Nintendude on Mundo will have that tanky front line, Vladimir and Mundo to protect Kog'Maw.
So for some people out there who may not even do draft mode even, why did they decide to take Ahri later as opposed to that second round of picks?
Well, it's kind of weird to take Ahri at all with how tanky their team is, but the concern is really seeing whether or not they're going to counter you out. If you have a jungler, which, someone like Maokai could set up the snare into the Morgana snare, and that's a really easy kill early on and just really shuts down Ahri in lane before Ahri gets to level 6. And Ahri really needs to get those early levels in order to get an advantage. And also, if you consider if Curse has a really strong jungler where Curse automatically has early map control, that's also a weak situation for Ahri. We're seeing a little bit of that now, but having the Mundo versus the Nocturne, it is kind of a favorable matchup. Nocturne is a stronger jungler as far as ganking presence, but Mundo definitely is tankier earlier, has the faster clearing speed, has the more counter jungling potential, and so if Mundo can take that early advantage, it allows Ahri to roam, because that's what Ahri wants to do as a champion. She wants to just be all over the place, taking names, just, destroying the enemy team, and that's what they're going to be looking to do. But we are seeing I'm like sitting here, a double lift in Vayne. It's just like synonymous in my mind. We're seeing Vayne bottom, so Vayne and Nunu is going to be an interesting matchup. Kog'Maw as a champion, he's an auto attack champion. He has fantastic damage early, but Nunu, he's got a very low cooldown slow. It's about a 6-second cooldown. It has a 4-second slow, so that's an attack speed slow. It's really going to shut down a lot of Nunu's damage. It's actually a really strong pickup because Nunu's not going to be as effective in those exchanges, whereas Vayne can just sit there, throw off the burst damage, really quickly burst down Janna's shield, and that's the key. Against Janna, you want to burst down the shield, deny that AD, and that's what Vayne and Nunu is going to do in that lane.
And I can see Vayne being pretty effective in the early game. She does have the tumble. She can get in on Kog'Maw, but once Kog'Maw hits 6, once he gets that artillery shot, I think we're going to see Curse maybe back off a little bit. They become a little bit less effective because Vayne, she doesn't have the biggest range. Granted, she can close gaps, but her just flat-out auto attack range, not the greatest.
Yeah, that's definitely the weakness, and that's also kind of why we've seen Kog doing so well. He's always been one of the strongest late game champions, but it used to be that his early weakness would sometimes set him behind. That's not as much of a case anymore. You don't see those really aggressive harass lanes that you used to. Kog'Maw can't, he can sit there and freely farm once he hits 6 in particular because he has that excellent range. And then, being able to farm Kog'Maw for that mid game, for that late game fight is really just effective. So it'll be interesting to see. Nocturne, though, has great kill potential. We have Vayne for the burst damage, Nocturne with his ganking kill potential, and then once Nocturne and Shen hit 6, there's always the threat of a tower dive bottom because we'll have Nocturne coming in, Shen with the ultimate. That's going to be a really dangerous lane for Zig and Pixel in the bottom lane.
We've got a lot of mobility here on Curse. So like you said before, we have Shen being able to go anywhere he wants with his ultimate. Nocturne got wonderful mobility as well, and we're also playing a little bit defensive here. If Curse gets engaged upon, Morgana just pop the ult. Nice counter initiation. We also got a nice counter initiation from Nunu as well. You just stand in the bush, get that ult ready. Everyone's slowed. Pretty good chunk of damage there too.
Yeah, but the concern is obviously, with that burst potential that we have from Curse, there's also at the same time a really strong team comp from Mono, and they recognize, hey, we get this Kog into this late game, he's a dominant force. We have Mundo up front. We have tank Vladimir, so that's also going to have more sustained damage, but then we have Ahri to get us through the early portion of the game. We have Mundo to get us through the early portion of the game, and because of Vayne's range, because Vayne has such a short range, Ahri as that kind of assassin mid-champion could maybe in those early fights pick off Vayne and then really quickly Curses behind, but it should be an interesting matchup, and I'm definitely looking forward to it.
We're about to see how this rolls out, but everyone, are you ready? Game number 2. Mono versus Curse. Loading up right now. We got our teams. Look at that. Concentration coming in from both teams. Fantastic to have all 8 of our teams here. Wonderful that they can join us here at IPL4 at the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas. And very soon we will be into this game. Once again, the bans from both teams. Mono's banned out Galio, Karthus, and Alistar. Curse, same bans as last time, banning out Cassiopeia, Olaf, and Rise. And we are in the game, ready to go.
Yeah, and I'm curious whether or not we'll see Curse with the early invade. They do have a slightly stronger team. Both teams have an exceedingly strong early game, but if we can get the Morgana snare into the Shen taunt, there's definitely the potential for the kill there, and if you can slow down Mundo, allow Crumbs to get off to an early advantage, then that won't be such an issue. But at the same time, Pixel does have Clairvoyance. Wards don't really counter out Nocturne as effectively as other champions because he can take unusual ganking paths. So that Clairvoyance, if they can keep track of Nocturne, Mundo can be more effective with his counter jungle, and then also they can know that they're a little bit safer in that bot lane.
So we got a little bit of a defense here in the top Tribush from Curse. Mono not really doing that much. Both teams are playing a little bit on the defensive end and want to be able to secure their own buffs. And it looks like both junglers are going to be starting on red.
30 seconds.
Of course, they both junglers can also get Mono's a little bit of a stronger level 2, I think.
I honestly, this is such an awkward thing. I literally couldn't hear what you just said.
Uh-oh. I think Mundo has a little bit of an advantage for a level 2 gank.
Well, actually, Nocturne, definitely has that kill potential. Mundo has a little bit more damage, but Nocturne has that closing speed, has the fear, and so I don't know that we're going to see a level 2 gank from either of these junglers. I think, all of the lanes are generally going to be pretty safe. I think we might see Crumbs, if he gets that red buff, going for the top gank onto ZionSpartan, get Vladimir before he gets that pull, because it's pretty common to go with Transfuse first, and if he can get a gank coupled with the taunt from Shen, then you get the fear off. That's a really aggressive gank. But regardless, we are seeing both junglers are going after their red. It'll be interesting to watch. I mean, I think we'll see an early ward from Curse down in the river to guard against that Mundo gank. That's definitely something they're going to want to do. But even if Mundo comes in, I don't know that at level 2 there's that much kill potential from Mono's bot lane.
Cop and Elements in bot lane before Mono. They're going to go ahead and get one or two creeps advantage early on. Shen and Vladimir up top lane doing what they can, and we got wards. Both teams have warded the Tri-Brush area up there down by Dragon, down that bot river. Ahri, Morgana in mid. True damage is going to be helping out immensely for Ahri later on once Morgana gets that shield around level 2, level 3. However Nijaki wants to play her. And Crumbs getting the raise, Mundo getting the blue. Mundo's a little bit low, going for that blue buff, so he will have to back and hopefully doesn't die right there.
But so here's the thing, Mundo's exceedingly fast, gets a little bit low early, really not a concern as he continues to jungle, but Nocturne, I think being a little bit cautious, he maybe could have gotten that top gank, but there's always the concern of how successful it'll be, and if they know that Mundo, is expecting that, if Mundo comes in for the counter gank, then very quickly Curse falls behind. That's definitely not what they want to do, because they want to get to that mid portion of the game where all of their ultimates are going to be up, where they have that strength. They don't want to allow Mono any sort of early advantage that is going to allow them to stall the game any more than they would care to.
Elements taking a little bit of a field trip, getting a ward right up in Mono's jungle just to see where they're going, but Mono did spot it, so they do know they're being watched. Mundo grabbing small golems, and he will have to back again because he's not doing so hot on health going through the jungle, but this will soon change, and Pobelter actually getting pretty chunked out in top lane by ZionSpartan. Now, Curse is actually being pretty aggressive in bot, pushing the waves to the tower. They want to make sure Mono in bot is on the defensive end.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely, that will slow down the farm for Zig a little bit, but at the same time, he has enough damage output. It really shouldn't be that difficult to farm underneath, but we do have Crumbs coming up top. Pobelter with the taunt, and Crumbs is going to be able to get in range for the fear. The pool will get him out of there, but there's the fear. They're actually tower diving this, so Crumbs gets the red buff. There's the ignite, and they are going to get the first blood going down to Pobelter, so an early advantage for Curse.
Very, very well executed from Crumbs, but here comes Nintendude. Will he be able to connect with anything? We have a cleaver, we have something. We got the exhaust coming down on Crumbs. We got the fire, we got the AoE. Will be enough. Where's what?
Oh my God.
Spell shield. Oh no!
He missed the cleave. He got too close range.
Oh, that could have been so much more.
Crumbs with the fantastic play there, knew he was dead if he tried to run. It sets up the really easy short-range cleave, so instead, Crumbs juked back into Mundo, knowing that Mundo, is going to be tossing that cleave and just able to juke it out. Really fantastic play there, and it's a shame. I mean, if Nintendude had been able to get that, having an early advantage as a jungler is just, can be devastating, particularly when you have such an aggressive jungler as Mundo, and that's what they're looking for. They're looking for Mundo to get an advantage, but really effective play by Crumbs.
Now that Curse knows that Mundo is in the top lane, once again, it's still pushing a bot as much as they can. And you know what, Nijaki's doing a little bit of pushing himself, but Mono trying to do what they can top lane, see if they can't take a little bit of damage off of this tower. Nintendo, once again, waiting in the bush, just to see if Pobelter gets a little bit overzealous. Get a nice little quick gank of him top lane. A little bit of deja vu there.
Yeah, but actually, Pobelter coming down to ward here, he will be kind of vulnerable coming up once again, but he does have the dash, so he should be able to get out of there. But actually dashing into ZionSpartan, so a little bit of a bait, and Nintendude is chasing him down now. He's going to be able to get a lot of damage, but they are going to back off. ZionSpartan didn't have his Ignite up, otherwise maybe they would have power dove that. So Pobelter is going to be safe in this lane, going to be able to heal himself back up and be able to continue.
So now Nintendude satisfied with what he's done top lane, going to be returning to the jungle. ZionSpartan also just a little bit just as low as Pobelter is, and NightJacky actually going in the mid with the ult. ParadoXical tries to get away. Oh, the binding just barely missing under tower.
Yeah, I don't think he was expecting to get the stun because he actually had the kill if he had just waited a second for that stun. But in the meantime, Crumbs coming up top. There's another Shen taunt. ZionSpartan ghosting, trying to get out of there. He's going to be able to pull, but Crumbs with the fear. Can it break? It will just barely break underneath that tower. So ZionSpartan will be safe and going to recall.
Crumbs, he's getting some good engages on here, waiting for the pull to end, getting the fear if he can. But you know what? ZionSpartan, I think, is he did burn the ghost on that, trying to get away. So now he has no more summoner spells left for the time being, and Nintendude actually wandering around the ward in that Tribush. Curse knows they know to back off accordingly. And meanwhile, ParadoXical is actually doing a nice little push in mid, waiting for NightJacky to actually get back into lane. A little bit, how are we doing on gold here? Already doing pretty good for herself. A little bit more, we could get a new large rod if we so desire. But to see how that build works out.
Yeah, and it should be interesting to see whether or not we see any aggression over these blue buffs. Ahri definitely needs it. If Ahri gets the blue buff and Morgana doesn't, then of course she can just push into the lane, not worry about it. Though Morgana is one of the strongest pushers in the game, has 3 Dorans, so should be okay as far as sustainability there. I think that a lot of that has to deal with the fact that she expects him to be extremely aggressive early. Maybe you see a little bit of invade after that blue, but Nintendude kind of running around, not really sure what to do. Will be able to pick up his red. And then we'll see what kind of ganks or invasion we'll see coming shortly.
So Ahri did decide to go back, got 3 Dorans as well. So we got a nice even build, same item build going on in the mid, and we actually had a whole lot of pings going on around Dragon area. Mono does have a ward in the pit. We had a few pings going down from Curse as well. They saw Mundo coming down through the Tribush. I think they also spotted him around Wraiths as well. But now I think Dragon, being somewhat considered, they have the ward down there. They just want to make sure they have that insurance and want to make sure.
But Morgana actually coming in on the ParadoXical, gets the stun, and ParadoXical just barely able to get out of there. The Ignite goes off, but ParadoXical kiting around, able to take down NightJacky, even though it looked like NightJacky had the kill. Fantastic play there.
Wonderful, wonderful work from ParadoXical. Then we'll be going home with a little bit extra money in the wallet. But still though, this entire game though so far, Curse has been just doing nothing but pushing this bottom lane this entire time. They're sufficiently warded, they're sufficiently protected, ward in the Tribush right there to know when Mundo's coming around. There's not a whole lot they're doing about it. And ZionSpartan having to run away from Shen, and more pings going down from Curse in bot river. So I think that may be a signal for some wards to possibly go down, just so if Mono decides to get a little bit gutsy, go for the dragon. They know where to be. Pobelter probably just a little bit, waiting for Vlad to come back, and Curse elements on top, doing nothing but pushing the tower.
Yeah, and that push is denying Zig some farm. He is significantly behind Top at this point. Top, if he can get that farm, Vayne is, obviously one of the highest game stealers in that mid game. Comparable damage to Kog'Maw. The only thing is Kog'Maw has a significant range damage. And we actually have Nocturne ulting in mid. Morgana did drop the ultimate, and the fear goes off. So there's the snare, and ParadoXical is going to go down. A nice gank by Crumbs, and they're actually going to be grouping for Dragon now to try and take that early gold advantage.
Here we are. Well, you got the mid dead. You have the man advantage. You might as well. Dragon's here. Dragon's close by. You got 4 people around. You might as well go ahead and do it. And if need be, Shen does have the ult up top, so you can just come back around if Mono decides to engage on this. They'll go ahead and secure the Dragon for themselves, and then back off, go back to their respective lanes. But yeah, look at ZionSpartan in the top lane. He's losing quite a bit of health to Pobelter here in the top lane. He's got his revolver. Should be getting the Rhoda once he has the money. Not all too close just about yet. But until he gets that WOD, I mean, he does have some sustain, but Shen's just just doing better than he can sustain.
Yeah, and the big thing is, actually, we see Nhat almost getting caught, catching Nintendude there. I was wondering, Nintendude was stealing those rays, whether or not he would throw off the snare. But the big thing is, Shen, once he gets that early advantage, he can become kind of an abusive lane because he has that sustain. You're right, once Vladimir is able to get that WODA, it should, turn around and should just continue to be a farming lane. But Vladimir definitely a little bit behind right now, which is going to set them back a little bit in these mid-game fights. But if Vayne can get farmed for Curse, having that Blood Boil from Nunu is definitely going to be huge. That it's just a massive buff, just going to be significantly increasing Vayne's damage output.
ParadoXical putting down a ward in the river, but Nhat is being a little bit aggressive, taking what he can from the Rays. But new support, pretty much all really new support does is stays in the bush, Blood Boil, and a snowball here and there if need be. ZionSpartan, ProBelter duking out top lane once again. Nhat ParadoXical, a little bit of harassed damage in the mid, and ult going down on ProBelter, trying to keep him away. Still even health from both of those champs, but ProBelter deciding to retreat back to tower, may decide to back.
Yeah, and ParadoXical, it's to that point where Ahri is extremely strong, looking for those roaming kills, going to be leaving mid a little bit, so it's going to allow Nhat to deny some experience and gold there, because they just have excellent ward coverage. They recognize that Ahri is looking to be getting off some ganks, so they have wards all along the river. Shen can still be aggressive in that top lane and, recognize that he has the advantage.
Nintendude helping ParadoXical a little bit in the mid, but we actually see Crumbs going down through the enemy jungle.
But at top, we actually have ProBelter chasing down ZionSpartan. He does have his Ignite, but he's not going to go for it. He maybe could have ghosted in, get that taunt, get the Ignite, very quickly pick up a kill.
Not sure if ZionSpartan should be sticking around.
Mundo actually coming into Crumbs. We do have the fear going off, and he's chasing after Nintendude a little bit. The exhaust from Nintendude goes off, and his ultimate is there, so he's just a little bit too tanky. And once again, ProBelter jumping in after ZionSpartan with the taunt. He does have the exhaust, and there it is. The Ignite able to take down ZionSpartan underneath that tower.
Nice. That's nice little tug of war going back there, just checking to see. That's this. Elements, what are you doing? Going back and forth through that bush. What are you doing?
I like hopping all over the map. I mean, there's action everywhere. Why aren't we? That's what you want, and so that's what we're seeing in an aggressive game. Zig doing a pretty good job farming bottom, but we do have a slight advantage for Cop in that lane. And I don't know. It should be interesting when this next dragon spawns. Who has the advantage at that point? We definitely have strong team fight teams from both teams.
So Cop 129, Kog'Maw 108. Mid
the snare.
Nice snare from Nhat go down. Ult should be able to finish up. Actually manages to break it, but will the Ignite finish her off? Yes.
Wow, so just sitting in the brush, waiting for the time. Nhat with the excellent placement there. Once ParadoXical had cleared those wards, and so Nhat getting a little bit of a farm advantage, able to go steal some wraiths earlier. Here, going to deny some experience, get some push going on in that tower, and if they can, get an early advantage like they have right now, a 3K gold advantage, and then push down some of those towers, they could maybe deny some golden experience from Mono.
Just look at the farm difference right here in all three lanes. Oh, we got Pixel. Just putting the tornado on elements just to annoy him just a tad. But bot lane, 138 to 117. Mid lane, you got 118 to 96. Top lane, look at Shen, 93 to 77. This Curse is just winning every single lane right now. There's not a whole lot you can do when you're losing every single lane. It's kind of a little bit confusing for where Nintendo should be.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. They don't, we have very safe lanes from all of Curse, so there's not going to be a huge ganking presence from Mundo. He recognizes, Morgana is going to be an extremely safe lane. If not, maybe when they bait out the Nhat ultimate, like we saw earlier, we'll see some aggression, some counter engaging there. But in the meantime, ParadoXical going to be able to pick up that blue buff and going to, maybe see if he can run around and pick up some kills.
Top trying to get a few shots off on Zig while he retreating the tower, but got the artillery shot, going to be able to fend off just a little bit. But it looks like Mono just like, we're just going to keep pushing to our tower. We might as well go ahead and get the small golems while we wait. This is a nice little snack while we're doing that, but Nintendude actually coming around. No vision from Curse. They don't know he's in the neighborhood. Pobelter, if he extends a little bit too far, he's going to have a rude surprise. We got the taunt gun coming in, as well as the knocking ult here on ZionSpartan. Nintendo comes in, not sure how much he's going to be able to do. The ult from Light will finish. Crumbs going down, Pobelter both going down. That is exactly what Mono needed.
And that's what we've seen from Nintendo this entire tournament. He's got great awareness where he needs to be as a jungler. He's caught a ton of counter ganks this entire time. He recognizes Shen's trying to be extremely aggressive, shut down Vladimir in lane. So Crumbs, he knows he's going to have that aggressive ult, sitting around waiting for his opportunity, able to take it, and that's definitely going to propel ZionSpartan into this mid-game. And it should be interesting to see, whether or not we see some more aggression. Shen generally very safe, but if we see ParadoXical and Nindo going up together, they could definitely take that tower, maybe be able to pick up a kill there.
So we got a little bit of gold going around. You see what all of our champs are buying. We got the Loda finishing for Vladimir right now. Finishing off, so got some Merc treads as well. A little extra magic resist. A little bit of tenacity, won't be taunted for as long from this point forward, but we do have Dragon. Curse is there, ready to take it. And we got pings going down from Mono, not too far away. Pretty sure they have an A, but they do have vision. They got CP down.
It's just too tough for them to deny that Dragon. They have great ward coverage on Curse. We actually saw Pixel just dropping a pink ward there, but Elements had a pink ward in that brush previously, and Elements, as a support, you can kind of always ask me, hey, a lot of times supports, they go for that early oracles, roaming around trying to get vision. Elements is actually very proactive in getting those pink wards. He's always kind of vocal about it. Pink wards are just such a great investment if you understand where the enemy's wards are, and so able to take that map control is definitely huge. But we'll have to see. We do have Nijaki building that needlessly large rod, probably going to build a early Zonias so that he can engage on Kog'Maw. If they can get Kog'Maw in those team fights, have the flash in from Nijaki, then very quickly this fight can turn in their favor.
We've been seeing a lot of Morganas actually opting for things like early death caps instead of going for the Zonias. And the Zonias is just such a wonderful part of her kit if you have it. Just go in, ult Zonias, and it's almost always the same ult. Almost.
Yeah, and the key is whether or not you think you already have the damage as a team. They have a significant amount of damage, but we do have Nocturne coming up top. Nintendude once again waiting, allowing ZionSpartan to just safely take this tower in case there's a gank. So a little bit of time wasted for Nintendude, but he knew what he was doing. He was sitting there protecting his carry. So Morgana, a lot of AP champions, they have that versatility. Morgana, if she wants a little bit of burst, if she needs a little bit more poke, then obviously she can go for something like a Rabadon's. But if she wants to have a hard engage, like she will against a champion like Kog'Maw, it's very common to go after that Zonias.
So about 18 minutes in, and like we said before, Curse is just doing fantastic in pretty much every lane, despite the fact they do have one tower down in top. If you look at the creep kills, it is a little bit of a different story. I mean, Vayne still has a little bit of a lead on Kog'Maw. We got Vladimir, still only 10 behind now, as opposed to Shen. And if you look at Ari in the middle with Morgana, that's a pretty big stun for Morgana right there, but Morgana in mid, 30 creeps up, and we got Nocturne coming in with the ult here on bot lane. We got the Janna ult clearing everyone away, so Mono may be safe here. We actually had Shen ult Crumbs just for a little bit of insurance. But while he's down there, ZionSpartan is top lane free to farm.
And once again, that's just Nintendude with excellent map positioning, excellent awareness. They had the Shen Nocturne combo, and they were trying to go for an aggressive tower dive. That's what we were kind of talking about earlier. So Nintendude recognizing that was the situation, and it will allow ZionSpartan once again to continue farming, continue catching up into this game, and pressure that second tower.
So realizing you got a little bit of a good idea. It's like Shen's about to recall. Should probably be backing off right about now. But we're pushing it to the second tier tower in top lane. Cop trying to make something happen on Zig, but is slowed, will not be able to continue pursuit, and Crumbs securing the red buff for himself. That was ZionSpartan also doing a little bit of dance, waiting for Pobelter in that bush. A little bit of a bush dance there. And bot lane Mono, they see Curse is once again doing their pushing thing.
Yeah, and I'm curious, once we start seeing these team fights break out, once we start seeing everyone together, how Vayne is going to do against this double AP comp, because it's definitely pretty strong. We actually have Pobelter chasing down ZionSpartan in top lane. I'm not sure how full he's going to go for. He is going to back off now. Zion does have enough sustain there, but because, like we said earlier, we have a very short-range team. Everyone on the team is short-range, but I don't know, it'll be interesting. The Morgana shield should be able to protect Vayne for the most part, but there's definitely a lot of burst if, she gets too much into that kill zone.
Now, we haven't really seen a whole lot of movement come from Morgana or Ahri, really. And I mean, Ahri is actually pretty mobile with the ult. We would have expected to see maybe an attempted gank on one of the other 2 lanes, but NineJacky and ParadoXical usually sticking to their guns, sticking to the mid lane. Why is that?
Well, the big thing is both are extremely strong pushers. So Ahri wants to be leaving the lane, but Morgana is just constantly pushing the wave, forcing ParadoXical to sit there. And we do have the tower going down bottom, but their pings are off on ZionSpartan. So Janna and Ahri coming up here, trying to keep vision of Morgana, not allow her to, kind of engage. And ZionSpartan will be fine there. But it's primarily because of the pushing capabilities. They know if they leave, they don't have a successful gank. They're going to be denied experience and gold, and they're going to threaten their tower going down.
Cop and Elements coming up into the mid. Tornado will keep them away. But we do have Crumbs here in top lane with ZionSpartan. And NineJacky still just sticking to his guns, staying in the mid. And it looks like ParadoXical will also be handed the blue from Nintendude. Going to be taking that back with him. Crumbs, Pobelter doing what they can up top lane. But now we're seeing Mono group up now, just a little bit. We're seeing both teams actually now grouping up a little bit. Pings going down on Baron area. So they got a little bit of vision on Curse, and ParadoXical actually getting caught in that little side bush there. But I think Mono might be gearing up to try and charge down this mid tower.
Yeah, I don't know. It kind of looks like both teams are trying to pressure this tower. I think a lot of it's just defensive play. They want to be aware of where the enemy team does. So by everyone grouping mid, it forces the enemy to kind of show their hand. It doesn't allow them to kind of roam and pick up kills. And right now, Curse, they definitely are more of the aggressors. They want to pick up those early kills to try and catapult them through this mid game. So by Mono just coming down bot, coming in that mid lane, they force Curse to show themselves, and they know they're safe.
So we got Kog'Maw with Mundo here by the Baron area, getting some free shots, or attempting some free shots here on Shen. And we have Vlad, top lane, farming freely, but Curse is now taking the opportunity to push mid while they can. Cop is here with Elements and NineJacky, the Blood Boil, doing so many good things for Cop right about now.
Yeah, I think it's also going to be interesting. We do see Mono pressuring this Baron here, and that's kind of why Curse is also mid, because they recognize Mono is one of the most aggressive teams in League of Legends at taking that Baron, but they're definitely in position for Curse to engage. We actually have ParadoXical chasing down NineJacky here, not going to be able to get the charm, but NineJacky turning back into him, gets the ultimate off. There's the Shen ult, and Crumbs jumping onto ZionSpartan. Pixel very close to going down. Pobelter chasing away Zig, and so we do have Mundo going down to Vayne. Vayne definitely in a good position here. ZionSpartan is going to go down, and now Pobelter is down as well, but Elements able to get his full ultimate off onto ParadoXical, so there's another kill for them. And Cog never really able to get in that fight like he wanted to, never able to deal that damage that you expect from Cog.
So that's a 3 for 2. Pretty good for Curse. I mean, we got a Baron fight forced. Mono kind of got what they wanted, but realized they may have bitten off a little bit more than they can chew right there in the Baron area. And we've seen Mono do aggressive Baron play quite a bit, but the Elements will go ahead and clean up whatever wards may be remaining in Baron area.
And that's one of the strengths of Curse's team. They, recognize that Mono likes going for these extremely aggressive Barons, going for Baron when you're low health, going for Baron when you don't really have a huge advantage, and just a lot of teams, they kind of sit around a Baron, they clear a ward, and they're like, hey, we're just going to wait a second, so you don't need to jump on them. Mono is like, hey, we cleared a ward, let's do it, and they just jump in, go after that. So we have Crumbs on Nocturne, and we have Pobelter Shen, so those are two global kind of champions. They can split push and then know that they're going to be in range for that Baron, be able to engage. But right now, we do see Mono going after this dragon. Nocturne's the only one there, but they don't have vision, so they will be able to take it. And that's a nice little gold boost for Mono there.
The ward going down in that bush right as NineJacky enters with the shield. Pings going down from Curse into the bot river. But they know Mono's grouping up. They got the oracles on Janna. We got an oracles on Nunu. So both teams trying to do what they can to reduce enemy vision. And you know what, just a nice little note, if you're facing a team that has oracles, don't stop placing wards. You can still have a good idea where the enemy team is, even if they take out the ward that you just placed.
Yeah, and a lot of the times you can get wards that maybe bait in the enemy. If the ward's positioned closer to your side, you'll be fine. But we do have Curse very aggressively coming down this tower, very close to pushing it down. So We'll see whether or not Mono can solve that, whether or not Curse maybe tries to bait a fight around Baron. They do have the AoE to do it. Nunu does have an Oracle, so they can clear out those wards, force Mono to engage, and then get off the full Nunu ultimate into a Morgana ultimate, and that's just going to be huge for Curse.
Nintendude up around the Baron area, once again clearing out the vision of Curse. Pings going down from Mono. I think they're going to start making their movement up to the pit. Nintendude is there taking out the wards Crumbs has got, and Nijaki is out in front. I think you were looking for a binding. We're waiting for Mono to start up on the Baron. Shen, he is in top lane. He's not too far away. He can ult in whenever he needs to. ParadoXical, we got no stun from Nijaki. Misses everyone. But now we got this minion wave pushing up in mid. We may see Mono doing something to the tower while we wait for engage on Baron.
I just love we have this slow build up here. Actually, Nijaki getting caught is actually going to jump into him, use his ultimate, going to throw off the Zonias, but is going to go down almost immediately after. Elements with the ultimate, ParadoXical skirting around the outside, and Cop chasing him down with that Vayne. ZionSpartan is going to go down. ParadoXical is going to go down as well. Cog was already bursted down, so a huge fight for Curse, and that's what this is, this excitement building up in the crowd. I've been listening to it, like, what's this earthquake, this thunderous sound? We have those AMD, like slammers. I don't even know what they're called, but just building up that drum roll for the fight, for Curse, for the fight, able to take down this Baron now, and that's a huge advantage for Curse.
4 members of Curse still up, and they can go ahead and take this Baron for free pretty convincingly. And we got some turrets going down in the meantime as well. There's not a whole lot Nintendo can do about this other than a quick smite steal, which he's not even gonna bother, and Curse has secured the Baron for themselves.
And so the Baron, and we are continuing with this game. Curse is definitely at a huge advantage right now. They can get into the Cog, and that's the big thing, whether or not you can get into him. Element's just free to get off an entire ultimate, protect his team. They're able to zone ParadoXical and Cog off the fight, so without that damage output, they just can't, deal the damage they need. They can't get into Vayne. Even though Vayne is short range, Vayne has enough survivability with the dive, with the condemn, that there's, Mono, they're not getting the hard engages on the Vayne that they need, and Cop is just clearing up these fights.
So now we have Baron buff on Curse, and they can just go ahead and once again, just like game 1, we can get the nice slow push into the base. We're actually
but Pobelter
on
ParadoXical.
ParadoXical is trying to get a counter engage, and Pobelter is maybe regretting that decision just a little bit. We have the rest of Mono chasing, but they will decide to back off now that Nijaki is here. Vladimir is off taking blue, so he's going to be giving that to Ari just so they have that right now. They need that right now because it looks like Curse is going to start pushing once again any minute. They're clearing the wave, letting mid push on its own. They're going to go ahead, regroup, take another objective. Top tower is looking pretty juicy. They might be going for that next.
Now here's the concern, and we kind of saw this with CLG earlier, but Curse, they have a short-range team. That makes it tough to push down towers, whereas we've got lots of clearing potential from Mono. However, by the same merit, Curse has these split pushes. They have Shen, they have Nocturne, so they can sit there, split push these other lanes. ParadoXical actually getting snared by Morgana there, but they don't have to all come down mid. They can send Cop Morgana mid. They know they're safe, but in the meantime, Shen can push top, Nocturne can push bottom, and you see that's a huge wave down there. He's going to get some significant damage on the tower. Maybe pull Mono out of position where Curse can get that effective engage that they want, pick off those champions and get some kills.
There's not a whole lot Mono can do right now about this split push. There's quite a large healthy wave of minions here in the bot lane. We got 2 members of Curse in the mid, 3 members of Elements is here as well, and Pobelter, ZionSpartan continuing again their extended battle over across this entire match. We just need to wait for the mini waves. Cop can go and get a few shots on turret and just back off. Just do that 2-3 more times. That turret will fall. Crumbs just needs to wait for that wave. They'll be able to take that turret down. It's a war. I'm not sure how Mono's going to be able to defend this. We actually got the stun coming in on ParadoXical. We got a flash away from Elements. Cop trying to get some damage in his game. ParadoXical coming back in with the ult. Elements has no choice but to run away just to be sure that he will live through this fight. Cop, Curse, they're retreating from mid, and the rest of the team looks like they're going to be regrouping in just a moment.
Yeah, I almost thought that Mono could have pursued that fight. It looked like Curse was just going to burst down ParadoXical. That's what they were waiting for. They were waiting for the Morgana snare, just slowly pushing that tower and then pick someone off. But then ParadoXical turning it around almost picking off Shen, almost picking off Morgana. Didn't want to run into the Morgana ultimate, considering that Shen's also going to have his ultimate, be able to cancel out that kill. So it would have been kind of interesting to see, but ParadoXical definitely doesn't want to be too aggressive, doesn't want to give up a quick kill, which would just kind of result in the game ending, as Curse, with that 4v5 advantage, would be able to barrel down mid, get an inhibitor, and then pressure the advantage from there.
I can understand why Mono decided to not engage on that, though, because Nocturne was bottom, ult is up, he's not too far away. If he needs to join the fight, he can just do so. Same thing for Shen. Mono knows that they have to be on the defensive end. We got 2 champs on Curse with global ults who can join the fight at any time, and Dragon will be going for free for Curse. It's a little bit more gold for them.
Yeah, and Crumb's going to be able to take down that Dragon. Again, the AMD, sponsorship here with those. I don't even know what they're called, but they're almost like the vuvuzelas
here.
That's what we need for next time. We need those horns going off. But
I mean, I have 2 AMD Thunder Sticks up here with me, but I'm not sure if I want to be clapping these things into the microphone. We might break something.
Yeah, but there is significant damage and survivability from Mono. Now we have the double wheel. We got that. They actually rushed that earlier on. So the double wheel, couple that with double Rabadon. So they've got lots of AP burst damage. They have lots of sustainability. And then Mundo working on a late Warmogs, actually. So if he can finish that, have that tankiness where they can protect Cog. But that's the big thing, whether or not they can protect Cog. And so Janna gives them that, kind of survivability. But if Morgana, we have Nocturne can engage on Cog, and he's got his own shield. Morgana can engage on Cog. She's got her Zonias. She can also throw the shield onto Cop. And so Zig, not really comfortable this match. He can't really get the damage that he wants. And so we actually see Crumbs starting to pressure this mid. Maybe we'll have an engage shortly underneath this tower.
Curse still, once again, we're trying to push, but actually Crumbs is not too far away. Pixel puts the CV down. They see him in their own jungle screwing around. Stun. We got ParadoXical. We got them in the binding. We got the shield from Nhat Nguyen, but they will decide to back up a little bit. But you know what? Crumbs is not too far away. If Mono decides to push this, we could have everyone from Curse there in an instant. But meanwhile, we got Pobelter pushing to shove in top tower, tier 2. If Mono, Baron buff is gone, but you know what, this split push is still really effective for Curse right now because there's not a whole lot Mono can do to defend against this.
Yeah, but at the same time, they have been doing a good job of stalling Curse. Curse been trying to pressure this tower, but not really able to get it. And actually, we see Cop jumping on this tower, is going to be able to drop it. So there's the tower, and Nintendo getting some plays on the Crumbs over the wall, but a tower was successful with Curse. They did lose the Baron buff, though, so Zig actually chasing him down with that artillery barrage, getting some damage onto Morgana. And now Mono being the aggressors, now that they have that Baron, the Baron is down, they know that Zig has that range advantage.
That tower in the mid for Curse, one smack and it goes down, so Mono decided, you know what, we need to go mid, finish the job, and they're actually pinging around Baron area. I think they're going to see if they can't force a fight here once it comes up. Curse, we're a little bit scattered here, so they need to be a little bit careful, but Mono traveling as a group, they want to be very, very gingerly approaching it wherever they go because Curse can be there in a moment. Baron should be up pretty soon, and they're just waiting for that next big Baron fight, and we'll see who comes out on top. But in the meantime, we have Pobelter once again pushing top lane, see if we can't get a big wave coming down to that tier 2 tower on top, which is half done with.
Honestly, I recognize that words are coming out of your mouth, but I could not begin to tell you what they are. I heard something about Pobelter, and you're right, that split push from Shen is definitely extremely aggressive. We do have Baron up, and Mono, they have a fast Baron team, but if they're in that little cubby hole, allowing that quick Morgana ult, it's just a great setup for Curse to just ace them and then push an inhibitor, win the game. Mono trying to bait him in, though. Nhat Nguyen coming in.
Nhat Nguyen going in, he's got the shield. The ultimate has been broken by Mono, but Curse, they're being aggressive. They're getting their ParadoXical coming back in. The ultimate trying to close the gap, but Nhat Nguyen getting very low. Nhat Nguyen goes down. Elements, ult out of desperation. Vladimir goes down as well. Elements may not be able to get away. Ignite finishes him off. Mono now in full retreat. Curse trying to finish off what they can do. Nintendude does manage to live. Nintendude with a shred of elbow. We got a yes, and that is the ace.
And now Curse knows exactly what they want to do. They want to come for this. Actually, they're going to back off and maybe go for the Baron. It's going to be tough. They, have plenty of damage, but Pobelter and Crumbs are both low. Really, they need to kind of just push, but they are pinging it, so we might see a very aggressive Baron for Curse. I'm not sure that they're going to be able to do it, but you saw that last fight. It almost turned in Mono's favor. Zig was safe in that background, but in the end, Cop, no damage on Cop, and so Cop was able to get in there, get those kills, and now we do see Curse is able to take down that Baron. They have enough survivability with Pobelter and Crumbs, so with that Baron, they're going to be extremely aggressive. The ace for Curse, and they can come down. I will just let you know, the players in chat are saying the clapping. They hear it. It's crazy. It is insane. And so, we'll see whether or not Curse can just continue to pressure this advantage all over Mono.
Big shout outs to Cop. Look at how well he's doing. 8-1-3. 346 creep kills. That is insane. How much total gold? 15K over the course of the game. That is a lot of money to have on a Vayne. He's just going to be doing so much damage right now. 359 AD.
Yeah, and so, like you said, he's got significant damage output, but you couple that with the the Nunu buff. He's got the Blood Boil when he's already got all this damage. Then you couple it with the shield from Morgana. He's got the shield. So this is a super support team for Cop, and it's that hyper carry kind of situation, a little bit shorter range than Kog'Maw, but still has that fantastic damage output, and they're able to protect Cop. It's going to be extremely difficult. I mean, honestly, at this point, it almost feels like Mono needs to pick someone off, and they are chasing down Pobelter. He's out of position. He does get off his dash, so he's going to be out of there. But that could have been a dangerous situation for Mono.
If Curse was not at base, they could have taken that opportunity to push down either of the other two available lanes, but they were not. They were back. They were shopping. And look at Cop right now. We got that Halo. He's got himself a Guardian Angel. He's not going anywhere. If he happens to die, he's going to be coming right back. And I think it's about that time. Once you see a team like that building Guardian Angels on their main carries, that's a hard place to come back from. Mono is definitely on the ropes right now. Top tower going down.
Particularly against the double AP Cop. It does counter some of that burst, but actually Pobelter taking a significant amount of damage from Zig is going to be able to back out of there, has the Baron regen. But this is a situation where Curse could maybe continue with that split push, recognizing that they have that advantage now. They could also just kind of barrel down, tank the tower, know that they can drop it pretty quickly. Cop going to get some nice damage on here, and Nocturne is always in range. Actually, we have the Nocturne ultimate onto Zig. He's chasing him down. There's the fear, and Nintendude very close to going down as well. Zig is going to have to back out of there. Pixel with the ultimate. Nijackie very close to going down, and Cop going to be able to pick up some kills, but here's the GA from Cop, and now ZionSpartan very close to going down, and Cop actually going to go down as well. ParadoXical able to kite out. How many kills can ParadoXical get? He gets down one, but ParadoXical goes down, and now Nintendude exchanging with Nocturne, and there it is, a 4 for 5 ace for Mono. Very close to picking that up, but we'll be able to stall out the game just a little bit shorter.
We have the thunder sticks, we have the yelling, we have the fog on stage. I have no idea what's going on anywhere. I am so confused right now. Okay.
But again, it's interesting. I almost thought that Curse was going to just destroy that fight. We saw Zig going down very quickly, but ParadoXical able to take down Cop even after the GA was gone. And so Mono with an effective turnaround, and now Nintendude is almost a little bit too tanky for them to deal with. Shen isn't the highest damage champion. It should be interesting to see. Nunu, doesn't really increase their damage a lot. He gives Vayne a ton of damage, but if they can get up in Vayne's face, have Nintendude's Muno just chasing Vayne down, has that exhaust, have ParadoXical chasing Vayne down, then very quickly these fights could turn for Curse. And I'm kind of curious whether Curse is maybe going to stall now, wait for Cop's GA to be up again, or if they think they can take him. I mean, that's got to be a demoralizing fight for Curse. They, almost had it. That could have been the game, and then just barely not able to get it. A fantastic play from both teams. So it'll be interesting to see whether we wait for that GA or just continue with the push.
Guardian Angel, you do get that extra life, but if you do use it, 5 minutes, you have to wait for it to come back up again. But 5 minutes, that's a long time in League of Legends. Right. That's a lot of time in League of Legends.
Yeah, and it will take a while. It will put Cop a little bit out of commission for some time, but Cop at the same time is very survivable. I think maybe a little bit too aggressive that last fight, but just really fantastic play from Mono. And Curse, Nijackie is coming down, going after this dragon. While they kind of wait off for a second, they do have a 13K gold advantage, 14K with this dragon. And yet at the same time, Mono was able to pick up the fight. It's just astounding, but we'll have to see whether they can pursue the blue. ParadoXical does have the fresh blue there, so in the future, whether we can take those reds from Zig, if we can take those blues from Mono, and Curse could continue with that pushing.
And even though Mono did win that big team fight, it was done in shreds. Mundo was barely hanging on after that team fight, and that was with Curse having Baron. So if they do decide to push in again without Baron, there will be a little bit more leeway for Mono to go ahead and take that fight. They do still have all of their inhibitor turrets up. We do got the second tier tower in bot still up, and it looks like Curse, they're just gonna go ahead and let Mono push, let them be aggressive. I think they're just gonna go ahead, opt to take a turn on the defensive, but remember, Crumbs, he's here, he can ult in. We got Pobelter up top lane, he can ult in. So Mono has to be very careful where they pick their engages, when they pick their engages. We may see them wait till the next Baron, but we also remember they do have to make a move before that GA on Cop comes back up.
And the big thing is I think both teams are a little scared right now. The next fight could decide this game because we've got great pushing power from Vayne. He's got over 400 CS, so he's done his item build. He can just drop towers, have one of his teammates tank it for him. Kog'Maw the same exact way, only 300, but even so has significant damage output. Mundo could easily tank the turret, so the next fight could easily just take an inhibitor, maybe even win the game for a team.
Curse there just for a moment. They're like, let's just camp this bush. Let's just see if they come by. But we do have some pings going down from Mono. They have an idea where they are. They're just going to go ahead and shove top while they can. They did have a nice they did get a good chunk of damage on the bot tower, so top is definitely the lane to push at the moment. They are here and close proximity to Baron. So just going to go ahead and let the wave push. Pobelter going to be on his own, but Curse, look at this. We got a nice little ambush waiting, seeing if Mono takes the bait.
Yeah, and it's actually, right now, all the map control is on Curse's side. They have all this great ward coverage, and the place that they're standing, it's actually one of those nice little blind spots. You come up, if they think that they're kind of grouping around the blue, all of a sudden you have a good engage, and so we'll see whether Mono walks into it.
They are coming up. The bind again from Morgana.
From Nijackie.
Nijackie coming in, you get the Morgana ult, but some of it was broken. Pixel will go down immediately. We got the Nuno slowing down NintendudeX. We got the full proc off, and Nintendude should be falling as well. ZionSpartan trying to stay alive. Bundo down, Nocturne down, Vlad is also down. Curse doing what they can to clean up. This might be it. Curse might just be able to push and win with this, but ParadoXical, he's not out of the fight yet. He's still in close proximity to Curse. He could go in, snipe Nijackie, but you know what? He's just going to go ahead and play it safe, recall back to base, but this tower should be going down pretty quick, possibly the inhibitor as well. Actually, they might just, if they get a little bit friskier, if they manage to get a kill on one of the two remaining members of Mono, they might be able to push for the win.
Yeah, now
but Baron is up.
Here's the thing, Curse, they got the inhibitor. They can now recall, or they can go for the Baron. They will have plenty of time, actually, so they should, go for the Baron, I would think. They might just recall, though. And so the benefit of recalling, what Curse is trying to do here, they already have the inhibitor. They know that they don't want to be, stalled underneath the towers. We've seen Mono able to stall Curse underneath those towers when Curse is trying to push. So by going back, they can force a fight at Baron. But actually, we see Zig and ParadoXical going for Baron, just the two of them. They don't have anyone tanking, but Zig has plenty of damage. They're dropping it extremely quickly. I can't believe what I'm watching right now because Curse is definitely out of position. They have no idea what's going on. Janna coming up, and they're going to be able to take that Baron. So a huge Baron for Mono, but now we've got Shen and we've got Cop, and they're going to be able to get out of there. And there it is, the aggressive Baron play for Mono, and that was always a concern if Curse doesn't get back fast enough, but I don't think they expected that without any of their tanks, they would just go for it. And just, fantastic awareness by Mono, able to sneak that in there.
Wonderful, fantastic timing from Mono to know when to swoop in and grab the Baron, but unfortunately that's all that's really going to do for now is to stall the game out just a tad a little bit longer. Curse, they're going to have a bigger, rougher defense to try and break in order to get the remaining towers that they need. Inhibitor is down top lane, but Mono, they have the buff. Does every member have it? Every member was up. They're going to go ahead and take this opportunity, shove mid lane. What can they do with this Baron buff? We got the top lane. We got the super minions starting to push. If Mono's going to make a move and try and push mid tower, they need to do it soon.
I mean, there's definitely plenty of time for them to sit back. They know that they have a very strong tower pushing team, but at the same time, I don't know that they want to risk it. They know if they go out into the open field, that gives Curse the perfect engage opportunity. And if Mono loses one more fight, that's game over. Curse is just going to backdoor that Nexus, be able to take it down. So Mono wants to sit back, get a little bit more farm, push it further and further into that late game, recognizing how strong Vlad is, recognizing how strong Cog is. And here's the thing, Vayne, how much Vayne is farmed already? Vayne is done. Like
look at Vayne. Look at Vayne right now. Sold boots, second Phantom Dancer.
But Vayne's not getting any stronger at this point. Cog still can get stronger. Vladimir still can get stronger. So, you know, if they can continue to push, it moves more and more into their advantage. And, you know, Shen not going to be scaling as much as someone like Vladimir. So they're perfectly fine with stalling out this game with that surprise Baron.
It's just, we're entering super late game right now. We see, like I said, we've gotten to the point. Cop has sold boots to get another Phantom Dancer. 93% crit chance, 327 AD. Anytime Vayne hits you, it is going to hurt bad.
Yeah, Cop is the man right now, and he knows it. He's looking for a fight. He wants to take people down. We see Curse going for that dragon, but again, there's really not a need for it at this point. The dragon, you know, kind of becomes meaningless. But we see Nintendude and Pobelter squaring off. You know, for the most part, I think this game is probably going to stall until the next Baron, maybe, because Cop, they don't want to, you know, tower dive. They don't want to go against this Baron from Mono, and at the same time, Mono doesn't want to push, risk losing the game when Curse has such a strong advantage in these fights.
Mono, they really have no choice to defend. Like I said, Inhibitor is down, and while they did get the Baron, they can't do all too much with it. Anytime they go out from their own base, they risk getting caught out by Curse. And Curse, their entire team doesn't even need to be there. Nocturne Shen, not too far away, but we may see Curse trying again for another trap in a bush, another disastrous face check may decide the game if they decide to camp out some of these bushes here up by the Baron area once again. But Mono going ahead and continue to take their own advantage. Zig, he's a little bit caught out. We see Curse making their move. Will they be able to catch up? No, they're going to go ahead and back off. But you know what? Curse, they know Mono may be a little bit too aggressive. They know they're going to go searching for something. If they can catch them out in a bush again, possibly in the lower jungle this time, not necessarily around blue buff, because we still have a little while before Baron comes up. We got a few minutes. We got a while still.
Yeah, and Crumb's going to be able to take that red buff. That's going to deny some damage from Ziggs. That's definitely going to be huge. Giving it to Vayne. So Vayne actually triple potted that nice little white goal. Oh, just double potted actually, but with the red buff, and they will be pushing down this bottom tower. Pobelter just going to tank it, and now with that split, they have the top inhibitor down. Curse knows, even against the Baron, Curse can be extremely aggressive, and the Baron is actually down now. So Curse, the Baron down, with that top inhibitor, they can split push Nocturne and continue to pressure this advantage.
Curse, once again, at Monozor, Baron buff is down. Cop can just go from a distance and pick anyone off, provided he's got the team support to back him up. We can get Pobelter on the front line, that'd be nice, but we'll get mid. We got Crumbs, mid tower, all on his own. Nintendude is there to keep him off just a little bit. But once we see these waves coming down, but in the meantime, look, the inhibitor may be up, but we still have some super minions pushing here in the top lane. But Mono pinging down bot lane. I think they may try and make a move on the split push of Curse. Waiting for the minions to come up. We got the bind in on Pixels, quite a bit of damage.
And here's the thing, those super minions up top, we do have the inhibitor respawning for Mono, but they have to either defend it or lose it once again. So this is a perfect opportunity for Curse to continue stalling and just get a perfect engage on Mono. Mono's going to have to be pulled all over the place. We see Vladimir in that top lane, while Crumbs can just sit here and push down mid, and maybe we'll see a switch from Curse. And yes, they actually are moving. They are coming to this mid lane, can move top once again and take that inhibitor and continue pressuring Mono.
This is all a matter of timing, knowing when the minion waves will be available to push. But you know what? We do have a naked inhibitor up top. Is Curse just going to go for it? You're going to take out these creeps? They will. Pobelter going to be up in front, tanking all the damage we need to. Night Jackie is here. We can engage. We got the bind here on Pixel. Mono's backing him off just a little bit, but you know what? Nice little diversion. We got Nintendude up front. We getting the cleaver. Shirelia is being popped. The Curse is trying to get away. We got the Morgana ult. We got the Nocturne ult. Everyone's going to be where they need to be. Curse trying to do damage on Mono. Zig being caught out. Elements in the middle of everything, getting the ult down. Intended will fall as well. ZionSpartan trying to get away, but he will not. The Ignite going down. GA, ZionSpartan, he's got nowhere to go. You can't leave.
And Curse has them routed. Zig is perfectly fine, pretty high health, has that GA, but just can't get into the deal damage. Everyone from Curse very low, but will Elements and Cop turn into him? There's the dive from Cop, the slow from Zig, and now Zig chasing after Cop. How much damage can he do? How many people can he pick off? Actually picking up Morgana with that ultimate. He's got the movement speed from Pixel, but he doesn't want to continue pressuring with Shen, with Nocturne back there. So a one fight for Curse, but then Mono with the return, able to pick up a couple of kills and not allow Curse to take an advantage there.
My heart is just like skipping beats at this point. We're 50 minutes, 5-0 into this game. It's like, what else could you possibly buy? Look at Cop, 21K over the course of this game. That is insane. It's crazy.
Yeah, it really is astounding, but we do see that Zig has caught up in his farm. He is almost equal to Vayne now, just a little bit behind, but if he can get those final few items, again, he can be a little bit more comfortable in these fights. And ParadoXical trying to get engaged, really because Mono recognizes they can't allow Curse to just slowly win the game against them, so trying to see if he can get back to Vayne. And actually, Zig just going all on his own for this Baron.
Oh,
once again, Curse has to realize, though, they are so close to them, they have to know. And here is Cobelter and Crumbs coming, and this could be huge. ParadoXical is there, but we have the ultimate from Crumbs. He is going to dive onto Cog, but now Cop is out of position, and Crumbs is going to go down. ParadoXical, can he get a snare? Chasing away Cobelter, and this is going to be a Baron for Mono. I don't know that Curse can defend this. So Baron, when Mono is already moving into that late game comp, is going to be huge, and it's going to be so difficult for Curse to continue applying the pressure that they have been.
We have a full minute before Crumbs is back in the game. If Mono wants to make a big push, they need to do it very soon. We still have some super minions pushing down the top lane. If they want to take some towers, if they want to take some objectives, now is the opportunity. Minions in the mid will be going down soon, but hopefully we get someone from Mono to go back to base, because we have these super minions going towards the Nexus towers very soon, but second tier tower in mid going down. Mono continuing the push. Please don't tell me Mono's trying to race the super minions. I hope that isn't the case.
I think while they have that Baron, they want to go after this inhibitor, take it down really quickly. Nijaki actually getting caught, and Nijaki goes down almost immediately. This is huge. Cop is caught out of position, will dive back into him. There's the GA. Elements throwing off the ultimate, but Mono is going to win this fight. Elements going down, and there is Zig picking up Cop, and Mono is going to win the game. They're going to get the inhibitor. They're going to be able to push underneath these towers. They have the 5v3 advantage, and with Zig, they have it. And Mono winning game number 2 puts the series to 1-1. We will go into game number 3. Mono with the GG, able to take it from Curse, even though Curse was ahead 20k gold at one point in time. The crowd is going on? Insane.
What is going on? Oh my God! What?
This is the atmosphere. This is the atmosphere that we have at IPL4. Everyone going insane. We have StarCraft right behind us in their room, and guess what? They all hear us. They hear this thunderous applause, and they're going, what the hell is in that other room overpowering us? Well, it's League of Legends, and we have some fantastic games here. IPL4, and we're coming into game number 3, Mono versus Curse.
That was... There's so much sensory overload going on right now. We have the thunder sticks, we have the fog everywhere. We have amazing games, and we're going to game 3.
We are going to game 3, so we're actually going to go to a commercial. Stay tuned, because right when we come back, game 3, IPL4, Curse versus Mono in the losers bracket.
This is IPL4.
Hi. Hey. Wow, okay. Everybody has these, right? All right, everybody get them out and follow me. Let's make them here at the StarCraft stage. Woo! All right. I've always wanted to do that. Thank you for making my dream come true. So, coming up next is round 3. It is an elimination round, so you guys definitely want to stick around to see this. I am awakened. You guys are so much fun. You guys are amazing. This is so much fun. I'm so happy to be here. All right, so RedBaron, HatPerson, you guys are amazing.
Thank you.
It is time for you to take over.
It is. You know, I think everyone has awakened with these things. Like, I don't think even Dyrus can sleep through this.
It's honestly, the teams, it's funny, you look at football training, you look at training camp, they have massive speakers all around them to play the ambient noise of the crowd. They're like, hey, you got to get used to it. I feel like we need to get that audio going. Teams, when they're practicing, they're just going to have this thunderous noise in their headset, and they're like, what the hell's going on? Oh, that's right, it's training for IPL.
So we have everyone in the room just about ready to go. I'm still reeling from that last match, but you know what? Real quick, can we any bands that we might be seeing going into game number 3?
Well, game number 3, we do see that Mono is set up on the left side. They will have that first pick advantage. So once again, they can pick up Kog'Maw. What's been the best pick of this tournament? Kog'Maw. So is Curse going to decide to stick with a similar kind of team comp, take that early game advantage, or will they just ban Kog'Maw? Will they risk that late game presence? And it's interesting. You saw Curse. They were able to almost win that game. It was so close. Cop with some fantastic play, but just it became too late in the game. Mono just too tanky. They had that presence from Cog. So it'll be interesting to see whether that sticks around. Mundo as a jungler though is one of the strongest junglers. He becomes such a powerful tank as the game progresses. So I wouldn't be surprised to see that gone as well. Ari on ParadoXical wasn't really able to get involved in the game early, but as the game progressed, we saw some fantastic play in those fights.
And once you see games going that late, 45-minute mark, 50-minute mark, any team fight, that can win you the game. But you know what? I'm going to throw to Cristina right real quick again.
You're up. You're good.
Hey, everybody. Remember how much fun we had banging our thunder sticks together, making so much noise? Well, it's too loud and the teams can't communicate with each other. Okay. So, if we can refrain from using them as much as possible, or even doing mini ones like golf claps. Yeah, but unfortunately, we are really good at making it so loud that the teams can't communicate. And I'm sure that we want them to, because communication is important. Yes, it is. All right, so just to reiterate, please be softer using your thunder sticks. Sound good? All right. See you guys soon.
I was having, as we were getting to the end of that last game, it got to, it was like, I'm not even hearing my own voice for a second there. I thought, have I gone deaf?
I actually turned to you for a second. I was like, well, let me lip read casting. So,
yeah.
Oh, what is he saying right now? Oh, that's interesting. Let me come back to the game. But Yeah, it should be fun. We will be in this game shortly, and once again, we've seen fantastic play from both of these teams. Mono with the really aggressive, counter ganking in the early game. We saw Curse trying to be aggressive. Nintendude all over the map, following Nocturne, has that kind of awareness, that kind of presence. So it'll be interesting to see whether or not Curse can, take that advantage in this game.
So we have everyone in the game. We should be launching it shortly. But once again, we've talked about the bans. Kog'Maw might be a good choice this time around, but we are in. We will see where we're going to go from here. And Mono, first ban out Galio, same as game number 2. Do not want that huge taunt to deal with. Cassiopeia, once again, same first ban from game 1 and 2. We may see Curse sticking with the 3 same bans, just sticking to their guns. Galio, Karthus, Cassiopeia, Olaf, very targeted bans for all the games, but Mono, banning out Ahri, actually the same thing they just decided to play this past game.
So I think the thing is, maybe they thought that Curse would first pick Ahri, recognizing they want to keep it out of ParadoXical's hands, and if that's the case, Curse already knows that they have a really strong early game team. Ahri can help snowball that game even further, and Mono doesn't want that to happen, but the Galio ban definitely makes sense. Galio is very strong against those AP champions. He shuts down champions like Ahri. She has the true damage, but even so, his shield just makes him so tanky. He has that spam ability where he can aggressively push the lane, force your mid champion to just sit in lane, and then when the fights happen, a lot of these short range mid champions, Galio just comes in and ults, automatically wins you the fights, has that map presence, so they definitely don't want to allow that.
So we still have to think of some champions they may be leaving open. We may be seeing Shen left open again. We may be seeing Kog'Maw left open once again. But also we have the Alistar ban coming in last for Mono.
Yeah, I mean, Alistar is definitely a favorite of Curse. It makes sense to ban him every single game because Curse, they like roaming elements with that Alistar. We've seen them do kind of the similar thing that M5 was known for, which is Gangplank or Urgot. Any number of champions, you can send them in that bot lane. You have a manaless jungler like Mundo, like Shyvana. You give them blue buff, send them bot lane, have a roaming support. And then Alistar is a roaming support. He's just so aggressive at getting kills. They know they want to pressure the early game. Alistar ganking mid lane is just one of the most devastating things ever. You're like, I just don't understand what's going on. Where is my life, taking me? Because Alistar, he just flashes over your Wraith Wall, headbutt pulverize you to the enemy, mid lane, and it's such an aggressive gank. It's so hard to deal with. So they definitely don't want to have to deal with elements roaming.
And Mono, they were dealing with this firsthand during our third place match, and the roaming Alistar just completely shut them down. And just, nice little reminder for everyone, we did have our third place match not too long ago. Curse 2-0'd.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And in one of those games, they ran that strategy. They had, I think, Gangplank, instead of a top lane Gangplank, they sent him bottom, gave him the blue buff, and then ran a roaming Alistar, sent their AD carry top, because AD carries, against a melee, yes, you've got that range harass. And then if you have someone like Corki against someone like an ability power champion like Vladimir, that's really aggressive too. We saw V8 earlier against EPIK. They had Corki, against that Vladimir in that top lane, just completely shutting him down. That was actually game 1, I realized. That's so we didn't see that, but off on the side, just a really aggressive lane.
So I mean, so Mono looking to stick with the same bans they had game number 2. Galio, pretty powerful. Alistar, they've experienced that before. Karthus, where does Karthus come into play? What makes him a good ban?
Karthus as a champion, he's really strong against short-range champions. He's really strong against melee comps. You don't have any, strong CC. You have the wall, though. And against short-range champions, you throw off the wall. The entire team now is forced to clump because they've got their movement speed slowed, and Karthus has that AoE damage. And then a lot of low health teams, you have tanky teams that expect to win the fight with just barely any health. Mundo gets very low, but he has the regen. Then you couple that with a Karthus ultimate on top. All of a sudden, you win these fights. He's got the range where he can farm mid lane very safely against aggressive casters. He can just sit there, use his long range to his benefit. He's got a lot of damage for Dragon and Baron. That's another big thing with Karthus. You can just instantly take Dragon or Baron when you have Karthus because it's stationary. You get those easy Qs, get a ton of damage out.
All right, so it is the Ahri ban third. So it looks like the Alistar was a bit of a misclick. So we'll see the last ban, Kog'Maw being banned out by Curse. It's about time.
And so there you go. They know that, Mono had the first pick. They didn't want to allow that Kog'Maw. It really turned the game in the end. And here it is. Elements is going to be getting YellowStar, and we'll have to see how effective it can be in this game. But Curse, definitely an extremely aggressive team at times, and that's going to be tough, particularly with Rise. Rise, as he levels up, as he gets items, he becomes extremely tanky. He becomes very difficult to gank. He's very strong in that mid lane. But you've got Nijaki with Elements, and if Elements is roaming YellowStar, he headbutt pulverizes ParadoXical into a snare from Morgana. Those are quick kills against Rise, and if you get those quick kills early, then you can really shut him down. Rise does have the snare to help himself out, but Alistar's just too fast. His headbutt is about the same range, maybe even longer than the snare. It's about the same range, though, so he will get it off.
And not to mention, Alistar, a champ on his own, very versatile. I mean, he could roam. He's very capable of roaming. But if he can get a bot lane with Sivir, that's a kill lane right there. Now Mono's trolling us a little bit. That'd be nice. That would be nice.
The Corki pick makes sense. I think the crowd would go insane with the Evelyn, but Corki definitely makes sense. It is a very strong champion. They might have gone with an Urgot pick, and it's kind of interesting. Corki definitely scales a little bit better, has the early game nukes, so can take control of the lane. But now I wouldn't be surprised to see Curse take Urgot because he's extremely strong and is going to put a lot of presence in that lane. And we have seen that Zig likes Urgot, though at the same time, if you can't get the pulls that you want, like in Game 1, then Urgot all of a sudden becomes a weaker champion.
I would not be surprised if we actually see a Vayne pick later on, because Cop did do pretty good work last game with Vayne, but we have Leona here. Curse did pretty good last game with Vayne, and you know what? Leona, Tristana.
Yeah, I mean, they really have a lot of options.
Can we get that? I wouldn't mind that. I would like that if we can get some Teemo action going on.
I'd be kind of surprised. I mean, we could see it. Tristana definitely makes sense as a pick, has the range. Vayne, because of the short range, you're running right into Corki's AoE. You're running into Phosphorus Bomb, which gives that blind. You're running into the Gatling gun. Corki can just burst you down, and that's a real concern when you don't have a heal on your support like Leona. But coupling Leona, you do want to couple Leona with an aggressive DPS, and so if they can pick up, Janna in particular, Corki has the Valkyrie to get out of there, but if we get the stun from Elements, so we got Jungle Alistar, I just realized, but if we have the stun from Elements onto Janna in particular, Tristana has a lot of burst damage early on. He's got the jump, he's got his E. At level 6, Tristana actually has close to 1,000 burst damage when you couple in the fact that Tristana can throw auto attacks while in the air, can throw auto attacks after using the Buster Shot, knocking you back. So it's going to be interesting. The Alistar is going to be so aggressive, and we are going to have Alistar all over the map. It's going to be such aggressive ganks. It's going to be tough for Mono to deal with.
I love how Mono is just kind of playing to the audience here. It's the potential picks. Sivir would be nice. I wouldn't mind some Sivir, but Riven and Nidalee. I'm liking that.
Wow, so Nidalee is going to be the pick, and we have seen Nintendude playing Riven throughout this tournament. It is a strong champion of his. He has that kind of chasing down capability against a champion like Vladimir. Riven has so much mobility, can get in those aggressive ganks, but the concern is what are they going to do about Alistar? And Nidalee, can sustain in the lane top. It'll be interesting to see what kind of team they have. I mean, they have that kind of poke team with Corki, but he does run out of bombs late. Nidalee does have that poke. But Vladimir will be able to farm in that top lane, and Nidalee early is vulnerable to aggressive gankers. And Crumbs on Alistar is going to be ganking starting level 2, almost certainly.
Now I'm looking at Curse's full lineup here. Vladimir will be the last pick. But I'm looking at Curse's front line. We got Alistar, we got Leona, we got Vladimir. We got champions here who get very tanky. We got a lot of health on them. And Mono, they had Mundo last game out there playing the point, but Rise is a little bit tanky. Riven can get tanky if she wants to. We got some heals from Nidalee. I'm thinking Mono might be trying to go for the early game here, just to be a little bit aggressive. I don't want to see another 50-minute game. That's just me.
Well, Nidalee, is naturally going to push the game back a little bit. You want to get Nidalee to full effectiveness. You need to get those ability power items to chunk people with those spears, and then just slowly wear them down under the turrets. Rise and Corki as a combo, we've got lots of burst damage, lots of single target DPS. So it'll be interesting to see if we can pick someone off on Mono and then retreat with Janna. On the other hand, Curse has a full-on AoE team. They're looking to pick up kills quickly. Yep. I mean, we might see some, fantastic Mario action with Cop. He's just going to be bouncing all over the battlefield as they pick up all these kills in their AoE, and they're looking to, just take control of the game very early with it.
Yeah, if we get Mario action from Cop, it's unfortunate that Mono didn't go Rammus then, get that King Rammus skin. That would have been nice and fun. But we're loading up into the game. The spectator delay is just starting. So yeah, we will have a jungle Alistar, and you know what? We may see some bad nightmares coming back for Mono. A little bit of what they had during our third place match, and hopefully they've learned a little bit from their experience a few weeks ago. They know how to counteract Alistar roaming through, and just good ward placement. If we can see some good ward placement from Mono at various choke points, they'll be able to see Alistar coming. They can go ahead and prevent all of those incredibly painful pulverized headbutts.
And once again, we see Pixel running that Clairvoyance, wants to keep track of Alistar, but you're absolutely right. Starting at level 1, very beginning of the game, they need to get wards in the river to watch for where Alistar's coming, because it's going to be extremely aggressive. We might even see an invade from Curse, because the Morgana-Alistar combo into a stun from Leona, that's devastating if you can pull it off. But regardless, they need to get wards around that mid lane, because mid and top are very vulnerable to the disables from Alistar. If you can get past that, then yes, you move more and more into a strong position. Ryze becomes extremely tanky, tough to gank. But Alistar is actually a very fast jungler. That's the one thing that's surprising, how strong his ganks are and how fast he is. Because if he has blue buff, he can clear the creeps extremely quickly, has his passive, and then couple that with the pulverize, just clearing creep waves, is on par with Riven almost. Riven has a slight jungling speed advantage though. So if we see some counter jungling from Nintendude as the game goes on, that could maybe set Alistar behind. It'll be interesting to see.
And I'm also a little bit excited. I want to see how this Nidalee fares against this team. We got those spears. We can chunk out Curse before they can go ahead and get the engage they want. But you know what? We will see how it works out. Game is loading up. Game number 3. Are you guys ready? Mono, Curse, game 3. Let's go.
And so we are getting into it. Once again, let's take a look at our teams. It's always fantastic getting to see them in the action, see the intensity there. And we got this beautiful, overlay screen.
Wonderful
of course, we
stuff.
always want it.
Mono, Curse getting ready. We may very well see another big, 50-minute endurance match, but I'm a little hungry. I kind of want to get dinner. But you know what? For a fantastic match like this, I would not want to miss it. Absolutely not.
And again, we're going to have to watch where the junglers are. We're going to have to watch that bot lane, because bot lane has so much burst damage. I think until level 6, it's probably going to be a farm lane. I don't know that Leona, Tristana are going to be that aggressive. They know that Janna and Corki is a pretty safe lane. But if we get those, once we get level 6 down there, once we have Alistar coming in with his ultimate, he can just tower dive all day, knock him out, have that burst, have that disable to easily pick up kills. And so they really need lots of map control. And early oracles from Curse could definitely be on the order, because they want to make sure they can be as aggressive as they want in this game.
And you know what? I can already tell this is going to be a good match. Not only do we have Leona with one of the coolest skins ever. Check it out.
Hey, there you go, the RedBaron Corki, of course.
It's going to be a good time. This is going to be a fantastic game 3, I can tell already. But right now, Mono pinging out this river bush. They may be looking, but look, Curse. They're already mobilizing to want to try and get. They see Mono sees Curse trying to get in, and ParadoXical get caught out in the mid kill. No, the flash misses. Crumbs could not get in there quick enough.
Just barely flashing out for ParadoXical. But there's the thing. You see Mono coming mid. They know that Curse has an extremely aggressive level 1 team, so they want to get vision of them. Coming mid, they can, kind of make their presence known, sometimes get a glimpse, and they did. They saw, so Curse is going to have to back off, not be aggressive in that jungle, but it is going to allow Crumbs to continue jungling. The big thing, though, is Ryze, his flash is down, but Crumbs' flash is down as well. So it'll be difficult for Crumbs to get in mid. There was the threat of the flash over the Wraith wall. That's always a threat with Alistar, but now with his flash down, that's not so much. So it'll be interesting to see how much that hurts his ganking potential.
I'm not sure if I'm liking Mono wandering in here, provided they didn't get the invade they wanted, but Curse on the defensive end of an invade is still pretty good. We still have 3 stuns here in this area. Mono if one misstep, or if Morgana just decides, if Night Jackie just decides, you know what, I'm just going to throw a binding into the bush, it could be pretty bad news for Mono.
At the same time, if you get that blue from YellowStar, it really slows down his jungle. And Curse, I don't think there's any way they're expecting this. That's what Mono's thinking. They're like, there's no way Curse is expecting this. Let's go in for it. Just do it. We'll see if we can pick up a kill. Shut down YellowStar early.
We're going around. ParadoXical leading the charge. Crumbs, he's in the bush. Pulverize, happenstance, just managed to get ParadoXical, but Nintendude flashing in, getting the Qs, gets exhausted. Elements has to burn the exhaust to keep Riven away.
And there you go. No kills, but Nintendude able to steal that blue is definitely going to slow down YellowStar. He's not level 2 yet. He's going to need to clear race before he can get level 2. And then he's going to be low on mana, so he's not going to be able to get those aggressive ganks that he wants. And you know that top and mid are definitely both kind of vulnerable to those early ganks, but we're not going to see that now.
So no, I think Mono, they've learned from the third place match. They know YellowStar, if he wants to be ganking pretty often, he needs his blue buff. He needs that mana, but like we said before, flash down, a little bit less mana. They can play safe just for a little while, but the threat is still there. If he just saves the mana for the pulverized headbutt combo, no lane still at this point is safe.
Yeah, and Crumb's actually taking E level 2. So E is going to slow down his ganks. He won't get the the nice combo, and that's because he knows he needs to pick up his jungling speed. He doesn't want to fall behind. But Mono with very aggressive ward placement early, and we have the same thing from Curse in that bottom lane. They don't want to see Riven coming down early, but Mono, protecting their mid, protecting themselves from the YellowStar jungle, and Nintendude actually going to come top. I'm not sure that there's that much potential for a kill against Pobelter, but maybe it's just to cover him from the YellowStar ganks.
Pobelter going back through the middle lane. ZionSpartan, can we get some extra damage off on Pobelter? Can we get a spirit? We got the pool. Pobelter has to run away, but nothing really burned, so it wasn't the most successful of ganks.
Well, but at the same time, you saw how much damage Riven has, and so they weren't able to get a kill. They weren't able to burn any summoners, but Pobelter extremely low. He had a huge chunk of his health taken off, so now he has to be defensive in this lane. And Nintendude actually coming back up, seeing if maybe there's another opportunity, if Pobelter kind of pulls himself out of position, or maybe just going to counter jungle a little bit.
Just looking, making sure we see that the small golems are gone. So Crumbs was here recently, but we may see round 2 top lane for the gank very shortly. But actually, Nintendo's actually going to be wandering down to the Wraith's area. But actually, Red is still available, so he's going to go ahead and try and take that. This is risky. This is really risky because Crumbs is not too far behind. He's actually not going to Red. He's actually going to be wandering over to mid.
Yeah, and so that's really fortunate for Nintendude, but he is going to be able to take that Red, go up top. He has a huge advantage, but ParadoXical out of position.
Nice flash away.
And so there it is, the really aggressive flash. YellowStar's flash will be up shortly, and they know that because Ryze's flash just came up. They're communicating that because it's really key to know. But able to keep himself alive, but even so, with that flash down, he is going to be vulnerable to some YellowStar ganks shortly.
We do have a ward in this tri-brush from Curse. Mono has an idea that it's there. It's just there to prevent some of the ganks, some of the ganks that we may be seeing from Riven. But Curse once again pushing to tower very aggressively.
Yeah, and Nilly doing a pretty good job controlling this lane. Doesn't really have the damage to shut down Pobelter's farm once again. So it'll be interesting to see whether Pobelter it swings to his favor. Nidalee does have the heal, but once Pobelter gets a couple of levels, will be extremely strong in that lane, and it'll be key for Nidalee to try and decide how he's going to play the farm. I actually don't really know the matchup that well, Nidalee versus Vladimir, but my thought is that it quickly turns to Vlad's advantage once he gets the revolver, once he gets level 9.
So Crumbs trying to play catch up just a little bit, going after Raze. Nintendude does have a nice level advantage. Gonna be wandering now, but it is warded. They do see him coming down. So Cop Elements backing off now. They realize that they were in danger, not anymore, but that ward has just expired. So Nintendude gonna go ahead and continue his farm in the jungle. Pobelter exchanging some blows with ZionSpartan. Let me take a look here real quick. Leveling up heal first. So looking just to sustain in lane just a little bit longer.
And it's actually interesting. I was just looking at ZionSpartan. He's got 81 AD, so I think that's indicative of, I'm almost certain he's running attack damage, runes, and masteries. So we might be seeing an 80 Nidalee. It'll be interesting to see how he builds. He's actually going on to Pobelter, is going to be able to pick up this kill. There's the Ignite, but will he die as well? Gets the heal off, just barely surviving.
Nice.
So effective play by ZionSpartan, just a lot of damage. able to burst down Pobelter before he can go back, get his items, and start, having that sustain in lane.
Good engage, good switch to the Cougar form, getting the damage that you needed. Elements now wandering back down to bot lane, but Zig and Pixel going to go back. They're going to go ahead, buy a little bit of stuff while they can. And Crumbs now looking, just trying to decide where he wants to go next. But yeah, Cop and Elements this game, once again, continuing to just push to tower whenever they get the opportunity. And Riven not making that much of an appearance down bot. Did wander down earlier, but ward by Dragon did spot her out. So good job, Elements and Cop, keeping the vision by them up.
Yeah, and I'm kind of surprised that Crumbs hasn't been more aggressive at pressuring mid. The flash will be up shortly for ParadoXical, so it kind of misses that opportunity. But at the same time, I think he actually knows. We see Tristana jumping onto Zig bottom, so getting some nice damage there. But I think YellowStar recognizes that Mono is going to have good ward coverage. So if he's going to come in and try a really aggressive gank, he's going to be putting himself out of position. Maybe we get the counter gank from Riven. So he just kind of wants to avoid that, get himself some levels, get to level 6, so he can have those tower dives through the back door.
Blue buff getting past to Nhat Jackie in mid. Nintendo continuing the counter jungle, getting rid of the Rays, leaving one, being a bit of a jerk. Should be wandering up to the small goals, going to be taking those as well. And Pobelter taking quite a bit of damage from ZionSpartan top lane.
And there it is, the AD Nidalee. He's building towards Mert Treads, maybe even a Wit's End.
There we go. We got the minion wave. We're going for the dive here on Pobelter. Nintendude is not too far away. We got the pull from Vladimir trying to get away. Can we get a stun? And Crumbs is here to help save the day. Pobelter trying to get away, but Nintendude and ZionSpartan have to retreat from this one. Pobelter sticking to his guns, and Mono is just going to go ahead and back off. But right here, Nhat Jackie, ParadoXical, they both came to help, but Nhat Jackie coming in. We got the ult. ParadoXical's going to get, flashes away just barely in time, is still ignited.
And actually, Elements and Cop are going on to Pixel here. He does flash out with the Ignite, so very low, but action in all three of these lanes. And Nintendude still coming up aggressively in this top lane, trying to see if he can get in on Pobelter or even steal some jungle from YellowStar.
But he's gonna just goes ahead and take that little small goal. It's like, no, mommy, come back.
But it's interesting. I mean, AP Nidalee, I would think almost certainly has a disadvantage against Vladimir. There's no way that AP Nidalee can shut down Vlad. But this AD Nidalee is actually being extremely effective. Does have the heal, but then has the burst damage, and can harass Pobelter out of lane. He doesn't have his revolver yet, so we've seen some great harassment. Actually, ZionSpartan jumping onto Pobelter, so much burst damage, and that's kind of what we're seeing in this lane. It's fantastic.
He does have the gold, should be backing, should be getting that revolver right now as we speak. Crumbs also backing, looking to see what he can buy as well. And now Zig, Pixel, everyone's just, we've had our nice little team fight phase. Everyone's got that out of their system now. Looks like Riven will be passing the blue buff over to Rise, taking that back with him into mid. And Nhat Jackie doing a little bit of counter jungling of his own, going ahead, pulling over the Wraiths and taking those. But yeah, ParadoXical, now we have both of our AP mids with the blue buff. But the Nhat Jackie's is about 75% done, while ParadoXical's is pretty fresh still. And still Pobelter, ZionSpartan dueling up top lane, and now Cop and Elements back again bottom. How many wards do we have on Elements right now? We got a pink ward, we got a sight, we got a vision ward, we got a sight ward. Gonna have all bases covered there, bot lane in terms of vision.
And so Mono now, they actually have this ward in the mid river brush. They recognize that Morgana, she's very aggressive with pushing and then stealing those wraiths. That's a very common thing with the pushing jungler. We actually see Nintendude getting ready here.
Both teams
We're going to
have
have
the
a
same
double
idea.
gank, so both of them are ready. Crumbs is going to have a kind of difficult initiation, but if ParadoXical is trying to get it, and actually Nhat Jackie going to throw off the ult on ParadoXical, but Crumbs is going to come in, and Nhat Jackie getting burst down, will have the Ignite, able to get out of there just barely.
Yes!
Gets the kill with the ultimate, the Exile Blade. Fantastic play by Mono.
Tip of the sword, just barely getting that kill on Nhat Jackie. Wonderful, wonderful play for Mono. And looks like it, we got pings. We got pings around Dragon. We got the AP mid down. Might as well go ahead and take it for free if they can. We have no vision on it right now for Curse, so this should be free Dragon for Mono.
Yeah, and I mean, already a 1.5K advantage. That's going to bump it up to 2.5K It'll be really interesting to see how Curse retaliates. But once Curse is a team, they will be very strong. But ZionSpartan taking that top tower, now chasing after PoBelter. YellowStar is getting his red, but isn't coming up. We'll see if ZionSpartan's still diving, and he's going for it. He gets the red buff, doesn't get the spear. If he had waited a second, Vlad had pulled, but extremely aggressive, able to force Vladimir out of lane and just completely dominate top lane. I can't believe it.
87 to 64 in the creep kills top lane. That's a pretty good lead for Nidalee up top. Bot lane 106 to 97. So actually Corky's actually coming out just slightly ahead in terms of the creep kills in bot. And Morgana 103 to 95. So Morgana winning mid just by a hair.
Yeah, Morgana definitely can just push Ryze into that tower, and that's what she's going to be looking to do. But Ryze can farm fairly easily. We'll see, whether we start seeing those ganks bottom. Nijaki always can come in, but once again, ZionSpartan chasing down PoBelter, gets off some nice burst damage, taking him below half health, and he is going to be pushing top. He doesn't have any good ward coverage, though, in the top jungle, so we'll see whether or not we can get a gank from Curse.
It would. I think YellowStar. I think Crumb should start hanging around a little bit more top lane because, like you said before, they should. If he just hangs around a little bit, looks at Nidalee's actions, you can tell all this not warded. You might as well go for that gank, go for that kill. Hey, we got a kill on Nidalee. Already has a kill to her credit, so it might just be in Curse's best interest. Maybe even get Morgana to come down, double ward in the bush. ParadoXical getting caught out. See, both those wards, we got a little bit extra vision there. ParadoXical trying to get a little bit of revenge on Nijaki. Damage-wise, not going to be able to get that, but Zig.
And Mono trying to steal the blue. Nintendu, with the counter jungle, but Crumb's actually able to smite steal back his own blue, so able to keep control of it. It means they can't pass it to Morgana, so she can't be as aggressive with pushing as she would like to be. Yeah. But, it will help Crumb's jungle.
Elements going in right now on Pixel. Gets caught with the stun and melts immediately, but now Zig is the next target to go down, and Tristana just pulling away, but will Elements be able to get away? Tries to flash out. One more shot. Yes! And now Cop, Zig, we got a nice little duel here. Cop has to flash away, but look who's nearby. We got ParadoXical coming in. Will he go around? Maybe, no, not so sure. Crumb's gonna get into Tribush, prevent any potential jumps on Cop, but Nintendude's around the corner in the bush. Pulverize going down. Nintendude's a little bit trapped and headbutt through the forest.
Yeah, I guess just kind of wanted to see how much damage he would do, see if maybe they could pick him off with Cop. Recognize that wasn't going to happen, so just knocking him away. And now we do have Nintendude coming mid, and Morgana a little bit out of position, but will generally be a pretty safe lane. Will be extremely hard to gank, so just going to play a little bit safe there and be fine.
We got some good ward coverage here by Curse, just enough, especially that double ward right there, to see if Riven is coming. And you know what, Morgana saw. Morgana backed off, so safe AP mid for now.
And we see Dorans all over the place for Mono. They know that they want that early advantage in those fights before Curse is able to group up as a team. And once again, ZionSpartan just with that harass against PoBelter, actually chasing him down a little bit. We see PoBelter pulling, and ZionSpartan is going to be able to continue. And there's the Ghost. He's not going to be able to get the kill, but the Ghost is down, and ZionSpartan just once again shutting down PoBelter in that top lane.
And the spear, I mean, it still does a pretty good deal of damage, but yeah, just the fact that you're forcing PoBelter out of lane, it's still amazing. And now Crumbs is here, but with a low health Vlad, I'm not sure what they're going to accomplish as much. I mean, Nidalee, she's very elusive. She can just go ahead and hop over those walls, but we got Crumbs here fishing around the bush. Can we get the need? We got the headbutt into the wall. Can we get the pulverize? No, flash away just in time.
But bot lane, we actually see Nintendude able to pick up the kill, and the Zig following it up with a kill on the Cop. So really a great aggressive play there. Elements and Cop, definitely trying to be aggressive. I'm curious whether or not they baited it out if Elements jumped into him and then wasn't able to escape.
Was that Nidalee trying to leap and just a headbutt backwards? I think that's what that was.
But once again, ZionSpartan chasing down PoBelter, and it's just constant, endless harass onto PoBelter, even under the tower. And just, again, that AD Nidalee, but ParadoXical coming up top. We do see some good ward coverage, and bot lane is going to be able to pick up that tower. So great map control so far for Mono. If they can continue the map control, get these small fights, they do have an advantage in the small fights because they are tankier. They have more sustained damage. The question is, Curse has more disables. They have more, AoE burst kind of damage. So Curse definitely wants more team fights.
Okay, can we get another spirit? Yes!
ZionSpartan just
I
not
just want to
allowing that
go
recall.
home. Why won't you let me go home?
It's Zion's. It's 80 in Italy, and so it's just they don't have an answer for it right now. The question is, how effective is that Nidalee going to be as the game progresses? Nidalee will be kind of like a weaker version of Riven, as that AD form. We do see YellowStar coming once again, and Nidalee jumping onto Pobelter, throws off the Ignite. Pobelter very close to going down. Can ZionSpartan pick up the kill? No, ZionSpartan's not going to be able to do it, and now the disables. He's actually still chasing, and then using this auto attacks. We do have the Ignite on ZionSpartan, just barely not able to get it, but he's going to jump out of there and survive. And
here comes Riven
coming in here. We do have the rest of the team. Corky over the wall. Corky with that range damage going to force Curse to get out of there.
That was way too close for comfort for ZionSpartan. It was about like 30, 40 health getting away.
But I love it, pushing it to the edge. There was this one really bad movie. I can't remember the name of the movie, but one of my friends loved it, and the tagline for it was, if you're not living on the edge, you're taking up too much space. That is ZionSpartan's mentality right now, and that's how he's playing. Just forget it. I'm low health. I'm going back in. I want these kills. And now we see Mono coming down for this Dragon, going to be able to take that gold advantage.
Dragon number 2 is up in Mono. Actually, they're changing direction here. They see Morgana in the neighborhood, and the binding just barely missing. Crumbs is here. He's got the Oracle, so he's going to be clearing that ward away. And Mono, you got double wards in the bush. And Mono's actually backing off from Dragon. Curse is all the entire team because Nidalee is back at base. Mono is outnumbered here, and Crumbs, he's behind the wall. He can go ahead and flash, pulverize whenever he needs to. The binding once again missing. CV going down, and now the plan has been foiled. They got vision inside the pit, and they knew where YellowStar was. But look, Nidalee is now here, joining the party, and we got Dragon.
But this is what Curse wants. They want this AoE team fight set up. Crumbs with the ultimate going to get rid of that shield, and here we have the whole team going down. Crumbs going down very quickly, but Nijackie with the ultimate and is actually going to die. So Zig, very close to dying, does have the Ignite. Cop will be able to pick up that kill. The rest of the team is doing pretty well, though. Cop chasing after Pixel, and ZionSpartan is going to chase them down. He has the red buff, and he's chasing down Pobelter. There's the kill on Pobelter, and this is going to be a Dragon for Mono.
That was hairy. That was a little bit hairy. I think Mono started the Dragon. Curse, that was their cue. That was their cue to go in, and they just had so much great timing on YellowStar. He pops the ult, Janet gets in with her tornado, pops him up. He wasn't able to do too much. He didn't get the initiation that he wanted. Mono took full advantage of it, cleaned house, got the Dragon, and they're actually going to get a little bit of damage, I think, on mid-tower once this wave pushes up.
And it's interesting, Morgana with the double Dorans into a Rod of Aegis. So, definitely gives Morgana a lot of early game tanking, but doesn't have the same fight control as if she was pushing into more items. Probably, didn't need to get both, but it will allow her to, have that damage, have the mana without getting the blue buff. So maybe she can pass the mana over to YellowStar, which is the thought. But if Morgana had that Zhonya's, or was working towards it, you saw in that fight, Morgana just bursted down so quickly. And, Curse not able to pull off their combos as they would like.
We're going to get this blue buff passed on to Nijackie. Once again in the mid, extra mana for an AP carry, always, always good. We got Pobelter going to be farming top. Can you even get to that last pick? Yes, he can. So we got that nice little wave pushing to top tower. But everyone, once again, converging in on mid. We got 4 members of Mono here ready to push down the remaining health on this tower. It's halfway done. Should be done in just a moment. But now Curse, they're wondering, should we go in? Should we get all of our team in the mid to help defend? But they're a little bit too late on the draw. And Curse trying to regroup, and Mono hanging around Baron area just a little bit. I mean, we've seen how Mono likes to go for Baron around this time, but we will see. We will see what they do in these coming moments. Curse, Crumbs, they got the Oracle's going to be clearing that ward away. And Nijackie pushing up the mid may actually be able to take a little bit of health off this tower, but will walk away. ZionSpartan coming down from top lane. We may have an initiation here on Curse. Was going a long way around, but got out Elements. We got the binding here on Zig, but Elements has no choice but to blow all these cooldowns to try and make it out. Nintendo comes in with the ult and finishes him off. And look, we got Crumbs recalling in that bush. I thought he was going to eat a spear, but he managed to get away.
But Mono, we know them for their Barons, and they're going for one now. They know how strong they are. They know that they have the 4v5 advantage. And so with the heals from Nidalee, with the shields from Janna, they can, take this without getting too low. So they can either bait Curse in, and that's actually what's going to happen right now. Curse coming in to try and defend this Baron.
Curse, they're at the front door. Baron, once again, all those spears doing that kind of damage. Pixel's getting bound out front, but the ult blowing everyone away. Morgana ult was broken, and we got the Vladimir ult trying to do as much damage as we can. Crumps has no choice but to flash away. Nijak being the first one to fall. Pobelter going down next. Riven does fall, but Cop rocket jumping away. Mono definitely got the better of that engagement.
And there's just so much AoE damage. Curse was right on ball. They, were there to defend that Baron, but Mono able to drop it almost immediately. They had just so much damage output. All of that AD, that's one of the strengths that this Nidalee provides. Also has the strength to duel with anyone in the game, so if they need to, they can split push. But with that Baron, they have the poke, they have the tower pushing capability. They can just drop mid, and they will come. We'll see if they can get this inhibitor here, or if Curse can stall out, but it's very likely that it's going to go down.
We got 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. Nijaki and Pobelter are back up. But there's still a little bit of travel time to get from spawn to tower, but Mono will go ahead, take it, leave the inhibitor open. Is going to go ahead and fall back. CV just to make sure things are clear over by the blue buff. But we see Curse now trying to take their own objectives back. But you know what? Mono has Baron. They have this massive advantage now. 22 minutes in. If they can just go ahead and get another good solid push up in mid, take out that inhibitor, who knows? They may be able to take this.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, just this great Nidalee play from ZionSpartan. I know, talking with Dan in the past, I think it was the Curse Mono game, ZionSpartan had picked Nidalee there as well. It was an AP Nidalee, but ZionSpartan definitely well known for that kind of play.
Ring around
and just,
the red buff.
bringing it out here. Just I haven't seen AD Nidalee on a competitive scene. I know it's very common in like solo queue and whatnot, but it's really interesting to see this effective play.
I'm also, I'm just looking at Nidalee right now, 4-0-3. Looking also, we got to give Zig a little bit of a shout out too. 6-1-3 right now.
Yeah.
Doing pretty good for himself. Infinity Edge and getting another BF sword for himself. So that's gonna be a fair amount of damage.
And here's the thing: you look at Mono's team right now. They basically have that same just tanky front lineup. They're so tanky at this point because of how far ahead they are that the AoE comp from Curse can't get the engages they want because they can't kill people fast enough. So they still have a lot of damage. They still have the potential for picking people off, but we're just not seeing enough damage from Curse to take down all of these tanks.
But we've seen Mono ridiculously in the lead before, yet still managing to lose some of these games. Once they go away, they start doing these strange sacrifice plays and try to take objectives, and it kind of backfires on them. So hopefully they're going to be playing a little bit safer. We were going for quite a bit of money here, so I think it'd be Mono's best interest to play a little bit more safe. They've taken the inhibitor. If they got what they needed, they should be backing out. And we could be seeing a push here in bot lane, but top, Pobelter doing a little bit of damage. He's away from base. He's not there to defend. He's going to try and take objectives while Mono is taking theirs.
And that's really an admission of how far behind they are right now. Curse, they know they can't defend any fights. They know in these team fights, they're losing right now. So rather than, Vladimir coming with them, trying to engage, he's just decided, hey, I'm going to split push, try and get some farm. Otherwise, I'm going to sit in base, not get any farm, fall even further behind. So able to get that farm and then see if he's going to come back now before they get the second inhibitor and, try and defend with his team.
After this minion wave, this should be the last bit of Baron buff for Mono, so they should just make the best of it while they're here. The minions going down one by one, and Mono, if they want to do any more damage, just going to have a straight out tank it, and they're going to say, no, thank you, wait for the next minion wave and try again. Taking out all the minions coming out from Curse as they emerge. So next, when this wave comes on up, they'll be able to go ahead, get a little bit more damage. It's about 75% already. So 2-3 minion waves of this kind of pressure, and Mono should be able to take that down pretty easy.
And so we do see they're pushing mid. Nidalee just taking down this tower extremely quickly. They are going to get the tower, but here's the engage from Curse. They're trying to chase. There's the headbutt pulverize, followed by the Leona ultimate, and lots of AoE damage going off, but they're just not able to pick up the kills. They are all very low. Pobelter able to kill Zig, and now they're in full route here. We do see Curse chasing them down, and not able to pick up that fight for Mono. That would have been a game most likely, but able to defend that inhibitor and see if they can stall out some more.
But in the meantime, we saw these super minions pushing up to the Nexus towers, but it's only a little bit of damage, and I don't think not worth the deaths that Mono has taken. And see, they could have waited a little bit longer. They could have played a little bit more of a back and forth game, waiting for another minion wave, getting a little bit of poke on the tower until they can get it convincingly. But they're God Dragon, they're getting their objectives. I just don't want to see any more sacrifice plays like that.
And here's the issue. Mono, because they were pushing down that tower, maybe not in the best positioning that they want. They had, their front line, all of their DPSers were kind of up front, so they're able to get caught by that AoE. Really aggressive engage by Curse, though. They have the potential for huge initiation. Now that, the tower is gone, we'll see whether or not Mono decides to push up that bot inhibitor and, maybe take it down, continue pressing their advantage, or if they kind of start to fear Curse now with that AoE fight, recognizing that Curse still has a lot of potential to win these fights.
Mono definitely needs to be extremely careful with these next few pushes, because if they have another bad push, if they take 1 or 2 deaths, if Baron comes back up, they could just be giving it to Curse next time it spawns. So we do have an open inhibitor, but Curse is here. They're all here to defend it. So we need to take out this minion wave and wait for the next one. We do still have some super minions pushing up in the mid. And Mono is just going to go ahead. They're going to go for this inhib. We got the binding down. Zig in the back lane. Crumb coming in. Pulverized into the wall. We got the pulverized Zig being focused down. Goes down immediately. We got Morgana ult being triggered. Nintendo being the next target down. Elements will be able to go down. Yes, Leona Riven down. Nijaki being the next one going. ParadoXical, ZionSpartan are trying to get their focus on Nijaki. Actually going to be able to live. Crumbs cannot finish off ZionSpartan. ParadoXical in Pixel. By the backline. Cop. Flashes over rocket jump. In the air. Still. Oh! Red buff OP!
Fantastic play by Cop. You do get the auto attack when you're in the air and when you're using your ultimate, so he was able to do that. But the big thing was you saw the snare on Corki setting up that fight. Corki getting caught out of position, and that's kind of 2 fights in a row that Curse was able to get a hard initiation on the AD carry, prevent all of that damage. And if they can keep Corki alive, then we'll see how much damage Corki's doing in the fights. But being bursted down that way, chain CC, Corki just really had no hope there. Maybe rushing a Quicksilver Sash. I mean, I know Corki is currently working on just continuing to build up that damage, but with how hard this initiation has been from Curse, if they continue to pick off Corki, those fights are over for Mono.
I'm extremely worried for Mono right now. Again and again, we've seen them get ridiculously in the lead early on and end up having team fights like that where it's just bad engagements for him. But here we're at Baron. There is a ward in the pit. Mono trying to do what they do often and do best, but all of Curse is up. They got the line. They're coming on down. And Nijaki's in the back of the pit, potentially trying to get a binding, maybe even a steal, but Mono's now disengaging. Elements is out in front. They want to catch him off guard. ZionSpartan dealing as much damage as he can. Shield will be able to protect. No, Riven comes in with the ult. Finishes her off, and Bowbelter ignited, trying to get away Nintendo in the thick of it, and Crumbs in the middle of all of Mono does fall next. Cop has to rocket jump, but we got the Morgana ult. Is it all broken? No! Oh, the last hit, the actual trigger of the Morgana ult, killing off Zig.
Yeah, and Mono, trying to go for the epic win there, trying to get the fast win. They actually already had the fight won, and they could have come as a team, taken these 2 inhibitors, and that's what they're doing now. While Tristana still needs to recall, they can come push down this mid inhibitor, maybe even transition top, but the concern is they're extremely low health. And Tristana, I don't think she's going to be jumping into the middle of them. We don't have any support from, Nijaki here, unless he's going to be able to hit a snare. So this is going to be most certainly a second inhibitor, but Leona is back up. Elements chasing him down, see if he can get in, so they're only able to get the 1 inhibitor.
Nintendo will be recalling it back in time, but that was extremely, extremely risky play by Mono. Curse could have easily turned the tables on them. They had so many champs low in the base. If they killed one of them, Curse could have just killed the entire team right there and then gone for Baron, but Baron is being pinged once again from Mono. They got tunnel vision right now. They are so focused on getting Baron this time around. It may very well backfire, and Curse is getting ready. They know Mono wants Baron, so they're preparing in advance. They got the wards down. And this time they're a little bit better prepared. They're not all scattered, they're all here in the same area. And Mono here, once again in the pit, clearing the ward.
But if you saw that last fight, Mono almost certainly knew that Curse was coming. They knew that they were baiting it in. We saw Pixel didn't even clear the ward in Baron. He had to have known there was a ward there, so he was trying to bait them in, try and give them a little bit of a peek, so that they can pick people off, and it worked very effectively. We saw Nidalee, chasing down elements. They were able to pick up the kill there, and then we saw Nidalee over the wall attacking because he had vision of Tristana, able to get those attacks off. And so once again, Mono trying to bait this Baron in, trying to pull Curse out of position and see if they can get their ADs in on Cop.
Leading the charge, he's in the bush, spears coming out from the bush. Very familiar taste for YellowStar, eating those spears just like he did earlier, but he's leading the charge. If he sees anyone, we got the shield from Morgana to prevent any CC from going on him, because if he's leading the charge, if he gets a good pulverize,
but look
2-3
at
members.
Top bot lane.
Oh, whoa, look at that. Look at that, we got a huge wave going in right for that inhib.
Yeah, bot lane's definitely got a huge push. That's going to be able to take the inhibitor, and so now Curse has their attention diverted. This is a perfect time for Mono to actually just go right in for this Baron. So we'll see whether or not they pressure it.
They see Tristana, that is their signal. They see Tristana clearing the wave. Leona has actually gone all the way back to town, so this is Mono's cue to go for Baron. Curse, not that they're all recalling. They don't have the vision that they have. They don't have the vision anymore. They tried. They had no choice. They had to come back to either save the inhibitor or go try and engage them at Baron, and they made their choice. And now Mono, once again, Baron with the charge, looking to take out this tier 2 tower in top.
Yeah, and I mean, if they hadn't gone back to defend the inhibitor, that's game over, because 2 inhibitors down, Mono can just set outside this tower. They have the pushing capability. They have some good kiting capability with Pixel. Pixel can just disengage for them, so they could have just slowly won the game. So Curse needed to defend the inhibitor, but now Baron buff gives them that regen, gives them even more damage, and we've seen them, win these fights. It'll be very difficult for Curse to defend, and Mono can be very slow here with the approach.
Oh,
actually,
we got the
Crumbs with the flash in.
Crumbs with the flash. Pulverize trying to get as many better as the Mono he can, but the Janna ult blowing everyone away. Nightjackie is in the Nintendo in the back line. Pobelter's taking a lot of damage in mid, but ZionSpartan is waiting for his moment to come back in. The binding from Morgana missing everyone. Pobelter being caught in the back of the line. We have no minion wave. We have no one to tank. We have no minions to tank the tower. They have to wait for the next wave. Now Mono needs to decide, what are they going to do? Are they going to relocate? Are they going to stick with the same lane? Nightjackie defending very low. We got the binding in on Pixel. He's going to do a fair amount of damage, but not a kill. We have the next wave.
And again, bot is very close to going down to those minions. It will go down if they can't defend it. And Mono with the, actually we have the snare on the ParadoXical. There's the headbutt pulverize. This is the last ditch effort.
No.
They're able to pick up the kill, and they're still chasing, but nothing happening. So one kill will stall out that push. Can the minions take the inhibitor? It does. So the inhibitor goes down bottom, and Mono now has 2 inhibitors down. They still have the Baron on 4 of their members, and will have it for quite some time, about 3 minutes left on their Baron.
I think Mono could have backed out. ParadoXical could have lived, and the minion wave still could have gotten that inhibitor. I don't agree with that last push, but you know what? They got an objective. They got their inhib. They can continue their aggression, and Baron and buff halfway over, so they still have time for one more good push if they can get it in. And Cop elements, the rest of Curse, no choice but to defend. They got 2 lanes with super minions. They have no choice but to defend.
Yeah, and I mean, I think Mono, they definitely understood that that lane was going to push on its own. They wanted to hold them top. They probably could have stalled off a little bit more, but recognizing that as long as they hold them there, they were going to get that inhibitor. And now, we'll have to see whether or not Curse can get another engage, but Mono, very good at disengaging. They've got lots of mobility with all of their champions. Ryze is really the only one without that same mobility, but even so, they've got Janna to get him out of there, and Ryze is exceedingly tanky, so he can withstand some of that damage. They can withstand the burst, then turn onto Curse, and that's what we've been seeing in these fights. Curse just barely not able to do it because we do have so much damage mitigation from Mono.
I'm liking the ward placement we also have here from Curse. If you take a look real quick, they have their top jungle. They know Mono's been sticking around there a lot, and they know that top tower should be a very priority objective for them, but mid inhibitor is back up. Crumbs coming in, headbutt. Can we get no pulver? It's delayed. But we have a nice team fight here. Crumbs is in the back line, so is Cop. Mono trying to pick their target, but they're letting them back off. You're going to grab the inhibitor. Are they going to leave it? Yes, they are. They may very well be wandering up again. Yes, we got the pings. Top tower, tier 3, next target. It's already halfway done. They can finish the job once this next minion wave comes up.
And now we see Corki has that Quicksilver set, so they can't get the hard engage on Corki that they want. Mono can come up here. They're a little bit too aggressive, so Crumbs coming in with the headbutt pulverize, but none of the team following it up because they recognize they don't want to be focusing Nidalee. Nidalee just too tanky at this point, has over 3k HP, and then Mono would be able to turn it around. They really need to be able to pick off some more of the damage dealers, and so Mono able to take the tower. Here's Nijeki coming in with the ultimate, very close to going down, will throw off the Zonias, but they just don't have enough follow-up, and so Mono turning it around, picking up Nijeki. Pobelter is going to go down, throws off his pull, but he's actually very close to going out of there. Let's see if they can get the kill. Will go down. Crumbs is going to go down as well, and almost assuredly, Mono is going to win this game. They are going to be able to get the top inhibitor. Just transition over to the Nexus. Cop trying to stop the creeps, but it is GG. Mono wins the series 2-1. The huge underdogs of the tournament able to take down Curse.
Mono focusing the Nexus, and that will be it. GG! Mono moves on 2-1. That set. Wow. We had a fantastic game 2 with Mono coming back from almost sheer death, getting the Baron game team fight they needed and going straight for the Nexus. And this game right here, ZionSpartan on Nidalee, 10-1-5. That is amazing.
And all of the games were so back and forth, lasting forever because we've seen early advantages from each team and then the other team trying to push off. And Mono, that game, taking such a huge early advantage, it seemed that they were just going to win in like 20 minutes. And then all of a sudden, Curse starts winning some fights, is able to stall it out a little bit. It was always the question, can Mono finish it, or is Curse going to come back, going to get the fights that they want? Mono able to take it in the end. This is astounding. Mono coming from nowhere in the qualifiers, taking down M5 in our Killing Spree series, beating TSM, beating a number of teams, and here they are. They've taken down, they almost took down Dignitas, lost that match, but then they've been able to take out Curse, one of the top teams in the tournament. Just, awesome play, and that's why we're actually excited. Both of these teams are going to come on stage. They're, just give each other that great sportsmanship that we see, because it is such a social game, because they recognize that was a fantastic match that they just played, both of them.
I think we gotta get both teams up here on stage. That was a fantastic set, best set so far this weekend. If we can get both teams up here, you'll get a big, huge round of applause for Curse and Mono.
Come on, bring it out as loud as you can. This is awesome here.
Wonderful, absolutely wonderful set. And I hope we still have a few more games tonight. We still got tomorrow left to go. We're still only beginning.
And
how
once
crazy is
again,
that?
we have the epic smoke for an epic match, but we will be, going to commercial shortly. We have TSM Dignitas coming up, I believe, but we're going to toss over. I'm not sure if we're going to commercial or to casting couch.
Let's go to a quick break.
Okay.
It's like, you know what? I need a little rest after that. That was a huge set. So you know what? We're gonna go to a quick commercial. We will be right back. This is IPL4.
Something revolutionary has arrived. The new standard in graphics from AMD is here, redefining virtually everything that came before. Higher frequencies, more memory, better frame rates, superior resolution than our previous generation. And the world's first 28nm GPU.
The new AMD A-Series APUs give you discrete level graphics and multi-core CPU power, all on
Thunder Sticks out because they're so much fun. Let's do a chant. What do you guys want to do? LOL. TSM, TSM, TSM. Okay. TSM, TSM. Okay. Now, we need to give Dignitas some love too. Ready? Dignitas, 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 Dignitas. All right. So, coming up next, there's no music. Maybe later. But right now, we have a match between Dignitas and TSM. And so we're gonna get that started. Oh, hi! It's Rivington and Phreak. How are you doing? I'm doing good. It's good to see you. It's good to see you guys. Yeah. So I'm gonna hand it over to these guys. We'll get the next match started. So stick around.
Yep. All right, guys, and we're about to have this match going underway in just a few moments. Let's get TSM and Dignitas up on stage to shake hands right quick. Let's get these two teams coming out.
Oh, the smoke machine, yes.
Yes.
Oh, you can't see me anymore, I'm hidden.
Ladies and gentlemen, here at home, thank you for rejoining us at the Cosmopolitan here in beautiful Las Vegas, the city of lights. Everybody here with their thunder sticks. Let's try this real quick. Ready? Up. That's where I want the intensity for this game, ladies and gentlemen. All right. We do have this game almost getting underway. Myself, Rivington III, and David Phreak Turley to bring this match to you here from Riot Games and League of Legends. We've had amazing matches all weekend long so far, and they're only getting better. MONOMANIAC coming out of nowhere, now in the limelight, now a team to be reckoned with in the League of Legends circuit.
And what's great is this is kind of a rehash of IPL3, where Dignitas won their first event and said, hey, world, we're really good at this game. MONOMANIAC here at IPL4, I think it's fitting. They're like, hey, world, we're really good at this game. So they are coming through. And it's great, too, because there's so many things kind of are mirroring each other. In the very first round, we saw MONOMANIAC just barely lose those last two games to Dignitas. Dignitas made those great comebacks. And MONOMANIAC against Curse, you kind of saw them do the same thing, where they're like, oh, we lost game one. Oh, we're really losing game two. It's okay, we'll pull it out. And they came through with the series. So you really can't count any of these teams out anymore. And I was actually, at the very beginning of the event, I was talking with Double Lift, and I was telling him, hey man, so you want to bet on your team? He was like, all right, $5, whatever. And I was like, I got him like 5 minutes ago, and I was like, so you want up the bet? He's like, not if we lost to Dignitas. No, dude, I'm scared now. So a lot of these teams giving each other some respect. And this could go either way. These teams have met each other a lot. They met last year in Kiev, and actually sOAZ 2-0'd them in the semifinal there. They kind of crushed their hopes pretty bad. Then the next tournament we saw was Hanover, where Dignitas took second place, and sOAZ didn't make it out of groups. These teams are switching places a lot. They have a big history against each other. This could go either way.
Oh man, and we are into Champ Select. I cannot wait to see what these two teams bring to the table. TSM has been bringing us something really original that they have started doing. It's a little M5-esque. They have a very aggressive early game now. They were able to really just take their teams off, or their opponents off guard this tournament, and really maybe just that whole not streaming for a week before the event, so nobody could ghost them, nobody could see. We're gonna have to see. We do have a deer pick, the highest pick band of this tournament. Soraka being banned out there.
Yeah, no real surprise there. I was talking, with him about what they're going to do, and of course, you know, they're talking about, you know, getting some of those common bans out there, actually. And the Lulu banned out as well. So some very obvious respect bans coming here from Solo Mid, shutting down some of those choices there for Dignitas. So now, you know, will they pick different supports? Will they run AP Jana mid? Will they run maybe a solo Karma in there, maybe some Kale, and see what they could go for? They're actually banning out Ashe, which surprises me a little bit because we've not seen her all tournament. We have seen that ban a few times.
Really? Right now, that ban would have to be for the initiation of the arrow. It's something against the composition they may want to run. They still have a ban left. It is first ban, first pick for Dignitas, so maybe they're just going around the bans. That Kog'Maw is gone out of that. We have seen a lot of havoc being wreaked by Kog'Maw this tournament. And Skara, will he choose for himself? Usually not the first pick for mid. It's easily countered, but the Cassiopeia still is in there, not one of his top plays.
His typical APs are all still in there. There's no conventional AP mids that have been banned from the pool, so everything is open. You could get Reginald's Cassiopeia, you can let Skara play anything, or you can get Voyboy Lee Sin.
Wow.
All those are really good choices.
Voyboy carrying big over at Hanover. Let's see if he can do it again. That top Lee Sin showing us how strong it really can be if played correctly. And we are going to wait to see Dyrus and Xpecial on their 2 picks. They still have quite a bit of time to deliberate on what they want to choose here. And we'll have to see. The pool is still quite large. Dyrus focused in none of these bans, so he could choose whatever he wants out of his pool of champions.
Yeah, I suppose maybe he does play a good Udyr, or they wanted to kick that one away from the on one either way. But yeah, they have, like I said, every available option basically. The Karthus and the Janna coming out here. This is definitely aimed
and that's
for
why
Reginald
Soraka
and Xpecial.
is in the ban list.
Yeah, so there's going to be some other supports to grab. Actually, Soraka is a favorite support of Locust, whether they're doing the solo mid strat or not. They do like that as a support pick. They're going to grab Dr. Mundo possibly, just grab up these junglers here. I'm surprised a little bit at the early Mundo because Shyvana is such a strong choice as well. And they're almost analogous here, so they're not really denying any options for solo mid. Being that it's PewDiePie, I'm not even going to recognize what he's chosen here because we know he's not going for it. Corki's a pretty obvious lock-in for him, and I would not be surprised to see that one come out.
That favorite pick for him on Corki, and they are going to lock in those 2 choices. As we have said, Janna actually most picked. She has been picked 17 times for support in this tournament, so she is going to get another chance here at some gameplay. We see the odd one now could choose his jungle. Looks like they are going to choose their respective game lanes.
No, great Master Graves, I like
Graves
that.
on Chaos, very strong. And Nocturne in the jungle. So it looks like he is going to also run Exhaust. Both jungles now running Exhaust. He switches to Flash, however, and Smite. So we are going to have Nocturne and Graves being chosen for TSM, as it is going to be the last 2 picks, and whatever counter they can come up with to the composition they see now before Reginald picks his choice for Dyrus.
Yeah, so one thing going on, though, is Dyrus has a lot of respect for Voyboy, knows that he tends to beat him in that top lane. When you give, and a champion like Lee Sin works with pretty much every composition, and so you're kind of safe first picking that and just kind of running out there. Oh my gosh, please be real. Please be real. There is very, very little crowd control here from solo mid. Katarina honestly could work very well in this lineup. You can actually shut down Karthus with Katarina too, I think. I think there's actually a lot of options here. Ryze, of course, also a really good choice. Ryze is exceptionally strong champion. You know what? I'm no longer rooting for Dignitas because they are trolling me with their picks every time.
Yeah, they do it, but this is going to be pretty good. Skara on Ryze and Reginald on Karthus. That's a pretty hard lane for Karthus, actually. If Ryze can just continue to attack him within the minions, he's only taking half damage if he does get hit with layways. And we are going to see a Vladimir double AP right now for TSM.
Yeah, I think double AP. Manipulating the crowd. And, oh my gosh. And guys, I mean, you guys in the crowd have been phenomenal. I say this every time I come up here, but you guys in here in person with your Thunder Sticks, with everything, with your signs, are awesome. And I want you guys, even though they've heard you from home, I want you guys to convince everyone watching from home, the over 100,000 of them, that they should come in person to these events. Can you convince them for me? The signs are up in the air. There are pictures. Yeah.
Come on.
The 103,000 of you out there watching right now, this is where it's at. You guys got to make your way out here.
Indeed it is. So let's look at these comps a little bit. We do know Reginald aggressive in middle. Chaos likes to play a little bit aggressive in the beginning as well. With that Janna pick, they will be able to do that bottom lane with a good amount of attack damage coming from the shield and Janna's Howling Gale pop-up. However, there is a good amount of defense passively from Locust, as well as when he gets Shatter. And the Cutie Pie is usually going for that 3 Doran, so he's going to be innately tanky in lane against Graves, who also gets the passive from True Grit. So we'll have to see how that works out. It'll be a pretty back and forth bottom lane. The junglers, it's going to be Mundo running Exhaust, and we've talked about that many times. If that flash is on the other jungler, that's usually what you're forced to use if you meet a Mundo with Exhaust, or a jungler with Exhaust.
Yeah, pretty much. They use that Exhaust because it's very easy for Mundo to walk up to you, turn on that W, and just burn you down, exhaust you, hit cleavers once you're slowed. You pretty much can't get away from Mundo in that point. And honestly, this is so reminiscent of what used to happen to Skara back in those previous tournaments, is he would play Mordekaiser or something, with kind of low survivability, low escape, and they would just show up with Mundo and just kind of chunk his face down. And here they can actually really mess with Reginald. He's got his own exhaust, that's kind of nice, but Ryze can flash Rune Prison, and this is, it's reminiscent of what Moscow 5 did, is that Mundo jungle came in, exhaust cleavers, kill, 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 and they do that over and over. And so they have a very good chance here at getting some heavy ganks through these fights. Dyer's actually going heal Ghost, trying to be very defensive here, trying not to die in these fights. That could definitely happen here. Voyboy has been doing a good job of actually dominating these ranged champions with that sort of setup. I would not be surprised to see Dyrus go 21 defense in his mastery build just to keep himself alive for this. And you look at these team fights, and Dignitas, I feel like they're just going to be focusing Reginald in the actual team fight. They're just going to go for him first because you've got Graves, who's naturally tanky. Vladimir's going to be tanky. You can't really go for Janna. She'll ult away. But she didn't bring flash still. She's very good at escaping. The odd one has a shield, and he's going to be building durable as really the only melee champion on that roster. So if Dignitas can either kick back Reginald or kill Reginald, push away these things with the Lee Sin kick, and then just kind of escape, they can really nullify a lot of that Karthus advantage. I don't think solo mid can actually keep. Actually, they have almost no hard crowd control at all. Dignitas has knockups, roots, lots and lots of slows, lots of mobility. Solo mid has like 3 slows and that's it.
Pop up and a fear.
Yeah, right. They've got like a short duration pop up, a couple of slows, and a fear on a tether. So I feel like the crowd control effects that Dignitas have in their lineup are going to be really, really huge for this game.
Yeah, and even looking at this level 1, Dignitas could easily go into the jungle with this makeup. You have Ryze on Rune Prison if he chooses to get it. Locust, Dazzle, the Voyboy is going to be able to get into the fight as well and just help immensely with that Q. And so we're going to have to see if they choose to go for that on that level 1 invasion. However, Karthus Wall can be pretty painful because usually they'll keep those levels, decide what to go if the invasion does occur, and then they can choose it. Sometimes it'll help them, sometimes it'll hurt them. But it's really up to that situation. You have to choose it at the certain time. We'll have to see if they go for the level 1 invade. Dignitas still on that somewhat of a mid-game to late-game slump. They're still playing strong. However, they can get that early game in their favor and keep it going. TSM, very strong in the early game. So we may even see an invasion from them on this from what we saw in the beginning and the first day.
Yeah, well, Solomon's going to be good at checking brush. Usually that Karthus, most of the champions will kind of save their skill points. Karthus is one that you can pretty much auto-lock with your Q, because that will reveal Fog of War when you cast it. So they can lay waste, spot check these brushes. You can see them on the screen right now. There is Dyrus leading the charge for Solomid, left-hand side. You can see Skara and Cutie Pie in the front there for Dignitas. So you can kind of see guys getting ready for battle, commanding out their orders. But yeah, so you can see Karthus kind of checking brush for his team, but no one on that team is really good at level 1 fighting, whereas Lee Sin can assassinate, Tarek and Dominate can just toss out their CCs from range. Skara can go whatever he wants at that point, because I don't think Dignitas can lose a level 1 fight unless they get severely outpositioned. So we'll see if they can bully something away. It doesn't really suck too bad if Nocturne loses his blue, but it is a bit of a detriment, so we'll see if they do anything with that.
All right, guys, we are hopping into the game. If you want to see Dignitas take this first match of the best out of 3, let me hear you. And as they make their way out of the base, Dignitas' opponent, if you are looking for TSM to take this first game, let me hear you now. All right, Dignitas definitely has the work out for them to win the crowd back here, but they do have some fans out there, and we're going to have to see if that momentum can push them into this match. They are coming off wins of the day.
Yeah, so Kayak's actually going to be holding on to the river right now, and he's going to be kind of checking. So you can see that everyone's actually kind of holding battle lines across the map and just wanting to be, holding these entrances, not getting spotted. You can kind of go down this line, and everyone's kind of waiting. Like, there's really no invasions coming out yet. Xpecial has used his Clairvoyance, so this is a time that Dignitas could use to invade. Again, I feel like their level 1 is much, much stronger, and it's up to them to make this turn into some kind of pressure.
Yeah, they've spread themselves out quite far. It looks like nobody's going to invade here, but they are waiting for that one poke. It doesn't look like they're going to find it. They do have quite a few pings going down. Minions are about to spawn, so it looks like they will be assisting the jungler, and nobody's really going to get any invade. TSM, knowing that their team isn't the best at invading, especially with a Mundo, a Ryze, and a Taric, and they're going to go ahead and just start to farm. We'll have to see if the odd one, however, chooses to get a lot of help from Reginald, and then onto blue. We'll see if he goes out for the quick gank.
Yeah, so if they can go for any invasions and steals, Dominate's actually going to start at Wraiths, and actually no one's even going to help him pull either. He might go like Wraiths, Wolves to late blue and give Scar that Golem buff. It's a possibility here, and actually Dignitas going to go ahead and go for these Golems, these smaller Golems right away.
Ooh, here
PewDiePie
comes
pulling
Chaos.
aggro, but here's Chaos. They've got to be careful to not get this bursted away from them. It's now getting tethered back, and now Chaos will pull it. Dominates around the side. Who can last hit it? Oh, PewDiePie gets it! Nice job there, but there's still one left, and that's going to actually hurt the jungle speed for I Will Dominate.
Here we go, Dyrus returning back to top lane. Lee Sin already got a few creep under his belt. Skara going for a little bit of harass right off the bat onto Reginald, saying, hey, what's up? How's it going? Friendly handshake.
Yeah, Scar's going to have a really good advantage at the early levels. Difficulty, of course, is that there are plenty of potions still for Reginald to chew through, so Scar can't really kill him, but can cause him to spend a little bit of gold here.
Yeah, the thing that works out for Skara here really big is that he can stay just outside Defile with Rune Prison and his Qs, so he can continuously harass and just get hit by Lay Waste. Maybe the wall's going to be on him, and that'll do a little bit more damage, shredding his magic resistance. But he really has the range advantage on that mid lane.
Yeah, Dominate just clearing out this jungle some more. Let's look at Lee Sin versus Dyrus. He is level 2. He's using that safeguard purely for the farming, just kind of, making these minions get a shield, using that for himself. But it's 6 minions to 2 right now. He is actually winning the minion trade. However, he's got more to choose from, so Dyrus could catch up pretty soon. Scar versus Reginald in mid lane. 11 to 10, basically. Again, a similar situation where there are more minions for Reginald to choose from. So there's pretty much been equivalent in the mid lane as well. Scar missing 2 there. Bot lane could be aggressive. PewDiePie and KX facing off a little bit here. Locust waiting in the wings as well. Has stun and has that Shadow Aura. And he's going to go for a ward now, thinking that Nocturne might come to gank.
Well, Dominate going down very low. Both jungles finished at the exact same time. Looks like Dominate will back, but it's going to be Odd One still having a little bit more health, and he will continue to jungle, so he may get a little bit ahead here of Dominate as he is forced to back.
Oh, Void pushing up on Dyrus a little bit at the top lane, doing some good damage, using all of his energy at that point. 1 point in every skill. Dyrus actually not learning Sanguine Pool. I guess he's just not afraid of a Dr. Mundo gank right now, because that could be scary. Void again trying to shield up some of that damage from Dyrus, last hitting as best he can afterwards.
Odd One coming into mid. Wall of Pain down by Reginald, and he is going to be forced to flash. The Exhausted also go down. I think it was a little too early because he was able to get away, but nice try there. Scar's flash is now down, and this has been a pain point for him in recent tournaments where he's going to still play aggressive. They did use their exhaust, but it's going to be really easy for Nocturne to just come in and fear Scar out of walking away. Reginald's going to be able to put the wall down again, and they may be able to take him out. With the lane push, there's nothing to worry about for now. It looks like bottom is pushing quite well. Chaos and like special. We're going to go ahead and see Chaos is 22 to PewDiePie's 26, or 27 to 24 rather, so pretty close there. Dyrus has back top. Looks like he picked himself up some wards and a Doran shield.
Yeah, so this is actually pretty good. Scar equalized. Now, Reginald did burn his exhaust as part of that trade, so while Scar can't flash away, the amount of CC and burst put against him will be lowered a little bit, so it might be enough for him to Rune Prison and then get away. See if that's possible at all. Dyrus kind of meeting up with the Odd One. Surprised Dyrus didn't cast a couple of spells to help him clear that faster, but either way, Dyrus should be back into lane to get these minions down. Actually missing a couple of them there, but still in pretty good shape for experience. Dominate been revealed by that Clairvoyance. Top lane still trading back and forth. KX full health and mana entirely. Special waiting in the back. Looks like no death's going to happen just yet, although there's aggressive potential here from Locust. A lot of armor. They're just not turning it into anything.
So the only real buys here, a few Dorans on Lee Sin, and that's going to be Voidboy and Dyrus top. They both went Dorans, 1 blade and 1 shield for Dyrus. Looking as Lee Sin comes back top to his lane. Dyrus probably chatting with the team. He's kind of just standing there auto-attacking minions. So he's back in control now. Warding down bottom. Very nice pinging that out. They can remember what times these wards are going down. It's going to be useless for the jungler to come down at that time. He's going to be wasting experience, too much of a commit, and they just need to get back into the jungle. So knowing when those wards go down for another 3 minutes is going to help him to just focus other lanes that he knows he can get to.
Yeah, PewDiePie starting to lose some health this time. Locust using his heal at Imbue on cooldown, but It doesn't heal nearly as fast as Chaos can shoot out bullets, so PewDiePie's got to be a little bit careful here, using his phosphorus bomb to push down these minions and keep his gold coming up. And now the odd one actually at level 5 has boots, waiting to jump Scar, but Scar's actually going to use his ultimate for the AoE damage. We're actually still going to wait around. Looks like he's got another minion wave to hold on to, and Reginald being level 6 means that Nocturne wants 6 to gank, and then they're going to combo those.
Yeah, I think he's going to have a few more camps to go. He is just hitting level 5. And he's going to take those to himself. Reginald still pushing quite hard. Dyrus and Voyboy just trading damage top. Looks like Voyboy's losing a little bit, but that safeguard, he's keeping him in the lane.
Yeah, he's actually up 41 to 39 minions, and he's still actually doing pretty well. Actually pushing pretty hard onto Dyrus. Problem is Dyrus is 6, so he's got to be afraid of this. Puts the shield up again. He is
down
maxing
bottom.
out.
Chaos taking a lot of damage. He is exhausted, and he gets out of that. Looks like they will turn on this fight, though. Jana may have the upper hand with the Zephyr onto Locust, but it looks like they're just going to slow that down. A little too much of a commit if they were to walk past that minion line.
Manic Specials and Locust's exhausts are both down. Everyone else has all the summoners. Again, Voyboy jumping in onto Dyrus. Level 6 could be some really good pain here, actually. He's still trying to spam some life back. Voyboy getting him down to half. 1 potion has been used, and Dyrus actually out of potions now, but does use that Doran's Shield to good effect. Will continue to regenerate. The bonus health gives him some AP as well.
Oh, very nice. You saw that ping middle, both Nocturne and Karthus going for Dragon now. It was Skara actually backing within sight of the minions. Very well played by TSM to take this first Dragon.
Yeah, it's going to be theirs, uncontested entirely. Good job, Solomid, turning a 100 gold disadvantage into 1,000 gold for them. And there's the Dragon pop, 10.1 to 9.1. Good job there. Now Tarek, can Locust last hit this minion? Yes, 23 gold. He's now ahead of X-Special, except for that whole Dragon thing. Alright, Voyboy still.
Mana regen.
And yeah, he's going to have to back out now. Dyrus actually starting to scare Voyboy around a little bit. His current gold, 985. Could buy a lot of MR now if he wanted to. Go for that early Hex Trigger. No, he's going to jump in again. I think he should still be a little bit afraid of Dyrus, though. He can get some of these spells off, but no, still going in for the pressure. Karthus ult goes off. Dyrus got to be careful. The ult goes off from him as well. Voyboy's still surviving it, though. Now going to start running backwards. A little bit of pain coming out. Looks like the heal and ghost both used. Voyboy only his ignite down right now, and he's now regenning as hard as he can with that lifesteal thanks to Iron Will.
Oh, Nocturne ulti is up for the odd one. This is pretty scary here. There it goes. Oh, the Voyboy getting out of control of the pool. Will he be able to live? He goes for the attack, but the odd one's taking one more hit, and they both get out alive.
Wow, excellent by Solomid, controlling everything. Now Scar's going to make his way over to the Golem buff. Does absolutely want that.
That's a pretty stretched out first blood there. 9 minutes into the game. These teams are playing very cautious, not leaving anything to chance, making sure it's going to happen the right way. Very good push by Reginald. He's going to back up, now take Wraiths. This is awesome for mids to do. You can keep yourself up on minions. That's a lot of gold as well, just to grab every time it comes off. There's 4 more minions for yourself. Looks like they are just trading few shots bottom. And good push by Dignitas here. Could allow them to back and get some more items.
Yeah, so let's see what they can do to stabilize. They're down a good number of gold right now. Scar's going to stand against Reginald, who has the gold advantage on him now. Thanks to those kills, Dragons, and actually the minions right now, 82 to 73. So a lot of actually advantages here for Reginald. Pretty much everyone that matters. See if Scar can stabilize.
Wait for that blue buff to recharge back up. A good ward by Reginald, and he did that because once he pushes the lane as well, he's going to want to steal Scar's rates. Reginald just doesn't care. Baylife.
Baylife
so, it looks like he's going back into his lane here. That blue buff on, he could get in range of Rune Prison. That was quite scary for him. He's still going to take a lot of damage from Skara. He does have his tier. He is getting that stack on mana. Nocturne again waiting on the side here. Voyboy is just kind of chilling though. He does have a ward down by his blue, so we may have seen Nocturne come from that tri-bush entrance or even just up the river. Definitely going to see him, and you will also see him exit, so you see him go back to farming a little bit safer here. Right back into it.
Yeah, Munda was nearby as well. Dominate could have charged into that. Has his ult up so he could run around, and Dominate is actually maxing Cleaver, using that for the extra gank power there, and kind of sacrificing some jungle speed by not maxing Burning Agony. But instead just kind of wants to land those Cleavers, get kills that way. Unfortunately has not landed any good ganks yet, so hopefully we can turn that around for him.
Looks like Voyboy is actually keeping his lane exactly where he wants it, that 75% towards his tower mark. And he's right past the river, he can farm easily. He has his tower right there, especially because that side of the lane has a longer distance to the turret. He's got to be very careful if he's going to start passing around that river. It looks like Mundo gets a ping on him, and he's going to go back into his jungle, so they know where his pathing is. These wards are really helping out right now for TSM. Scar still facing off mid. He's got his creep wave just about where he wants it.
He should be zoning Reginald right now.
Yeah.
He's got a complete advantage in a fight. He's got all the summoners up. He's got blue and Reginald doesn't. There's no way he loses a trade, but he's not doing anything to push him around. He just wants to farm. Top lane Void by Dyrus, and actually Nocturne sneaking in as well. This could be pretty crazy. Let's see if they can get anything there. Karthus ult looks like it is up as well, so this could get really dangerous for Voyboy. And he's going to jump onto Dyrus.
And the Requiem. Very nice job. The second kill coming up for TSM, and that is going to go to to Reginald, the odd one grabbing the first kill of the game. Now up 2-0 here, 12 minutes in, 16K to 14 right now, as they're just about at that mark on Dignitas' side. They do not have an objective yet. They are going to be looking for Dragon quite soon here. And as you said, Skara should be pushing him out, and that's what he's trying to do now. After that kill top, he knows he needs to continue to push, not let Reginald farm. He's getting too far ahead here in mid lane, and he needs to thwart that a little bit.
Yeah, Scar needs to get some ganks in from Mundo. He's not really getting anything done here. Normally you pick Mundo for the fast jungle clear so you can kind of run around and harass people. Ooh, some good damage up on a Reginald, getting him down about 1/3 of his life. Now down to half. Dominate might come in as the odd one shows up. The fear's going to get broken. More damage off of the odd one. Looks like they're still going to be okay here, though.
PewDiePie backing bottom. He does have 1,300 gold. No, almost 1,400. He's going to choose to stay, though. He says, I might be able to get a few more items with this wave coming in. No reason to lose it. And Mundo looking to push and pressure B a little bit, but he was just ward clearing. He does have an Oracle, so that's going to be great for Dignitas to hopefully come out on top of these few fights.
Yep, Dominate level 8, getting closer to 9. Just going to keep clearing minions. And monsters out. Minions 76 to 54. So yeah, there's a gold advantage from the kills. But at least Mundo's out farming Nocturne. So we'll see if that comes into anything or if Dominate needs to do something else to get his team into this game.
Let's see, right now we do have Chaos on top. No, actually it's going to be Reginald on top at 124 CS with Chaos right behind him. So TSM doing a great job of keeping that farm up. Skara right behind Reginald, however, about 10 CS. So not even losing a lane in that manner. Reginald, however, able to pick up that assist and kill from Requiem a few times. So he's got himself a little bit more gold that he will be able to use in that lane. Looks like Mundo, Dominate coming back in. Clearing wards is going to give him too much awareness that he was there. So it looks like free farming down there as well. It looks like Voyboy top getting pushed back past his turret. They may lose it here for the first one of the game. It looks like Dyrus will be able to take this out. He's just giving it as much time as possible. He wants all the minions to get to him so he can still farm it and get that gold.
All right, Chaos taking a whole bunch of damage there as the jungler had come in there as Nocturne. However, not much actually happened from there. Dominate also in that fight, but the Janna ult kind of solves. No kills will happen. KX at half health has that first BF sword. PewDiePie getting the early the crit cloak instead. Yeah. All right, but they're going for the dragon here, and Dignitas kind of leading the charge for that one. The wall of pain has already expired there. Now up for the dragon. Dominant going to keep tanking it. PewDiePie putting out as much damage as possible, and actually it's going to be unopposed entirely, despite the wards up there. And they get that 1-0, but Dyrus moving down towards that golem buff, and that actually could be all kinds of scary for Dignitas so they don't cancel this.
Looks like a steal on blue, as you were saying, and they will be able to get there. Lee Sin kind of throwing him off. They do have a ward in that bush. Reginald forcing mid into the tower so he can get his CS and start roaming around a little bit more, and they will still continue to challenge this. I don't know if they realize Skara has a ward in the bush as well, and he can see just past that, but Dyrus says, I don't care, we got odd one coming in from the right side. And Voyboy is going to look to Q in. He didn't get vision on that. It does go to the odd one, and he will start to focus in. Hemo plate goes down. Defile is on from Karthus, and we will see Skara drop. Dyrus able to pick up a kill. Dominate getting out with a sliver of health, and it's going to be Voyboy kicking away the odd one. Requiem is up. Safeguard saving, but Dominate goes down. And that's going to be an assist for Dyrus as well. A very nice initiate. The odd one was able to take blue and get out with it with just a sliver of health, so great fight there in a 2-0.
Wow, excellent invade by Suleiman. Of course, also stole that golem buff as part of it. And I think Lee Sin just did not check Nocturne's items, but he had a Wriggles and already Ninja Tabby, so his armor, 122, just completely tanked the heck out of that Lee Sin kick. Did not get enough damage out there. Excellent job overall Dyrus still doing a great job. Actually looks like he's going for that early Giant Spell, to kind of holding it in for the durability. Bottom lane Special getting a hit really hard. PewDiePie will pick up that kill. Now can Chaos convert? His ult is down. His Q is up though. Odd one nearby. No ult as well for him. So PewDiePie will make it out and pick up gold. The first kill for his team. 131 minions, only 10 behind Chaos. Now I'm a little bit surprised he's staying around. This is very scary for him. He might try to ambush him. I don't know if he has enough damage to do so.
As I said before, Reginald going around, always taking Wraiths, always taking Wolves, taking whatever he can, and he is actually about 30 CS up on anybody in the game. The AD carry should really be in that position, but as you can see, if you're focusing your lane and understanding that the jungles can still be yours, is the odd one saying, you know, take this and take this. If you have the jungle timers in mind, you can really take down your lane, and with the kills he's getting from Westrice now, he has so far surpassed Skara. He really needs to get back in this one. We'll see what he has. That Rod of Ages and a needlessly large rod and Sork Boots to a catalyst in the tier, so Skara needs to start getting a few kills from his team. They need to start initiating his 5s to get those assists going.
Yeah, and we'll see that Odd one just kind of taking away these melee minions for himself, and then Reginald comes back over. But I gotta hand it to Reginald. So he's beating that sort of diamond standard 10 minions per minute mark by a bit. 180 minions in 17 minutes is really, really good. But he's also showing up to fights, and he's 2-0-1 on the scoreboard. Now, of course, every single one of those has pretty much come from Requiem, but he's still actually moving around, you know, getting some of those buff steals and actually coordinating in these battles as well. So gotta hand it to Reginald for playing an excellent game so far. Skara trying to keep up, needs some more durability. Right now, he doesn't have a whole lot. Bot lane, a little bit of pain. Locust has popped his ult. PewDiePie was in that battle as well. Looks like they have the chance to fight KX. They have an item advantage. They have crits in there. They actually completely overpower Janna shields when they attack. We'll see if they can make that actually turn into some kills, or if they will keep farming and let KX kind of get back to that same situation.
Locust going to ward. Looks like, again, Reginald back to farm the jungle from Odd One. And we will see Dyrus top by himself. Looks like Voyboy is going to go mid here. Either their blue's going to come up. No, that actually just went down, so maybe he will help to gank middle. They need to focus something on Reginald, get the gold that he's worth back as well. Hopefully get that to Skara. That will help him in mid. A Fed Rise can definitely beat a Fed Karthus.
You know, typically Dignitas just trusts in PewDiePie, and I mean, that was their old strategy of triple support plus let him play something he likes to play. And right now, he is, again, the only one on that team with a kill. And you know, honestly, it's worked for him so far in pretty much every tournament. Is go get PewDiePie fed, PewDiePie can carry him. And, you know, he's still kind of on that track right now. He's got some good damage output. He's getting pretty close to Infinity Edge. No 15-minute mark Infinity Edge by any means, which is, you know, pretty ludicrously difficult to do. But still, getting some good damage output here and doing ultimately a pretty good job in this game.
Looks like they're going to donate blue to Reginald again in middle. They got pings going down. I think they saw the corner of Rise. And with that, they're not going to really worry about that. Odd One's like, all right, give me some of it, man. I need some of my farm. Odd One going around his jungle, not getting too much. Let's see, items fully built here. We did obviously see that Rod of Ages. Almost the Rabadon's finished. Reginald grabbing himself a ward as well. We did say PewDiePie is quite a ways ahead of Graves and Chaos right now. He almost has that Infinity Edge finished, and Chaos has the Scepter and a BF sword. So he definitely has at least 800, 900 gold up onto Chaos.
Yep, they're trying to zone him out as much as they can. 162 to 160. They pretty much stabilized the minion kills. It was in KX's favor before. Now PewDiePie just fully ahead right now in gold. And, you know, Dyrus, though, has been dominating Voyboy pretty hard. He's got him by a good 40 minions and more, plus kills and assists. So Voyboy, you know, not really contributing as much as he normally does to his team.
Wow, Reginald doing a great job. 212 before 20 minutes. Continues to farm all around the map, not even having to tax anybody's lane. The Odd One's still getting kills from being aggressive in the jungle. Everybody's working together quite well right now. It's really a good late game team from Dignitas here, so if they can keep this going, Mundo, Lee Sin can get tanky. They still just have to be careful about Vlad, Nocturne, and Graves. That's about it. So if they can take those down in a fight, they're not really defensive people. They will still take damage. So these fights can still go either way as we go into late game.
I think TSM wants to go for a Nocturne gank. They just pink warded that brush. Or actually, they had one down already, and they just swept out another ward. And Nocturne's ult is up, and sure enough, they're moving down towards the bottom of the map. It might be just a hold for Dragon, but this bot lane is still available for pushing. Yeah, they're definitely going for a Dragon Stab here. But everyone else from Dignitas is coming down. Let's see if they can stop them right now. Dyrus pulls the aggro. Probably the best champion for that. But here comes Lee Sin. Here comes everyone else. This bot lane could be scary for him. They have forced that to reset right now. Everyone is around, though. The odd one has a whole lot of armor, and there is the Nocturne ult up onto Voyboy, probably the worst target there. Now Darshan taking a lot of damage, Dominic getting low as well. Chaos has been caught out, but looks like he will, he will die! Nice job there, and Reginald might drop as well. PewDiePie, can he get out? Looks like he's gonna keep taking damage. The Karthus ult might pick up even more. Oh wow, he picks up a lot right there. Dyrus follows Skara, last man standing, 1 versus 2. Some good damage on Special, might pick it up. Can he get it? Yes! Now the odd one, trying to run away, has been revealed by a ward. The movement speed better for Skara. Gets the Rune Prison. Skara still chasing in. The combo is pretty good. Cooldown 5 seconds. 1 second on Rune Prison. No flash though, cannot pick it up.
Wow, an amazing fight. Skara's staying in there. Like I said, these guys are not out of it. They needed to get that 5-on-5 fight down, and that's really good for them because they were able to stand in Defile and a Hemoplague for pretty much the entire time. Hemoplague being Vladimir's ultimate and Defile just being an ability that Karthus can put out. And for them to be able to take that after being hit on so many times right now, that gives them so much momentum coming back into this. There were a lot of assists given out there. Skara getting himself to 3-1-0. It's exactly what he needed, and he's going to start being troublesome for TSM now.
Yeah, that was massive. The kills all went to Rise and to Corki. Meanwhile, of course, the kills were all going to Vladimir and Karthus, so he can't exactly hate right there. Yeah, Dyrus getting really happy about this game. That Karthus ult did manage to work out quite well for them. He managed to just die on top of everyone else. But looks like we have another fight coming up very, very soon. Well, they picked up the dragon. Now let's see if they're going to jump into this. There's the Wall of Pain. The split is not too good for Dignitas. Skara up in front, getting dropped right away. Can they kill the odd one first? Looks like odd one still not dropping. Now PewDiePie does fall. Reginald getting low, but he hasn't died yet. Voyboy might try to run away. The cleaver. 60 health left. Voyboy getting slowed now. Dyrus might pick this up. Voyboy gets a heal. Still trying to run away. Stun comes off. Q goes, yes!
Wait a minute!
And
wow. Great job by TSM to continue the fight. Dominate was pushed out by the other team. Defile was on, but he was forced to go the other way because Dyrus was focusing him before he got back into the second fight near Wraiths. Dominate was not able to help this fight. Unfortunate for Dignitas. They did grab Dragon, but that negated the money they just gained. 35,000 to 30,000 right now. 12-6 at 23 minutes. And we still have a game going. Only 2 turrets taken down so far. Then this game with a good Baron can still go either way.
Yeah, they really should have run down the other way. They just took Dragon, had taken some damage by doing so, and they had some wards. They had this ward right here. They knew champions were there, and they had to know that solo mid would, of course, come together and not one at a time. Skara had not been back to buy since his 3-kill spree there at that earlier team fight, so he was not nearly as strong as he looks now. He was down a couple of items. And you just, I think Dignitas had to know that they were not nearly as powerful as Team Solo Mid. They were not even up in kills yet.
It looks like we do have some pings towards Baron. There are wards down. They may want to clear these. See if Janna has that. And Xpecial has gotten himself an Oracles. They're going to be moving out. He actually bought that Oracles and used it and then bought 4 more wards. He has full slots right now of just recipe items. That Philo Stone, a Heart of Gold for the GP10. That's going to help him continue to buy wards for his team. It looks like there's a little bit of focus down bottom. I wonder if Tarek and Mundo's showing here. I don't think Dominate is going to show, but that would be a definite Baron for the positioning of TSM right now.
Yeah, PewDiePie
and there's Corki and Tarek. This is scary.
Yeah, so PewDiePie had this nice move where when the minion waves reset, he ran into this brush here and waited for Chaos and wanted to basically set a trap for him. Unfortunately, Solo Mid was like, hey, Chaos, come grab red buff. And now he's back, and now he's going to miss out on a few minions, but oh my gosh, that damage output. Crit in the face. And I pronounced it properly this time, thank you very much. And let's see, on one, moving up towards the jungle. They must know blue buff coming up soon. Scar kind of waiting around for it. Has a lot of durability right now.
Oh, man.
He's getting caught on Scar, trying to run away from the odd one. Good kick there from Lee Scara. Still going to fall to Vladul, and Dyrus doing so very much damage. Now Voyboy jumping to a minion, trying to run away. Will do so. The blue's still down.
That Ryla's scary on Dyrus. Going to be facilitating a lot of kills for them. Another Wall of Pain down. He's only going to take 1 lay waste. We'll see that he does have that Spirit Message helping him out a little bit with that health regen and magic resistance. Looks like they have good damage onto Baron. They're going to leave it at half here and turn to this fight. Mundo is the one to be focused, but they turn. Voyboy very low, and Lee Sin will go down. Great focus now onto Locust. Requiem will go off. PewDiePie, no, not even left with a sliver of health. Requiem doing over 500 damage to PewDiePie, and they are going to be able to reset or take the reset Baron taking that down. Dominate again, forced out of the fight for his team, unable to help Dignitas, making it a 5v4 right off the bat. And just very good initiation and focus. It was a little too much on Dominate actually in the beginning. They did a lot of damage to Mundo. Quickly turning on to Voyboy, they shut him down into Locust. Corky out by Requiem. A very nice job there by TSM.
Yeah, and there we go, immediately picked up here. There we go. Original picking up that golden buff, gonna like that one a lot. They're now up 10 kills and 7,000 gold. Now, of course, we've seen comebacks in all forms this tournament. We obviously cannot count Dignitas out yet.
Right.
Priscilla mid do not look like they're making any mistakes. And Dyrus, 7-1-9, definitely crushing some faces. Now, I was called out by Reddit. I was reading Reddit last night, and I think they flamed me for not mentioning Xpecial when I just like named every member and then everyone cheered for him. So I need the obligatory, if you want to cheer for Xpecial, cheer for Xpecial. All right, but I gotta make it fair. So we already did solo mid yesterday. If you guys like Skara individually, Skara as a player, let me hear you. I will dominate on Dr. Mundo, the newest edition Dignitas. If you're Dominate fans, less popular than Dyrus, okay. Cutie Pie actually up in a duel against Chaos. Oh, but it was a bait for Skara. Oh my gosh, he got wrecked right there.
Wow.
Oh man. He got wrecked. Oh gee. Cutie Pie fans, let's go. Who's got? All right, any Locust fans out there?
The
sorry,
few, the
Locust.
strong, the supports.
I'm sorry, Locust. Not so much for your fan base. And then finally, he carried big at Hanover. Voyboy fans. Alrighty, thank you guys for being such an interactive crowd. You guys really are awesome. Cheers for yourselves!
That sounded pretty self-centered, guys.
Yeah, wow.
That was the loudest. That was the loudest.
Seriously. All right.
Looks like mid tower does go down. It looks Dignitas going to pick themselves up a little bit more global gold. They're trying to close that gap right now. They are about 5,000, no, 9,000 gold, 7,000 because I can do math.
Math.
It's good. I'll stick to the mic.
We'll average the two.
Yep. And it looks like they're now forced to defend their mid. A good ward there, right in the middle. I like it. I like it. Minions making their way down. Will they be able to challenge this? Not too many wave clearing abilities on Dignitas here. They will get that spell flux or that flux down. Will he be able to take it? Siege minion going to the turret aggressively. Not even. Oh, he goes down. Sorry, sorry.
All right, Solo mid still posturing. They're really good, by the way. I've seen them do this a lot. They put these wards down as they're pushing mid to watch for flanks. They constantly put these wards down, looking to see if champions are going to come up behind them, and they don't get caught out that way. It's a really, really smart move, and they do it a lot. I really got to hand it to them for making some good moves like that. But they are definitely pushing through on these turrets of their own. They've now taken down 3 turrets. They haven't even touched bottom, and actually they've sent Cutie Pie to solo that for a while and kind of catch up in items. They know they can't hold on to these turrets for too long, so they're letting them die. Try to get Cutie Pie some farm for himself.
Looks like they will be able to put, yeah, they're just kind of pushing through this here. That Baron being utilized very well in the fight. Just trying to get their poke down. A lot of poke, especially from the from TSM as well. They just able to get Dyrus in there with Tides of Blood to throw it out. Reginald's poke. Chaos, they build throw out Qs as well as the odd one's Dustbringer Q. They're gonna back up here, re-push, or go for bottom lane. Baron is still up on them. Let's see how long they got on that. It's actually just about up, so we're gonna see that spawn again in 3 minutes. We'll have Baron about 32, 33 minutes.
Yeah, 33 minutes should be the respawn there for Baron buff. They're gonna go for a Dragon, which will respawn about 6 minutes after it dies. They're gonna get almost immediately. As a freebie there for Solo mid, good job by them controlling that map advantage, kind of leaving Fog of War before the Baron buff ran out, so Dignitas would still be afraid of them.
You actually have one more shout out to do. I'm gonna shout out, they have 3 kills, tons of turrets, and 1 inhibitor. Let's hear it for Blue Minions. Blue Minions have played quite strong this tournament.
You're right, thank you. Yeah, I forgot about the Blue Minions. So there you go. Scar actually going for an early WODA. Just really wanted that sustain there. Problem is he's still not all that durable. He's been able to get bursted in a lot of these fights. And Dignitas actually, they're just going to go push bottom. They're just going for it. And I mean, it may work out for them. It's a little bit scary. because they are behind solo mid. But as Dan said when he was commentating earlier, when you're behind, and you're going to lose, you got to make plays. And so Dignitas is going to try to make some plays, try to get some of these turret kills for themselves. And they do have good turret sieging. They do have Corki and Rise who can lay out those basic attacks. Nope, they're afraid. Laters.
Gone.
Just kidding, guys. You found us. Oh, nice. However, solo mid going towards middle instead of, which of course fits their name, but going towards middle instead of pushing down the bottom lane. So Dignitas trap will not work. Oh, they're going back for it. Oh, they might actually get this turret for free. However, they're going to get flanked by solo mid. Okay, they're going to see him now. Hey, I got it right. Okay. Anyway, there's Dyrus coming in from the side. Dig could get caught. One could jump in here. Oh, a great cleaver there. Wards are down. Retro gets the wall. This is going to be a fight.
Here goes Corki trying to Valkyrie. He used Valkyrie quite early. Plague doing a ton of damage with Tides of Blood, and they are almost able to wipe out with a triple kill from Dyrus. Dignitas goes down. Requiem will follow, dominate. Kaox picking up that kill, and we are going to see Voyboy making his way, exit stage left to bottom lane, keeping himself alive. And we are going to have Baron up in 1 minute exactly. They will be able to take this. It's going to be a 30-second run up to Baron for these guys. Will they be able to have it in time?
Well, they're going to probably, you know what? Yeah, Dignitas should be back in time to challenge. I'm surprised no one rushed top to, oh, they're going to give it, nice. They're giving it to Xpecial. Xpecial's going to get some gold now. I'd like that. Yeah, that's right, that's right. Solo mid, let support get gold sometimes. I like that. There we go, going to put that turret down. There's the Howling Gale. Still taking some damage. Those blue minions, Xpecial doing battle. Gets one, gets two, yeah! Oh, Xpecial is so good.
Shielded!
Oh, nice! Well done, Xpecial. That Howling Gale, rank 5, just chopping through them right now. Look at that bonus AD. Oh, 23 CS. He is 24, he is dominating Taric and minion kills. Everyone on solo mid, I believe, is out CSing their lane counterparts.
Looks like they're pinging Reginald. They're saying, do not go in there yet. Reginald's aggressive playstyle says, but I want to. That Wall of Pain wants to go out, and it looks like they will be going for a challenge here. The 5-on-5 to start. Xpecial is around the corner. He got the Howling Gale in from the side. Will they be able to steal Baron? And the Baron goes off to Dignitas. They were fighting for it, and they were able to get it. Will they be able to continue the fight? And it looks like too much damage. Nice, beautifully done by Xpecial with the Monsoon there to push Lee Sin back into the fight, quickly clearing out that Baron try. And PewDiePie is the only one to get away with it as he Valkyries over the wall. We will see the GG come out from Dignitas for game 1. And TSM forces the surrender.
Wow, solo mid getting that victory. Excellent play by them. It's the second surrender I've seen this tournament so far. Every other one has gone to a Nexus Explosion. But no, that Baron attempt did not quite work out. The damage output just so strong from that double AP comp. See Dyrus hiding his face behind himself. Puts the thumbs down to the camera. Excellent job by solo mid. 8 to 24, that kill streak. And there's the Tetris side of that pillow. Dyrus showing why he's a fan favorite. Pretty animated dude, I like it. Dyrus also really good at Tetris, by the way, not even just League of Legends.
Yeah.
But he went 12-1-12 that game. Did a phenomenal job, was the carry for solo mid in that game. And it was beating up Voyboy, and that is a tall order. I mean, all of both these teams, of course, phenomenally skilled. The PewDiePie Corki carry did not quite happen this time. Instead, it was the Dyrus Vladimir carry. Reginald playing excellently as well, 4-2-17. Nocturne by the odd one, 5-1-10. Ultimately, everyone except Jana went positive on Team Solo Mid, but he's support, he doesn't get kills that often, it's okay.
Yeah, getting all that CS in his favor as well. An amazing game played from start to finish. You know, there was a little bit of falter at some points, but they were able to come out on top of most of their fights. Dignitas, as you said, when Dan Dinh was saying you have to make some plays, they were going for those. They were trying. That was a great push on the bottom lane as they threw the ward to the left. But again, Reginald coming out with aggressive play. The wall started it off a little bit too early of a Valkyrie on PewDiePie, and they were able to shut them down because that Dyrus was so fled. Hemoplague was just clearing everybody's HP. But we'll see if TSM can do it so easily again right after this commercial break. We'll be right back with Cosmopolitan in the IPL.
Hey everyone, this is TheRedBaron with the IGN Pro League Top 5 Plays. And this week we have tons of daring escapes and awesome team fights with all of the competitive action that's going around. So I hope you enjoy this week's Top 5 Plays.
At number 5, we have Kukamata as Gragas, and after picking up a few kills, he's going to push the inhibitor. Caitlyn's going to target Trinity, and he's going to body slam, just barely picking up the bullet as he slides by. With the inhibitor down, they're going to retreat with Caitlyn in pursuit. A body slam followed by a double barrel combo will just barely pick up the kill before Caitlyn gets the last shot. The number 4 play comes from Lazaro88 playing Katarina as the other team's doing Baron. A ward from Sona is going to allow Kat to Shumpo onto Vayne, activating Death Lotus for the quick kill, and then the double on Mord. She's going to Shumpo to Mundo, and just as Baron's about to drop, an auto attack picks up the steal. And fortunately for Kat, Ezreal will Arcane Shift just in time to secure the triple kill. Play number 3 was submitted by Mandatory Cloud of MTW as his best game ever. His team's down 24-10 with the enemy taking Baron, but he has 260 CS 27 minutes in, and a quick dash followed by his ultimate is going to blind steal Baron. The Baron steal allows them to stall for the next Baron, which they're going to be able to take before the enemy can engage. Nocturne ults, but with no vision, only finds Lee as a target, and Graves will force the flash retreat, quickly turning with Maokai onto Sivir, forcing another flash. Ahri's charm is going to land on Graves, but with no damage to back it up, he's going to be fine. Ward kills Lee Sin, but with a dash and red buff, Graves is going to chase down Sivir through her team, slowing her down so he can flash in for the kill. Turning back to the fight, Kennen ults, and Graves drops Nocturne before the fear can go off. With no one on him, he has free reign to hunt down Soraka and then finish off the low Ahri. Ward's no match for him now, so he's going to finish the pentakill, bringing his team back from the near loss. Our number 2 pick has a Tokumaya's Udyr coming down from top lane as his team is quickly losing a fight bot. Ryze is down and Ahri's chasing Caitlyn, but Udyr is going to power into the middle of the team. A stun into a Tiger stance with an ignite on Soraka forces her to flash, and he gives chase through MF Salt and into a dangerous Ahri charm. But the perfect ultimate from Malphite will be comboed with a headbutt pulverized from Ali for kills on Soraka and MF. Alistar goes down, and Udyr is going to stun Ahri, dropping below 100 HP as he kills her with Tiger Stance. Udyr retreats with a flash just before he goes down, and now Maokai and Gangplank are chasing Malphite. A flash almost gets him out, but they're still chasing, and a parlay from GP allows them to close the distance. GP's tanking the turret, and Maokai twisted advances in for the kill as GP leaves tower range, so Maokai's going to get low and allow Udyr to come back in with a stun on GP so he can kill Maokai. GP retreats into the brush, and Udyr waits for a turtle stance to be up so he doesn't die to a parlay as he goes back into the brush, barely killing GP and surviving the cannon barrage. And the number 1 play for the week has Sebs playing AP Janna. Her team is losing the fight badly, and Lee Sin's going to try to retreat to a ward, but lands right on one of Caitlyn's traps and then walks into a second one. Janna turns back to Monsoon to get him away and give them some distance, but the team is in hot pursuit. Whirlwind almost gets Lee Sin out, but Annie barely gets the stun. Nasus' Wither is going to allow them to chase Lee, and there's no way that Lee will possibly survive. After cutting into the brush, Janna turns back, bursting down Annie with her W as Lee Sin is headbutted backwards. Lee is going to shield the Pantheon to just barely survive as Janna picks up her second kill on Caitlyn. She begins to retreat once again as Nasus slows her down, and she turns back into Alistar, bursting him for her 3rd kill. A Whirlwind gives her some distance, and she shields before she dies, allowing her to kite into the brush. One more parlay will surely kill her, but she's going to run into the other brush and then juke backwards into the previous brush using a Whirlwind to get out of there. She has backup now with Pantheon and is going to barely be able to get away. And finally, with Gangplank in pursuit, she's going to turn around with a Whirlwind and a W to pick up her 4th kill.
Once again, this is TheRedBaron. Thanks guys for watching, and make sure to send us in your best replays to IPLLOLreplays@gmail.com. Also, IPL4 is just around the corner, so make sure to go to tickets.ign.com so you can come check out all the beautiful League of Legends action live from Las Vegas.
Hello, everybody. I'm Cristina V. I just want to give a quick shout out to Westrice, who played as Riven earlier, and that really made my tournament. I was so excited when he chose Riven. So coming up next is a quote. No, just kidding. Not yet. We'll save that. We'll save that for the end of the night, because coming up next is round 2, TSM versus Dignitas, and we're all excited to see how that's going to turn out. Right, guys? Phreak and Rivington? Yeah. All right. I'm going to give this to you now. Okay?
The casting booth, IPL4, myself, Rivington III, joined alongside me by Phreak, guys. Phreak, look at Phreak, right? All right, yeah. This is a pretty special. I'm excited. This is a special seat. I get to sit next to this guy.
I get.
All right.
But, I mean, me too. I mean.
But I digress. We digress. Back into the game. Here we go. We do have TSM Dignitas, our second matchup here between these two in the best of 3. We did see TSM barreling through that game, a very aggressive matchup for them. They were able to control most of the objectives. They were able to control the jungle very well. There wasn't too much invasion, but they were still able to make it count in their teams. We do have Lulu being banned out for the AP top. I believe Void Boy was into that, as well as Soraka. We could see another Karthus because of that. But no, TSM is going to ban out Karthus this time. Udyr, that top pick ban of the tournament.
Because they want Kog'Maw.
Yes.
I'll bet you they just want Kog'Maw.
And
So
Vladimir, we have one more ban from the purple team, Dignitas, as it is going to be first ban, first pick for your TSM team.
Yeah, so we'll see how this pans out. Skara, there's a lot of really high-profile picks and bans here. There's the Cassiopeia, there's Galio, there's Ryze, there's Morgana. There's a lot of those, standard sort of AP mids that are fought over. Ooh, the Olaf ban actually coming out as well. And there's also the Kog'Maw that was mentioned before. So I would not be surprised to see Solo Mid grab that. I am a little bit surprised that these guys don't seem to run Shyvana all that often. So, I'm not quite sure how that's going to end up being. People are actually calling out their favorite champions more or less. Jarvan, Kog'Maw. Actually, I'm hoping for Teemo. I think that's appropriate at this point. And by the way, just so you guys know, in the background, CLG versus Mono has actually just started just a couple minutes ago. There's a Rumble in there, which I think is the first time I've seen him in this tournament so far. But that's actually just starting. We'll get updates throughout this game, but they are playing the loser bracket semifinals right now. The loser of that match will get 4th place. Right now, these guys are fighting for a guaranteed second and a berth into the grand finals tomorrow. The loser will have to play the winner of Mono versus CLG here in this match.
That is going to be a matchup of itself as well. These teams taking quite a while to get their picks in. They know that the Kog'Maw pick is going to allow them to know what the AD is, or the switch to AP. I don't know how much Reginald has played that, but it is probably going to be Chaos because that is one of his favorite ADs, and that's what they really want to get in this game is they want to get their top tier, their pool. They don't want to be banned out into their 3rd tier champion. They're going to go ahead and grab Skara, or grab Skara. Grab Janna on Skara for your Locust. And Dominate is going to be grabbing Lee Sin.
Okay, so Lee Sin can go anywhere. I'm a little bit surprised to see Janna, I guess. Maybe they discovered that Tarek wasn't doing it for them and they didn't want to run a Sona. But with Soraka banned out both times, that was normally Locust's favored support there. So I mean, I do find it a little bit odd that he's saying Janna's overrated, blah blah blah. But Janna, is still such a high common pick here for both these teams.
Yeah. If you think about it, Janna Tarek quite similar. AD, or not AD rather, you can give AD from Tarek, but you got the shield, you get a little bit of armor. Tarek is shatter, passive armor. But you also have the stun and the pop-up, which are quite similar and can both initiate that fight. So they kind of intertwine there, so they can be used. You just don't have that pure heal sustain that you're going to get from Tarek. Special waiting to pick, and he is going to go for the Tarek on that side. So it looks like he will be picking for himself.
Okay, so we'll see what that pans out for them. I do like Tarek Kog'Maw. I think he's a good babysitter there. Is a pretty good wall for him. Anyone who jumps in can get stunned, and then Tarek can hit that ultimate and give him both attack damage and ability power, which will actually both feed into Kog'Maw's damage. Oh, okay, that makes a lot more sense going for that Janna earlier. If they do grab Urgot, that's a really good lane shutdown. Malzahar also potentially a very good pick here. I mean, Malzahar is a really good champion to screw with Dr. Mundo. He's going to stack health. Normally gets a lot of armor items just in general. Doesn't seem to go for the MR so much early on. And just that percentage health damage can really shut people down.
So it looks like we will be seeing a Nocturne in the jungle on this one. They were possibly hoping to see what else was going to be picked. They'll switch that up. They are going to go with Urgot. Now Reginald, I believe he's going to go ahead and choose for himself. So we're going to see your top lane and mid right here from Dyrus and Reginald. This would be a pretty nice matchup. Dyrus looking at Jax. I don't know about that. We did see the Elements had chosen Jax for one of the players on his team.
They jungled it, Crumb's Curse.
Yep.
Yeah. And I want to say I saw it once more. It could be wrong, though. I feel like one of the other teams ran it earlier, but I might just be entirely mistaken here. Reginald, I wouldn't be surprised to see Cassiopeia right here. This just feels like a Cassiopeia game.
Right.
I think he's got it's a very safe, solid champion for him. He's extremely good at Cassiopeia. If they do run Jax, he might go Zillion. Zillion's great at making sort of bruiser melee ADs do good things. Rise also, of course, exceptional as well. Oh, I'm okay with Singe. I'm okay with Renekton. And they are going Renekton. We have not seen him very often in this tournament. And ooh, I didn't know that Scar. Yeah, I have seen Scar play Anivia before. We'll see if that ends up being actually the choice. And yeah, they're going to go for swap into Anivia walls. That could be all kinds of interesting. They have displacement on almost every champion here. Pretty much everyone has some kind of like non-cleansable CC or some kind of crazy move. So Dignitas very much just based on dislocating this Team Solo mid lineup, whereas Team Solo mid is just like, let's deal damage. Let's just go kill people. We've actually got some stuns and roots here. They actually do have, it looks like 2 full stuns, 1 root, a couple of slows there as well. Yep. Solo mid, the lineup that's full of damage. But Dignitas, they can separate and pick up one at a time.
Dignitas has a great poke comp. I mean, you can throw out Howling Gales. If your initiation goes wrong, you have PewDiePie on Urgot to just throw out those attacks from like 900 some range as well. Yeah. Boy with Qs, so he can just keep prodding at that with Scar's Flash Frost, Dustbringers from Nocturne. So it's going to be a very big poke comp team. They have a great ability to clear waves, so a very good pushing team as well from Dignitas. TSM, though, they do have Kog'Maw. They have Dyrus, which is going to be able to go through those Anivia's walls, but he's not going to be able to do too much if the team can't go with him. So that kind of stops the Anivia wall, but it leaves the rest of the team to flash out, which we have seen before. Some teams just say, hey, let's flash over that. I think that was M5, actually, in Hanover.
Yeah, there can be a lot of early aggressions here. There's a lot of ability for these guys to jump at dudes. They pretty much almost have a Dunk Master team. Right. They have, Nocturne, Lee Sin, Kog'Maw.
Yeah, if you get caught.
Or not Kog'Maw, sorry, but Urgot. All of them kind of jump into a fray and do some good things. And the one fortunate thing here is there's not like an Alistar. So there's no like, oops, I accidentally swapped Alistar into my team. Almost got owned there. So almost any of these swaps would work out. They can burn down a Mundo. They can burn down Renekton. They can burn down Taric. Anything that PewDiePie grabs, it'll pretty much work out for him.
Ooh.
Now, what's
seeing this double heal bot lane could be heal bait, quite a bit of heal bait coming out of Locust and PewDiePie.
Yeah, they could send Locust on the roam, and they are purple team. They could send PewDiePie with that golem buff to 1v2 against Chaotic Special. That is a possibility here. That's something they could do and pull out, that strat that Moscow 5 had. They'd have John roam around with Nocturne, give that haste, which is passive anyway, but has slow, has a knockup, can really make these fights happen. Yep. And of course, you chain up with Anivia stun, and you're gonna have some good chances there.
Yeah, looking at the level 1 here, definitely TSM on the upper hand there. They have a lot of movement through the jungle. They have a lot of distance through the jungle. Cleavers can pass through anything. Scar does have that with Flash Frost, but you're going to have a stun from Reginald. You're going to have a stun from Xpecial if they choose to go for that. So it could be a pretty bad invade for Dignitas if they choose to go. So we saw last game that neither team did anything. They were like, no, definitely playing it safe. TSM pulled off of the strat they pulled the first day. They're like, no, people saw that too much. There's been a lot of warding going down we've seen in the first 30, 40 seconds of the game. So there's been a lot less jungling since that has come out as well.
Mm-hmm. Now, guys, as we are about to get into this game, one more time, we now are up to 120,000 people watching this second online. And there's a few hundred of you guys here to convince them one more time that they should have shown up in person.
Standing room only.
Pretty much. There's a few open seats, and the only reason they're open is because it's VIP only. We are up though to the versus screen. Let's see these guys in person, see their faces, and just how ready they are to get into these games. The commands they're shouting out, the things that they want to do. You see Dyrus hugging up on that pillow. Everyone else got their game faces on. Team Solo mid blue team. Dignitas in purple. We are currently loading into this game ourselves. And it's really anyone's game.
That's going to look very good. Voyboy top on Lee Sin. It was against that Vladimir last time. No, this time it's going to be against a Renekton, both also still not using any mana. Kind of a little bit of fury on one side and energy on the other, so Lee Sin can use his abilities incorrectly, but Voyboy obviously passed those stages and can pretty much execute correctly every time. He's still going to have a little bit of a challenge, though. Rivington with that stun can easily put you in the upper hand and damage and give you the advantage in lane, as well as him just being able to dash away. Both of these champions, a lot of movement within a short amount of distance, so we'll have to see how they utilize that in lane to farm up and get back and forth in the damage trade. We are hopping into the game. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to see Dignitas bring this into a Game 3, let me hear you. And once more, if you want to see TSM 2-0 this game and bring it on to tomorrow's matches in the championship, let me hear it for TSM.
That is quite the home crowd advantage, I gotta say. I mean, that is a lot of love for solo mid. So I'm gonna once more go through and call out some builds real quick. Chaos looks like 21-9-0. Moving down to the odd one. I think 9-21-0 seems the most likely here based on his stats. Special on Tarek looks like 9-21. A lot of armor, some flat MR there on blues. Reginald definitely 9-0-21 for himself. A lot of actually early Magic Pen has 10 flat Magic Pens, so a couple of Magic Pen blues. 9 flat MR though, so he did get some there through his glyphs the rest of the way. Dyrus there on Rivington. Early armor pen marks 21-9-0. 1 cooldown reduction, so he got 1 point there, but not going for the Magic Pen otherwise. And they might go for an invasion here. Locust alone. I would laugh if they did that like flash stun jump. That would actually work and that would kill Locust, but of course they don't know. TSM is waiting right at that cliff. Special in front could land that stun. You can't really see odd one. I think that was just me hovering over him. So let's see what they end up doing with this.
I think they may have caught a glimpse of how they couldn't have. They are pinging the heck out of that area though. And they're going to move by. A great ward from Locust is going to set this up. I don't think they're going to be able to challenge the level 1 invasion. We do see Scar coming around the top side there. And it's just waiting in the bush. Flying off a flash floss into the trees. It looks like we do have red. No, they did grab Wraiths. All right, so they're going for red. Same thing. And Voyboy going top. That blue will go down, and it's going to be the odd one. And, you know, Nocturne Dominate, probably not too worried about that. He has good damage around the jungle, especially with the AoE coming up every so often. So it's not going to hurt him too much, but we'll have to see if the odd one can really utilize that.
Yeah, Cutie Pie, by the way, full armor penetration, 21, I think it's actually 2109, but armor pen, reds, endpoints, already the aggression there from Chaos. A lot of pain, especially taking a bit of damage as well. And Chaos would actually take true damage from every one of Cutie Pie's attacks right now. So he could melt Chaos's face if he can land any of these abilities. And Special, he's only learned stun at level 1. I mean, they could play super aggressive and really burn him down. That shield already picked up, using that to keep himself alive in these battles. No MR blues, by the way, actually just relying on CDR blues. So he's just full offense right now. Really, really wants to get these kills out and get those Acid Hunters down for the damage output. Looking over at Locust, also CDR blues. Looks like that might be, I'm trying to think of what exactly that is for the stats. I think it might just be 0921 here. Voyboy on Lee Sin. Looks like 21 defense here, 9 in offense. Scar up here, 2109 most likely. And then finally there's a Nocturne for I Will Dominate. Armor penetration is there on his marks, but otherwise looks like 2190.
Looks like we got Mundo going top. Odd one is creeping in here with blue and red. We do have Voyboy quite close to his tower. I don't know if he's just going to be able to turn on this one. No, Voyboy on the other side of the tower, rather. Dyer is close to his tower. It looks like Voyboy may get taken down here. I don't think he is going to be able to get out. Odd one throwing out one last cleaver. And that would have been a great time to have Exhaust up, but he did not.
Exhaust and Ignite both burned. Voyboy did burn his own flash though, so he will be gankable for certain. Dominate, not actually moving up towards top lane yet to hold over. I think it's a bit of a mistake to sort of let some of these minions go to waste. You can see a couple of those blue minion corpses. He's going to make his way over now though. We'll get experience for that one and then get in range for gold for the rest. Dyrus though, very dominant force here, and they've basically forced Voyboy back once already. Does have boots though and some more potions, so he will be pretty good at not dying. Grab the ward as well. Always grab a ward the first time you get pushed back. And actually Dominate, some good damage on Dyrus. Slice and Dice is up though, looks like he'll make it out and has to flash. Wow, nice job by Dominate. Forcing that flash, now Voyboy will just tank this minion line and keep it on his side. Dyrus will actually recall off this, does not want to get ganked out.
That was a really great job by Dominate there, because now Voyboy feels a little bit safer. He's not going to get flash stunned by Dyrus if he comes in and chooses to do so under the turret. So it's a little bit less of an aggressive lane now, even though it is Lee Sin versus Renekton. You're going to see Cutie Pie and Locust taking a little bit of damage trade. It's not in their favor down bottom. We can see health pots being pushed. Rise still pushing mid quite aggressively, getting damage onto Scar. All those Qs, wow, doing a good amount of burst. Scar down to 300 HP for us to go some potions. Reginald hasn't taken any damage. Oh, but Nocturne coming in.
Yeah, so Scar did go Magic just Blues there. That is why he's surviving. Reginald for now does have actually not a lot of early ability power either, so it might be movement speed Quince. There's a large percentage of his runes. See Voyboy kind of milling about. Still kind of actually zoning Dyrus well. Now Dyrus has a ward there, so he knows Dominate's nearby. And that is why he's playing so very far back. But you can see Voyboy is denying every minion kill. Dyrus cannot move in without being afraid of Nocturne. He doesn't have this entrance warded, and he has no flash.
Cutie Pie living on the edge down bottom. That W from Chaos just doing so much damage and giving him such good range right now. Cutie Pie forced to go in front of the turret. Well, here we go. We could have a matchup at top. Tri-Bush. It looks like the odd one is going to meet a Dustbringer from Dominate, and he will be getting out of there as Dyrus and Voyboy were having their own little spat as well. They do know that the odd one is still in their half of the jungle. We'll see. No, Scar is not going to back up to help this.
Yeah, although the Mundo could come around, yeah, that's pretty good for the odd one. Dominate's going to come down as well. He will last hit those two with Duskbringer, get 8 gold back for himself, but still, the major one's already denied. The odd one winning in levels as well. It's 5 versus 4. Just got to say the odd one basically winning the jungle right now, though Voyboy is winning top lane.
Yeah, he's doing a very good job. Dyrus taking quite a bit of damage as he's getting Safeguard up at the right times. But you can see if the stun goes off, it does take damage on his side as well. The Q goes down, he dashes to the, whoa, almost getting out of the fear, but he gets hit. Exhaust was on. The Ignite goes down, but right now he's getting out of this one with minions in the way. Will they get one more attack down on? He turns to stun, but he cannot get it off in time, and they both make it out alive. Your first blood of the game goes to Dignitas.
And they're making this one happen despite that kill, though, which is worth over 600 gold with the assist. They're only up 200 gold themselves. They've been getting out-farmed, and things have been stolen away from them quite a bit here. DSM overall winning the map, but that top lane gank is going to be a big deal. We saw how much Dyrus controlled that last game. They're both shutting him down and letting Voyboy really start dominating here. Cutie Pie playing maybe a little bit too aggressive, has to be afraid of Chaos. He's going to get some Qs out here, some good damage happening as a result.
Not too much bottom. We do have 54 to 33 CS. So as you said, Cutie Pie getting zoned quite a bit here by Kog'Maw. That W range is just giving him such an advantage if he cannot, if Cutie Pie isn't going to be able to land that attack and get the range from his Qs. We do have Dominate clearing up his red. We may see some presence from him in lanes after he takes his Wraith. Scar returning to lane now, Tear of the Goddess. Also Ruby Crystal as he starts his Catalyst, the Protector. Anivia, however, already has hers. That's going to be great to sustain in lane. On the passive, it's going to restore 250 health and 200 mana over 8 seconds. So every time you level, you're going to be able to stay in lane for a little bit longer, and that's really objective in the early part of the game. You may want to back to get your items, but if you can still grab XP and out-level your opponent and zone him out, continue to do that.
And now we see KX back in there with Special. They could jump in on Cutie Pie. They've actually both bought now, so KX up a Zerk Greaves over Boots' speed. Otherwise, they're equivalent at 2 Doran's Blades. Still, though, the armor penetration going to be strong. The Taric armor aura helpful as well. Now, Locust taking a stun, but is far enough away from KX that they are safe right now. They sweep that ward out successfully. A little bit of gold income coming as a result. Let's see if they're able to put any more pressure on the blue buff, the odd one, giving that one away to Rise. Very smart choice there. An odd one. First to level 7 of the junglers. Dominate, barely 6. So excellent job so far being done by solo mid, pretty much across the map. And they've actually, again, they're pretty much staying very close in this gold. They're only down 200 despite that first blood.
Yeah, and right at actually 9.6k, they were even. So they're ticking right along with each other as it goes to 10.5k. It's going to be 10.3k. So obviously TSM still staying in this game gold-wise. We'll have to see Anivia going middle here. And we do see the ult onto Reginald. The fear is off. A great wall keeps him within range, and the Flash Frost goes down, and it looks like Reginald will take too much, but the Rune Prison will pick one up for that death, and it looks like he's going to make a little bit of money off that challenge.
Yeah, he'll make some money. It's ultimately still better for Dignitas to get the assist on the kill. And of course, they're shutting down the farm there. was available for Rise, but yeah, this is really, really good for them. Scar, nice with that blue buff now that he actually just stole from Reginald. That is actually a very big point there. That blue buff was stolen. Oh, PewDiePie getting hit real hard there. They've got to be afraid. A special stun up in 4 seconds. They might keep chasing. No, they will turn that around. Philostone already bought there for a special. Is not in tow for Locust yet, so let's see if he has... Oh, he has almost no money at all. Yeah, Locust is running out of gold. He's got boots, that's nice, but special already has a gold pretend, and we'll keep scaling throughout this game.
So already here, without any buffs, Kog'Maw has 500 range. He gets 670 to, I believe, Urgot's like 525 at this point. 425, so you can see how much of an advantage Chaos has in this lane, even without his W on. Looks like Renekton and Voyboy going at it a little bit as they farm. Not too much damage traded there. They're both quite tanky now. As Reginald begins to push mid, looks like he may go grab some race after this, or go top. It looks like they're going to focus something here. Nope, just warding.
Good save forward there for Reginald. Does not want to see that Nocturne comes in from the side. Yeah, that mid kill definitely pretty useful. Up 700 gold now for themselves. Voyboy putting his own ward down. Still spotting for these ganks. You can see Dyrus at 64. Voyboy at 89 though. Doing a good job of this fight. And again, jumping in on Dyrus. Some good damage being dealt there. Nocturne waiting in the wings. His ult not up, but there is a swap on the Chaos. Can PewDiePie make this happen? There is Dominate. PewDiePie's shield is strong. Chaos being feared. Gets a summoner heal. Still will not make that happen. Will not kill off PewDiePie either. Excellent job there by Dignitas saying, hey, just wait in the wings. You don't need an ult. I'll swap. You'll go after that. And it worked really, really well there.
That was a really great job, and almost not even having his ultimate. Yeah, as you say, Nocturne was able to come in with just Dustbringer and make things happen. Big plays coming right there from Dignitas, and they're turning this one around definitely from last game in the early game advantage. Looks like Voyboy is going to go ahead and back there.
They're just building up some kills right now, though. You gotta like this for Dignitas. They're kind of growing their advantages. Again, that blue buff being stolen from Reginald will hurt his laning, although he has Catalyst and Tier, so it won't be that bad. No, a 2-on-2 about to happen in mid lane. Odd One and Dominate both showing up here. And of course, they don't see the Odd One yet. Now they do. But Dominate waiting in the wings. This could be a lot of damage on Odd One. They land the stun, and there is Dominate. PewDiePie coming by as well, but Skara about to get egged. Can they kill the Odd One? Yes. They trade one, they lose the egg, but who cares? They got a kill for it. Locust actually showing up as well. And here's Dyrus Singe farming against Voyboy. Let's see if he can do it. His dash is still up. Voyboy trying to chase down. The Q lands. He's going to keep going in. Dyrus pops his ult. He's going to get a lot of fury this way, still taking damage. They're going to get Dragon in the meantime.
Yeah, looks like Dyrus is going to be safe. They are going to nice job with the Anivia ult, but she does not have blue. I believe they have it, so that works out well. Just wasted all of her mana as she threw down that ultimate, but she's going to get it all back right here. Wave fight down bottom. Will they be able to make this count? Urgot flashing over the wall to save himself. The turn down onto Xpecial. The exhaust onto Chaos. It looks like Janna trying to pick up some kills. Will this be like a play of the day here? Janna trying to go in. Skara, no mana, no Flash Frost. No, he has it, but it dodged by Chaos. The Ignite is ticking, and just not enough damage from Locust or a Zephyr to slow him down. And a very nice turn there. Urgot saving himself by flashing over the wall. PewDiePie very well played as well. And Dyrus still continued to push back to his turret. It is top lane, 90.
Oh, he landed the E! Oh, he's going to get it!
Oh, wow.
Oh, Chaos, Chaos, that was quite the mistake there. That was excellent though by PewDiePie, I gotta say. That was worth the risk. He was very low on mana, low on health, still made it happen. They actually saved their mid turret along the way, and now they're gonna go back once more. And Skara, by the way, grabbing an early chalice, saying, hey guys, we know blue buff's not quite as strong as it was last patch, but I'm Anivia, and I need me a chalice for some mana regen. So it's gonna work out for him, making some adaptations as the game goes on. And you know, right now he's doing really well. He's 1-0-1. He's actually tied in minions against this Rise. And I'm surprised to see Reginald go Sword Shoes in a game where he's going to get stunned a whole heck of a lot. But he's actually going for very offense-minded boots, and we'll see if that pans out for him.
Right. And you can actually see with the champion he's playing this game, and the way that Mundo's going around the jungle, he's actually not having time to farm the jungle as much as he wanted. By about this time, he was up to like 160-some creeps last game, but the champion he has is not allowing him to do that, so he also has to adapt his game style to what's going on within the game and the composition. Looks like Nocturne farming top jungle. Blue will be taken by Reginald here. He's going to be able to stay in lane quite a bit longer. Looks like a Heart of Gold and some wards being picked up by Xpecial. He's going to get that gold per 5 down. Scarra moving in to check for raids. They are not there. Some good pings though. No movement on that position.
And so the other one's going to clear out mid as Reginald comes back with his new blue buff in tow. There's a lot of mana regen coming out from that extra max mana, and Scar just constantly chunning that one out. Uh oh, this could be interesting. Now Scar will run from Reginald, does not want to take that battle right there. But will easily pull through these minion waves. And he keeps ending his ult too early. But, oh, this could be some really big pain, and Reginald really wants this fight right here. Scar is not happy with this. Flash comes in from Reginald. Can they get the damage output? Has to flash away as well. Reggie burned his Ignite, so theoretically, Scarro won that trade because he did not burn an extra summoner. Oh my gosh, he almost went in there for that kill in Anivia.
Yeah, it was actually really good, and it was unfortunate for Scarra because Reginald had just walked out of being frosted, so it didn't do damage to him as much. Looks like PewDiePie is still pushed on that turret. Dyrus had to ulti there. It looks like he's just going to go ahead and mill about middle and Nocturne. He did take some damage from Rise, and it looks like they may be able to grab this turret down. Janna coming up from behind, though, trying to get him off the turret. Well played. She did stop that turret attack as Nivea was also coming back, so it could have been a 3v2. And Voyboy is just not giving up on Dyrus right now.
Yeah, wants to punish him for every last hit he goes for. I like that. Uses that safeguard to shield the minion, makes Dyrus have to wait for it to time out or just push all the way through it, and then punishes him the entire time. Lands those autos, lands those EQ combos. And he's actually just chain pushing right now. Voyboy really wants to screw with Dyrus underneath that turret. Use those safeguards to make last hitting a nightmare. No self-cast this time. Will push in on Dyrus. The Q goes off. He could get the kill, but of course he's got his ultimate as well. They're still chasing. Where's the kick? He picks it up. Nice job there by Voyboy. Dyrus' ult actually was still down. He burned it earlier, so.
Very well played there. And there was a ping down there earlier. I believe that PewDiePie or Locust said, hey, there's something here, but it doesn't matter. Nocturne ulti coming in. Oh, a beautiful ulti by Janna to push Xpecial back into the fight. And Chaos is doing everything he can to save his life, but he said, oh, wait, he gets out of range, and it just wears off from Ergon. No, but Anivia coming up on the backside. Scarra still in the battle. He is going to get slowed by Void, who's the flash over the wall. And they're going to have to stop on that one. Reginald could get stuck out of place here. He is trying to go around the right side of the turret. They are all in turret range, but Reginald will not be able to get enough off to take anybody out. Scarra coming up with a late double kill there, and he's just going to sit right on top of Chaos. They are going to stick him in, and it looks like Chaos is also going to go down as well.
And there is fog flying all over the stage right now. I can no longer see almost anything. It smells beautiful, by the way, not going to lie. Wow, 9-1. This game looks the exact opposite of the previous one. The solo top getting pressurized, and Voyboy actually having his way with Dyrus for a change. I mean, I do want to hope to see a game 3. That is what I'm looking for here. So, update real quick. CLG has won game 1 against MONOMANIAC. Of course, it is a best of 3, so you can see anything happen, of course. Every game that has gone to all 3 games, I'm pretty sure the team that lost game 1 ended up winning the series, so if you see a game 2 get won, you know what's going to happen.
It's like Voyboy putting on the pressure top again. It looks like Dyrus may have a little bit of assistance though.
He's got blue minions, dude. It's going to be difficult for Voyboy.
Blue minions. MVP minions of the tournament. What are we? Oh yeah? Ooh. All right, so Kog'Maw's W. I don't believe he has a Wriggles either. No, he only has a Zeal. They're going to go for this with a Zeal Endurance Blade. Amazing job here. Odd One only has a life belt and no damage under him. They have it down to about 1/10 there. They could be able to get this without an opposition.
Wow.
18-minute Baron without even a Wriggles. Well played.
And now they're like, facepalm, global facepalm. All of them tossed are like, that just happened. So they're going to try to turn this one around for themselves and see what they can do. PewDiePie still soloing by. Gets a lot of golden experience. Now they will come back for a dragon here. That is nice. So it's 300 gold per player for a Baron. It's 190 per player for a Dragon. So that's not too terribly far apart. It's 110 gold difference right there. The experience is a bit bigger. The buff is a bit bigger. But these players also got to solo lane for a little while. Of course, you can see that gold gap has been bridged. It's only 4,000 the difference. That is a much smaller gap than before. But, they got CV'd. They're going to go for a cheeky little kill there on the solo mid at bot lane. But nope. Chaos going to be happy with his double Doran's Blade into Phantom Dancer.
And I think that's the first time they're seeing him now. They're like, yeah, they have Baron. I mean, Lee Sin was top. They knew it was gone, but this is the first time they're returning to lane, so they don't know where they are around the map. They only have vision of bottom and now top as Dyrus is going to walk into those minions. You can see that Dominate is bottom, but it looks like he's saying, I don't want to commit too much. I'll be losing experience. I'm going to head back. No, maybe not. Calling me a liar. He is going to stay. There are no wards in that bush. He's waiting for him to clear that one back minion, the melee minion. He's like, dude, just get out of there. And he's going to creep up in the lane Looks like Nivea coming down though. Scar looking to join the fight. The odd one is just a bush away, but he has Reginald right on his tail as well. Reginald's going to choose to go the left side around. He wants to block off as much as possible. They're like, we have no vision of two people, and we should get out of here. So it looks like they're returning to lane. Kog'Maw, Special left bottom by themselves.
Darius went for the blue, then realized he wants to leave it for Reginald. So Reggie will come back over there. Lee Sin getting some free farm at the top lane in the meantime. Scar actually not going for his own race, leaving that one for Dominate here. Dominate going for an early phage though, wants to use that for the extra gank power and durability. We'll see if that pans out well. Odd one still, of course, wearing that Baron buff. Nivea will actually not manage to last hit that. Actually got pulled out just a little bit too much. And actually Skara going for a spell vamp build. He's actually not going heavy AP burst. He's going very utility focused, has the Chalice of Harmony, has the Catalyst, and now going for very, very early Will of the Ancients. Of course, that will help PewDiePie quite a lot, even though those spells are physical damage, they do spell vamp. Same for Voyboy, has a lot of spell vamp enabled abilities, so maybe that really is the goal there, to play, you know, half support Anivia here and just, you know, play utility-wise.
Yeah, it would work out for him pretty well. Again, aggression towards bottom. Dominate will start to come up here. They want to shut down this Chaos. He has been getting a few good items here. With that W, the attack speed and the critical strike is really going to help because you're already proccing more damage from the amount of health that your opponent has. Nocturne waiting off in the wing here. May have that ulti, and he does come in. Chaos gets bumped up, but we do see the odd one getting pushed out by the Janna ulti. She is left now to shield Urgot. Chaos taking quite a bit of damage, down to 400 health now, but it's all on the PewDiePie. They start trading the damage. Reginald bringing himself to the fight as a Cathian Surprise going to do a little bit of damage, and it looks like Nocturne is going to make it out alive as power in numbers. TSM floods bottom and pushes out Dignitas.
Yeah, excellent move by Reginald. He enabled that kill to happen. That mobility was massive for him. You can see running with 401 move speed, so he's got move speed from something, whether it's runes or masteries, helping him get to those fights and make things happen. Chaos managed to survive thanks to the exhaust that went down on PewDiePie. He kept running, got into the brush, kept running, kept holding on for time. Dominate finally picked up that kill for himself, but still, that was an excellent fire back, picking up 2 for 1. Even though that initiation was so good for Dignitas.
Yeah, they're all going back now, getting some purchases on. We'll see what Reginald has to get himself. He is going back as well, checking out his buy category, going for that Frozen Heart. So Rise is going to be very tanky now. Dominate, going through the jungle, does have a Phage and a Wriggles to the odd one, looking to build. That Warmogs he just finished. That's going to be a lot of hurt coming into that fight, the next fight that they have. See Urgot. Urgot has a Frozen Heart as well. Fair enough. Very supporty Urgot.
Putting that shield on, just kind of chilling. Yeah, that is actually pretty standard Urgot style. You build max CDR, rely on the base damage of most of your abilities, and then, yeah, you kind of end up swapping into the enemy team, so you want to have a lot of durability there. The Frozen Heart, of course, lowering attack speed helps you tank as well, and he just kind of goes for that sort of build. See how else that might pan out for him, but he's rocking 46 armor penetration and 1,700 health. Urgot's a very durable dude right now.
Yeah, we didn't even mention, I don't believe we did if I didn't hear it. We have another shield team again. Janna, Urgot, Nocturne, Lee Sin. Pretty much 4 shields on the team. And they're utilized. They're going to be a lot of damage mitigation as they come into a fight when they use all of those, especially with Janna's allowed to focus and Lee Sin's allowed to focus on somebody that they want to save. Looks like Turret. Turret health pretty much even on that top lane. They've been going back and forth, still wanting to keep those turrets up. Because you see these fights kind of going back and forth, not too much damage being traded. They're kind of just having fun, but here comes 3. He gets stunned up. They still have an exhaust, I believe, to use if he gets too much out of range. And it looks like they're just going to go ahead and use the flash. He gets away. Safeguard to stop the ignite. And Voyboy saves himself as Nocturne was coming up to help, but Dominate is not going to need to do so. Voyboy left with less than 90 health.
That was an excellent, excellent escape right there. PewDiePie actually turning that aggression into a turret push. And he's actually getting ahead of KX at this point. Look at those minions. KX 137, PewDiePie 162, and he's 3-1. KX, he has his Phantom Dancer. He will still scale throughout this game, but he is 0-4 right now. They've been shutting him down, and they've been doing it pretty well. We'll see if they can keep that one going. So they'll manage to make that top turret die. Now KX will come down to combat with PewDiePie. We'll see if that becomes anything. Scar now wearing his own Golem buff. Level 17 already. He's leveling up so very fast this game. 2 levels above Reginald. He's going to really like that. Look at that Glacial Storm hitting for 200 damage a second, slowing attack and movement speeds with that. So he's really going to screw with auto attacking. And KX needs to land autos. He is not spell-based. He's not someone like Graves who can kind of rely on hitting spells. Urgot Core kind of the same way. They can hit spells for some damage. Kog'Maw must land autos. So attack speed slow is going to be a very big deal there.
Looks like they are getting a ping on Baron. They're saying, hey, it could come up soon. Once Baron wears off, it's another 3 minutes. Easy way to tell. They are going to focus on Dragon here, hopefully knowing that Baron timer, but as we remember, TSM took that without any vision on it. So they only have a general idea of when Baron is going to come back up. Is Lee Sin, I believe, through a ward or a Q at it when they believed it was going down. So they have a little bit of an idea when it is, and we can see him pushing actually towards that side. They are going for Dyrus here, but they're going to put themselves in good position. Baron has just spawned, so they like where they're going, and they might just commit to this since the whole team is going that way anyways. Dyrus, Nocturne ulti coming onto him. I do not believe the odd one's going to be able to help, and they take him down. That fear worked in the exact direction they wanted it to. He walked right back towards them, and they're able to take one down. That will be a 5v4 Baron force if they want to choose to do that.
Yeah, well, the map vision, TSM knows where they are. They know they're just kind of walking around this Baron pit. They are going for it here. They do not see much of Soul Mid. They see Kog'Maw go this way, so they know the Soul Mid are coming from below, which is, of course, pretty standard. Skara can wall off either entrance. I would wait for a special, then immediately wall. Will they do it? They're trying to bait it. That wall will immediately determine the team fight if they can get it right. Oh, they wall late. They've walked off the entrance to leave. They go for Reginald. He has flashed over towards Baron, but they are still going for him. Will they pick up this kill?
No.
Yes. Now can they get this rest, or will they turn for Baron? They've turned again for Baron. Now Dominate needs to outsmite the odd one. He may go in for this. Anivia keeping on that ultimate. Going for some damage here. GDPie now getting cut out a little bit, taking some damage. They have once again left Baron and gone for the kill here. Odd one taking a lot of pain. Will get dropped down. Now will they turn again for Baron? It's regenerating. It stopped regenerating. Going out to Chaos in melee range. Must flash away down to half health. And once again, they stop the Baron. They go for Chaos. Lee Sin lands the Q.
Oh,
he's QSS'd it. No, he Quicksilver sashed the Lee Sin, so he couldn't actually dash to him. He actually juiced that one. But no, Lee Sin lands red buff. And now they go for Baron. They do pick it up. Special and Dyrus in there. They picked up that kill onto Nocturne. Dyrus now alone. Cutie no mana. Skara no mana. Dyrus could clean up here. Locust will fall. There is Boy in the fray. They picked up one. Now it's Special alone. He does not look to be happy here. His flash is up. Does not matter.
Wow, Dignitas, very nice.
And they clean that fight up, picking up 6 kills in succession because they got Dyrus earlier.
I got to point this out earlier when the 3 came top to take out Dyrus. Dyrus types in all chat. He's like, Yomus? Who goes Yomus on Lee Sin?
Boy does, dude.
Boy does, and he actually has built that Yomus after the frozen mallet. So you're just going to be slowing that much more and hitting somebody in the face that much harder.
He was like, hey, Reginald, oh, you're attacking me? That's nice. I'm going to kill your turret. And just sits there and is like, I don't care. Oh, man.
Very tanky at this point. He does have slow. He does have tank for himself. Yearly building things, they're going to give him a good return on his money, and that helps with the synergy of his team comp as well.
And he just one-shot on Atma's there. So his attack damage, 301 AD on Lee Sin, 33% crit chance, 20 armor penetration as well. So he did just have the armor pen from that Yomus for the most part, and 921-0 921-0 the build. So he's a very durable man, and he's hitting really hard.
Looks like Reginald poised to defend this turret. He's the only one. Everybody's like, we'll be there in a second. Here comes the minion wave. Janna focusing as well. Going to give somebody some more AD. It's going to be Urgot. They are going to take that turret down without any opposition. Looks like Dyrus pushing top, however, and he will be forced to back here. They do not want to trade too much for a 5v4, and they're going to want to have to fight under this turret, but they're not even going to be able to. So this will be an inhibitor exposed for TSM. The fight goes down inside the base with turrets still up and top and bottom. They do take down Chaos Surprise, only doing a little bit of damage as he blows up, and it looks like they will be able to take out TSM here quite handily. And in their own base as well, the Janna ulti going off kind of puts them outside of range of their turret, but they're still fighting under it, doing what they can, and Dignitas quickly cleans up Team TSM inside their base, and there it is, the surrender by TSM. Into our 3rd game we go.
That is excellent right there. Dignitas bringing it back to 1-2-1. You can see the crowd out there holding up individual letters, D-I-G-N-I-T-A-S. There is a crowd. The guy with the what sign, but there is definitely the Dignitas fan club out there. They are happy with that win. They've brought it to 1-1. We're in the middle of game 2 of Counterlogic Gaming versus MONOMANIAC. And we've got at least this one more game to go, and of course we have games tomorrow as well.
Yeah, we do.
Phreak, Rivington the third here for IPL4 in the Cosmopolitan Hotel in Las Vegas, Nevada. It is 2012, and we have League of Legends action going all over this weekend.
It's amazing, teams being able to challenge each other in the circuits, gaining circuit points to come to these events. MONOMANIAC has found themselves doing that and actually made a name for themselves this tournament. I'm sure if they're streaming, they're going to definitely pick up a few more viewers after this tournament, especially with some of that gameplay style that we saw. But right now, it's all about these two teams and who is going to make it onto tomorrow.
Well, I mean, both teams will make it on tomorrow. This is the upper bracket here, so of course, both teams will still have a chance to win this tournament. However, if you win now, you're guaranteed top 2. And there's actually a lot of money there. It's a $50,000 tournament. First place is $25,000.
Doesn't suck.
Second place, $12,500. I believe third place
suck.
is $5,000. I could be wrong on that one. I forget the full numbers. But you're guaranteeing yourself $12,500 if you can win one game of League of Legends.
And then,
it's an important game.
Since IPL4 is held at the Cosmopolitan in Las Vegas, you could turn that $25,000 into $0. Into $0. Yeah, so watch out.
Right.
Watch out.
Yeah.
All right, but we're going to be back with this match in just a few minutes, guys. Stick with us, viewers at home. I know you guys are going to be sticking with us because you all got your Thunder Sticks and whatnot. Let me hear them.
Thunder Sticks.
Yes. We're coming back to more of this in just a few minutes, guys. Phreak and Rivington here from IPL4.
Presentation of IPL is brought to you by Astro Gaming. Check out the latest award-winning gaming gear at astrogaming.com and follow @AstroGaming on Twitter.
Something revolutionary has arrived. The new standard in graphics from AMD is here, redefining virtually everything that came before. Higher frequencies, more memory, better frame rates, superior resolution than our previous generation. And the world's first 28-nanometer GPU.
And welcome back to the beautiful Cosmopolitan here in Las Vegas. How's everybody feeling right now? Feeling good? Feeling ready for a game 3? All right, because we're about to give it to you right here, Phreak and Rivington the third, live on stage. Phreak, how you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Good. There's some fog coming up. I don't know if you can tell from the cameras, but comes in, smells like chalk. It's great.
Remember, they teach you in chemistry, only waft, never put your nose over it.
Anyway, I want to give you guys a quick recap of what happened in MONOMANIAC versus CLG. They're still in game 2 right now, but the first game was the first game that Olaf actually lost. Counterlogic Gaming did win this one. All the kills that Mono had were all on support TheRed. He went 3-5. That was the best score on that team, unfortunately. Ultimately, it was 0-2 Olaf, 3-5 TheRed, 0-6 Morgana, 0-3 Kog'Maw, 0-1 Rumble. They didn't get too many kills, unfortunately, so they got hurt a little bit game 1. Game 2, not quite sure what's going on just yet. Would love an update at some point, but they are still fighting. I don't see gray screens on either side, so they're currently doing, there's no aces happening just yet exactly, but they're fighting. The loser of that match will get 4th place. It's right now do or die for Mono. CLG just wants to move on to fight the loser of this match to move into that grand final match as well. But of course, where we are right now is Dignitas versus Team Solo Mid. We're up to game 3 right now, and this is a very big deal because neither team wants to have to fight for elimination in the next round.
Yeah, game 3 of these two teams is the best way to end this day right now and bring it into championship matches tomorrow and a few of those. TSM's first game was amazing. It just seems like they weren't going to be able to be stopped. Dignitas didn't know what to do with that composition. The Karthus was putting out a wall of pain every time. Reginald was able to just put that down, and they really did vamp off of that damage. They just were able to use that magic resistance cut in half, and then they just went through Dignitas like they were nothing. Dignitas did the same thing. Those fights actually went for 10, 15 seconds, but Dignitas wasn't taking any damage on those fights. They had great mitigation, they had good focus, there were cooldowns, they were popping in and out, recycling each other so they could get full damage down without taking a lot, and they really had great mechanics in the fights last game, bringing it now to a 1-to-1 as we're about to jump into this third one.
Yeah, absolutely. And so you're going to see if these guys will change their picks and bans. I assume that Sulamid will continually ban that Lulu and ban out that Soraka. The thing is, now Dignitas has first pick, so will it be the tale of Kog'Maw once more? They had those 3 bans. The TSM had banned Kog'Maw when Dignitas was first pick, and then when Team Sulamid had first pick, they left it in there and immediately grabbed Kog'Maw. So that might be how that pans out. They might just want to keep dominating that ranged AD carry slot. And of course, Dignitas had run through with an Urgot, and they just shut down that champion. Now, Sulamid, I actually don't know if KX knows Urgot that well, but it was a good strategy last time. It might work again this time. We're, of course, in Champions Select. Vladimir, they've learned their lesson. They're banning that one out. And yep, Soraka's still getting kicked out here. So they are looking to do some similar bans from Game 2. We'll see if this pans out the same way or what. Vlad Karthus still getting kicked out. Reginald only got to play Karthus once this entire tournament. And when he did, he pooped on some people. So, I think they know to not let Reggie get Karthus.
You said people. Anyway,
I
we still have one more ban for the purple team. That is going to be TSM, as Phreak had said. First ban, first pick for Dignitas. And it looks like they have banned out a good amount of Dyrus, Reginald, and Odd One, not really known for his Udyr, but they can play that top as well. Dyrus can do that. So we will see what they have for their last ban. This could be a ban to force Dignitas to pick something over TSM, or they could choose to ban out Dignitas for something to pick. There's a lot of things you can do while counter picking and banning, and it's going to be Mundo, which could be utilized by both teams, but will now not.
Yeah, so what I think is going to happen here is they're actually insta-locking Nocturne. They liked that for shutting down Kog'Maw. They said, you know what, yeah, you ban Mundo, we're going to grab Nocturne. Shyvana, no. Going Nocturne here. It's working for us. I dare you to pick Kog'Maw. I dare you, bro. I dare you to try
You know what
it.
they were able to do with a lot last game with Nocturne as well, too, and they pulled it on Dyrus quite a few times, is Voyboy would just poke, or Dyrus would get poked, yeah. Voyboy would just poke, and even though Dyrus was under his turret, Nocturne could still ult from Baron Bush right onto him. They have a kill, and they're out of there. He doesn't even have to see these there. He has to ward out farther. There's just a lot of things that come into play with top lane, and they were doing it very well. Let's see if they choose another aggressive top lane. Lee Sin still open, so they could grab that for Voyboy once again.
Now, what do you do against an Urgot Janna bottom lane? It worked so very well for Dignitas the last game. Do you go like tanky, like Graves? Do you go long range like Caitlyn, or do you just, do you try to switch things out and pick like a solo and just like swap? Or
I think going
do you
tank
just go Kog'Maw and hope it works?
Yeah, I think going tank was a really great idea for them on Urgot because, as you said, the swap into the fight, there's not much you can do about that, especially that he's slowing down everybody's attack speed. So it's very, very good. But yeah, Kog'Maw, as we said, has that range. He can get up to 670 to Urgot's 425, I believe. So in that lane, there's a little bit of dominance there. And they do have that Lee Sin pickup for Voyboy top. Next special and the odd one now.
Yeah, so they're actually going to let themselves pick almost the same champions. They've been kind of swapping them back and forth. Aside from the Urgot Janna swap, basically, this is the entire, these are all the same champions as last game. They're just kind of rehashing them on either side here. So we'll see if it's going to come down to execution then at this point, because you've kind of got these same lineups as before.
It's really tough. You got to have a support that also can focus Janna as much as Janna can focus and zone out your supports. So I don't know what they're going to go and choose for that. We do have a Dyrus pickup for Olaf. Olaf was banned out last game, and he may be able to use it this game as a special, waiting to lock in as Dyrus has his pick, and there it is. Olaf will be top. And we're going to have to see Voyboy's pick.
Nice, yeah. So I like this lineup from solo mid. This is kind of like my dream lineup for killing a Kog'Maw. It's a bunch of champions who can blitz down and crush a single target. Olaf is immune to crowd control for 5 seconds, deals a whole crap ton of damage. Shyvana can ult across walls, just burn people down, does a whole lot of damage there. The repeated Nivea, I think, is a very good choice here to try to keep Kog'Maw alive. The wall actually will stop Olaf from doing anything. PewDiePie still needs to pick a support, and they might just trade these supports back and forth as well and grab that Taric. That is going to be the case here, so it's going to be Taric Cog against Janna and Urgot, and now Voyboy, has grabbed the Nivea for Skara, and Reginald will grab Ryze, so we really are just swapping the champions around pretty much everywhere. So it's Olaf instead of Renekton and Shyvana instead of Dr. Mundo, and that's it. We're seeing the same champions, almost all of them actually reversed here on both sides. We'll see what this turns out to be.
Yeah, it's going to be a really good matchup. We have a pretty strong level 1 from Dignitas' side. But as we've seen, there have been like 0 jungle invasions in these games. Both of these teams know this is do or die right now as we come into this matchup. They have picked their last lineups they could possibly pick for this tournament if they do not win this game. And we're going to have to see who does that. TSM sporting a good amount of damage and range poke. They do have Shyvana for that tankiness as well. Reginald also building Ryze as he is innately tanky in his build. He does have the Frozen Heart. He goes for that a lot of mana, so he is going to be sustainable in fight. Dyrus usually taking a little bit of time for Olaf champion to get up to par, but if played well in lane, can dominate early to late in the entire way. If he's put off, it's going to be a little bit like that 30-minute time bomb. You're going to have to wait for Dyrus. So he may be pushed out of his lane. We'll have to see what Voyboy can do. If Dyrus can just go off on that true damage, Voyboy may have some trouble. However, after that last showing, I'm sure Dyrus is going to play a little less aggressive, knowing that Voyboy is on a hot streak right now after that game with Lee Sin, and he's going to just go right back to it. His mind is set to those abilities, and he's going to be playing a top-notch game.
Yeah, and Dyrus has packed Exhaust this game, so when Voyboy jumps on him, he can Exhaust, shut down that damage output very successfully. It's going to work out well. There's 2 exhausts here for Dignitas. It looks like 2 exhausts here for Team Solo Mid, special packing 1. Dyrus packing the other there. Only 1 Ignite here for Solo Mid, 2 there for Dignitas. We'll see if that pans out to be anything special. And again, the double here for Dignitas. Locust and PewDiePie, both running that. They really do not want to get dropped down.
We do have, oh wow, Odd One actually running Flash on Shyvana with that burnout, giving him extra movement speed, and we see Dominate, who doesn't have that movement speed until he uses Q, actually using Exhaust. So a little bit of a switch up there. Usually you see a Shyvana take Exhaust. We do have the Janna taking it, so we will not have a double heal lane bottom, as Dignitas likes to play. And we also didn't see Dignitas baiting out too many of those heals, but then again, TSM might have been playing that quite carefully, knowing that that was a double heal. Chaos grabbing heal for himself, though, as Special is going to be able to grab Clairvoyance and an Exhaust for any battles they have down bottom.
Yeah, Dignitas not bringing Clairvoyance could burn them in the end, because there's definitely the ability for Shyvana to come in and make fights happen. I mean, when you're fighting against an Urgot, he's going to be able to chain slow you. He has very, very long range, can do a lot of damage, and that's all it really takes is just one good slow to let Shyvana just burn you down to the ground, and that could be very, very bad. I think the tale of this game, I mean, it's been every time. I actually talked with Hotshot GG off stage. You'll actually see the interview in the VODs later on if you go to the website. But he was, I was like, Kog'Maw's been in most of these games. He's a really good win rate. What do you think? He's like, well, really, I think it's overstated. It's kind of a flavor of the month thing. One time it's Kog'Maw, sometimes it's Corki, sometimes it's Ezreal.
Right.
It's always like an AD carry of the tournament. I think it's really overstated. Like, it's not that bad. I think it's overall team comp. We're not that worried. It's mostly, with referencing Dignitas, it's mostly that triple support comp. That's what we're going to ban. We're not worried about Kog'Maw necessarily. So that might be the case here. However, the way these players are playing, in that second game, Dignitas went to go shut down Kog'Maw. In the first game, Team Solo Mid banned Kog'Maw. And so we'll see if that ends up being what happens here, or if it's just a full team effort and he just happens to get all the last hits.
Yeah, they've been doing really well, and something I've said before as well is Kog'Maw is a relatively inexpensive champion to buy your damage for. We see a lot of these champions, and we actually saw they took Baron. He had a Dagger, 2 Dorans, and the Zeal, and they were able to take Baron down with about their 4 team and at the 18-minute mark. So even with that W, it really helps, and it's really strong, especially with giving you range early game, and coming into lane, you get that range if you choose to take W. So you can start pushing people out. You're already doing a percentage of their health. And it's going to be fantastic with Locust there to stun him up. The Void Ooze right under him. The great team comp. But like you said, that Urgot Janna, he can still get you from a distance. Janna can wait to throw her Howling Gale just as you get out of distance or you're unslowed by Urgot to make it happen again. So that is such a tough lane to go at. He's getting extra attack damage from the shield, and you're also slowed from Zephyr. So there's just so much slow to come from that composition. As you said, there is always a question of how are we going to beat this lane.
And so, we'll see what ends up happening with this. You're looking at, You know, a lot of damage available from Dignitas, a lot of control as well. They have, you know, Lee Sin and Anivia and Nocturne as before. They're all able to really mess with these champions and cause kills out of almost nowhere. But you've got a very durable, very safe solo mid lineup. You've got Rise, Shyvana, Urgot, Dyrus on Olaf. Like, none of those guys are going to be easy kills there for solo mid, so you never know if it's going to work for them or not.
All right, guys, this is the last game for one of these teams. If you would like to see Dignitas move on into the championship matchup, let's hear it for Dignitas. And your purple team moving their way into the jungle. If you would like to see TSM carry this on and bring on one of their first wins of a tournament in a while, let's hear it for TSM. Already pretty aggressive, Phreak. This is the first time we've seen this much aggression early in the game. How are they going to work this?
Locust might work this by running into a... Oh, he wards it! Oh, it will get killed, but they now know that solo mid are all up in his tri-brush, and he's going to go ahead and hide. Solo mid did a nice job. They sent a special there on Janna to ward this entrance, to watch for the most common counter jungle entrances. The rest of the team went down, camped that brush. They did survive it. Again, Dignitas does not have clairvoyance. It will be hard for them to deal with these invasions.
Yeah, you can see Cutie Pie hasn't even taken his skill. He's actually in that brush. Will have a little bit of range on Voidoos if he wants to slow them. The Flash Frost coming from behind him. It's actually a nice bush attack if they were able to get it. They're waiting for TSM, but TSM decided to back, as we see. And they're saying, I think they're at the red, guys. We should probably formulate something and strategically go at our red. We got this. They're going to find a little bit of nothing there, but they are going to keep it safe. And it looks like TSM is actually going for a little more aggression. Will they challenge Golems? Or are they going to actually challenge this red still?
Well, they've already sent 2 away. Odd One's already jungling. Dow's will probably pull for him.
Wow.
But solo mid are actually still making a stab for it. If Cutie Pie waits long enough, he'll see him. They see Dominate. Okay, it's been pulled. They're there.
There it is. Rune goes down.
Good slow
Very
there.
nice Voidoos.
Dominate makes it out, but they've completely disrupted that jungle now. They've stopped the ability for them to take that Lizard buff easily. Dominate very low on health now. And of course, he went boots and potions, so it's a pretty difficult camp for him too. And wow, Odd One again saving his smite in this camp. Might go for an invasion or just use it for golems.
And Dominate finally getting over to that blue to take it out, and here he goes. Yes, it's going to be Wraiths, mid, and Golem, or Egg Golem. I think he actually just walked by it there. He was taking some damage, and it looks like he's got that popped on the health pot, and he is, no. I was going to say, was he going to counter? He knows that Dominate's already having a little bit of trouble. He's going to head in here and see that the blue is gone. Will he continue to run, though? And he is going to continue to run. He gives a ping out. They have the CV down, and it looks like he will see him going on the other side. They still have a position to take Void Boy, so he's actually got this in his mind that I still have a little bit of time to push. Void Boy's playing quite hard on Dyrus. Dyrus is still baiting out a lot of Void Boy's attacks. And here comes, could be a red buff attack here from the Odd One.
Yeah, Scar taking some damage from Reginald. Someone goes, oh, top lane, looks like Void Boy. And he's going to get jumped on by the Odd One. Has to flash out right now. The exhaust is on. Lands the axe. Void Boy still trying to run. Can he get out? No! First blood picked up by the Odd One. And that reminds me of game 1. This could look very, very good for Olaf and Shyvana here. Already pressing down onto these minions. Not going for too much turret damage, but they are clearing these minion waves out very, very fast. Odd One taxing the lane. And they will give up on the turret. Bottom lane, a little bit of pressure going on. KX down about 2/3, Cutie Pie at half. Locust pretty low as well. Looks like solo mid are actually winning that lane right there. See if Cutie Pie can react right now.
Ward coming
out.
up.
A few minions.
Locust warding bottom, getting that Dragon Ward down. Good job. Now they can push this lane as much as they want.
And if you hear the crowd cheering in the background, that is CLG ending the second game, getting that victory over MONOMANIAC. So CLG will be moving on to the losers bracket finals. MONOMANIAC, congrats on your 4th place, guys. I don't think anyone expected you to come this far. You guys did awesome for sure. Can't wait to see more of you, but right now it is solo mid versus Dignitas. 600 gold to lead. Void Boy jumping in on Dyrus, happily taking that damage and actually getting him down to half health. Excellent play right there. Dyrus already with some armor boots is ahead of Void Boy right now.
Yeah, Voidboy doing a very good job of allowing a few attacks before his abilities to get maximum effect
Ooh,
out of
KX
them.
getting hit really hard right now. Cutie Pie and Locust, but he gets the shield. They will survive.
Very nice job there. Cutie Pie actually getting hit with that, but they turned on it, and the damage trade was just a little bit more in their favor. You can see KX was backing off, saying, I may have landed that, but this hurts a lot. That W putting out some pain, and that range is going to help him as well. Special in the bush. They do have it warded, but he's still going to chill in there. It's always good. Keep yourself out of vision a little bit.
Boy, we're waiting for Safeguard to come back up. We'll then move in. Shields a minion. Doesn't stop Darius from getting the last hit anyway, and now he's moving in, doing some nice damage there. But Darius has 73 armor right now, so it is hard for Lee Sin to break through on that.
Looks like we do have some backs. Anivia picking up that Sapphire Crystal. Going to go ahead and move the Ruby out to the right. I don't know. Special spots. People like to move their items, but that is going to be a catalyst. 5 minutes and 30 seconds in the game. Everybody's starting up their recipes here. We do have a Scepter going on to Shyvana. That was just purchased. Lee Sin yet to back up top. He actually did back once, but he didn't get anything.
Yeah,
he died. He didn't choose to purchase anything on that, though, and he does have 700 gold to himself, so he will have a Wriggles if he decides to grab that.
Yeah, or yeah, he can get boots and then kind of sit there. Yeah. See what happens. KX running low on mana, so he could choose to recall pretty soon. Has that point in shield now. Cutie Pie maxing out Bioarcane Barrage first. Not a big surprise there. Boy, jumping in on Darius. Some good damage again being dealt. He's down a level though, until a minion dies, then he's equal again. But Darius happily last hitting, and Shyvana coming again here. The odd one's going to be happily jumping in for this fight. Boy sees him. Hey guys, how's it going?
Just dancing, just dancing. Ted dancing.
Some good damage dealt. Okay. And he's still waiting around. Yeah, he's just forcing Voidboy to miss last hits. That's all the odd one's doing, is saying, you know, I'm missing out on some juggle XP, but I'm making you miss out on more gold, so it's okay.
Yeah, it's very well played there. Always playing mind games with the lanes. It doesn't mean, ganks don't have to mean you get a kill. If you are expending flashes of your opponent, if you are making them ghost, that is a successful gank. You can go back around maybe just in a few seconds and do it again. So it's something to utilize. As you know, you are getting the upper hand just by making them use their summoner spells. And Cutie Pie taking a turret shot there to the face, but he is able to throw some shots back at Chaos.
Let's see. So a quick update, by the way, on MONOMANIAC versus Counterlogic Gaming. Looks like Misfortune was used in that lineup. Jana, Vlad, Lee Sin, MF, Olaf. That was MONOMANIAC. Counterlogic Gaming running Shyvana, Ari, Corki, Leona, and Cho'Gath.
The Cho'Gath farm hotshot GG strat.
Yeah, pretty much. And they managed to get a 20-minute Baron in that game and kind of just push it on through. The scores in both of the games actually look pretty dominant. It was 13-1 at one point for CLG. They closed that one out pretty quickly. Dominate setting up blue buff.
Yep.
Scar will grab that with the last bit of his mana.
Good stop there on the Flame Breath. It looks like they will get out without taking too much damage, just milling about and kind of showing, you know, we have vision on this. We may have a little bit more control than you do. Playing mind games again. Next special. It's farming away again at Jana.
Yeah, dude, last hitting like a boss special at 2, but Tarek already at 3, so kind of falling behind there as a special. Top lane, Voidboy running around past the odd one. Q's Dyrus jumps in.
Oh,
peekaboo! Oh, he kicks away, and he should just should be enough to get away. He dodged the Undertow with a flash. Oh, Dyrus. Oh, Rachel coming in as well. There's a flash. They catch up to Voidboy. W's away. Won't be enough. Reginald picks up that kill.
TSM is doing exactly what they need to do as well. Obviously letting Dignitas get Dragon. They're able to grab a few kills, but they are shutting down Voidboy. It's exactly what they want to do. They got a babysit that top. The burn from Dragon. Almost taking down Locust.
If it weren't for the heal, he'd have died. Yeah, who would have died without for that heal? So he did good away. No embarrassing execute there. Oh, wow, Cutie Pie.
Wow, that is some damage. Slicing through his health.
That was 3 Qs. That did like 600 damage. Yeah, that's some pain. That'll hurt you a little bit. You see also some armor pen stack here from Chaos. Pretty similar build coming out there. 39. Reginald leading the charge with the odd one. He is now 6, so Shyvana can turn into a full-fledged dragon this time around.
And they are going to have a good push on this mid turret. I don't think any opposition. No, it looks like they're going to go up. double kill here?
They might want to
Or
catch up
for the
Voyboy
3v1
again.
rather?
Yeah, why not?
See, again, like I said, focusing Voyboy. Here we go, back to top lane. They're going to go back Tri-Bush, and Voyboy's like, I don't see a lot of people. I don't see a lot of people right now. I don't feel safe. Guys, I think I need some assistance at my turret.
And there's the ghost from Dyrus. And Voyboy escape, he kicks him back. But he gets jumped on by the odd one. There is that kill being picked up. Voyboy not having too much fun in this game, getting picked up repeatedly. PewDiePie getting pushed on as well by Chaos, so 700 gold the lead right now.
You know, it is unfortunate for Voyboy because he is still trying to get that farm in. He is still trying to ward his lane, so he's spending money on these wards, but they're just pathing around them every time, luckily. Nobody came through Tri-Bush. They went right behind him that time, and it's just very unfortunate that he's getting camped so much in top lane, as he is one of the stronger players, always winning the solo lane for him in Dignitas. Obviously saw last game shutting down Dyrus, but now they're saying, we don't want that to happen again. Dyrus is playing a strong game, but let's make that even stronger.
Yep, let's see what they can do with this. Dyrus 0-0-3. None of the kills went to him, but 3 assists is still a fair bit of gold. Is outlast hitting Lee Sin as well. 84 minions to 76. So the Rise gangs have been taxing his own minion kills, of course. Champion kills worth a whole lot more, so you can't really blame him for much. It's like the 70 CS Kog'Maw. But it's 81 on Urgot, so every lane, except for that mid, winning in minions. And you know, that's really, really good for solo mid. There's a stun up on the KX. The shield is there. Burst damage comes out. KX at half health. Oh my gosh, look at him get chunked there. Ult will miss after he flashes, but PewDiePie ready to go for some more pressure there. Nocturne waiting in the wings, but he's revealed by that pink ward, so I'm surprised he didn't ult in, actually. He could have gotten some good damage there.
Odd one finishing his Wriggle Lantern on Shyvana. He's going to be back in the jungle. They can probably do some more objectives now. Baron is going to be spawning in about 4 minutes. We'll see. We've seen a lot of early Barons and unopposed Barons in this tournament, so anything is possible when that 15-minute mark hits.
And you can see Voyboy last hitting minions over and over. It's just what he's going to keep doing and try to catch up to Olaf in this game. I feel like Olaf will outscale him, though, so he's got to find some way to make things happen. He's going for a little bit of pressure here. Darshan getting his health back using W with that undertow. It's making him pretty happy here. Shyvana
here we go
again.
Pretty big minion wave here, Phreak. Oh, but he warded his backside this time. Hey-ho, he's going to be all right on this one.
At least I'm going to crush these minions down. But here comes Reginald as well. He definitely must know that they're coming over here. Reginald's been revealed by that ward. Lee Sin actually just feeling safe anyway. This Golem, I mean, Anivia's blue is out, so it's not too terribly far away. They're a little bit early, though.
Feeling pretty at home here
Oh.
in Dominate.
Oh,
Oh,
nice
Dominate putting the
move.
ward out. Very nice job there. Heavily grabbing
Nice
the
move,
ward.
Brown.
That was
Don't
great
forget
as
that.
well. Getting 3 attacks on it before it disappeared.
Okay, they will move and posture for this. It's 2v2 at bottom lane.
They're just out of vision.
All right. And Dominic going to take a bunch of damage up front. Here comes everyone else. A lot of damage on the odd one. Dominic looks like he won't fall first. Voyboy, very, very low, tries to get out. Kicks back the odd one. And then he picks up that kill. But blue buff is on Reginald once more. 2 for 1 and the blue steal. Skara trying to leave, trying not to get rooted. Looks like he'll be okay here. Bot lane, all right, all right. Chaos very, very low. Special out of mana. There's the burst on a Chaos.
Oh, the
Some
heal
of
bait!
PewDiePie going for the damage. One more attack. Will get it. Big special.
Oh, man. He was hungry for that kill.
Yeah, did pick that one up. I think it's still worth it, though. They got 300 gold onto Kog'Maw. They did not get nearly as much on Urgot. I think that trade's pretty acceptable if you're Dignitas. But still, it's 2-6. They're down to 1,000 gold. Now, it's only 1,000 gold. That's not too bad. That's not too huge of a lead. They're keeping the game pretty close. More cheers, yells from the crowd. Special, 11 minions now. 3 above Tarek.
And a kill.
Oh, he whiffed it. Come on, Special, get this one. Oh, he's recalling. Okay, fine.
We
Crush
see
a couple more
Locust.
minions here.
PewDiePie returning to lane. Locust actually went for Wriggles. Or yeah, Locust went for Wriggles. PewDiePie going for Wriggles this time. And instead of a lot of damage, we'll see Urgot going into that Brutalizer. Obviously, the defensive Glacial Shroud into what was the Frozen Heart. What is the Frozen Heart? And as we said, with that reverse, with that exchange, he needs to be tanky to be able to take a lot of damage if he's going to choose to initiate the fight with that. And right now, doesn't have too much HP, but he's going to innately get there with that shield, with the rest of his scaling HP throughout the game. Right now, he's level 9. It is QtPie at level 8, so he's got a little bit of a level advantage there on damage. They find Scarra in middle. Looks like they will egg him. Rebirth is up. No, he makes it out in time. Gets the wall down and thwarts that fight, so this could be a dragon challenge here. They do have low health. This is a great time for TSM to be doing this. QtPie and Locust off on the wing, getting rid of the ward. And it looks like they do catch Locust. The burst damage just so much. Can he get the heal up? QtPie has found a kill onto KX. Also turning onto Reginald, trying to make it a triple kill. Does dominate, get Dustbringer on to Special. The shield goes up. He does fire it down, and he does get the movement speed. Shield is up. She chooses to attack, and the shield just was up before that happens. The wall goes down, and it was on the wrong side.
Yeah, Scar preventing kills from his own team. The Dragon did go to solo mid as they're still up. Now 1,700 gold. Darius, of course, pushing top turret as well. Odd one alone at this turret, though. This could be a good dive for them. QtPie going for some damage. Now he's got blue buff as well. Boba coming in there. He's going to go for this kill. There's some good damage. He's going to Dragon out.
Oh.
They will survive, but this will be a turret kill, so it's going to go 1 for 1 on turrets. Going to equalize that out. They got those kills on Chaos, and it's a 3-kill Kog'Maw. So, again, Dignitas' strat is in QtPie they trust, and they're trusting him a whole heck of a lot right now.
Looks like they are just going to go ahead and push mid out here. They're going to try to gather 5 together and get a push on mid. They do not have a turret yet. 60 minutes into the game, losing that middle one for themselves. We'll see if they can come back on this here and push down the mid turret. They do have a good congregation of Dignitas around them, so.
All right, let's see what's going on. Solo mid, holding this mid. Darius almost one-shots waves right there. Jana taking some of those CS as well. Up to 14. Oh, there's a flash coming in.
Oh, he tried to get the switch on. Very nice try by Urgot. The hyperkinetic position reverser.
Hyperkinetic position reverser.
Just saying.
AKA swap.
Swap him out.
All right, crashing through these minions. Dignitas 1-0-2 on Scar again, going for that Chalice. Again, the Catalyst, and again, the Merc Treads. Very similar build to before. Kax making his way to bot lane. Sees some minions there. Nice little shield from Jana. See what they can do with this. Olaf still crushing through his minion waves. Level 12.
Boy waiting on the side to get his farm on. Darius is like, I'm just going to go ahead and freeze this lane as much as possible. Allow the minions to come up. Boy now is like, hey, all right, it's my turn. I'll push him back to you in a second.
Uh-oh, Locust. That's been warded. And they're not going to give that away. And now they will. Locust is not in a happy place right now. Oh, now they're going to jump in on KX. There was a bait. Have not landed the stun. No, he hasn't landed the stun. KX going down. And now it's Special. Not in a good place. No spells are up. Locust takes some damage. Still chasing. QtPie.
Nice job.
Picking it up. He is 4-1. That Locust bait, he had someone to heal up. Oh my god. I mean, if he seriously knew there was a ward there and was like, yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Oh, surprise! That was pretty awesome. So Locust last hits the turret. Nice job there.
Very well. Playing whack-a-mole with Tarek. Actually evening up the gold and the kills perfectly on that at 18 minutes. We're 2 turrets to 2. 24,000 gold to 24,000 at 6-6. And this is how a game 3 should be right now. Neck and neck. Turrets have gone down on both sides. Both mid and bottom to mid and top have gone down respectively on either side of the map. And right now they are going to grab up their blue, gather those jungle resources, and we're going to see something around Baron possibly quite soon as those Wriggles are out, and we've seen earlier Barons between these two teams. So why not now?
Yeah, so excellent steal there. Scarra not with that blue buff now is going to be a little bit painful for him. Thankfully did bring that Chalice, which helps him a bit. Voyboy needs to desperately gain some levels though. Lee Sin gains a lot of stats per level, gets the very valuable ones being health and magic resist per level, really needs those to gain up so he can survive Rise. So looks like he's going to go for the fast Frozen Heart, not the Banshees this time around. More afraid of physical damage here for good reason. We'll see how this pans out for him. See KX's minions, only 130, QtPie 136, so slightly ahead, of course has kills in his favor as well. Look at this gold distribution, 6,500 gold. The richest champion in the game is QtPie's Kog'Maw. So they are going to rely on him to deal as much damage as possible. It's the BF sword and the crit cloak. Thank you. Special running through.
Needs about 1,300 gold to finish that Infinity Edge, and it looks like he's going to do what AD carries do best and farm up down bottom. It looks like we are going to see some TSM pressure, though. In middle, they're saying, hey, we see a lot of people bottom. Let's start doing this right here. Kog'Maw's away. They do have 3 that are towards mid and towards bot, so they're going to challenge, at least try to draw this fight out.
No vision right now. They do know that ward is down there. There's some pings. They want to try to pick up the kill on Locust. They see everyone on D. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
Man.
Oh, it's going to be bad. And they jumped in now. There's the other one. But Cutie Pie, good positioning. Let's see what they can do here.
Scar getting egged as he goes down.
Yeah, and Cutie Pie's on top of everyone. He's on top of that team, and he doesn't care. The John goes up, the damage is everywhere. He flashes over the wall. Oh my gosh. They're going to clean up here. Olaf will fall. And Dignitas went 4-2. Xpecial picked up his 2nd kill of the game. And he's now trying to run away. Xpecial's 2-1. He has almost the best record on his team. Second to only Dyrus. Running away now, not having a good chance here. Oh,
there it is.
Dignitas.
Wow. Cutie Pie was so deep into that fight that I don't think people could find him to click on him. I think that's the reason he lived for so long.
Yeah, that was amazing because it started out with Dignitas like derping and running right into him, and Cutie Pie was here, and he's like, damage, 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 damage. Runs in, jump to the wall, flash, damage, damage, damage. Just, I mean, it might have been luck, but like he got jumped to a wall that he flashed over. Like Cutie Pie was not hittable in that fight. It was amazing, and when that guy has all the gold, he's destroying people's faces. It worked out quite well. They actually blew up Rise first and right away, and I gotta believe that was partially Anivia's fault, just doing a lot of burst damage there and comboing Rise down, who only has 64 magic resist. That is a killable dude, doesn't have any bonus health at all, really.
Yeah, almost has his Frozen Heart built as well. They're actually all over the place right now as I see them being built, or going for rather. Frozen Mallet on, Olaf right now making him quite tanky. Dyrus is getting into that position.
Oh, they see him, okay. It's better than last time.
Oh. They are pushing him out here. Urgot gets that down.
They split up Reginald.
The Rune Prison goes down. They choose to go into the fight. They get it onto Reginald. Reginald having the flash over the wall, and they are going to pressure into this. Looking down on it. Cutie Pie getting focused. Now switched out, and it almost saves them on the fight. They are forced to change their focus, which causes them to take too much damage, though. And it looks like they now turn on Reginald. Reginald's feared out, taking too much damage. Xpecial trying to keep him alive with the ultimate there, pushing him out. A lot of health still between Void Locust and Dominate coming out. Tariq goes down. Locust is focused. Dominate is focused. It's all up to Void to stay alive. 3v1 situation. Too much damage. Dyrus almost going down. Void staying alive. The shield is up, but he's not going to be able to take it for the 2v1. Goes down valiantly in an amazing fight by both teams. Leaves them at 5-2. An ace coming out of the hands for TSM.
Wow, so 14-13 the kill score. They've actually traded 5-for-3 fights on both sides now, and the gold is 100 apart. And by the way, guys, Xpecial 3-2, still picking up kills right here. Locust is 2-1. Both supports going positive kill death in this game. I mean,
it's got to be a team effort in the third match,
man.
It's gotta
Everyone's
be a
sharing
team
these kills. KX actually the only guy not on the scoreboard. Poor KX. Getting out-killed by his lane mate. Alrighty, Tarek running across. Now neither team actually able to afford oracles anymore. Bringing pink wards around. Unless Shyvana got a new one. Nope, pink wards everywhere basically. Alright, Dominate gonna leave the charge for Dragon. Looks like it's not gonna be contested. House will like that gold. Now Voidboy's gotta be a little bit careful. Good pink ward by Xpecial, clears out some of these wards. Looks like that Dragon. Actually, they could get jumped on. This could get real scary. Dignitas sees them all coming over. Solo mid will keep moving towards Dragon. They're gonna have to give this up actually. Locust doesn't have flash. He's trying to hide right now.
He is out of vision. Uh-oh. SpaghettiOs. Locust gets caught out. He is inside. The Nocturne ulti comes in. Dominate going in, and Cutie Pie is on the outside. The ulti. Locust somehow still alive. Finally goes down. The focus onto Reginald, and he will fall. Shyvana ulti coming out will press everybody to the right side of Dragon, but it looks like TSM will dominate this fight. Scarra is forced to run, and they will be in pursuit of Scarra. He is almost out of mana. He does have enough for a wall, It is coming up on a 10-second cooldown, and that ultimate is going to slow everybody down enough for him to get out alive. 2 of TSM did go down, so very nice job there. The Dragon was opposed. Whew, what a fight.
Yeah, the Dragon did go to solo mid. They did not do the damage in time. It was just Tarek and Nocturne, and they could not blitz that down. So unfortunate there for Dignitas, kind of throwing away a little bit of that advantage they had before. They're now down in gold once more. Let's see if they can turn this around, because QtPie now has been dying twice in a row in these fights. He's now down to 5-3. And Chaos picked up 3 kills in that fight on the Urgot, so he's actually getting all kinds of powerful. Looks like Guardian Angel might be the next pickup for him. So good luck killing that Chaos anymore. Urgot's going to be a tanky dude.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be perfect for Chaos to start switching and swapping people in and out of the fight. Janna going up to place down a ward. Looks special now, kind of milling about there. They did see the ward, but it's just in range. How unfortunate of the pink on the other side, and they are going to go for this Baron. And Nivea has put her ult down. She does not have blue buff, so it's going to cost her a lot to leave that down, as they're not doing too much damage. They don't have vision as well either. Special does bring clairvoyance to the battle, so they'll have that. I believe it is up right now, so he can use that. He knows that they're not doing that much damage. They're trying to get a little bit of vision here and there. Looks like Dignitas is going to be forced to back off on this one.
Yeah,
they do have vision right on the backside, though.
Yeah, I mean, if they could manage to collapse onto the odd one or someone to pick up that kill, did force odd one to B, but I think they know that they've sort of disengaged, and he's safe to actually recall for health. Special still holding up that 3 and 2, 9 assists on him. KX does have the Guardian Angel now. It's very hard to get rid of him. 7,600 gold, 8,400 though still on Kog'Maw. Is richer than anyone on solo mid and anyone on his team. Nivea not far behind either though. Actually, the Ancients will actually give Kog'Maw some damage. The AP will help. Cog now has an eye edge, going for a Zeal next, so he's going to be a very big damage machine. Problem is, there was a lot of armor on these guys. 148 on Dyrus, 184, 165, odd ones at 150 without Dragon Form. I mean, those damage is going to be reduced very, very heavily by QtPie. They're going to rely on magic damage here for a lot of it. I don't know if it's going to matter enough for him.
It's going to be quite a tanky team. He is going that Frozen Mallet into the Atmos Impaler, so that's going to be a lot of damage coming from his HP. As he starts losing it, he's going to attack faster, so everything he's building on Olaf really synergizing nicely right now. Urgot, as you said, finally finishing that Guardian Angel. It's going to be very nice for him in that build. He does still have that Glacial Shroud for defense and some good cooldown reduction from the Brutalizer as well. And that Glacial, so that adds on to help him. He can quickly do those Qs and get his abilities back up for shield as well and keep himself in the fight. So a lot of great builds on the side of TSM, heading over to see what Dignitas has. As you said, Skara building a little bit of spell vamp as well to keep himself there. The Rod of Ages and Nocturne obviously going for tanky now. He does have that Frozen Mallet build going on. Just GP10s on Tarek, as you would see usually on the supports, even though they are getting kills at highest KD as they're coming into this game. Still got a few finished items on Lee Sin. He does have a Frozen Mallet as well. There's a lot of slow between both of these teams. Lee Sin probably could have gone for something different there. Voidboy, however, it's his build. They do have a Skara, however, to continuously slow, so he could have put that into a little bit more damage, but he does want tankiness, so he's going for that double build there. And obviously Kog'Maw being very scary with the Infinity Edge right now. He's definitely going to be outputting more damage than Chaos on Urgot, but Urgot's going to be able to keep poking them if they get outside range. So we'll have to see how this next fight goes down. Urgot will have no problem switching somebody out with that Guardian Angel on.
Yeah, he'll be happy to just give someone a bad position and go for it. This is going to be determined, honestly, by this Kog'Maw. I hate to say it, but it's really going to be, can he get the damage output and melt the tanks down? Because the rest of Team Solo Mid, they're all tanky damage threats, and the one guy to beat tanky damage threats is a Kog'Maw. He scales off of your opponent's health, and that damage is magical, which is useful when the opponents are all stacking armor. So see if they can make this happen. He's got the Zeal, he's got good attack speed, 1.3 right now. 1.32 to be more specific. They are right on that side of the wall there again. Lee jumps to a ward.
Oh, they know they got him split. He moved on that quite quickly. Voidboy saw the entrance in the fight. He was like, Skara is off to the right. However, they would have been pincered. I think they would have had enough to get to Skara in time and burst him down. They did just, however, reward that bush that they got oracles on, and it was a great safeguard to that ward to stop them from just attacking it again. So they're able to stick that there and keep it for the next 3 minutes. And a lot of focus here is just above the river towards the top half of the map. It's all about Baron right now. We are going to see Dyrus going bottom, and Dyrus is not running a teleport, so we may see a challenge for that Baron, but it looks like Kog'Maw or QtPie, no, he is moving up to the top. We'll have to see what they do here.
Yeah, well, Dyrus making his way back up towards his blue. We'll probably give it to Reginald, though he has a maximum cooldown reduction right now. Still, would like to wear that blue buff just for some mana regeneration, because why not? No, he's actually going to leave it for Dyrus. So Dyrus will wear the mana regeneration and cooldown reduction proudly, and he will be a very huge threat here because of this. Has the App Mallet build done. Scar hoping his blue buff will come up sometime in the future because he really wants that mana for himself. Cutie has a fresh red. He's going to use that as long as he can. That's actually going to be a very big asset in these coming fights, being able to slow down those tanks that are going to be dealing with him.
Oh, wow. Dyrus building more. He just bought a giant spout, so he's going to be doing more damage and be even more tanky. It has hit 30 minutes, and Olaf becomes very scary at this point in the game. He has blue buff on as well, so Undertow coming up even quicker, unless if he's not picking it up, rather. It's really not going to help the cooldown. If he does, it just resets to a certain, and it looks like they're going to challenge this almost with the Janna steal. He's been pretty good on that with Howling Gale this tournament. And we'll have to see a challenge here. They did get that to Skara. He's going to be able to facilitate a lot of damage in this fight by throwing down his ultimate with blue buff, because he can just set it down and set it and forget it. We'll have to see if he does that. They're kind of milling. They don't have the range for Kog'Maw right now. They have to be careful of that choke point. If they're all on the right side of that towards Baron, Kog'Maw is only going to be able to living artillery off. And he's really not going to be able to help out his team too much.
Yeah, so they have actually forced each other back right now. Kog'Maw with some good poke, but Locust heals it for the most part all the way back up. And Sulamid making a nice move. They're going to get a free turret out of this. No, they're going to back up because they're very afraid. Dignitas, they know they're collapsing on. Cutie Pie might get cut out here. He's got to be careful. Voivod putting the shield up. And they're at odds with each other. They do know most of this. This position is actually pretty good for Dignitas. TSM cannot get through this funnel, and Cutie Pie will be safe on Kog'Maw. Now Shyvana making her way around. That is actually a nice move. They can actually flank Cog. They can melt him down. He has flash and heal, but they don't have their own Janna, so if they can get onto the position, they can stick, and they can make that happen.
Getting these minion waves pushed, making sure they aren't in any danger of losing a tower, and it looks like they are going to once again start pressuring this area. Shyvana and Janna pushed up towards top, and Voivod kicking it to start it here. They're going to throw the ult down. That attack going down onto Baron, so he is going to be able to hit it. Good amount of damage, however, going out. They may be able to get the smite onto this. 3,000 health on Baron. They are going to go in for it, and it looks like Dignitas will get the Baron. Nocturne ulti goes off. The focus to X special. Janna ulti goes off, and Dyrus about to run free. Starts going for Kog'Maw, but he turns around getting slowed. They say, no, let's go for Dominate first. We're going to take him out. Now focus on Locust. Locust getting pushed out. The Baron, not enough for TSM, not enough to stop TSM, I should say. And they are going to be pushing down towards mid. This turret will be there, so grabbing 2 kills on a Baron take. Dignitas taking a little bit too much damage there, and it's going to be none for free 2 kills.
So ultimately, if you don't count current map position, that was better for Dig than for Team Solo Mid. They got a Baron for the cost of 2 kills, and that's A-okay. They're happy to have that trade go out. However, 2 things happened. Dignitas, first of all, looked very confused in that fight. They did not focus on a single target. You know, Dyrus ran in there, kind of messed with Cutie Pie, then ran out. Didn't really get below half health. No one really did too much there to him. He kind of got some free harass off. And then for the rest of it, you know, now of course they have time to run around the map, control stuff. They're going to get the 2nd dragon in a row for themselves. They picked up that lower turret. They just grabbed a whole lot of advantages thanks to those earlier deaths. And now it's going to be kind of scary for the Dignitas to turn this one around. They're down 4,000 gold, but they're still wearing the Baron buff on 3 champions. And probably the 3 most important champions here is Lee Sin, Skara, Cutie Pie, all wearing that Baron buff. That will help them quite a lot.
Looks like now that the focus does not have to be on the Baron objective, they're going to go ahead and get all of their lanes pushed without worrying about their map position for a second. They don't have to be anywhere right at the moment. Going to go ahead. Locust farming up bottom like a boss. And looks like Reginald's going to go ahead and take a few things for himself. Frozen Heart and Banshee Veil finish for Reginald. The Tear of the Goddess building himself some mana still if it's not maxed out already. Looks like we have a phase going on of more slow for Chaos. They're all going for quite a tanky build, actually. We'll have to see Janna with the Aegis to help out her team. Zeke's Herald as well. It's going to be putting out some attack speed for her team and lifesteal, so that's going to be huge for them, especially for Dyrus getting into those fights. Come up, we see them moving up towards top lane. Shyvana and Voivod meeting each other face to face. Shyvana's like, Odd1 thinks he doesn't want to lose his oracles right now. He doesn't know where the rest of the team is. Not a time to fight. He's going to go ahead, head back to the jungle, gather with his team in middle. That is a group of 4 right now. Looks like Olaf is going to go down. They'll start invading a little bit here. Stealing the resources is red up, really. They did not, oh, they did leave their red buff up, so it looks like they're going to get a steal on this as well.
Wow, Dyrus getting the red buff is going to be really, really nice for him. He's going to love to have that buff there. Coming Hex Drinker now is going to keep getting tankier and tankier. 248 attack damage. It's going to jump up to plus 70 with Vicious Strikes on. So that's going to be about 320 damage when he's got that active. He's a very, very scary man right now. Dyrus might be giving the blue buff. Yes, he will. Dyrus going to wear double buffs. And he's going to be happy to be 4-3 and 14 and wear double buffs into this next team fight. Dignitas has 1 minute left on Baron. They do want to push while this is up. Unfortunately, they've got no other buffs but those 3 Barons, so we'll see what that turns into.
Very scary. Kog'Maw tank or hitting at the turret. He does have Phantom Dancer, Wriggles, and Infinity Edge with those Zerks. He is leveling. He actually leveled W and E to go for more slow on the E and not that passive attack speed right now. That is 20% more attack speed from his Q, which really gives Kog'Maw an advantage. And as I've said before, that green elixir on Kog'Maw is so dangerous. It really takes you off guard. The crits come out so much faster, and he can really plow somebody down quite quickly. Dyrus, however, wasn't taking too much damage from Chaox in the last fight, or not Chaox, rather QtPie. So we will have to see how that pans out. We did see Dyrus ultimate and focus right onto QtPie, pushing him out of the fight. As Phreak said, they weren't really given the time to focus anybody. Maybe that'll happen again, and we'll have to figure out who they start to focus on.
Right now, QtPie. Well, he's looking good right now. He's got decent items, but the Team's Limit has been able to just collapse on Dignitas' front line. The Baron buff is now timed out. It's going to be spawning before 39 minutes into this game. And we'll see if there's going to be a push for it, if these teams are going to kind of sit back and farm until that point actually starts. It seems possibly likely here. We'll see what happens. Red buff is gone. We're going back towards top, still not 18. Dyrus has been so for a while. See how that pans out as well. At Mallet being there for Voyboy, at Mallet being there. Also for Dyrus. And they're just standing off right now. They're really, both teams are very afraid. They know that this game means a whole lot. Neither team wants to have to fight CLG and risk losing down to 3rd place. They would both love to make it to the grand final. TSM with a slight advantage, even wearing a blue elixir on their Janna. She has nice items.
4 frozen mallets in this game right now.
Wow, there are definitely.
Awesome, a lot of slow going on from both of these teams. Actually, 2 frozen mallets per team, I should say, and 2 pickaxes being picked up. Actually, so the last Whisper being grabbed by Kog'Maw as he starts with the pickaxe looking for that sword and then the next purchase. And also Lee Sin got a pickaxe as well, so more damage there.
Could be going for some last Whispers here. That would be pretty appropriate here. QtPie would love to have that. It would actually let him start burning down on the Olaf. See if that ends up being the case there. Scar leading the charge, 18. They spotted Auburn as he cleared out some of these wards. And look at the map vision for Team Solo Mid. They can see almost everything right now. Both sides of the jungle. Dignitas actually doing a pretty good job themselves. They've seen that upper jungle a fair amount. And that red is up. They can make a stab for it. But I don't think they know that it's available. And now Dyrus will grab that.
They are going to be heading into the jungle somewhat.
Let's see what they can do with this. Moving around, the minions are around there. There's Auburn on the right-hand side. Voyboy kind of spots him. Locust running about. Skara up there. There's QtPie coming in. They're just waiting to push down and get themselves a team fight. Baron in the next 30 seconds about. Still, Solo Mid can see them all around the map. Their ward positioning is great. They're just seeing them and all their movements. Locust, if he's not careful, could get caught out here. Dignitas needs to be careful with this one.
A lot of these wards on the map are still fresh here, and as you're saying, oh, nice clearing by Odd One as he gets another one out. There's one in the tri-bush that may affect them at a Baron fight. As you said, that's not going to be up for a little bit here. We do have TSM forcing these minions down mid. However, top and bottom lane are not pushed, but with Baron coming up quite soon, they aren't going to be able to focus that bottom. Maybe position for top in the top half of the river would be perfectly fine, getting some more wards off as they do have vision all the way down to Wolves and into the middle lane of Dignitas, but nothing around the blue side. So Dignitas going to head over that way. They are pinging and saying, we don't have vision, but that's where they are, guys. So get ready to set up for this opposition of Baron. And we're going to have a big team fight coming up in just a few minutes.
They've got a pink ward down. They still cannot afford Oracles, Dignitas. But the Odd One has been just crushing wards with his, so that is good news. And of course, Zeke's Herald, as you mentioned earlier, has already been grabbed there. Special, loving that item. Of course, they have a bunch of auto attackers, so why wouldn't you?
Yeah, that's true. It really helps absolutely everybody on their team, really, but Rise and Jenna herself, because of the auto attacks and how fast they would do it. But yeah, Olaf, Shyvana getting into the fight. They're all going to be doing melee damage constantly because that's where they want to be. See this push up here, getting these minions out. And they're just kind of turtling it out right now and waiting for this to go down to oppose the Baron. They're going to walk right up this ward line, though, with pure vision of this.
Yeah, they can see that they're, okay, a little bit to the left. They know they're not all camping that brush. Of course, they can use Kog'Maw as well to use his ultimate and reveal these locations on the map. Dignitas are okay to move upwards.
Their vision has been cut off now. No CV on the side of Dignitas, so they're going blindly here. They do catch Voyboy. That's a lot to use that's a lot of tank to use your cooldowns on. I Will Dominate into the fight by himself. It looks like Chaos will be able to get out. Dominate goes down. And it's too aggressive by Dignitas. I believe this is going to be a free Baron for TSM.
Yep, all Dignitas running away from that fight with their tails between their legs. 5,000 gold to lead. And Solamid happy to take over this Baron. I think it's their first of this game. Dig did get the prior one, but look at this one happening for them. They're picking that one up. Darius getting that last hit there. Kog'Maw will farm bottom, wants that last Whisper. Has enough for it now, so let's see if QtPie can make something happen. Going to recall in place. Blue buff again being taken. TSM has completely controlled the jungle buffs for the last 10 minutes of this game, and it has given them a lot of power here.
Looks like the APs are pretty much well fed right now. Woda on Rise, Frozen, and that Banshee's Veil. Almost a Rabadon's Death Cap on Anivia. They will be able to take out this inhibitor. Opening that up for the first one of the game here. They're going to back out. TSM now to start working top and bottom lane. That bottom turret was taken out as well, so they're going to be able to gather up the resources of Dignitas here, take their jungle, and make sure they don't have anything to go on. But they got to be careful because now they got those inhibitors down. They're doing a little bit better in lanes. Dignitas is going to start being fed those lanes. So as long as they freeze them and try not to push them, they're going to start accruing a lot more gold. They can get back into this still. It's anybody's game. TSM only has one inhibitor. We've seen worse.
Yeah, the real MVP of this game right now is Solamid's vision. It's their Oracle's control, their constant map control. Look at that. This is, again, looking at Solamid's vision. They can see almost everything, and Dignitas cannot. Every one of these last 2 to 3 fights have been Dignitas runs in, thinking they might Baron, we don't know. And they've had to move in and make those happen. Let's see what's happening around here. Crowd chanting, pumping up Solamid. Let's see what they can do. They are definitely behind these guys. Give them as much motivation as possible. Let's see what they can do. Odd one, kind of grouping up with his team, and they just kind of grouped together and said, okay, guys, let's do this. We have Baron. Let's go.
Yeah, they are pushing pretty aggressively here. They're going to go down, and they're going to sweep around. They're saying, you know what? We haven't hit bottom yet. We could possibly just go in freestyle towards mid and go straight for everything. We do see them camping out top. We're going to have a back here as Dignitas thought it was going to be for the top turret. So this is going to be an all-out 5v5 fight. No, some of them have not backed from top yet, so they could get into this base. They're going to go straight for this bottom turret, and it looks like it's going to be a tank. The shield going on to Chaos, and he has not taken any damage yet with that shield up. Here it comes Kog'Maw with the living artillery in. How is TSM going to make this happen? The shield up on Odd One. He's going to take a little bit of damage there as they back. The turret did not go down, so they're still pressing back and forth. Looks like they are going to back from this situation right now.
Lucas has a Shirelius. It's good pick up for him. Lets his team initiate into those fights or escape from bad ones. Trinity Force now picked up by Chaos, and okay, well now they instant win, obviously. They've got the only Trinity Force in the game. Almost guaranteed victory here for Shalom. Let's see what they can do with this. They're pushing up towards this turret, and they're standing a screen's reach apart here. Axes come out from Dyrus, killing out the rest of these minions. They will soon get in range for this turret.
Go. It's going to have to be a heavy initiation. Kog'Maw getting the Voidoo's out. Dyrus is playing in it, and he's just going to walk right out of it, and they will clear that minion wave. The second one to come in. Third time's a charm. This is only the second wave, but they decide to go for it. The wall is out. Will they initiate Chaos on the switch? And it will be QtPie taking a ton of damage. Going down. Scarlet getting egged into rebirth. They focus Scarlet still. Lee Sin going for the kick, but Void Boy and Dominate will not be able to hold off the treacherous damage of TSM. TSM moving on to the winner's bracket tomorrow.
And we're going to have to see Dignitas fighting against CLG for survival. Loser of that match will get third. CLG Dig, the first match of tomorrow. The winner of that one, do or die against Team Solo Mid. They have grabbed themselves a guaranteed top 2. Congrats to Team Solo Mid. But again, Dignitas are not out yet. They fight CLG tomorrow. That is a repeat of the winner bracket semis, where they did they 2-0 or did they 2-1 that one?
I think it was 2-0.
2-0. Okay, so you know, last time those two teams met, Dignitas won. They met in Hanover. Dignitas took that one over. They met yesterday. Dignitas took a 2-0. So CLG needs to come back and fire strong and make that happen for them. But Team Solo Mid now looking like a very strong team.
Yeah, an amazing match there. And CLG, as we did see, CLG won in the other match, but this was very back and forth. We do see that TSM will come out very strong, and then Dignitas will kind of regroup, figure out what happened. We saw that Dignitas game. We saw that potential. They came out very strong in the second one, and TSM said, hey, you know what? We switched up what we did. Let's bring a little bit of a team comp back. We even saw the teams were a little bit similar for that game that Dignitas wanted, but TSM was ready for that, and they came into that game strong, just as they did in the first one, and you know, they're going to go on to tomorrow, and we're going to see them playing a lot more matches here to come from the IPL4 tournament. And Phreak, the frozen mallets all over the place for these teams.
Yeah, it's a really strong build. They've been using that, you know, and they've been combining with Atmos, who's getting a lot of damage and durability. And the thing is, only Cosmo was able to do a lot of damage there on that Dignitas team, as Solo Mid were able to just blitz down, dominate, and kill him every single time. You can see his farm not that high. He was poorer than even the Janna of Team Solo Mid. The dude did not get tank. He was actually the poorest player in the entire team. Even Tarek had more gold than him. And so, you know, the overall lineup for Dignitas was not up to par right there. They could not individually compete quite so well. But, you know, enough for this game. You'll see more games tomorrow. And right now, we're kicking it over to Cristina.
Today I asked if you guys had any Twitter questions, so I got quite a few. I'm just going to answer a couple. One, do you want to play League with us? Asks LOL Mundi. And my answer is sure. If you want to add me, I'm Cristina VCRISTINAVEE. I'll play with you if you can catch me. 2, do you speak Japanese? No. And 3, will you be my girlfriend? Please answer, I really want a shout out. Here's your shout out, Robbie Bobby. Okay, so.
But wait, so does he have a girlfriend?
I'm giving you your shout out, Robbie Bobby. All right, so thank you so much for joining us. Day 3, the final day, as in last day, and it's the finals. So you want to come by and tune in online if you're at home, or just come down to Vegas. No big deal, right? So join us for the final day. Looking forward to seeing you. This is IPL4.
Oh, ribbon quote.